Far in the distance, the Tower of Babylon looms, a silent testament to humanity's ambition. As the news breaks, the Black Dragon Guild has decided to attack the 40th floor of the tower, confident and ready to show off their skills. But sadly, they've once again returned empty-handed, another failure at becoming the world's first. And once again, the reason for Black Dragon's setback is none other than today's main character, the #1 ranked hunter. Once again, Flame Emperor was able to beat the boss on his own. A voice calls out, "Hello, Mr. Flame Emperor." The reporter exclaims, "Yes, yes, hello." Without fail, you've once again set a new record. Since the appearance of the tower, and until now, Mr. Flame Emperor, you're still the only one to defeat a boss on their own. The microphone awaits. As the microphone is thrust forward, the reporter asks, "Do you have a few word dash?" The press conference is underway, but the Flame Emperor seems more concerned with semantics, questioning why they changed his title. The staff is watching the conference, but the Flame Emperor is still hung up on his nickname, wondering why they don't just use his real name instead. He continues, suggesting they might as well call him the Plague, finding the name Flame Emperor embarrassing. A nearby staff member comments, explaining that the Plague is a play on words with the Flame Emperor, an insult in Korean that implies screwing around or causing trouble, and admits he envies him. Meanwhile, Kim Gongja is in his room, looking at his phone. Sitting on his bed, he continues to scroll through the posts. Back at the press conference, the Flame Emperor vows to find and torture the person who gave him the nickname. Someone posts, apologizing for the nickname. On HunterNet, someone comments that the Flame Emperor is acting hot-headed again. Another user replies, stating that the whole world is watching and that he should watch his mouth, questioning his nationality. Someone asks if they are seriously protecting the Flame Emperor, while another user claims they are only stating facts and that broadcasting companies already know what he's like, but are still allowing it. The comments continue, with some saying they want to be like the Flame Emperor, others questioning how Saint Isabel can date him with his personality, and some claiming that Saint is dating the Flame Emperor. Online, the rumors continue to swirl, with some claiming their hunter friends have seen the Flame Emperor and Saint Isabel together. But others aren't buying it, insisting that Saint Isabel is their friend and that the rumors simply aren't true. Regardless of the truth, many express a desire to be like the Flame Emperor. The sentiment echoes across the web, as more and more people chime in, wondering who this guy is that everyone wants to emulate. Scrolling through the comments, Kim Gongja can't help but notice the recurring theme. Meanwhile, at what appears to be a press conference, the Flame Emperor expresses his annoyance, complaining that people still call him by his nickname, even after he asked them to use his real name. He continues, adding that if this world were a novel, someone like him would definitely be the main character. The image of him standing atop a pile of monsters only reinforces that sentiment. Back in his room, Kim Gongja sighs, thinking that he would just be an extra in such a story. The news continues to cover the Flame Emperor's every move, with headlines proclaiming his awakening soon after entering the tower in his early 20s. Headlines scream from the newsstands, "A nameless hunter has accomplished what the Black Dragon could not." The papers call him a hunter who literally writes legends. At a press conference, a reporter asks him to give his aspiring fans the key to success in one phrase. He sighs, clearly annoyed by the question. "Fine," he says, adding that he's just going to say a few words so they can figure it out. His expression darkens as he states that those who will succeed, will succeed. The cameras flash, capturing every moment. His eyes narrow, and he warns them not to get in his way, even if they do succeed. The threat hangs heavy in the air, as he finishes with, "Or I'll kill you." The broadcast is being watched by many, and they are all focused on the Flame Emperor. The viewers are left wondering what he meant by that. The broadcast ends, leaving a lingering sense of unease. The viewers are left to process what they've just witnessed. Back in his cramped apartment, the weight of reality crashes down on him, a stark contrast to the Flame Emperor's dazzling success. Kneeling on his bed, he stares blankly ahead. His face contorts in anger, the frustration bubbling to the surface. He wonders if it's acceptable to simply ignore others once someone achieves greatness, recalling how he felt being dismissed as a reporter. Grasping the newspaper tightly, he wishes he possessed even a single decent skill like the Flame Emperor. The thought stings, he wouldn't need to live in this damned studio if he did. Surrounded by empty bottles, he laments being looked down upon as the lowest F-class hunter without a single skill. Clenching his fists, he yearns to become just like the Flame Emperor, consumed by jealousy. Tears welling in his eyes, Gongja desperately wants to succeed with his own skills too. Staring out the window at the sunlit city, he imagines how great it would be if the Flame Emperor's skill was his. Collapsing onto the floor, the weight of his aspirations feels crushing. Surrounded by news clippings of the Flame Emperor's triumphs, his jealousy intensifies. He tilts his head, a confused expression washing over his face. A surge of energy fills the air, the moment feels significant. It's a scene he's seen countless times in videos. Could it be? A skill card? Turning away from the spectacle, he seems lost in thought. The tower, astonished by his unsightly envy, throws him a skill, he can barely believe it. The tower is moved by your determination. The tower rewards you for your honest efforts. The tower praises you for your achievements. Staring at the card, he notes that it's different from what he's seen in the videos. Why should he care about its tone, when he just received a skill card? This is the moment he's been waiting for ever since he got here. On top of that, a gold card is... He stares at his hand, a look of disbelief etched on his face. A golden card materializes, glowing with an otherworldly light. The implications of the card's text sink in, his eyes widening in disbelief. A wave of realization washes over him, his expression shifting from shock to horror. Back in his room, surrounded by scattered newspapers, he stares at the card, contemplating its deadly requirement. What kind of skill is this? A colossal structure pierces the sky, its red hue ominous against the dark, star-dusted backdrop. Without warning, the tower simply appeared, its presence altering the world's landscape. The tower was visible from anywhere on Earth, a constant reminder of the unknown. Those with nothing to lose were the first to enter the tower, confronting its mysteries and horrors. Each floor teemed with monsters, creatures pulled from countless other worlds. A select few were chosen by the tower, granted a skill to aid them in their ascent. As rumors spread, more and more people flocked to the tower, eager to hunt the monsters and claim their rewards. The hero who cleared the 40th floor is being interviewed. Someone recalls seeing the Flame Emperor in battle. The interviewer relays that he was really dancing with the flame spear, like Natraja, the god of destruction, Shiva. Something else is going on, as the cook wonders, why is it getting pretty good? The cook doesn't seem to like the Flame Emperor, but Gongja knows it's not that simple. The cook thinks the Flame Emperor's attitude is the same even though he's achieved rank 1, and that he's not like the other guys. Lying on the floor, he thinks that some people live like that, but his life is just a shitty, insignificant game. The cook sighs, saying that Gongja is another one of these guys, and asks him to listen. Looking distressed, he recalls rolling an S+ skill yesterday, but it comes with a deadly price. He thinks that if he uses that damned skill, he'll die. He didn't even report it to the Hunters Association. The cook tells him to throw up outside, as Gongja feels like it would be even shittier if he had to say that that was his skill. Walking down the street, he sees today's hunter ranking. 1. Flame Emperor. 2. Black Dragon. 3. Viper. Clutching his head, he screams. He's shocked, wondering what's going on. In a hallway, someone asks the Flame Emperor to move, wondering what's happening all of a sudden. A man with a ponytail smirks, thinking that if someone saw, they'd believe that he's innocent. Looking concerned, Saint Isabel is present. With a chillingly calm demeanor, Isabel reveals that she poisoned the drink he just consumed. The Flame Emperor is taken aback, realizing, had it not been for his skill, he would have been in serious trouble. He insists it's all a misunderstanding, claiming he only wanted to clear the tower as a team. His words are met with disbelief, as Isabel reflects. That's what she thought too, but she was wrong. He begs her to talk, to let him explain. Unmoved by his pleas, she states that talking sounds good, more professional. But she makes it clear, she gets to decide the rules of the conversation. She asserts her dominance, declaring that she'll ask the questions, and he only needs to nod to answer. Isabel warns him, she has a lie detection skill, and if he answers all her questions, she might give him the antidote. Elsewhere, Kim Gongja demands to know who ordered someone to kill him. A mysterious figure is shown from the back, and the question is posed, is it the witch from Black Dragon? Back in the hallway, Isabel observes he's achieved rank 1, but his attitude is still the same. He's really not like the other guys. She concludes, this is the kind of hero that humanity needs right now. As the Flame Emperor's hand slips from hers, Isabel hears his parting words. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion rips through the corridor. The force of the blast sends someone flying, their scream lost in the roar. Stunned, barely able to hear, Isabel wonders if this is what it means to be a hero. Amidst the inferno, the Flame Emperor seems almost serene, contemplating the source of the blast. Nearby, a figure lies prone, amidst the wreckage, muttering accusations. Driven by instinct, someone makes a desperate bid to escape the inferno. They sprint through the chaos, shards of green energy trailing in their wake. The escaping figure's eyes widen in terror. Confused, Isabel watches as the Flame Emperor turns his attention to the fleeing figure. A sinister voice muses that one rat managed to survive the extermination. The dust settles, revealing the Flame Emperor's face contorted in disbelief. From above, a figure plummets through the ruined sky. As the figure falls, a chilling thought crosses someone's mind. Saint wasn't the first? Then how many has he killed until now? His eyes wide with terror, the Flame Emperor struggles to comprehend the sheer scale of the massacre. The impact sends him sprawling across the debris-strewn ground. Nearby, a foot clad in a vibrant green shoe lands heavily. Agony flares through him, and he can only manage a silent question. Clutching his injured foot, the Flame Emperor grits his teeth against the pain. Towering above him, a figure stands with a glowing blade. Blood trickles down his face as he looks up in horror. Desperation lacing his voice, he begs, please, Flame Emperor, please. From the shadows, a new voice cuts through the chaos. Hey, did you see? Tears stream down his face. The Flame Emperor insists he didn't see anything. A crimson aura flares around the interrogator's hand as he demands to know what the Flame Emperor didn't see. His voice dripping with sarcasm, the man with the ponytail repeats the Flame Emperor's earlier claim. Closing the distance, he grabs the Flame Emperor by the throat, admitting he almost wants to believe him, if he were a complete moron. Flashing back to a fiery scene, The man wonders which bastard sent the Flame Emperor, questioning if he's from the Black Dragon, too. Images of the man's face are plastered across a computer screen, suggesting this world was entranced by him. Activating his lie detector skill, the man with the ponytail hums, curious. His grip tightening, the man reminds the Flame Emperor that he claimed to have it, demanding he use it, or he'll see he's nobody. His eyes glowing with power, the man with the ponytail stares intently. The lie detector skill activates, revealing the Flame Emperor killed that person without any evidence. His voice laced with disbelief, the man questions if the Flame Emperor killed someone just because they were a little suspicious. With a surge of energy, the man demands to know what kind of person the Flame Emperor thinks he is. Considering the saint's attempt on his life, he realizes she's really trying to kill him. Knowing she'll poison him tomorrow, he wonders how he knows that. The Flame Emperor smirks, he knows. He thinks to himself, he has a way. If he doesn't kill her today, he recalls the Flame Emperor's words about the lie detector skill and concedes that he must be innocent. The Flame Emperor pats him on the head, and he thanks him for believing him. Even after all that, he still saw everything. The Flame Emperor's face is bathed in orange light, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The Flame Emperor's voice echoes, telling someone to just die. A red screen fills his vision as he remembers his name. Kim Gongja? A child's voice reminds him that his name is Gongja, so he has to be a great person like him. He remembers the word, headmaster. He doesn't want. A final message appears on the screen. Yusuha says goodbye, lamenting that he had to die this way. The screen displays, you have died. Lying prone, he wonders why he had to die like this, or why he had to live like this. As the system chimes in, it announces that the skill requirements have been met due to his death. The system continues, declaring that it is completely copying Hunter Yusuha's skill. With a burst of light, the system announces it is creating a skill card. He thinks to himself that he deserved a little better. Skill cards float around, prompting him to select one. Reaching out, he wishes he had another chance. A golden card glows brightly, as he thinks he needs just one more. The system confirms that the selection is complete and the skill is being copied. His eyes widen as he stares ahead. Meanwhile, a news report declares that the Black Dragon Guild is set on clearing floor 40, promising to showcase the skills of the top guild today. Unfortunately, those sent to investigate the dungeon came back empty-handed. Sitting up in bed, Kim Gongja can only mutter, what? Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he rises. His eyes widen, a look of disbelief washing over his face. Staring at the computer screen, he sees the headline. The Flame Emperor has solo cleared the boss again. What is this? A wave of disorientation washes over him. He wonders what exactly happened. Trying to piece together the fragments of his memory, he wonders when he came back home. His eyes dart to a nearby news article. He reads that people are saying the Flame Emperor is acting crazy again. Bottom text present. On a video screen, the Flame Emperor is talking about himself, wondering why people don't use his name instead of that nickname. His brow furrows. The events of yesterday still feel like a blur. Why did all of this happen yesterday? A golden light emanates from his hand. He knows he definitely did something just now. He stares at his hand, a strange feeling washing over him. As he focuses, a window opens before him. The text reveals a rare skill, one he considers useless. Staring at the skill description, he realizes there's no way he copied the Flame Emperor's skill when he died. The system message details the Returner's Clockwork Watch skill, revealing its EX rank and the ability to return the user 24 hours prior to death, retaining memories and abilities. It also notes that the skill was copied from Hunter Yusuha. Gazing at the system message, Kim Gongja wonders if he truly returned 24 hours before his death. Memories flooding back, he realizes he has all his memories and abilities intact. He understands now, this is the legendary Hunter's power, the reason the Flame Emperor killed the Saintess. On the laptop screen, the Flame Emperor smirks, confident that he has a way of figuring things out, because the Saintess would have poisoned him the day after. Clenching his fist, Kim Gongja realizes he, too, is innocent. Turning away from the sink, he recalls the Flame Emperor's words. The Flame Emperor's face appears on the laptop screen, declaring that those who will succeed, but don't get in his way even if they do. The Flame Emperor's threat hangs in the air, or you'll die. Turning his gaze forward, Kim Gongja's eyes harden with resolve. Holding his hand out, a golden glow emanates from his palm. He declares that they'll see who dies this time. A blaze erupts, consuming the building. The people trapped inside can only watch the inferno, wondering what to do. Seeing the chaos unfold, Kim Gongja hears the desperate cries of those trying to extinguish the flames. He reflects, this place is nothing like the outside world. It was a city, built by those who came to the tower, all aspiring to be hunters. The first floor is now engulfed. The building burns fiercely. He thinks, no way, is it already? It's the same time as when he was drinking. The Flame Emperor set fire to the building to cover the evidence. Outside, the water users are urged to coordinate their efforts, to time their skills, and use them together. With the city in chaos, the Black Dragon Guild announces that they will be taking over temporarily, asking for everyone's cooperation. Meanwhile, the perimeter is secured, but the problem remains. Survivors are still inside, and a rescue team is needed. Some call it Babylon, others First Floor City, But whatever the name, a healer, chemist, guild leader, and alchemist is on the scene. It's a city that you cannot leave once you enter, and the call goes out for more fire extinguishers. As the flames rage, the desperate plea echoes. Are there any more water ability users available? The citizens of this city are people who have to live in these extreme situations. Someone notes that it's weird that Saintess isn't here yet, as she's not the type to be late for these things. The Holy Knight recalls that she said she had work tonight, wondering if she might be on a date, and notes that they see her with the Flame Emperor quite a bit. Someone expresses their dislike for that man, referring to the Flame Emperor. A bad feeling settles in, as someone voices their unease about him. The Flame Emperor arrives on the scene, demanding to know who's playing with fire without his permission. A wave of tension washes over him. A voice booms out, announcing, he's here. The crowd welcomes the Flame Emperor. Someone confirms, yeah, Hyungnam is here. The Flame Emperor smirks, wondering, I could, but what do I gain from that? Clenching his fist, he thinks, that psychopath, asking for a reward to put out the fire he started? Surrounded by onlookers, the Flame Emperor is unconcerned with their opinions, asking, do you think I care what they think? The crowd is split, some saying, who cares about his personality? He's already a legend, while others admit, let's be honest, who doesn't know that he's a shitty guy? Turning his back to the crowd, the Flame Emperor declares, I do not do community service. Later, a voice narrates, he isn't like the other hunters. Nobody knows. The voice continues, only I know the true face of that murderer. His eyes filled with dark resolve, Kim Ganja vows, I have to kill him. As he walks away, someone calls out, hey, sir, where are you going? Seeing the danger ahead, someone warns him to be careful. It's all for mankind, and for the hunter's honor. Hunters are those who hunt monsters, without caring about the methods or the means. Someone shouts, sir, get a hold of yourself. Turning away, the Flame Emperor continues forward. A voice declares that the monster deserves to be killed. Suddenly, there's fire. The flames engulf everything, consuming all in their path. Screams fill the air as the heat intensifies. People cry out that it burns. The fire rages on, but the flames engulf him, the only way to kill that monster. He has died. Returning to 24 hours prior. He wakes up, the events replaying in his mind. Babylon breaking news flashes across the screen. The Black Dragon Guild has decided to attack the 40th floor. The skill is working properly. His current hunter rank is F. There were no penalties for using this skill. For now, killing the Flame Emperor is impossible. Even if he gets lucky, that bastard will go 24 hours back. This is his skill anyway. Therefore, the only way a hunter like him can hunt that guy is. An F rank like him has no chance, he thinks, staring at the sword. A newspaper clipping catches the eye, the headline proclaiming one interview, talking about the time of his awakening. A question hangs in the air, when did you first awaken? The Flame Emperor sits across from someone, the interviewer noting that since he remembers in detail, he must have a good memory. It's not that. He recalls, the day I awakened was my birthday, so anyways, that was. The memory continues, 11 years ago, June 7th, 50 days ago from today. Grasping the hilt of a blade, he knows he has to die 4,050 times. His eyes burning with resolve, he vows to get that bastard before he was awakened. You have died. Agony. Returning to 24 hours prior, the Flame Emperor thinks to himself that now, it's only 4,049 days left. His hands grip the knife, a strange energy emanating from the blade. Then, a rush of purple streaks fills his vision. He has died. He has died. Gasping his last, the Flame Emperor can only manage a choked arg. Returning 24 hours back, a message appears. There were no penalties for using this skill. Clutching his chest, he feels the pain of 20 days. He has died. With a determined look, the Flame Emperor thinks this is the last time. He has died. But as he kneels, the cycle begins again. Another death, another reset, and he finds himself standing at the precipice of a new beginning. Day 1. It worked, but what was the cost? He thinks back. He came back to the time before the Flame Emperor's legend was written. A sigh escapes him, the weight of his actions settling in. He reflects, he died 30 times more than he planned, from the time it took him to kill himself. And now, the time it took to rest in between. The trials he endured, also that demon's legacy would not live on. With a heavy thud, he lands on the floor. Gripping the knife tightly, he steps out. Pulling up his hood, he prepares himself. Now, to find his prey. 11 years ago, May 6th. It's 11 a.m. As the alarm blares, good morning Bababa, Kim Ganja groans. Stretching, he mutters that his head hurts. Looking at his phone, he thinks he shouldn't have drank so much. For the perfect execution, he decided to replay this day about 10 times. Muttering that he's got to go to work, he leaves the F-rank hunter apartment, calling it a miserable life. The clock strikes 3 p.m. He hunts slimes on the second floor of the tower. Clearly annoyed, he mutters, damn it, hunting slime every single day is pissing me off. He wonders when he'll get to live lavishly like the Sword King. As a 21-year-old, he's a typical F-rank hunter waiting for his life to turn around. He thinks to himself, can't I just win the lottery or something? Or an S-rank skill? Normally, he would have gotten his. The slime explodes. Another one bites the dust. Staring down at the remains, he thinks, but you don't get to have that future. He continues his monotonous task. The clock now reads 5:31 p.m. The clock strikes 1:15 as someone heads to the 6th floor. For the next 36 minutes, he'll be the only one in this area. A voice calls out, "Hunter Nim." A desperate plea echoes, "Please help." His hands covered in blood, the injured man begs, "I got attacked by wolves. Please, lend me a potion." The man with the ponytail raises an eyebrow. "Ha damn. What? Did you already touch the monsters here?" The injured hunter continues to beg, "I beg you. Potion." The other man sighs, muttering about how he can't even fill his daily quota. He asks, "How much are you going to give me?" The injured hunter, desperate, replies, "How much are you going to give me for the potion?" Holding up a pink potion, the man says, "I already can't make enough today, and I have to give you this expensive potion for free? And to a guy I've never even seen before? Have some manners." Clutching at straws, the injured hunter offers, "That potion is 20 gold at the Chemist Guild. I'll pay you the 20, so please." The injured hunter, desperate for a cure, pleads with the man, "I don't think you get it." The sound effect echoing in the air. Looking down at the hunter, the man scoffs, "You look like you're dying, and you can only pay 20? Is your life only worth that much?" He reconsiders, then 4,400 gold, scratch that. The hunter, barely conscious, offers everything he has. "Give me everything you've got." The man smirks, knowing he's got him right where he wants him. "I knew it. Even if you wanted to give it to me, you couldn't do it with that bum hand, right? Don't worry, I'll get it for you." The man's thoughts are revealed. I knew he was this kind of person. He reaches for the hunter's pouch. "Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Around 60 gold maybe? How are you this poor? Carry some more money." The hunter, defeated, can only say, "That's all I have." The man smiles cruelly. "Don't worry, I'll use it well." His face fills the frame. "It's just how life is, don't you think?" Extending his hand, the man says, "Please." As purple energy begins to emanate from him, the hunter thinks to himself, "I've been thinking." As the purple energy intensifies, if he lets him go, the Flame Emperor thinks he might come back for revenge later. He wants to live without any regrets, the Flame Emperor declares, and since he saw his face, regret? The Flame Emperor unleashes a blast of purple energy, asking why he doesn't just go ahead and die. Continuing his assault, the Flame Emperor sends a wave of energy towards his opponent. Closing the distance, the Flame Emperor launches a kick. He'll live with no regrets after this, the Flame Emperor thinks, "Ah damn." Advancing, the Flame Emperor attacks with his staff. The staff blurs through the air, a red energy trail following its path. His eyes wide with shock, the Flame Emperor is caught off guard. The Flame Emperor coughs, blood splattering from his mouth. He can't let a life-threatening incident trigger his awakening, the Flame Emperor thinks, so, grasping the hilt of his blade, he vows to end this. A memory surfaces, a silhouette against a blinding light. Blood stains the ground, a grim reminder of what's to come. Standing over a fallen figure, he recalls a haunting declaration. Despite being killed, something lingered. Something felt off about that moment, a question echoing in his mind. Why reveal your name? With a sad smile, Yusuha bids farewell, revealing their name. After 90 days, the Flame Emperor finally understands. He remembers, a charade of a sacred duel. Facing the silver-haired woman, he hears the accusation. "How dare you?" The memory blurs, a painful echo of the past. Regret washes over him, a lament for hurting so many. Turning away, he walks into the sunset, burdened by his actions. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the clearing. A path opens before him, lined with a gauntlet of crimson predators. Growls echo through the trees, a chorus of hunger directed squarely at Gongja. A voice cuts through the predatory symphony. "You want to eat this guy?" The Flame Emperor's offer hangs in the air. As the wolves advance, their eyes locked on their prey. "Go right ahead." A brutal assault erupts, the sound of tearing flesh and snapping bone filling the forest. The Flame Emperor watches the carnage unfold, his expression unreadable as the wolves tear into their target. Silence descends once more, broken only by the rustling of leaves. He grits his teeth, bandaging a wound with practiced efficiency. The makeshift bandage is stained crimson, a grim reminder of the recent attack. His face is pale, but his eyes burn with a quiet determination. The wound throbs, a constant ache in the aftermath of the brutal ambush. Having survived the Flame Emperor's ambush, he adjusts his jacket, a sense of grim determination settling over him. Arriving in a forest clearing, he announces his destination, the 1st floor. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the situation, before declaring the intent to head to the 1st floor city. Inside a building, a knight recognizes him, identifying him as a vigilante. Facing the armored figure, Kim Gongja prepares for what's to come. The tension hangs heavy in the air as the two stand face to face. The knight speaks, his words unheard, while Kim Gongja listens intently. Together, they walk down a narrow street, the city lights casting long shadows. The knight declares that it's over. Looking out over the cityscape, the narrator notes that no one knows what happened. A screen displays the grim news. The raid on floor 10 has failed once again. The narrator emphasizes that this Sword King, the #1 ranked hunter, has not been participating in raids. The beer slides down easily. Because of his recent actions, harsh criticisms are rising about him by the day, and Yusuha's disgusting legend as the Flame Emperor is no longer in this world. Calling out to the bartender, he asks for another beer. The bartender slides him another. It was his best yet. Though the world rank 2 through 7 all attempted the 10th floor, some are suggesting the ranking system is useless. He takes another swig. The hunter ability page opens, revealing Kim Gongja's skills. The drink makes his drink taste better, as he thinks. Just look at these precious skills. He thinks to himself, but I don't have any offensive abilities. Am I getting greedy? He thinks, Kim Gongja, if you want more than this, you're just a robber. Just think about what you can do with this current skill set. He considers, I could win the lottery from the Merchant Guild give and take. He continues, I could also sell info about the secrets of the higher floors. Haha, my life has turned around. I'm set for life. Still at the bar, Kim Gongja wonders where he should go from here. Suddenly, an older man in a suit appears, ordering milk. The man muses to himself, suggesting that a little vodka and sugar would improve the warm milk, though honey would be even better. Looking at the man, Kim Gongja thinks to himself that he isn't a bartender and wonders what a weird old man. The man assures him he'll pay extra, and another patron thinks that he is the real deal, wondering why he is here. A text box appears, stating that even to simply boost the morale of other hunters is the current goal. Sitting down at a table, the older man takes a seat. Looking at a screen, the man thinks that critics are demanding that he join them. Close up on Kim Gongja, he looks surprised. Looking at the man, he seems to be thinking about something. The man wonders where the Sword King is and what he could be doing. A news article surfaces, detailing the disappearance of the Sword King, Marcus Calamberry. Before the rise of Yusuha, the Flame Emperor, he was the undisputed top ranker. Someone muses that the Flame Emperor must be the current greatest. That means he must have an S-rank skill, not some weird skill like his, but a solid offensive one. Skills are randomly copied, however, you die. Wait, that skill, if he just dies to any hunter, will he copy their skill? Even if it's this era's rank number 1? And he doesn't even die anymore. He could definitely do this. Someone mentions that he heard the Flame Emperor was the father of some super rich European family, while another person says that no one really knows what skill he has. Scrolling through the forum, he finds a post from a year ago claiming that someone threw everything away to come to the tower. More recent posts catch his eye, and he wonders what's going on. Reading further, he finds that this guy is a complete mystery, with no good information available. Someone comments that it would have been great if this guy was even half as egotistical as the Flame Emperor. Elsewhere, a man is told to shut his mouth and not be so loud. The man reading the post thinks, from the start, you were. That surprised me. The older man asks, would you even know how he feels? Back on his phone, he thinks that the man really does talk to himself, wondering if all those of rank have something wrong with them. He sees a warning, something you should never say in front of the Sword King. The older man is confronted by another man, who says, old man, this is a public hunting space, so let's keep some rules, okay? The man continues, don't you see here that we reserved this spot? A few days ago, some high-ranking hunters started to pick a fight with him. The man reading the post thinks, that's pretty odd. I haven't heard anything about that. The older man is met with a harsh retort, someone sneering that maybe it's time he changed his hearing aids, or maybe his head is so far up his ass that he can't hear. Continuing the verbal assault, the voice suggests that looking at his personality, he probably left his grandchildren outside. The older man remains silent as the other hunters discuss the Sword King. One of them asking if he's saying that the Sword King killed a human. Another hunter chimes in, saying he doesn't care if they don't believe him. He just thought they might want to know, so he shared. Meanwhile, Kim Gongja reads on his tablet that if they don't want to die, then they shouldn't mention the Sword King's grandchildren around him. The screen displays a word that he can never say to him. Back in the bar, the older man demands quiet, saying he'll take care of it, so they should leave him alone. He thinks to himself that this is worth testing, even if it makes his vodka taste bad. Slamming some coins on the table, he thanks them for the drink. As the bell above the door jingles, the older man exits the bar. A worker calls out, wishing him a good day. As the older man leaves the bar, those inside remark on his departure, wondering if he has dementia and why he was talking to himself. The bartender thanks him for his patronage and hopes he will return. Now, the older man is gone. Standing in the city, he wonders where Rank is. Others wonder where he went. They found him. Someone remarks that Rank is the only one who dresses like that in Babylon, so it wasn't too hard to find him. Following behind, the man in the hat wonders what kind of skill he has. Someone recalls that the Flame Emperor had an EX rank rare skill, wondering about the guy who was the top in the previous generation. Someone thinks that maybe Rank has something even better than returning, and that skill will soon be theirs, as long as their lucky streak keeps up. Stopping in an alleyway, Rank thinks that around here should be good. He turns around. Stopping in the alleyway, Rank is met with a voice calling out to him. Peeking out from behind cover, he realizes he's been found out instantly, and if they're here, no one will know what happens. Turning to face the source of the sound, an older gentleman stands calmly. The man speaks, claiming to have a request. The man's expression hardens as he makes his way closer. Realizing the man is on to him, Rank understands that's why he pretended to be tailing him. The old man questions, asking what he wants from him that he came at him like this. Confused, Rank thinks he believes he purposely let him notice him. Looking down at himself, Rank realizes he's not even armed. He notices the old man is already holding his sword, like he's going to attack him. The man states he hasn't done anything other than following him, thinking this makes it easier for him, but he wonders why. Appearing nervous, Rank apologizes. Still trying to process the situation, Rank wonders why the old man would think that. Realizing he doesn't even need to provoke his grandchildren to die for him, he apologizes, admitting he's not following. His face twisted in disgust, the Flame Emperor declares that Rank disgusts him, accusing him of acting even after coming all this way, and that he cannot trick his eyes. The old man advances, closing the distance between them. With a hint of desperation, Rank asks how he can say that he's a first-rate assassin, insisting he looks pretty normal and common. A strange energy crackles around the old man's hand as he prepares to draw his sword. His voice dripping with menace, the Flame Emperor orders him to shut his mouth. A sinister aura begins to emanate from him, as he states that he has quite a few skills among them. His eyes narrowing, the old man reveals that one of his skills tells him how many humans someone has murdered. The air thickens with tension as Rank acknowledges the old man's words. A dark realization dawns on him, as he thinks that he had a reason, but a murder is a murder, knowing that he would become a monster in the future, but to the people now, he has. The old man's eyes glow with an eerie red light, as he declares that there is no excuse. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Rank realizes that the Flame Emperor probably sees and one, above his head right now, understanding that he is being seen as the Sword King. Desperate, Rank pleads with the Flame Emperor, hoping to be heard out, insisting he had a good reason for the number of kills attributed to him. The Flame Emperor stands under the moonlight, his expression unreadable. He declares he can swear on it. The Flame Emperor finds this disgusting. He scoffs, questioning Rank's audacity to even try to put a value on his life. The Flame Emperor admits he hasn't lived a clean life himself, but insists he hasn't murdered so ruthlessly like Rank has. Rank is taken aback, only ever having killed one person. The Flame Emperor asks if he feels no shame with those blatant lies. He reveals the count of how many people Rank has killed. The number 4091 looms over Rank, a stark and damning accusation. The Flame Emperor points out that the number is clearly stated right above Rank's head. A figure stands over a pool of blood, a knife dripping crimson, vowing to end someone's life for killing Yusua. Stunned by the accusation, Rank can only mutter that he's killed himself 4,090 times. The Flame Emperor stands tall, his back to Rank, who can only deny the claim. Turning to face him, the Flame Emperor demands to know if the black dragons which sent him. The words of the legendary assassin echo in his mind, the one who has supposedly killed 4,091 people. He steels himself, demanding a response. The Flame Emperor dismisses the question, stating it wasn't important anyway, knowing that every time he sees Rank, he will try to kill him. The Flame Emperor towers over Rank, a blade gleaming in the moonlight, ready for a fight. Rank grits his teeth, vowing to use everything he has to end the Flame Emperor's life, calling him a demon. The scene blurs, a prelude to the coming battle. The Flame Emperor attacks, his sword leaving a trail of light as he moves with incredible speed. Continuing his assault, the Flame Emperor presses his advantage. Bringing his blade down, the Flame Emperor aims to strike Kim Gongja. Having dodged the blade, the Flame Emperor remarks that Gongja is a first-rate assassin. Straining, Gongja wonders if the Flame Emperor is deaf. Changing tactics, the Flame Emperor stomps down with force. The impact sends tremors through the ground. Following up, the Flame Emperor kicks Gongja. The force of the blow sends Gongja flying. Gongja thinks he was lucky on the first attack, but he knows he can't dodge this. The impact of the Flame Emperor's attack sends a jolt through him. A voice cuts through the aftermath, quiet. We should capture and interrogate him? This devil. Struggling to rise, Kim Gongja can only watch as the Flame Emperor looms over him. The Flame Emperor responds, "Didn't I say that I'd take care of this myself? Your interference is not necessary here." His mind racing, Kim Gongja wonders if this is all a skill, or if he's simply losing his mind. The conversation sounds too real to be a mental disorder. Is talking to himself a skill? His eyes widen, a chilling realization dawns on him. Perhaps telepathy? The perspective shifts to the silver-haired man, who muses, I've heard something of it before, that there are skills like that in this world. A disturbing thought crosses his mind. Then, is he sharing my information with other people? The scene changes again, revealing a wanted poster with the number 4091 emblazoned above it, a grim reminder that there is a murderer who killed 4091 people. The poster declares, then I'll become a wanted man in the Hunters Association. The stakes escalate dramatically, as the text reveals, and I'll become the target of large guilds and top rankers, until I'm publicly executed in Babylon Plaza. The image of a crowd gathered in Babylon Plaza underscores the gravity of the situation, a stark vision of the potential consequences. He can't let whatever's coming happen. Knowing he has to die now, Kim Gongja realizes he has less than 24 hours to reverse it. An old man approaches, addressing him simply as Old Man. The old man continues, suggesting that Kim Gongja may be the teacher, before asking if his grandchildren are doing fine. The old man's words trigger a memory, someone mentioning that he's from a wealthy family in Europe, a background that tends to attract shady characters. He reflects, the outside world seems a bit dangerous now. The old man speaks with conviction. If they are his blood, they should be doing all right. Looking up at the moon, Kim Gonja wonders if it was always upside down like that. Gazing at the inverted moon, he finds it beautiful. He admits to himself, he couldn't even see the Sword Saint's attack, wondering what he can do to reach those heights. Someone yearns, consumed by envy, wishing to walk in another's shoes. Under the silent gaze of the moon, a figure stands, lost in thought. A burning desire to possess that power, that attack. The stark reality crashes down, he has died. But even in death, the system acknowledges his efforts. The skill requirements have been met. At long last, a skill card is being created. He vows to claim the skills of the greatest hunters from across time. Before him shimmers a selection of skill cards, ready for the taking. Just as he acquired the Flame Emperor's power, he'll have. He wonders, what's next? Skill cards cascade around him, a tempting array of possibilities. Where is it? He questions why there's no gold card to be found. The title card flashes, setting the stage for another twist in this bizarre game. Amidst the scattered cards, a voice echoes, cutting through the silence. Surrounded by the floating cards, Kim Gonja stares in disbelief. He wonders, is he really supposed to believe this? A flashback flickers, a reminder of the legend before, the Flame Emperor, Marcus Calamberry. The text emphasizes he reached the top with no S-rank ability, relying solely on his own strength. Looking down at the cards at his feet, he mutters that there's no way. He insists, there must be something more. Examining the cards more closely, he notes that there are 3 shit-colored cards. His eyes narrow, and he sees 4 silver cards. With a determined look, he decides he's going to ignore the shit. Kneeling down, he realizes the chance is 1 out of 4. Looking at the silver skill card, with a kill count of 4,091, he figures it probably contains a mediocre skill. Reaching out with his hand, a blue glow emanating from his palm, he declares he doesn't want it. Demanding a truly overpowered skill, he wonders when it will appear. Begging for something better to come out, he continues his search. Rejecting the silver card, he kneels, ready for something better. Hoping for the Sword Saint's overpowered skill, the system announces that the skill selection is complete and the skill will be copied, returning him to 24 hours prior. A bright light fills the area, signaling the skill transfer. Suddenly waking up in bed, he gasps. The system announces that the hunter ability page is open, as he looks up, surprised. Examining the new skill, he wonders if this is the overpowered skill he was looking for. Discovering it's an A+ rank, he realizes it's not the kill count skill, but another passive ability. Lying in bed, he thinks to himself, he'd rather have a rare martial arts or aura awakening active skill. Suddenly, a skill card opens, revealing its name. Looking up, he thinks, that name doesn't really tell him what it does. He thinks, well, it's still an A+ tier. He must be getting greedy. From elsewhere, an old man says, he told someone as a teacher, if they want to go training at night, then go quietly. He asks them to keep their manners, please. Hearing the noise, he wonders who's being so loud. He asks, huh? The red-haired man chides someone, reminding them that he is a teacher and that if they want to train at night, they should do so quietly. He asks that they keep their manners. Kim Gonja, lying in bed, tells the man that if he moves, he'll just end up following him, adding that there's no reason to wake him up. The red-haired man asks who he is. Looking surprised, Kim Gonja asks if he can see him. A disembodied voice asks if he can be seen. Confirming that he can see and hear him, Kim Gonja wonders if that's the case since they're talking right now. The red-haired man seems confused, responding with a simple huh? The man finds the situation weird, stating that there's no way this is happening. He wonders where he is, commenting on how small the space is, and asks where old man Marcus is. Hearing the name, Kim Gonja asks if he means Marcus Calamberry, clarifying if he's referring to the Sword Saint. The red-haired man scoffs, finding it hard to believe that someone would call a beginner the Sword Saint. The protagonist wonders where the old man could be. He muses, the Sword Saint is a beginner? Looking out of the tiny window, the red-haired man complains that he can't see anything. The red-haired man turns his attention back to Kim Gonja, asking if he is the spirit for the Sword Saint. He pauses, realizing that's right. The spirit of the Sword Saint stands next to an older man in a suit, thinking something is amiss. Kim Gonja, looking shocked, admits that he copied him. The Sword Saint, enraged, lets out a yell. The city is shown. The Sword Saint demands that if Kim Gonja copied him with his skill, he should be able to cancel it, adding that he can't get a refund. The Sword Saint's face contorts in anguish, his cries echoing through the space. Kim Gonja throws his hands up in exasperation. From another location, the old man's voice booms. The Sword Saint, now upside down, continues to wail. Kim Gonja reflects on the situation. He pleads with the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint retorts. The Sword Saint is beside himself. The old man wonders. The old man tells him to shut his mouth. Kim Gonja realizes that he has to hide from the Sword Saint for the rest of his life. Kim Gonja thinks to himself. He already knows that very well, and that he has a skill that lets you see people's kill count. Responding to the idea of a detective's instinct, the Flame Emperor scoffs, calling it a useless skill that only gives you a vague idea if your opponent is a killer. The kill count above his head is 4,091. The Flame Emperor stands with his arms crossed. He seems agitated. Looking down at Kim Gongja, the Flame Emperor asks, "What? Are you insane? You're totally a beginner." Kim Gongja sits cross-legged, listening to the Flame Emperor's rant, who continues, "Beginner of the beginners. Doesn't even look like you have any aura either. So how would you even kill 4,091 people?" Kim Gongja listens intently. He explains, "Because I didn't actually kill 4,091 people. The only one I killed was a person that would be a villain in the future. 4,090 times is the number of times I've killed myself. I did it to kill that guy from 11 years in the future." Kim Gongja reveals, "I have an ability that lets me copy a skill from someone who kills me. And that guy had a skill that lets him return to 24 hours before death." The Flame Emperor states that even if he dies, he goes back one day. He continues, explaining that he's pretty much become immortal, and that he wanted revenge, but the target was the world's rank 1. The Flame Emperor elaborates that because of his rare skill, he couldn't even kill him even if he was strong. He reveals that he came back to the point before he awakened. The Flame Emperor continues, asking if he turned time back just to get revenge on that one guy. He wonders if he's been killing himself for 11 years worth of days. Silence hangs in the air as the two men sit across from each other. The Flame Emperor asks what his name is, and Kim Gongja responds, revealing his name. Kim Gongja states his name, Gongja. He thinks about that old man, wondering why he came to copy that old man's skill right after he got revenge on the Flame Emperor guy. Kim Gongja thinks to himself that he's the #1 hunter in this era, and that he needs to get the strongest skills, because that's how to get stronger. The Flame Emperor stares, his expression unreadable. The Flame Emperor's words hang in the air, explaining that the reason he's getting such honest answers is all thanks to a skill card, one that ensures only Gongja can even perceive him. He continues, suggesting that because information can't sneak out, they're safe. A beat passes, and then the Flame Emperor tells him to stand up, as if issuing a command. The Flame Emperor looks down at Gongja, a silent question hanging in the air. The Flame Emperor acknowledges that Gongja has insane resolve. Surrounded by the Flame Emperor's men, he notes that Gongja doesn't look too terrible and that he's got good ambitions. The Flame Emperor considers what to do with someone with this kind of title. Looking up at the Flame Emperor, Kim Gongja is addressed by name. The Flame Emperor's request is simple, show him how he hunts monsters. The scene shifts to a view of the night sky, perhaps hinting at the coming hunt. The perspective changes again, now showing a forest with strange, bulbous red plants. Gongja's response is casual, suggesting they should just kill a few of them. The Flame Emperor simply agrees. Then, he moves to strike. A blue energy blade slicing through the air, Gongja unleashes his attack. The blade continuing its descent, tearing through the tentacle monster. The blade continuing its descent, the monster unable to defend itself. The blade continuing its descent, the monster unable to defend itself. The blade continuing its descent, the monster unable to defend itself. The blade continuing its descent, the monster unable to defend itself. The blade continuing its descent, the monster unable to defend itself. The blade continuing its descent, the monster unable to defend itself. He thinks to himself that his intuition was correct. His intuition was correct. The monster now defeated, Gongja stands over the remains. He wonders if it's just intuition. Reflecting on his past, he recalls being called the Sword Emperor in a previous life. The Sword Emperor muses, his homeland isn't this world, but another. He remembers, a tower sprouted up just like this world, and he ascended it faster than anyone else. The text speaks of another, the Flame Emperor, who became a legend by clearing the 40th floor. Reading the text, he finds it pretty amazing that someone reached the 99th floor. The spirit for the Sword Saint remarks, "So if you're as good as me, you can see right away the talents of a hunter. That's why I asked to see you hunt." Turning his head, Kim Gongja listens intently. The spirit states that his efforts were wasted. He replies, "I have no talent for fighting at all." The spirit for the Sword Saint asks, "What kind of bullshit is that?" Looking up, Kim Gongja is told that he has talent, and an extremely huge one at that. Continuing their discussion, the Sword Saint scoffs, "Huh? You're trying to mess with me, right? Of course, you have no talent in fighting. Your moves are half-assed, body is average, and you don't seem to have a sense of awakening aura." Marcus continues, "But the unique talent that you possess." A flashback shows a figure cutting down enemies, a voice echoing, "Is that you have no fear for death." The Sword Saint elaborates, "Normally when people fight, they naturally try to save their bodies, but surprisingly, you don't do that at all." The flashback continues, the voice stating, "Dying 4,000 times probably pushed that fear away." Kim Gongja looks surprised, asking, "That kind of thing is a talent?" Another flashback shows a figure standing tall, the voice explaining, "Anyone can awaken a talent as they live their lives." The voice continues, now with a darker tone, "And of all of them, the hardest talent to learn is to beat the fear of death." Marcus Calambari states, "It's a great achievement." Kim Gongja reflects, "No one has ever told me something like this in my entire life." He thinks to himself, myself included. Kim Gongja recalls, "I was just furious that the Flame Emperor treated me like a bug. That feeling, it just let him kill himself 4,000 times without a second thought. To think, death would be his talent." Someone asks, "You said you died to old man Marcus? What came to your head then?" He recalls a thought. "It was beautiful. Cook. Marcus is sent flying. He finds it entertaining, very entertaining, and he likes it. This is entertaining, very entertaining. I like it. Your skill was not steal, but copy, right? Then old man Marcus probably has another me as his ability. A voice wonders aloud who will become the better hunter, whether it's him or that old man. Against a backdrop of a starry night, a man with fiery red hair appears. He offers his assistance. A voice declares that someone won't lose to him, no, so they can become way stronger than him. Under the moonlight, a man in a jacket states his intention to take over the tower. Someone is yelling at Kim Gongja, demanding to know why he's still asleep. Still half asleep, Kim Gongja mumbles that he needs 5 more minutes. That's the last straw. The unseen man explodes, accusing him of having some nerve, especially since old man Marcus might be clearing the 10th floor right now. Covering his ears, Kim Gongja wonders what all the noise is about. Losing his patience, the red-haired man threatens to sing a song he used to enjoy in his homeland, boasting that he's mastered sound attacks. He continues, claiming that when he sings one verse, he can burst the eardrums of like 30 people at once. Still trying to sleep, Kim Gongja is asked what time he thinks it is to be sleeping so peacefully. Holding up a phone, the red-haired man asks what time it is. Showing the time on the phone, the man is clearly furious. He explains that since it's 4 in the morning, the bugs should have started to crawl about, and since Kim Gongja is weaker than a bug, he needs to get up earlier. The Flame Emperor's face is contorted in annoyance, his brow furrowed as he glares down. He continues, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Wow, I was wondering why the Sword Saint got up at 4 every morning to train. It wasn't because he was diligent, but because you were so loud. Bottom text present. The Flame Emperor continues to berate him. Either way, you get to wake up and train, so I think you should be thanking me. Now, bow down and praise me. The Flame Emperor's words are laced with mockery. I'm already dead, so you can't kill me. If you're jealous, why don't you try dying? A wide, mocking grin spreads across the Flame Emperor's face as he declares, oh wait, you can't even die if you tried. You little zombie. Your name is Kim Zombie from now on. Bottom text present. Gongja's expression darkens, his thoughts heavy. Damn it. Time passes, and Gongja is seen walking down a city street. The Flame Emperor's voice echoes in his mind as he recalls the earlier conversation. Teaching from the ground up, but in this case, you're not even on the ground. I guess you can say that you're way underground. 4 days have passed since he copied the Sword Master skill from the Sword Saint. Since then, he hunted Yu Suha one more time. He made sure to avoid meeting the Sword Saint. The Flame Emperor's words drip with sarcasm as he comments on Gongja's seemingly limitless power, a power that makes him openly jealous. Clearly annoyed by the interruption, the Flame Emperor states that he is currently training on a schedule set by the Spirit. That training, the Flame Emperor explains, requires special instruction, and that comes with an expensive registration fee. The Flame Emperor's grin widens, hinting at the cost of power. A voice booms, suggesting they win the lottery. A guild known as Give and Take exists within this world. Their official title is Merchant's Associate, and the guild leader is the 3rd-ranked hunter, known as Countess. The guild is the only one with the skill to trade things from the outside world. A transaction takes place against the backdrop of a sprawling cityscape. Because of this unique skill, Give and Take holds a complete monopoly on the tower's economy. A representative of Give and Take welcomes potential clients, ready to fulfill their needs. The Give and Take Guild has become the only place in Babylon to buy lottery tickets. A man approaches the counter, declaring he's there to claim his lottery prize. The clerk congratulates him, exclaiming that he won the Give and Take happiness lottery. Nearby, a conversation sparks about the guild, with one person wondering why they always wear cat ear hats. The clerk, now examining the ticket, asks if he checked the dates. The man's face falls as he's told, the ticket is from last week. He laments his luck, wishing he could win the lottery at least once, especially since the Spirit keeps talking about needing money. The clerk excuses himself, stating he'll begin doing some background checks. The clerk's eyes widen as he sees the prize amount, a whopping 53,000 G. He nervously adjusts his gloves, clearly taken aback by the potential payout. The man who tried to cash in the ticket is shocked, realizing it was a first-place prize. A red-haired man remarks, it's so easy to earn money, huh? Having confirmed the lottery ticket number, the red-haired man is asked to wait a moment while the supervisor is brought over. As the clerk scurries off to find his superior, he wonders if the man with the expired ticket might get jumped in a shady place. Meanwhile, a thought crosses Kim Gongja's mind, recalling that Yu Suha also used his power to win the lottery. He realizes, even if you try to hide it, you can't. The clerk returns with his supervisor, ready to introduce him. A disembodied voice explains that it's actually safer to have the lottery winnings publicly announced, because if the winner gets murdered, Give and Take's reputation will be damaged. With a smile, Arthur Taylor introduces himself as the supervisor. He adds that he's also called the safekeeper, requesting that Kim Gongja call him by that name, as the nickname suits the guild very well. Chuckling, Arthur Taylor says he gets that a lot, before asking Kim Gongja to follow him to the upper floors. A voice muses that Kim Gongja isn't someone in F rank like him can stand up to, but today is different. The red-haired man drapes an arm around Kim Gongja's shoulders, declaring that he's currently a 50,000 gold customer, before thinking that Kim Gongja is too easily swayed because he's never been treated right. A voice reflects that Kim Gongja was so happy when he was told he had a talent for dying that it almost felt sad watching him. A past memory surfaces, one where the Flame Emperor demands silence. The Flame Emperor continues, insisting that Kim Gongja can't be so easily defeated, that the world exists to support him. The memory fades, and Arthur Taylor asks, concerned if Kim Gongja is feeling unwell. Startled, Kim Gongja assures him that he was simply lost in thought, relieved that Arthur Taylor is there. He reflects, thinking he didn't look so good back then and that he perhaps crossed a line. The Flame Emperor appears angelic in his memory, but Kim Gongja knows it was too easy, far too easy. Arthur Taylor gestures forward, explaining that this is the VIP lobby. He continues, revealing that this is the first place prize that Kim Gongja will be taking. A chest overflowing with gold comes into view, a staggering 53,000 gold. Arthur Taylor explains that this is equivalent to 5.5 billion won in his homeland. With this kind of money, the possibilities seem endless. Arthur Taylor concludes, explaining that he may take it all right now, or he can store it here in the give and take safe. Standing in the opulent room, bathed in golden light, he reflects that if success was his goal, this was it. He could live like a king. But now, a question hangs in the air, what will he do? However, he's already made up his mind, deciding that he would beat the tower and stand at the top of the hunters. Then the money is just a means to get to the end. Holding the prize money, he's already seen a golden light more attractive than gold coins. With a determined look, Kim Gongja declares he will keep it here in the give and take safe. Hearing this, Arthur Taylor responds, a wise decision. I personally always recommend that choice to the prize winners. The safekeeper understands the desire to take it, but there are always bad people. Smiling, Kim Gongja states that he would like to buy an honorary guild membership. It's 10,000 gold for a second-tier honorary membership, right? I'll pay right here. Arthur Taylor asks, are you not affiliated with any other guild? Crossing his arms, the safekeeper remarks, you're smarter than I thought. That's right, a guild isn't just a friendly group of hunters. The biggest reason a hunter joins a guild is to be protected by the guild's name, something he's already figured out. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers the implications. The text notes that enemies of large guilds are too lawless to rely on. The text continues, explaining that you can see it from how the Flame Emperor and the Sword Saint were able to just kill him. The text adds that he won the lottery twice, but he probably never paid any protection money, and to have rejected every guild means that he made enemies of large guilds. The text concludes that that's why he would get poisoned, and there's no reason to make enemies of large guilds. He won't follow in that guy's footsteps. The man named Arthur Taylor leans forward, stating that there's one more thing. He asks if the guild could recommend him to a different home. Arthur Taylor continues, adding that if the news comes to ask for the identity of the winner, please tell them that I am an honorary member of the Give and Take Guild. The man replies that he's quite thorough, sir. The Flame Emperor gestures towards the man beside him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Elsewhere, Kim Gongja smiles, though a hint of caution underlies his expression. He knows that even the best-laid plans can backfire, and one must always be careful given the current state of the world. Back with the Flame Emperor, he scoffs, wondering who would ever call him easy. He feigns ignorance, claiming he doesn't remember saying that. The man beside him agrees, while Kim Gongja is complimented on his progress, as if he were an infant learning to walk. The Flame Emperor's expression darkens, wishing the other man would just be quiet. Kim Gongja is told that he looks happy. A hand reaches out, a voice declaring that this is only the start. The fingers close around a golden coin, ready to be put into play. The coin gleams, marked with a weight of 4,000 deaths. The text reveals that those 4,000 deaths are returning, a special privilege foregone in favor of revenge. The hand holds the coin aloft, light glinting off its surface. It's time to enjoy it. The green-haired woman gestures towards the entrance, inviting the man in the blue jacket to enter, though she admits it's a bit shabby. As they enter, a red-haired man watches them. Stepping inside, the man's shoes click against the floor. Looking around, the woman notes that it's really quite shabby. The red-haired man is surprised, exclaiming, wow. The woman assures them that it's reassuringly clean. Looking around at the bottles and barrels, the man in the blue jacket asks if he really wants to take an elixir made by this lady. The green-haired woman responds with a simple, The man asks if he can't trust her. Should he pay her first? She tells him that he doesn't need to go that far. She replies, no, if it's possible, I'd like to be paid first. The man thinks to himself that she can't even afford to show basic manners, but he tells her to take as much money as she needs from his account, and that he'll inform the party beforehand. As much as she needs, the green-haired woman thinks to herself, before stating that she'd like to keep the budget within 20,000 gold if possible. It isn't unlimited, after all, she muses, before asking what kind of elixir they need. The Black Witch states, if you're going to request drugs, I'll have to decline. That's the only thing she won't make. My money isn't unlimited, she thinks, reflecting on how she has to decline tens of thousands of gold after her store just shut down, but she has strong convictions that will lead her to become the alchemy lord. Kim Gongja assures her, don't worry, it definitely isn't any kind of drug, before asking what exactly she is requesting to be made. The man in the blue jacket looks on as Marcus Calamberry says, well, fine. Although, no matter how I look at it, she doesn't seem to have any skills. I'll tell you the formula. He continues, listen carefully. I'll only say it once. The liver of a rabbit pig. Marcus Calamberry continues, eyes of the balloon cat, skin of the giant desert earthworm. The black witch adds, and the tail of a black salamander, a total of 23 ingredients. Am I correct? Marcus Calamberry confirms, yeah, that's it for the ingredients. The process of making it purely depends on the skills of the red-haired man thinks. These combine to form a mixture that greatly increases reflexes. The black witch explains that the formula is of extremely high quality, made in a way where you don't refine each of the ingredients, but boil all the ingredients together at once. She sits at her workstation, surrounded by various ingredients and tools. Marcus Calamberry acknowledges her statement, but seems to have some reservations. The black witch smiles, seemingly confident in her abilities. The black witch continues, explaining that usually, the skin of the giant desert earthworm contains a very small amount of poison, and one of the ways to neutralize this poison is to take the liver of the rabbit pig. She adds that its effects vary depending on how it's taken, if it's refined, and that there are these kinds of experts. The black witch warns that in that case, a different side effect can follow. Accelerating your base metabolism would fundamentally be. Turning to her, Kim Gongja asks how many days it would take for it to be made. The black witch responds that it will take 4 days. She elaborates, explaining that if she has enough money, she can prepare it within 4 days, but normally, she could do it quicker. However, she needs to buy new equipment as well. A sign reads that those who have a prescription for the alchemy lord should please come inside, as someone wonders who is standing in front of him, having been waiting for a whole year. Someone in the crowd scoffs, saying that they're boasting with only a year, as he's been waiting for a year and a half. Kim Gongja seems pleased, remarking that 4 days is a steal. From a distance, the Flame Emperor thinks to himself, he still doesn't approve of her. The Flame Emperor continues, pointing out that many people have barks bigger than their bite, and that they might have just thrown away precious money on a swindler. Turning to Kim Gongja, the Flame Emperor asks, how did she learn that formula? The Flame Emperor recalls the Black Witch's words, that she created it herself, consuming all sorts of poisons to create the best elixir. Kim Gongja recalls that she praised the formula, calling it high quality. The Flame Emperor thinks to himself that she was good enough to figure out the true potential of the formula immediately, and that he should place some trust in her, because in 10 years, she is going to be the most powerful person in the alchemy castle. The Flame Emperor continues to think about the Black Witch. The Flame Emperor crosses his arms, deep in thought. The Flame Emperor thinks that they should wait and see Zombie, because she'll definitely take their money and make a run for it. Carrying a stack of boxes, a delivery person apologizes, explaining that it took longer than expected as they were combining different things together. A few days pass, and the wheels are already in motion. Inside the hotel room provided for them, the Flame Emperor sits across from Kim Gongja. Elsewhere, the delivery person hands over 3 boxes, each containing 30 bottles, enough to last at least 30 days, to the pharmacist. The formula is 15 times more efficient than the store that the spirit knew. The Flame Emperor watches the delivery, remarking that this is how Gongja spends money. The Flame Emperor asks if he's being trash-talked in Gongja's head, and Gongja confirms it. The pharmacist thinks it's weird being asked about this now. She wonders why such a costly request was left to a nameless pharmacist like her, confident in her skills, of course, but looking at the formula requested this time, she believes only around 2 people in Babylon would be able to understand it properly and make it. She thinks people only think of her as a freak. She wonders if it's just because of that. The perimeter is secure, but the problem is the survivors still inside. They need a rescue team. The pharmacist is clearly alarmed. The pharmacist is the first person to arrive on the scene when the city caught on fire. She said she had work tonight. Maybe she's on a date? She's seen with the Flame Emperor quite a bit. The pharmacist crosses her arms, a frown deepening on her face. She admits she doesn't like the Flame Emperor, the person who saw his real personality, and she has a bad feeling about him. Reflecting on the situation, she acknowledges that she's skilled, kind, and has the ability to read people well. As the man walks, he thinks to himself. He wonders, wouldn't it be a loss to not get close to a person like her because she looks kind? He helped her because she looked kind, and she would have succeeded without his help anyway. The man continues, if someone is going to succeed, it should be kind hunters like them, so that they can help each other out in the future. It's enraging to see a lunatic psychopath be the only one succeeding. Let's cheer up, the both of us. Extending her hand, the pharmacist listens intently. It was all true, to the point where she wasn't confident she could speak more truthfully than this. The pharmacist listens. You're right. To change the world, you've got to succeed first, the woman says, clasping Kim Gongja's hand. She continues, telling him to feel free to call her when he has anything to request, assuring him that she'll always put his requests as the first priority. Kim Gongja responds that he'd be thankful. He walks away. What kind of hunters are like us? A man asks. He knows he said some embarrassing things, so he suggests they just start training. Kim Gongja is transported to the 3rd floor hunting grounds. It's full of monsters that he's going to have problems dealing with. What does he do now? Drink the elixir first, the red-haired man advises. He grabs the bottle. Kim Gongja drinks from the bottle. Taking a sip of the elixir, Kim Gongja finds the taste surprisingly normal, noting hints of lemon and honey. As he lowers the cup, a strange sensation begins to creep in. His eyes widen, a visible shock rippling through him. The world around him seems to distort, as he wonders what's happening to him. The sensation intensifies, as it feels like he can count every single hair on his head. His senses are on fire, every nerve ending screaming with awareness. A voice echoes, "Not bad," it says, acknowledging the pharmacist's skill. His mind races, struggling to process the overwhelming input. He thinks his head is going to burst. The world sharpens, every detail magnified to an impossible degree. Even the feeling of sweat trickling down his skin is incredibly vivid. The voice returns, explaining that the elixir slows down his perception of the present, giving him more time to react. The voice asks, "Can't you feel it?" A voice breaks the silence, questioning what's being discussed. The Flame Emperor explains that there's something moving around in his heart. A close-up reveals a pulsating, red heart. Kim Gongja, looking down, realizes that this is aura. Anyone who has entered the tower as a hunter gets that formed inside of their body. It's just that they live their daily lives without recognizing its presence. The Flame Emperor and Kim Gongja are shown side by side, listening intently. The Flame Emperor chuckles, explaining that how fluently you can control aura is what decides the game. Kim Gongja looks distressed, his hands on his head. The Flame Emperor continues, stating that normally in this state, you're supposed to feel the flow of the aura by doing something like meditation. He explains that if they do that, it's going to take too long, especially if someone has no talent. Kim Gongja is shown falling, the Flame Emperor's words echoing that their body is going to have to suffer. The scene fades to a dark, forested area. The lesson on aura is immediately forgotten, as Kim Gongja finds himself in a new, perilous situation with a monstrous figure looming behind him. A voice shouts a warning, "Run, Kim Zombie." The unseen speaker continues, advising, "If you don't want to end up getting hurt." Demanding he unleash his power, one of the hulking orcs threatens the Flame Emperor with violence if he doesn't release his aura. Towering behind him, another orc insists that he must train for real. His face contorted in disbelief, the Flame Emperor spits out a curse, calling someone a damned ghost. Surrounded by a crimson aura, the Flame Emperor seems to be questioning something. Arrogantly, he declares that he doesn't listen to those who can't even use aura. A sinister grin spreads across his face, as the Flame Emperor anticipates that the kill count will rise again. An ominous voice echoes, suggesting that the old man will be pleased with the outcome. The orcs roar, their savage cries filling the air. Closing the distance with blinding speed, the Flame Emperor delivers a devastating punch, scoffing that they're too slow. The elixir takes hold, its effects beginning to manifest. But something is still holding him back. He can see the attacks coming, but his body refuses to respond. He grits his teeth, berating himself to evade the incoming strikes. The veteran hunter knows the low-level mobs like orcs have simple attack patterns, and once identified, they're easy to deal with, so he charges up the aura in his legs. It's easier said than done, but he knows he can dodge if he can just move a single step. Pushing himself, he commands his legs to move. Channeling the energy, he bursts forward. An orc lunges, its crude weapon aimed to crush him. But the Flame Emperor manages to evade the blow, barely escaping the orc's grasp. He pants, realizing it's harder than he thought. The disembodied voice explains that it's because he doesn't have a path for the aura to move around yet, adding that his body is like a small footpath in a deep forest. Perched precariously on a pipe above, the red-haired man elaborates that he needs to open up the path like a highway to be able to start using aura. The voice continues, its tone laced with condescension, explaining that he is only tasting the aura because of the elixir, and without it, he wouldn't stand a chance. Dodging another blow from the hulking orc, the Flame Emperor continues his desperate struggle. The massive fist whistles past, a stark reminder of the brute strength he's up against. The unseen observer scoffs, remarking that the lady lacks basic hygiene, but her skills are amazing. Desperate, the Flame Emperor unleashes a torrent of red energy, hoping to turn the tide against the relentless assault. The orc roars, its guttural cry echoing through the forest. Gasping for breath, the Flame Emperor struggles to maintain his footing. A new voice cuts through the din, declaring that when his footpath becomes a highway. The speaker, a red-haired man with a stern expression, admits that he hates to admit it, but Bei Huryung is right. As the aura flows through him, the Flame Emperor grits his teeth, pushing back against the overwhelming force. But before he can react, he's struck by an unseen blow, the force of the impact sending tremors through his body. He wonders, what would happen if he could break through his limits? A voice echoes in his mind, asking if he remembers getting his head chopped off by old man Marcus. He does. The memory flashes, showing him falling through the air, a sword in hand, surrounded by a sea of crimson. He reflects that the attack was about the size of an intersection. He dares to say that the beautiful attack was only an intersection, thinking that the old man still has a long way to go, but he is just a zombie compared to him. Clenching his jaw, the Flame Emperor steels himself for the fight ahead. Another orc swings its crude weapon, the air whistling as it descends. The blow connects, sending the Flame Emperor staggering back, his body screaming in protest. Despite the pain, he pushes forward, his eyes fixed on the enemy. Charging ahead, The Flame Emperor closes the distance, ready to unleash his fury. The Flame Emperor pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the hulking orc. But there's no time to dwell on it. He immediately drops into a combat stance, drawing his blade. That's creative. With a burst of speed, the Flame Emperor closes the distance, his sword crackling with red energy. The orc, however, is ready, meeting the blow with surprising force. Inside the orc's guard, the Flame Emperor grits his teeth, realizing the challenge before him. He redoubles his efforts, focusing his energy for another strike. The blade flashes, connecting with the orc's thick hide. Don't let your guard down until the very end. The Flame Emperor knows he needs to change tactics. The orc's thick skin is proving too resilient. He mutters to himself, focus your aura to the tip of the blade. Actually, that might be too difficult for you. With a final surge of power, he pours all of his aura into the tip of his sword, aiming for a decisive blow. His body screaming in protest, the Flame Emperor grits his teeth, struggling to maintain his stance. Every fiber of his being is on fire, a guttural cry of pain escaping his lips. The force of the blow, a shockwave of emerald energy, rips through the air. Standing over his fallen foe, the Flame Emperor's chest heaves, each breath a monumental effort. His legs buckle, forcing him to one knee. The lingering energy, a testament to the power unleashed, crackles around them. The orc groans, reeling from the devastating attack. A voice rumbles, "You all right?" Looking up at the towering figure, the Flame Emperor hears the orc's taunt. "It hurts, right?" A woman's voice chimes in. "Yup, it probably hurts like a bitch. That's for using aura when the path isn't even there." The orc continues. "Your weakened body is on the verge of death. You did that to yourself just to kill a single orc." Tears welling in his eyes, the Flame Emperor spits out a single, venomous word. "You, bastard." The Flame Emperor, with a wide grin, applauds the situation, stating that hunters always need to know how to fight with their head. Meanwhile, lying prone on the ground, Kim Gongja struggles to speak. Looking down at him, the Flame Emperor asks if it hurts so much that he feels like dying. Tears welling in his eyes, Kim Gongja can't seem to get the words out. The Flame Emperor's expression darkens, his eyes narrowing. A voice echoes, telling him to be fine dead then. Bei Huryung stands over Kim Gongja, wondering what the ghost is saying. The Flame Emperor throws his hands up, exclaiming that if he dies, he can just go back, and that's awesome, adding that his body won't even have a scratch from the toughest training, and he envies him. The voice continues, explaining that in this case, if he kills himself, his kill count would go up. The voice suggests they use the method so that the count doesn't go up. Bei Huryung looks down at Kim Gongja, considering the options. The Flame Emperor remarks that he even got the taste of using the aura, and at this rate, 100 death plans should be enough, adding that a 1,000-mile journey starts with a step and 100 death plans starts with a death. The monstrous figure looms over him. Another death is imminent for Kim Gongja. And with a declaration, the Flame Emperor initiates the next round of torment. Let's start with death number 1. The end comes swiftly, painted in crimson. A familiar message flashes before his eyes, confirming the inevitable. You have died. Clutching his head, Kim Gongja is once again brought low. The Flame Emperor wonders if he regresses with him as well, as the protagonist finds himself in a familiar place. He explains that this is where he stays for a bit when he dies, calling it a netherworld for now, finding it fascinating. He recalls always hearing the phrase, "You will regress to 24 hours ago," but during other times, something else happens. A system message appears, indicating that due to his death, the skill requirements have been met, and he exclaims in surprise. Another message confirms that he was able to copy skills, specifically the skills of a monster orc. The Flame Emperor and Kim Gongja stand side by side, as the protagonist recalls the phrase he always hears. Both are shocked, as they realize that monsters have skills too. The revelation that monsters possess skills sends a jolt of realization through them. The Flame Emperor's eyes narrow, a possessive hunger igniting within him. Presented with a choice of skill cards, a voice booms, "Hey, who's in charge of this tower?" The voice continues, questioning the system. "Why would you give such a good skill to a newbie instead of an amazing hunter like myself?" Bei Huryung laments. This is the collapse of hunter's culture. A monster's skill. Kim Gongja, unfazed by the apparent randomness, declares, "Let's just pick one to start." Bei Huryung questions his choice. "Huh? What? You're picking that one?" A disembodied voice advises, "This is a chance for you to get ridiculously powerful, so shouldn't you pick something good?" Bei Huryung observes the cards. They are all shit-colored, and this just looks like a game of luck. How do you not know which skill is better? The red-haired man continues to complain. So annoying. You really don't understand this. The backs of the cards are the same. You can only see the back. How am I supposed to know which one is better? Dismissing the concerns, Kim Gongja replies, "Yeah, it doesn't matter because I can see them." Bei Huryung is taken aback. There's no way to know which card is better than the other one, right? Kim Gongja confidently states, "I can see them." The system prompts, "Their fronts." The cards continue to circle, moving in a way that only allows one to see their backs. As he moves his head, Kim Gongja wonders if he can see the details of the skills. But Bei Huryung can move as he wishes, so he should be able to see the front of the cards. Looking up at the floating card, Bae Huryung asks if he can see them, questioning if he doesn't trust his eyes. When he was young, he was known for his visual acuity, and as he grew older, Kim Gongja mastered clairvoyance, exclaiming that he's got it. Bae Huryung screams, asking if he's crazy and why he's screaming. Looking down at the man, Kim Gongja is screaming. Growing impatient, Bae Huryung demands that he tell him the skills he sees right now. Sighing, Kim Gongja says he's only going to read it once, so pay attention. The first card is presented, with a fiery explosion in the background. The card reads that nature gives us a shelter, but also gives us hardship at the same time, and that in this tough world, the orcs overcame the will of nature by maximizing their fertility, asking if a single orc got killed. The card says not to worry, that there are 9 more orcs where you can't see, revealing the skill to be the blessing of reproduction, ranked F. However, you will suffer from rutting all year round. The card promises a taste of their chick, and that you'll never want to leave the fun of chick ever again. However, chick. Bae Huryung interjects, saying that if he didn't stop Gongja, he would have picked the Achiek one, and that if he were born as a man, he should wield the power of orc at least once. The spirit asks if he's for real, stating that they are both garbage, but if he were to choose, it would be Achiek, chick, adding, your thoughts and words are different. Gongja thinks to himself that his thoughts are correct, and that chick is better than blessing of reproduction, but his words are different. Bae Huryung calls out to Gongja, telling him to wait, and to think about this a bit more. The spirit reaches out to stop him, but it's too late. Bae Huryung states that he thinks Gongja is thinking the same thing as him, but Gongja simply replies with what dashed. The system announces that the selection is complete, and the selected skill will be copied. Bae Huryung cries out in anguish, a resounding no. The system confirms the selection, and the skill is copied. A strange energy permeates the air. The title card flashes, SSS grades Suicide Hunter. A screen displays the current hunter rank, F. Relaxing on the bed, Kim Gongja seems at peace. He exclaims that this place is so good, and that his mind and body are refreshed. But Bae Huryung is not happy, yelling that he thought Kim Gongja would fall for it. As they walk together, Bae Huryung questions who in their right mind would choose the blessing of reproduction, urging him to stop being upset and go hunt. A status window appears, showing Kim Gongja's name, rank F, and skills, including the active skill chick. He replies that it's no problem, adding that he thought about it, and that he can just train by meditation. Bae Huryung retorts that dying hurts. Bae Huryung says he'll teach him all about aura in 6 months, as they move to the 3rd floor hunting ground. Bae Huryung yells, asking if he isn't being heard. Kim Gongja takes a swig from his drink, savoring the taste. Appearing beside him, Bae Huryung asks if he wants to know something, then wonders if he wants to sit down. The spirit continues, reminding him that he calls him zombie when he has the advantage and Gongja when he's at a disadvantage. Bae Huryung adds that he started calling him Gongja back there, and that he's being kind by pointing it out so he can work on that habit. Suddenly, an orc appears, swinging its axe at Kim Gongja, who narrowly dodges the blow. The orc grunts, clearly annoyed by the near miss. The orc roars, continuing its relentless assault. Focusing intently, Kim Gongja thinks that just like last time, he can see the movement. The orc bellows, its attack unrelenting. Activating his skill, Kim Gongja prepares to evade the next strike. The orc swings its axe once more at Kim Gongja, who remains calm. Surprised, the orc exclaims, Chiik? With a surge of power, Kim Gongja activates the Chiik skill, a purple aura crackling around him as he prepares to strike. Blurring into motion, he closes the distance in an instant. The blow lands with devastating force, the orc sputtering a mouthful of green fluid. Landing nimbly behind the monster, the skill's effect is clear. Wiping his brow, Kim Gongja hears the orc's furious thoughts. You cheating bastard. I knew you would do this. Turning away from the defeated foe, Bae Huryung wonders aloud if he even thinks or cares about their feelings. The orc's rage boils over. Dirty humans like you are the reason why these pure orcs suffer in this world. Chiik. The orc continues to fume. Eok. So angry. So annoying. Sent flying by the force of the blow, the orc cries out. Why did you give such an OP skill to such a slimy human? Oh mighty tower. Bae Huryung suggests that they head to the 4th floor now. A week passes, and the great goblin king, Gorik, is ready. The sign declares him the 5th floor boss monster. Facing the massive goblin, Kim Gongja stands ready. Activating a skill, he prepares to strike. The goblin king roars, his voice echoing through the chamber. Unleashing goblin high society, Kim Gongja's attack connects. The force of the blow sends Gorik reeling. He thinks to himself, how can someone other than him? The skill's effect intensifies, a perfect language of the king. With the great goblin king defeated, the aftermath of the battle lingers in the air. Looking down at his fallen foe, Kim Gongja hears Gorik's final words, goodbye, my acclaimed enemy. The great goblin king continues, expressing his annoyance at getting emotional over killing a monster. He laments, barely hunting him after only 6 coins, and questions if he can't get some time to be emotional. The screen shows a pixelated version of Kim Gongja with hearts and a coin counter, as he states that 1 coin equals 1 life. Gorik insists he was only stating the facts and questions if it wasn't even an honorable fight. The great Goblin King struggles to speak, saying it was. He explains that he fought with a legitimate skill earned with 5 lives worth of coins, revealing the skill's name, Goblin High Society. The great Goblin King continues to explain the skill, commenting that these goblins really spend too much time on the unimportant details, and that's why they're goblins, and there's not much different with humans. Kim Gongja, looking confused, simply says, huh? The great Goblin King waves his hand, claiming he was just talking to himself. Looking directly at Gorik, Kim Gongja asks what he means, as a message appears stating, your existence becomes more apparent. A surge of power erupts around him. Standing beside him, Bei Huryung watches the spectacle unfold. As the light intensifies, a message flashes before Kim Gongja's eyes. His level has increased. Bathed in the radiant glow, the effects of the level up continue to manifest. More than just raw power surges through him, skill slots are expanded. The system continues to update. His hunter rank is now E-class. The visual display continues, a dazzling array of light and energy. Closing his eyes, a smile creeps across his face. A new message appears. May luck stay on your side. Opening his eyes, he wonders if it's a flame or blood, finding the whole thing rather confusing. Bei Huryung observes the spectacle, commenting that it was just a level-up effect, but it doesn't appear to just look cool. Considering the implications, it's sort of a hint, he thinks. The system provides further clarification, explaining that his aura type is determined by the kind of effect he shows when leveling up. For example, the guy named Yomj, who Gongja killed, must have been fire. The red-haired man muses. The aura's form is usually influenced by the hunter's trauma, but it doesn't always have bad memories. Continuing his thought, events, scenes, and things that are memorable enough to affect one's life appear in the form of an aura. You can think of it as some sort of unconsciousness. He continues, in his opinion, you zombie, you are either fire or blood. Then, what about Gumseong's aura? A flashback begins, showing a young boy walking alone at night. When he was young, he got lost in the mountains, not wanting to die. He went up the top of the mountains. He said that the moon in the open sky was so beautiful. The moon that shines by receiving. The flashback continues, showing the boy at 12 years old. Well, I never really thought Gumseongdo was normal anyway. Anyways, we cleared the 5th floor, so now let's continue to the 6th floor. About that, he wonders if they can just skip to the 10th floor boss. Looking down at the younger man, Gumseongdo scoffs, telling him that he's just a kid who's starting to overestimate himself, and that they absolutely will not. Raising his voice, he asks if Kim Gongja knows how many experienced hunters have died on the 10th floor. With a confident smirk, Kim Gongja retorts that if he can't clear the 10th floor in 2 coins, he'll start calling him a master, wondering if he'll clear it only dying once. Pointing a finger, Gumseongdo reminds him that the guy who took 6 coins to defeat the goblin boss will only spend 2 coins on the 10th floor, adding that he never goes easy on a bet, but on one condition. With a serious expression, Kim Gongja asks him to tell him the skills that the boss has on the 10th floor. Crossing his arms, Gumseongdo admits that he's not a bad kid, and, raising his voice, Kim Gongja declares that if he wins, he has to call him Gongja and be as polite as possible. Smirking, Gumseongdo asks if he seems scared, telling him to forget it then. With a determined look, Gumseongdo thinks to himself that this monkey is challenging the great Gumjae for having one special skill. Raising his voice, Gumseongdo agrees, declaring that Kim Zombie will fail on the 10th floor and will serve him as his master till he dies, adding that he can't even die, so he'll have to get used to the word master. With a sinister grin, Kim Gongja stares back at him. Mocking the Flame Emperor's earlier taunts, Kim Gongja can't help but laugh. The sound echoes through the stone archway as he strides confidently forward, leaving Gumseongdo behind. But as he approaches the gate, a heavily armored gatekeeper blocks his path, declaring that he cannot pass. Confused, Kim Gongja asks what the problem is. The gatekeeper questions if he's trying to challenge the boss alone, calling it an act of suicide. He shrugs, asking what's wrong with that, stating it's the law to allow any hunter who wants to challenge it to enter. The gatekeeper raises his voice, explaining that he records all hunters entering and exiting. He continues, explaining that auditors will check these records later, and he doesn't want to be the one who allowed someone to enter knowing they would die. Hearing this, Kim Gongja wonders what he should do, as Gumseongdo remarks that there were no auditors in his world. A disembodied voice echoes, lamenting the political stagnation that keeps people trapped on the 10th floor. The gatekeeper acknowledges that Kim Gongja is having a hard time. He admits he really wants to commit suicide. The gatekeeper and a red-haired man are taken aback, uttering a surprised, what? Kim Gongja reflects on the past, recalling the death of his lover a year ago. He continues, explaining that the Ministry of Alchemy informed him of an incurable disease, but despite his weakness, he is still a hunter, preferring to challenge monsters until his very end. The gatekeeper listens intently, his expression softening. Kim Gongja offers the money he saved for hospital bills, but the gatekeeper refuses to take it. He explains that he can't spend it anyway and wants to leave this world without anything on him, requesting that the gatekeeper not even record his entry. The gatekeeper understands, telling him to go ahead and that he didn't see anyone today. The red-haired man exclaims, "This is bullshit. Are you two recording a movie?" With a heavy creak, the gate begins to open. Looking down from above, the pair stand on the rooftop, ready to enter the 10th floor. He wonders to himself if he really has to go to the 10th floor. The sign looms above, marking the entrance to the 10th floor. The building stands tall, a stark contrast to what lies within. From behind, Bae Hoo-ryung and Kim Gong-ja approach the entrance. A text box appears, stating that it's a floor that Youngjae Yusoha has cleared before. Standing before the massive door, they prepare to enter. A dark thought crosses someone's mind, a promise to leave a legacy far greater than his ever was. Stepping through the doorway, the pair find themselves in a completely different world. The floor is a strange, glowing blue. A chorus of giggles echoes through the hall, as a group of creepy dolls stand before them. Their eyes glowing ominously, the dolls continue to giggle. A chorus of voices echoes through the hall, the creepy dolls beckoning someone to play with them. Their invitation hangs in the air, the dolls wondering what game they should play. Their twisted game is revealed: hide and seek. The dolls' voices rise in unison, insisting that someone play hide and seek with them. A system message identifies the challenger, Kim Gong-ja. As a new message appears, declaring that they have entered the boss stage, Kim Gong-ja accepts the dolls' invitation. The Black Dragon Guild, once the undisputed strongest since the tower's opening, now faces a harsh reality. That reality being they've just recorded their 30th failure. Surrounded by cameras and reporters, the guild members are asked what they think was the reason for their repeated failures. One member insists they don't lack skills. Another chimes in, claiming they were simply unlucky. A voice challenges that sentiment, asking if they're sure about that. The voice continues, stating that luck is also a skill, you pushovers. The speaker's words are bold, as this interview will be known as a pushover declaration in the future. He states that he has only one question. Amongst all different types of hunters, why was the Flame Emperor the only one who was able to clear the 10th floor? The screen displays the words, entering the boss stage, as the Hellfire Maiden awaits. With the words, play with us, echoing through the halls, the Flame Emperor finds himself surrounded by a sea of hellfire. A chorus of voices insists, you must make it fun, okay? The key to clearing the 10th floor stage is simple. A disembodied voice taunts, Mr. Urit, who is the real one? You have to find within the mansion. The voices urge, quick, find it, quick, find it. The solution is clear. A single real doll must be found and destroyed. But there's a catch. This is not an ordinary flame. The text explains, this is hellfire, made with aura. It continues, no matter how much aura you wrap around your body to form a barrier, you would, at most, last 10 minutes in these flames. However, to a hunter that uses a fire-type aura, there would be hardly any effects at all. The Flame Emperor remarks, bust again. The dolls chant, their voices echoing through the halls, a twisted lullaby of hide and seek. That's why the bastard was able to clear it safely, he thinks, remembering how the man even boasted that luck was also a skill. The dolls warn, his hair might be spotted. The guy that lives off luck is a zombie. He wonders, what do they mean? He lives off his luck. The heat is killing him, and he's struggling to endure with his aura right now as well. Even so, his limit will come in around a minute from now. Done already? By the way, old man Marcus can last 30 minutes in flames like this. He's just waiting so he can try it when he can last over an hour, but unlike someone who decided to barge in straight away, the Flame Emperor is thanked for his information. So he only got 2 coins, what is he going to do? The dolls chant, what am I going to do? I'm going to think about it after I die first. His hair might be spotted. There are 2 ways to clear this place. Find the real doll with a chance of a few thousand to 1 or, the dolls chant, hide away. But he, the idiot, went and only bet on 2 coins, so he probably won't be able to do it. This guy only knows half his shit. Surrounded by hellfire and a room full of dolls, the Flame Emperor thinks to himself that he'll see who'll be winning after he dies once. Looking at the dolls, he realizes the time until his aura runs out is dwindling. Contemplating his options, the Flame Emperor wonders if he should just randomly grab one for now. One of the dolls, with blonde pigtails, makes a noise. The doll asks, are you going to play with me? The Flame Emperor reaches out and touches the doll's head, thinking he's got it. The doll's face contorts in horror, a text bubble appearing that says, wrong. The doll screams, I'm not it, I'm not it, I'm not it, I'm not it. Only 5 seconds remain, and the Flame Emperor is running out of time. The dolls continue to protest, each one insisting, I'm not it. Another character observes the scene, remarking that they really had to direct the boss stage like this, wondering who would understand the divine thoughts of the tower, as the Flame Emperor continues his desperate search. The dolls' protests intensify, as one of them exclaims that it's a pervert psychopath that gives a broken skill to a slacker like him, as the Flame Emperor is surrounded by hellfire. The flames lick higher, the Flame Emperor unmoved by his victim's suffering. He remarks on Kim Gong-ja's choice of words. His body engulfed, Kim Gong-ja screams in agony. The fire raging, the Flame Emperor declares that the zombie's time is up. The inferno roars, consuming everything. Even as he burns, Kim Zombie can't help but laugh, the Flame Emperor sneering at his masochistic tendencies. He wonders how someone so eager to become the best hunter could accept burning to death. The end comes, faster. Having met the skill requirements, Kim Gong-ja slumps to the ground, dead. A system message appears, indicating that he has randomly copied the monster Hellfire Maiden's skills. He hasn't forgotten about the promise, right? He knows. Does he look like some narrow-minded jerk who doesn't keep his promises? The system declares, this one is a jackpot. The text on the skill card reads of a fiery hell made of aura, promising to kill them all. Extending his hand, the Flame Emperor declares, this is definitely it. Shut up and choose this. He continues to look at the skill cards. Something is troubling Kim Gongja, but he can't quite put his finger on it. A grotesque image flashes before them, likely a manifestation of one of the skills. The Flame Emperor advises to read the other skills as well, but Kim Gongja doesn't understand. The Flame Emperor is thinking about something. The Flame Emperor is surrounded by skill cards, including one labeled Trap Placement. Kim Gongja is shocked, realizing something is wrong. The Flame Emperor is about to select a skill card, but Kim Gongja knows what it is. The Flame Emperor calls out to Kim Gongja, but he already knows what skill it is. The Flame Emperor is excited about the golden card, which can set up a Hellfire barrier instantly. The Flame Emperor smirks, satisfied that he's found the card he wanted. His expression is one of pure satisfaction, but something feels off to Kim Gongja. The card reveals a selection of dolls, but only one has a fiery aura, the one that won't burn. The Flame Emperor wonders aloud why the fake dolls aren't burning as well. A hand reaches out, as the Flame Emperor realizes there's only one answer. The chosen skill is revealed. Be careful of Fire Awake or Sleep, an A-rank ability that prevents designated targets from burning, but increases water and ice damage by 300%. The system confirms the choice, copying the skill, and the Flame Emperor curses his luck. A voice urges him to say Sir Gongja, but the scene cuts to a stark message. You have died. The system indicates a return to 24 hours before, and that the current hunter rank is E. Kim Gongja laments that the game has become too easy, as the system reveals a penalty due to the skill. He realizes the implications, exclaiming, oh yeah. The system announces recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed you, revealing the level of penalty is S. A penalty is now commencing. The word hangs in the air, a heavy implication of trauma. A purple butterfly flutters in the darkness, a silent plea echoing from the depths of famine. Reaching out with trembling hands, the girl begs for anything, even scraps. The sound of her voice carries, another beggar this morning. In the streets, the cries of the hungry are commonplace. A slice of bread is all they ask for. The situation is dire. More orphans are begging in the neighborhood these days. Another small voice, just one bread, please. A stern voice orders, clear up all of them. A sharp strike sends the girl sprawling, a cry of pain escaping her lips. A man in a suit approaches, asking if she has parents. He observes her closely, noting that she looks very hungry and that her body hurts everywhere. With a sinister smile, the man offers, come with me. I'm a doctor. Offering a twisted invitation, the man in the suit tells the young girl that she'll have a lot of friends in his mansion, where she can get treatment and play with them. Trustingly, the young girl thinks of him as a kind mister. Behind bars, another child wonders when they can go out and play. Weakly, another child laments that they are so hungry. The man in the suit's voice echoes, telling them to be patient, that one who seeks food just because of hunger is an animal. He continues, saying that just because they were born like an animal, doesn't mean they should grow up like one. Grabbing the young girl's arm, the man says he knows the orphans very well. His face contorted in a sinister grin. He claims they don't work because of an excuse that they are young, traveling from village to village spreading diseases like a virus. Holding a knife to another child's face, the man in the suit declares that he's a doctor and a guard who removes diseases like them. A dark voice whispers, telling them to sacrifice themselves. Standing in a large room filled with caged children, the man in the suit proclaims that this country's famine has one cause: these orphans who only know how to beg. The hooded figures chant in unison, their voices filled with hatred for the children of the witches, whom they deem a poison and a virus to their country. Raising a hand towards the heavens, a figure declares their intention to save the land by sacrificing others to God. The crowd roars, demanding that they be killed. A chilling laugh echoes, punctuating the call for blood. The words hang in the air, kind mister. Inside the prison, a voice laments that they don't have enough sacrifices, and that they need more for the next event. Scattered on the ground are various weapons, a silent testament to the violence that has occurred here as a voice cries out, asking why they continue to hurt them. Standing in the midst of the prison, a lone figure wonders why. Looking around, Kim Gongja mutters in disbelief at the scene before him. Turning to the figure behind him, he asks if he is seeing this too. A voice notes that only their consciousness is floating around, but that it doesn't matter right now, as they question how they can be this crazy, and how they dare sacrifice the innocent. The red-haired man's eyes narrow, as he questions if they are sacrificing children. It seems that the environment itself is a reflection of the 10th boss's personality. Recalling the trauma of the enemy he has killed, he admits he had no idea that a monster could have once been human. Like this, only the bosses. Boss monsters are formed based on events in the other world. It becomes clearer from the 11th floor onwards. He wonders why he wasn't told that. He's told that he didn't ask. Not all monsters are. Someone declares they're hungry, as a man wonders if anybody is there. Seeing it with his own eyes, he thinks this sucks. Somewhere in the world, there is always stuff like this happening. Fire. Someone shouts to quickly escape the mansion, while another yells to wait. A man in a bathrobe urges others to carry jewels on their way. Right now? As the flames engulf everything, a desperate voice cries out, questioning if something has been forgotten. The situation grows more dire, with the revelation that children are trapped in the basement. Chained and helpless, a figure wonders if things can possibly get any worse. A desperate denial echoes through the burning building, followed by a plea for anyone to be there. The heat intensifies as someone cries out for a kind mister. The flames continue to rise, consuming everything in their path. Amidst the chaos, a voice declares they didn't want to starve. A desire for companionship is revealed, as someone laments that they only wanted to play with friends. The flames rage on, as a voice suggests playing a little bit. The gates stand before the inferno, as a message indicates that recalling trauma is complete and the penalty has ended. In a stark contrast to the fiery scene, a figure with long red hair sits on a bed in a modern room. Another figure sits on the edge of a bed, their head in their hands, seemingly overwhelmed. The Flame Emperor considers the situation, a low hum escaping him. It was unfortunate, and he was moved by the recollection, but there's nothing they can do about it now, right? Kim Gongja retorts, wow, is that really the first thing you can say? You're really trash. The Flame Emperor explains that boss is simply a monster now, and the original children are already dead in the other world. It all happened long before you were born. What can you do? The Flame Emperor continues, explaining that if that happened in the tower, sure, you might be able to die countless times until you save them. But that happened in the other world. Nobody can solve this problem. The Flame Emperor orders, find the real doll, and kill it. He continues, and climb up to the 11th floor. 20th, 30th, 40th, 50th. You can only clear those this way. If you decided to become the strongest hunter, the one standing at the top, you have to solve these kinds of problems yourself. That's Kim Gongja thinks. Yusaha would have 100% found the real doll and popped its head, whether or not he saw this trauma, without hesitation. He states, I don't want to be like Yonj bastard. So what's your plan? The Flame Emperor asks, are you a little child? So now you're not going to clear this boss because you don't want to be like him. The bare branches of a tree reach towards the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Standing before the sealed doorway, Kim Gongja hears the Flame Emperor's words echoing in his mind. He needs to kill the boss to clear the floor, that zombie bastard. Who decided on that, he wonders. The Flame Emperor scoffs, retorting with a sharp tone, damn it, I was a fool. He then asks what Kim Gongja is talking about. His face contorted in frustration, the Flame Emperor declares that he was a fool, and so was Kim Gongja. Kim Gongja reflects, realizing he didn't know anything from the beginning. He recalls the Flame Emperor making a scene to force him to choose an S-class skill. Arms crossed, the Flame Emperor retorts, asking if he thinks he's a zombie, stating that of course he remembers. A flashback shows a figure behind bars, filled with resentment and unfulfilled dreams, a voice declaring to burn all of that. Back in the present, the Flame Emperor's words carry a chilling weight, asserting that if he is willing, he can make a 2 kilometers or a fire hell, and that nobody can escape this hell without his permission. The Flame Emperor presses, asking if Kim Gongja doesn't think something is odd, demanding he spit it out and reveal what part of it was odd. Kim Gongja's expression hardens, as he repeats the Flame Emperor's earlier statement. Nobody can escape this hell without his permission. A flashback reveals a woman with a determined gaze, her expression unreadable. Kim Gongja recalls the Black Dragon Guild, questioning how they were able to return all alive without killing the boss. He realizes the Flame Emperor is right. Something is amiss. There's only one answer, of course. With the boss's permission granted, escape is now an option. The children observe. This is a stage that no human could clear. They giggle, seemingly unconcerned by the inferno. More giggles echo, as the children watch the scene unfold. One of the children speaks, inviting someone to join them. The Flame Emperor smiles, declaring that it's time to play. Gathering energy in his hands, the Flame Emperor prepares for what's next. As the flames intensify, the skill, be wary of fire, takes effect. The children murmur, observing the scene with detached curiosity. One of the children points out that the man isn't burning, questioning if it isn't hot. Another child confirms, it is indeed hot. With a sinister grin, the Flame Emperor announces the start of a game, one he claims to have never lost as a child, telling everyone to be careful. The children whisper about how weird he is, as he covers his eyes and begins to count, telling them all to hide. He warns that he can see their hair, as the children scatter, whispering to each other to run far away so that he can never find them, and to avoid getting caught by him. He declares that he's going to start. One of the children is quickly found, but insists it's not them. He wonders if he's found another, but they also deny it. The Flame Emperor admits that this is harder than he thought, as he reaches for another child, who also insists it's not them. The scene shifts to a red-haired woman, who is looking at what appears to be severed limbs on the floor. The scene shifts again, to a view of a chandelier and arched windows, as someone says, It's revealed to be a memorial, as the Flame Emperor is seen with several children, all wearing restraints. The scene returns to the hide-and-seek game, where a child insists it's not them. The children continue to deny being found, as the game continues amidst the flames. One of the children sits inside a cage. The child makes a noise. The Flame Emperor asks if they will play with him. He announces that he caught the child. The Flame Emperor says it's their turn now. The child thanks him. The child smiles. The Flame Emperor's shirt reads, "Thank you." Meanwhile, a woman with long red hair stands near a fire in a room filled with cages. Congratulations, the normal stage is clear. The system announces that Hunter Kim Gongja has conquered the stage. As the system generates the clear reward, it also indicates that an entrance to the 11th floor will activate in 24 hours. Turning to Bae Hooryung, Kim Gongja is met with a blunt question about his appearance. Bae Hooryung explains that clearing hidden stages wasn't easy, even for him, but he acknowledges that Kim Gongja did it, and the reward is pretty good. He adds that Kim Gongja wouldn't understand because he's not human. Lost in thought, Kim Gongja reflects on how terrible the world is. He thinks about the things they saw in the boss stage, realizing that whether it's this world or theirs, terrible things will always happen. Bae Hooryung responds, stating that humans are all the same. The two stand together, the weight of their shared experience hanging heavy in the air. Growing agitated, Bae Hooryung exclaims, he can't talk about stuff like this. Changing the subject, Bae Hooryung praises Kim Gongja, saying that he was amazing back there and cleared the boss in his own way, adding, good job. Facing the younger man, Bae Hooryung accuses him of being suspicious. But he insists it wasn't luck that got him through, it was his own skill. Since they're partners, if something good happens, they should rejoice. Gesturing expansively, Bae Hooryung reiterates that they should celebrate. Together, they watch as fireworks explode in the sky. Suddenly, an announcement appears, declaring that the 10th floor stage has been cleared. As the fireworks continue to light up the sky, another message indicates that the 11th floor will be open in 24 hours. The camera pans out, revealing the city skyline. Elsewhere, people are watching the fireworks, and someone asks what's with them. Looking up at the display, another person notes that there are fireworks on the first floor, wondering if it's just there. Meanwhile, someone else asks if anyone else has heard about the 10th floor being cleared, as the clock strikes midnight. Back with Bae Hooryung and Kim Gongja, someone speculates online if it was the Black Dragon, noting that they haven't said anything, while another person mentions that their next conquest will be in 2 weeks. Finally, the countdown timer shows 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Staring up at the spectacle in the sky, the Flame Emperor mutters that he's seen this exact scene before. Elsewhere, as the fireworks explode overhead, Kim Gongja watches the display with a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, the online forums are buzzing with speculation, one anonymous poster claiming it's definitely not the Black Dragon who cleared the floor. Another chimes in, saying they're praying at the Pantheon and the temple leaders are present, so it wasn't them either. The speculation continues, with one user reporting that Viper is teaching students, and another claiming Crusader is working at Babylon Plaza. Adding to the confusion, someone claiming to be a higher-up in the business alliance insists it wasn't them, though they can't verify their identity. The forum descends into further chaos, with reports of the Sword Saint drinking milk and general confusion about what's happening. Amidst the flurry of messages, someone asks the question on everyone's mind. Who was it? Back in the real world, the fireworks continue to light up the sky, casting a vibrant glow on the city. Gazing up at the spectacle, Kim Gongja checks his phone, a smile playing on his lips as he thinks about how amazing it feels. Clenching his jaw, the Flame Emperor's expression hardens. He grits his teeth, reminding someone, or perhaps himself, not to get it wrong. They barely managed to clear the 10th floor. But the Flame Emperor's subordinate knows that the armored figure before him is the closest in their world to reaching the top. Looking up at the armored figure, the subordinate acknowledges the Flame Emperor's words. As the armored figure stands silently, the subordinate calls out to them, addressing them as Sir Hunter. Turning to face the subordinate, the armored figure is asked if they were the one who cleared the 10th floor. Standing before the armored figure, the subordinate repeats the question, emphasizing that they cleared the 10th floor. The subordinate continues, stating, "You're the only one who's challenged the 10th floor today." He thinks to himself that it's a mess, and the higher-ups keep asking him what happened. The armored figure turns to the subordinate and asks, "And if I did, what are you going to do?" The subordinate is taken aback, stammering, "Huh? Well, I still haven't heard." He then tries to bribe the armored figure, saying he gave them 100 gold though, and pleads for them to at least tell him their name. The subordinate begs the armored figure to tell him their sobriquet, but the armored figure simply states that they don't have one. The armored figure's face is revealed, prompting the subordinate to exclaim, "Huh, look at his face." A voice narrates that the armored figure made the right choice, as their name is valuable, and they have to hide their identity and make them find them. Watching the exchange, the Flame Emperor realizes something. Having just cleared the 10th floor, the Flame Emperor is taken aback by what Kim Gongja has realized, demanding he state which floor he wants to go to. Considering the reason he's being praised so much, Kim Gongja reminds the Flame Emperor that he promised to call him Lord Gongja if he cleared the boss in 2 coins. Realizing the implications, the Flame Emperor wonders what they should do, acknowledging that he really did clear the 10th floor within 2 coins. Suggesting a partnership, the Flame Emperor declares that they are equals, the one who reached the 99th floor and the one who will clear the 100th, partners and friends. Heading to the first floor city, Kim Gongja is surprised by the Flame Emperor's outburst. Leaving the dungeon, Kim Gongja walks into the city. For the rest of your life. Sitting in a cafe, a woman tells Kim Gongja, "No, I'm telling you, I'm sure it was the Sword Saint." Taking a sip of his drink, he asks his sword spirit, "What do you think, sword spirit? Victory is sweet, isn't it? Just like this caramel macchiato." He can't hear him, wondering if his earphones are broken. Confused, Bei Huryung calls out to his master, wondering why he can't hear him. Finally able to be heard, the sword spirit expresses his relief, scolding Gongjia for worrying him. He asks if they can now speak casually, finding it strange to be so formal when Gongjia calls him lord. In response, Bei Huryung dramatically begs to be killed. The sword spirit thinks to himself that he just needs a new skill to replace his sword constellation, longing to return to Marcus, lamenting that their partnership is no small decision. The timer counts down, displaying the message that they'll be together forever. An hour and a half has passed, and it's about time. A cat appears, thinking that such a big shot would come find him, meowing softly. Gongjia picks up the cat, thinking that no one knows about it yet, deciding to pretend not to know, asking if it's lost, and wants to play. Someone observes that the person in the cat is supposed to be a lunatic, marveling at the amazing acting. A group of people stand together, one of them asking if he is Hunter Kim Gongjia. He wonders to himself how long it would take, noting that it's been exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes. The blonde hunter exclaims, "Yes, we found him." The woman responds, "The cafe in front of the bank. Don't worry, I won't let another guild take him." The blonde hunter, looking directly at Kim Gongjia, says, "Hunter Kim Gongjia, if you join our guild." The blonde hunter gestures with his hand, stating, "Just say two things." Kim Gongjia raises his hand, thinking, "First, don't let my name slip to the press. Until when? The newspapers are picking at our heels, so." The black-suited hunter raises his hand, thinking, "Long." Sitting in the cafe, Kim Gongjia looks out the window. He thinks, "Just until that clock hits midnight. I don't want to get caught by reporters before I enter the 11th floor either." The woman responds, "That much is fine." And second, the blonde hunter says, "This is a public area, so be mindful of the customers." Other customers in the cafe are taking pictures of Kim Gongjia. Kim Gongjia, drinking his coffee, thinks, "I apologize." The meeting continues, with one of the attendees asking if they can get some coffee for the hour. Coffee is brought to the table, and the discussion begins with a request to hear the conditions. One recruiter offers 10,000 gold as a down payment, but it seems the civil militia doesn't have much money. Another group chimes in, urging to join the Heavenly Gates, promising training with the master and 25,000 gold as a down payment. Yet another offer is made, this time to join the bureau as an ambassador. The narrator speculates that the mention of the Sword Saint was probably scoffed at, but the Vigilante Guild can offer 36,000 gold. It seems they want someone to overtake the rumors of the Sword Saint. A voice declares that they shouldn't try to recruit while hiding their intentions, suggesting a business alliance. A new player enters the game, offering the title of Vice Guild Leader. The Guild Leader Countess awaits an answer. Adjusting his earbuds, Kim Gongjia seems to be considering the offer. And a spark of interest ignites within him. Now he's interested. Someone remarks on his guts, adding that he doesn't seem surprised that a cat turned into a human. The Countess laughs, finding it relaxing enough to joke. Ms. Ryanju excuses someone, and they are dismissed. Someone wonders if 500,000 gold and the Vice Guild Master is too much, but then concedes that subjugating the 10th floor is amazing, though the skills of Kim Gongjia are unknown. The Countess asks if they are done. Someone replies in the affirmative, and then the Countess tells them to bring their bosses before excusing themselves even more. The Countess smiles, holding a small wooden tablet in her hand, as she prepares to make a deal. The Countess states that if there's anyone who can bet higher than 500,000 gold, then they can stay. The Countess is in a room with another person, and she exclaims, "He's here." A dramatic sound effect punctuates the moment, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. A figure stands imposingly, their presence commanding attention. Shin Mu-man, the rank 5 guild master known as Viper, expresses his displeasure, cursing someone as a fucking bitch. The rank 4 guild master, Heretic Interrogator, admits, "I'm a step behind. I admit it's our mistake." Another figure, clad in armor, responds, "Mistake isn't the right word. Our job is to stop the existing hunters from being confused. Ryanju, you were too excessive." The armored figure is identified as Crusader, the Vice Guild Master of the Civil Militia. A woman with dark purple hair remains silent, revealed to be the rank 2 Guild Master, Black Witch. A red-haired man welcomes someone, though it's unclear who he's addressing. The Countess and another figure are shown together, as a voice declares, "They're all the highest rankers." Shun Mu-man reflects on the past, saying, "I don't know how long it's been since we've all gathered like this. It feels like only yesterday when we subjugated the 2nd floor together. We've gotten old." The Countess retorts, "Shut up, before I boil you up into soup." Shin Mu-man responds to the Countess's previous bet, 500,000 gold? Vice Guild Master? Flaunting your wealth is your specialty, so the gold was expected, but... He then changes the subject. "All right, let's order coffee first." As the meeting continues, a figure in a black suit presents something in their gloved hand. Someone comments that it's rude not to order when you come to a cafe, wondering if the people who lead the tower's greatest guilds should be seen like this. Another member states they're going to order a cafe mocha, asking what everyone else wants. The orders start coming in, with one person wanting a nice cold cafe latte, another a hot Americano, and a third a hazelnut latte with an extra shot, grande. Someone exclaims that the world's been turned upside down because the 10th floor was cleared, questioning how they can drink coffee and if their brains run on caffeine. Shun Mumun's subordinate states that he understands the order for a dark espresso for his master. Another member declares that they don't want the drink, while the barista takes the orders: 1 tall iced cafe mocha, 1 tall hot Americano, 1 tall iced cafe latte, 1 grande hot hazelnut latte, and 1 doppio espresso. The others wonder what Hunter Kim Gongja would like. Kim Gongja thinks to himself that they're all testing him. He wonders if this was all a coincidence or a strategy to make him lose his composure, reminding himself not to be scared and that they're just trying to test him out by scaring him. He thinks to himself, he knows it's nothing compared to being burned alive. Deciding what he needs to show them is relaxation. Kim Gongja asks the manager for a menu. He thinks that maybe it's because he had a macchiato earlier, but he's not really feeling coffee right now, deciding to get a hot chocolate. To be honest, if there's a reason that he isn't that afraid of them, it's interesting, the blonde woman thinks. It seems like he didn't do much before subjugating the 10th floor. A sudden change. Thanks for the support, but he's not going to release him. Shit. This youngster was recently chosen as her guild's lottery winner. She's got luck and guts, and he probably has skills too. If a youngster has these three, they'll succeed no matter what they do. There's no way a person who cleared the 10th floor is a newbie, didn't he tell them before? Stop putting on an act that doesn't even work and just scout him. That's not what's important. He was not totally inactive. Just because some of their reputations were hurt doesn't mean all of theirs were. Save the problems they have with each other for later, Hunter Kim thinks. He'll ask him bluntly, which guild is he planning on joining? If he's not planning on registering, come again. To any guild like the Sword Saint, let them know in advance. They have to discuss how to handle the media if that happens. And if he's planning on joining? They've stayed too long on the 9th floor, but since he cleared the 10th floor, the chance to advertise the value of the tower to the outside world has. A chance to bring people from the outside who aren't just war refugees. With the 10th floor cleared, and most of all, the hunters who were living comfortably on the 1st floor will have a renewed sense of adventure. Donghoon notes that the food shortage will be resolved too, as it's hard to manage the supply of food with just 9 floors. The Countess admits that she's been keeping a route from the outside world open, but it's definitely not enough, and it's time for a new product. It's clear that they need to bring adventurers to the land beyond the 10th floor and find things that can only be found past it. The Countess continues, saying that they need a way to positively appeal the tower to the outside world, an icon that can advertise the start of a new era. The Flame Emperor asks if, just like what he did, they're saying that's him, right? The Black Witch reveals that the Black Dragon still tried to assassinate that icon, wondering if it was the witch from Black Dragon, but she doesn't know the reason. A man states that the enemy of an enemy is his friend. Donghoon understands what the others are saying, that the guild that successfully catches him can be the new symbol of the tower's growth, and other guilds will probably have to act as lackeys. Hunter Kim thinks that he'll feel bad if that happens, so let's do this, playing cards. Hunter Kim declares that he'll join the guild of whoever wins first place in a game of poker, stating that he doesn't need money or positions. One of the men states that, if he wins, he'll apply simultaneously to all their guilds. The Black Witch speaks, her tone laced with a hint of amusement, stating that she'll only be a guild member on the outside, and that they have to treat her like she's on the same level as them all. The Flame Emperor, ever confident, holds up his cards, ready to play. With a sharp clap of her fan, the Countess prepares to respond. She finds it amusing that a youngster who only just cleared a floor wants to be put on the same level as them, but she accepts the offer. The heretic interrogator chimes in, saying that as long as there are no tricks, he's fine with it as well. The Crusader adds that they shouldn't use their skills either, or else they'll have too much of an advantage. The Black Witch warns that if anyone gets caught using their skill, that person's automatically disqualified. The Crusader thinks to himself that their guild is poor, so if they bid on him, they'll lose, which is good. The Crusader states that he'll accept the proposal. Donghoon, surprised, asks if he can really do that, and the Flame Emperor tells him to just call him that until the end of this game. The Crusader proposes that in exchange, Kim Gongja tell them what cards each of these players are holding. The Countess thinks that that's easy for him. The Black Witch exclaims that she will accept his kind offer, and that she'll even let him know if they're cheating. The Flame Emperor is impressed, thinking that Lord Gongja is so generous, and asks if they shall begin. A woman points out, Kim Gongja has a straight, suggesting he should fold. With a sinister aura behind him, Kim Gongja seems confident. The Flame Emperor fumes, demanding they call and kill him at once. With a confident smirk, Kim Gongja calls. A knight observes that he's going for a full house, but assures the Flame Emperor not to worry. The Flame Emperor, having looked under the table and the deck, insists there's no way he can get a full house, urging them to trust him and go all in. Triumphantly, Kim Gongja declares all in. The table is shown from above, with a large pile of coins in the center. The Flame Emperor explodes in anger, calling it a scam. Another player points out, it's already been 30 rounds and he hasn't lost a single one, insisting that bluffing doesn't work either, and this is totally a scam. Another player asks if he has any. Showing off his hand, the Flame Emperor gloats, confident that there's no way he could be mistaken for an F-rank player. Surprised by the accusation, he asks how they knew he wasn't an F rank, explaining that he had just moved up to E rank yesterday. He knew something was up. Accepting the praise, the Flame Emperor asks if the Crusader used up all his chips. Elsewhere in the room, the Heavenly Gatekeeper is welcomed, with one of the players remarking that it was about time the Heavenly Gates were thrown out. Offering the Flame Emperor another espresso, the server insists he accept it, but he refuses. Enraged, the Crusader calls him a religious hack. Holding up his cards, the Crusader confidently states that he's pretty confident in his poker face, questioning if the Flame Emperor is using a mind-reading skill. He speculates that it could be mind-reading or X-ray vision, but admits that new guys nowadays are pretty tough. Furious, the Crusader yells at the Flame Emperor, questioning how he could give up so easily. He insists that whether it works or not, he should keep going at him, asking if they're just going to let that cheater go. Hearing the accusation, the Flame Emperor remarks that cheater are harsh words to call the new hero. The armored figure observes the game, remarking that the Flame Emperor is definitely using a skill. A confident smirk plays on his lips. The Crusader states he knew it from the beginning. At the table, one of the players wonders if a newbie would suggest a game and bet it all on luck. Holding his cards, Kim Ganja reflects that the fact that the Flame Emperor challenged them with a game means he will beat them without them being able to notice his skill, and they accepted that challenge. The Crusader, visibly agitated, is addressed by another player, who tells the Heavenly Gatekeeper that he understands he likes to focus on his martial arts, but asks him to use his head from time to time. Kim Ganja thinks to himself that from the start, they had nothing to lose, and if they won it'd be great, but losing has its own merits. The Crusader, his voice rising in frustration, exclaims, "But what about their pride? How can that newbie stand alongside their ranks?" The Crusader asks, "Does their pride put food on the table?" The Heavenly Gatekeeper responds with a burst of anger, telling him to fuck off. Kim Ganja states he's glad. The Black Witch remarks that he is a reasonable person. The man at the table declares he's from Ukraine, or rather, what used to be Ukraine. Reflecting on his past, he explains that his family lived through the Civil War, and he's lived as a foreigner his whole life. Looking out at the ruined landscape, the woman with blonde hair muses that whether it's here or the outside world, it's no place for a girl to live alone. The man with dark hair agrees, stating he's calling. Turning to the woman across from him, the woman with dark skin asks what she's trying to say. He explains that the people in the tower, especially those of the first generation, all have stories, adding that he's just a normal orphan. The red-haired man throws down his cards, declaring a diamond flush, thinking that this tower might as well be his homeland. The blonde woman states that at the tower, they never ask people for their origins. That's the kind of world they've made. The man with slick back hair adds that the fact that one is Ukrainian, another Korean, and the Viper is Chinese doesn't matter. Looking thoughtful, the woman with purple hair says that at the tower, none of that is important. The dark-skinned woman explains that because of the tower, they can all understand each other's words, and here they are all equal challengers, at least more than the outside. As the coins clatter onto the table, someone reflects that the outside world thinks of them as a garbage can. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the Countess lays down her cards, the sound echoing softly in the opulent room. Reflecting the city lights, the window looms large. As the clock ticks closer to zero, a voice promises that the world will soon know everything, and that their life will be turned upside down. Hoping her opponent chooses wisely, the Countess watches intently. Finding the attention gratifying, she hopes they praise her and want to be like her, that's all. The Black Dragon's Guild leader's hand remains a flush, but she doesn't need the best hand to win. Pushing all her chips forward, the Countess declares, "All in." Surrounded by a mountain of gold, a confident challenger smirks. A voice declares, "I'll tell you all right now. Clearing the 10th floor won't be my only accomplishment. I'll beat the 20th, 30th, 50th, and the 100th. No matter how long it takes, I will reach the top of this tower." Respecting their dedication to the tower, the Countess states she doesn't plan to fight them all needlessly. To see who makes it to the top, to see who will be the most befitting of a hero, she will think of them as rivals. One of the figures states that they would much rather see the world beyond the tower than the world in it, admitting they don't know much about the famine or the poverty going on here, but if they want to use their name to resolve those problems, they can go ahead. Standing before the tower, a newcomer states, "But, please, help me in climbing this tower. I want to taste the feeling of being at the top." With a flick of his wrist, he scatters a pile of gold coins across the table. The Countess sits at the poker table, her expression unreadable. Sighing, she holds up her cards. With a look of disbelief, she admits, "I was wrong. You're exactly the same as the Sword Saint." Holding up a card, Kim Ganja asks, "Is that a compliment?" The cards are laid out on the table, revealing a black dragon flush, a full house for him. It's official, Kim Ganja is the final winner. He says, "Thank you. So I'll be expecting to be treated as an equal now." The newcomer continues, "Can I expect you to carry the responsibility that comes with it? Isn't the responsibility of a hunter to climb the tower? Don't worry." Observing the scene, the Countess thinks, "Yeah, if flippant was a skill, this guy would have an S rank." In the background, a group of figures exclaim, "Wow, I feel alive again. What the hell is Ganja Nim? Zombie. Zombie bastard." Kaya, who knew that this was such a beautiful word. The man called the Sword Emperor is escorted by two figures, a scoff escaping him as he wonders if he's embarrassing himself. He's asked if he's leaving already. Meanwhile, the Countess reveals that the 11th floor is opening soon, stating that if she doesn't want to fall behind, she needs to get ready. The newcomer questions how she'll do that, considering she doesn't even know what's there. The Countess explains that roleplay is the theme of floors 11 through 20. The newcomer admits he only got a hint for clearing the 10th floor and doesn't know anything past that. The Countess sits in her chair, arms crossed. A voice declares that they will repay this debt someday. Two figures walk down a street as a timer is displayed in the sky. The ground trembles as a seemingly endless horde advances, their numbers blotting out the horizon. Their commander barks orders, demanding that the line holds, for if it breaks, the empire will fall. But even the most seasoned veterans begin to falter, uttering that it's impossible to hold against such overwhelming numbers. Confusion spreads through the ranks as the soldiers wonder what's going on. A desperate cry rings out, warning everyone to watch out for the arrows raining down upon them. A grim realization dawns. The tutorial is over, past the 10th floor, and from now on, all stages will be like this. A plea echoes across the battlefield, a desperate call for warriors to save them. The soldiers beg, pleading for help to save the empire. They know that this port is the final lifeline, and to continue to get support for the capital, they must secure it. A voice muses, at least they've learned how to increase their vision and hearing. The message is clear, warriors from another world are needed to lend their strength to the Ejim Empire. A knight stands tall, his sword raised against an unseen foe. The woman's eyes widen, a mix of disbelief and fear etched on her face as she hears the news. There's really a demon king? She asks, the question hanging in the air. Another man wonders aloud, what is the Ejim Empire? Amidst the chaos of battle, a warrior cries out, they're so relentless. Let me read the quest too. One of the fighters questions, so how do we clear the quest? He admits he's not sure about the details, but they just have to take these things down. With a sweeping motion, the sword saint cuts down the goblin horde, his blade a blur of motion. The crowd cheers, follow the sword saint. A voice filled with rage shouts, stupid goblin bastards. For 6 years I've killed about 6,000 of your kind. Gathering their strength, the hunters prepare to face the next wave of enemies. A system message appears, welcoming Kim Gongja as a hunter. A voice shouts, kill them, stay calm, and push them back. Bathed in radiant light, two figures stand side by side, ready to face whatever comes next. A system notification appears, announcing, here is your reward for clearing the 10th floor. He gazes at the map before him, a new path opening up. Grumbling to himself, he knew there would be some overpowered special privilege, complaining that he can't even train himself, so he's resorting to these cheap skills. A message appears before him, declaring that God's blessing is upon him. He now has access to all NPC's abilities and locations from the 11th to the 20th floor. Confused, he sees the hidden stage bonus. Again, the message declares that God's blessing is upon him. Realizing what's happening, he understands this is a completely skill-based game. Theme. The tower has set themes for the floors. The 1st through 10th floor is a tutorial. It's a city for the beginners to adjust, and from the 11th to the 20th is the Demon King quest. To beat the Demon King, you have two options. To have enough power on your own to take on the army. In a brief flashback, an older man with gray hair fights against a horde of goblins, his sword glowing with blue energy. Presented with a choice, he can either lead an army himself. Surrounded by armored figures, the decision weighs heavily. A red-haired man scoffs, questioning if he has the talent to lead an army. Back in the present, Kim Gongja opens his hand, ready to make his choice. He thinks to himself, he has the talent to make the right decision. The red-haired man yells, asserting that he did lead an army. Kim Gongja is determined to show why this is a completely skill-based game, as he looks at the NPC list. Bringing out the NPC list, he prepares to make his selection. He commands the system to show only the NPCs on the 11th floor. Filtering further, he requests to see the top 100 in skill. Acknowledging that this isn't right, he resolves to take small steps to get stronger. Though the red-haired man accuses him of cheating, Kim Gongja simply dismisses the accusation. Turning his attention back to the task at hand, he commands the system to display NPCs with the skills to lead soldiers, specifying that he only wants to see the top 3. The system obliges, highlighting 3 individuals, Rohan Panbesa, Captain of the Knights, Jeshua Ko, Emperor, and Sarba Ejim, Concord Division Commander. With the candidates displayed, Kim Gongja orders the system to show his current location. He wonders if this is still not a skilled game. Crossing his arms, the man reflects on how this privilege has turned into a really good one, questioning if it isn't all based on how you use your wits. In the distance, a red-haired figure scoffs, calling it cheap, but Kim Gongja thinks being cheap is also a skill. Focusing on the map, he notes that the closest place is to the blue dot. Zooming in, he identifies the NPC, Commander Sarba Ejim. The armored commander confronts him, demanding to know what business the warrior from another world has here. Kim Gongja simply remarks on his nice mustache. As the two stand face to face, a voice echoes in the background, suggesting that he must have a nice skill as well. The commander, his expression earnest, pleads with him to tell him if he is able to. He will try his best. His face contorted in desperation, Sarba Ejim begs him to just kill him. A beat passes, and Kim Gongja responds, revealing that he actually has a secret ability, though he doesn't seem too impressed with it. The commander's thoughts are revealed. It's kind of a suicide skill, But as long as this blessing activates, the Empire will win. He wonders what kind of blessing it is. Commander Sarba Ejim continues, stating that he cannot bring himself to kill a warrior. His voice rising with intensity, he urges him to think about what is more important, threatening to kill himself if he doesn't do it. His face inches from Kim Gongja's. He insists that this is the greatest way to help the Empire, that he is just. His voice barely a whisper, he is requesting his help. The commander explains that he is in charge of the harbor city, and rather than end his own life or die to a monster's hands, he would rather die in the hands of a patriot and a skilled leader. His face pleading, he looks up at Kim Gongja. Desperation etched on his face, he begs him, saying there isn't much time, and no matter how important the Empire is, to have to take the life of a man who came from another world. As the commander continues his plea, speaking of others from another world offering aid, a thought crosses his mind. Does Sarba Ejim truly believe what he's saying? The commander sighs, lamenting that this world is cursed. Sarba Ejim's face contorts in anguish, but Kim Gongja retorts that it's his brain that's cursed. Clutching his sword, the commander begs for forgiveness. Drawing his sword, Kim Gongja promises to grant him a painless death. The blade gleams, and Sarba Ejim asks for his name. Looking up at the armored figure, Kim Gongja answers, and the commander thanks him on behalf of the Empire. Towering over him, Kim Gongja prepares to strike. As the sword descends, Sarba Ejim acknowledges him as a true warrior. The screen flashes, indicating that Sarba Ejim has died. Suddenly, a system message appears, stating that he has completely copied Sarba Ejim's skill. A saying appears on the screen, for every person who runs, there is someone who flies, followed by a furious outburst against goblin bastards, claiming to have killed 6,000 of their kind for 6 years. Amidst the chaos of battle, Kim Gongja finds himself surrounded by goblins, his expression grim as he prepares to strike. As the battle rages on, a group of onlookers exchange uneasy glances, their faces etched with concern. Confusion hangs in the air as one of the observers voices their bewilderment, questioning the hunter's unusual methods. With a determined glint in his eyes, Kim Gongja grips his sword, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Knowing they'll soon run into a commander of the demon army, Kim Gongja declares that they should wipe out the monsters nearby, but not too many. Hearing the order, the soldier responds with enthusiasm, affirming that the warriors of the goddess are on their side. With the warriors ready, the army advances. Remembering the skill he gained by acting as a military strategist, Kim Gongja knows this has earned him the general's trust, and it's time to wipe them all out. Spotting the goblins, the soldier exclaims that they should turn right. Pointing at the mini-map, Kim Gongja explains that all of this is thanks to it. As a goblin flies by, the soldier coughs, noting the preparations made by repeating this day tirelessly. Holding his sword up high, a bright light emanating from it, Kim Gongja declares that this is the light of the goddess, but not all thanks to the skill. The Lafanta Ejim's holy sword of protection, a legendary artifact, is displayed. The holy sword of the ancestors is more than just a weapon. In a time where the line between myths and history was blurred, this founder disappeared, along with the holy sword. His last words of prophecy were, "On the fated day, the promised one shall appear with the sword." The founder's holy sword means the heavens have not betrayed the empire. Long live the Ejim Empire, long live the warrior. Attack. The view was worth clearing the hidden stage for, he thinks, satisfied. Someone shouts in disbelief, questioning why he traded everything away for a worthless item. Why would he choose that one out of all the dope items? It's shiny, durable, and can be used to dazzle all the NPCs until the 20th floor, Gongja thinks. Don't you see? NPCs aren't just tools that hand out quests. With a thunderous charge, a knight clad in shining armor leads the charge, his sword raised high, ready to strike down any foe in his path. Spurred on by the warrior's example, the armored ranks surge forward, their battle cries echoing across the field as they crash into the enemy lines. Observing the scene from a distance, one soldier wonders aloud why he's the only one allowed to ride with the general. Another retorts, asking if he's using his enhanced hearing just to eavesdrop on gossip after everything he's been taught. Meanwhile, a system message declares the annihilation of the demon army's left wing has been completed, much to Kim Gongja's delight. With a surge of power, Kim Gongja prepares for the next stage of the battle. Amidst the chaos, a cry rings out. We can win. The soldiers rally, urging each other to follow the general and the warrior. From the opposing side, a group of goblins spots their commander up ahead. A system message identifies him as the 11th floor boss monster, the Goblin King. The Goblin King bellows, demanding his troops stop them at once, berating them as idiots. Driven by his command, the Goblin army advances, ready to meet the knights head-on. Activating his skill, Kim Gongja prepares to strike. The goblins scream, charging forward. But with a flash of blue, he cuts through the horde. The goblins, ranked F, are no match for the hunters. The Goblin King falls, defeated. The knights cheer, proclaiming victory over the demons. The warrior of the goddess has defeated their army. The goblins can only whimper in defeat. Watching the battle from afar, a man wonders what's happening. Another man declares, solo hunting is their specialty. The humans charge, yelling to kill them all. The goblin army is routed. The system announces the stage clear, confirming the subjugation of the 11th floor. The crowd erupts in celebration, barely believing they cleared the 11th floor in a single day. As the system calculates the subjugators, the crowd waits with bated breath. The system announces that the subjugators' limit has been exceeded, followed by a cheer for the Black Dragon Guild. The subjugation contribution rankings are displayed, with Kim Gongja at the top. The crowd marvels at the one who cleared the 10th floor, recognizing the immense feat. Amidst the crowd, a figure stands out. Someone wonders, could he be some kind of secluded master? Arms crossed, Bei Huryung scoffs, calling him a cunning, lazy bum. He refuses to acknowledge it, seeing it as nothing more than a game. A smirk plays on his lips, as he considers the situation. He promises to train his sword techniques diligently before the 20th stage, but wonders if it's really necessary. Of course, how could he not want to be by the Sword Emperor's side? Rather, Bei Huryung should be the one begging him to train him, right? Bahaha, he's finally realized his worth, zombie. He's so simple. You know, the towers they've just climbed may be slightly different, but back in his day, he's really so simple. Warrior of the goddess. They were able to secure victory, thanks to him. Because of that, he offers his sincere gratitude. Don't mention it, Kim Gongja replies, they all did it together. It seems like he was worried for nothing. There was a prophecy, a long time ago, stating that there will come a time when the demon army will invade them, but with it will come a warrior, summoned from a different world. They were told not to worry. He had reservations about the resolve of this warrior, fighting for a world that is not his own. It seems that it was merely an old man's needless concern. He offers Kim Gongja his gratitude, once again. A handshake. Such a gesture was still the same. Perhaps it was because they were both human, with two hands, regardless of their origins. Extending a hand, the armored warrior looks forward to more of his accomplishments in the future. Kim Gongja replies that he'll try his hardest to exceed expectations. Calculating rewards. Calculations complete. Rewards will be distributed to the top subjugators. Gripping the armored hand, Kim Gongja looks on. Top subjugators will be granted first entry to the 12th floor. Remaining subjugators will be denied access until rewards have been distributed to the top subjugators. As the light shines down on them, the armored warrior continues to shake hands with Kim Gongja. The armored warrior says to take good care of their empire. The air crackles with magical energy, as whispers spread about who's being summoned. Only the top 10? And is old man Marcus really going to be there too? Looking up, a figure with fiery red hair stands tall, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Dismissing the concerns with a wave of his hand, he retorts that they worry too much. What's the worst that can happen, death? A look of disbelief crosses Kim Gongja's face, as he asks if they're being serious. Reassuringly, he insists that he's got a plan, so there's no need to worry. With a flash of light and a surge of power, the transfer completes. Gazing around at the opulent surroundings, Kim Gongja wonders if this is the royal palace of the Ejim Empire. A voice echoes, expressing surprise that he didn't expect to come to a place like this. A younger voice chimes in, praising Kim Gongja's performance, identifying himself as the heretic questioner. The voice explains that he's used his abilities to appear younger. The heretic questioner continues, noting that he enjoyed watching his performance on the 11th floor and asking about the strange sword he used, wondering if it was a reward from the 10th floor. The blonde woman acknowledges the compliment, as she's told that her application to lead the raid on the 11th floor, using the reward from the 10th floor, is incredible. The heretic interrogator waves off the praise, claiming he's being flattered too much. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man prepares himself, muttering, "Inner God." He seems to be powering up. Back in the room, the heretic interrogator is surprised, calling someone the Sword Saint. He's asked, when did he transition into an assassin? Elsewhere, the man declares he's going to kill that man. He grips a strange weapon. The scene cuts to text. I'm sorry, by that man. Are you referring to Hunter Kim Gongja? Back in the room, the heretic interrogator responds, indeed. The man with the weapon declares, if someone won't get out of his way, he'll be taking an arm from them as well. The heretic interrogator states that it would be inconvenient if Kim Gongja were to die here, as the reputation of their 5 great guilds would plummet into the ground. He then asks why he's targeting Kim Gongja. The man replies that he has no obligation to say. The heretic interrogator asks if he has no intention of giving up. Preparing for battle, the heretic interrogator crosses his hands, a glowing aura surrounding him. The room shifts, becoming a battle arena. The man stands tall, ready to fight. With a battle cry, Chun Mumun launches his attack. His attack creates a burst of blue energy, striking the heretic interrogator. He thinks to himself that they are pesky flies. But before he can continue his assault, the heretic interrogator counters, sending him flying backwards. Chun Mumun wonders what the hell he has eaten to be this strong. The heretic interrogator retorts that it's funny he'd say that, as he's in his 40s now himself. He asks if he's insinuating that he's old, as everyone knows you really start living at 40, asshole. Someone exclaims that Chunmu Master is indeed old and almost blind, wondering if he isn't supposed to be on their side. A knight in full armor declares that the battle isn't going their way. Looking down at a blonde woman, a gray-haired man with an eye patch simply hums. A blonde woman states that things are indeed the case. Surrounded by armored figures, a gray-haired man in a blue suit stands with a sword. Extending her hand, the blonde woman asks for 10,000 gold. She clarifies that she wasn't asking to borrow the money, asking how 3 months from now sounds. Holding a fan, a brown-haired woman asks if she's asking an entrepreneur for a donation, adding that it's dirty. The brown-haired woman continues, stating that the money can just be offered to the church and go to heaven, calling her a bigger bandit. A voice commands to withdraw 10,000 gold. A bag of gold coins floats down, seemingly in response to the order. The blonde woman stands amidst a pile of gold coins, seemingly pleased. Bathed in golden light, surrounded by mountains of wealth, the gatekeeper expresses sincere gratitude. As the gold's power surges, a holy technique begins to take hold. The air crackles with energy, a holy transfer physically strengthening those it touches. The strengthening targets both Crusader and Viper, each receiving a buff that will last for 300 seconds. Golden light weaves between them, the gold linking their hands in a shared purpose. With the procedure complete, the gatekeeper stands triumphant, the gold's power now flowing through the others. Surveying the scene, Kim Gongja takes in the sheer volume of gold before him. A stern voice echoes, declaring that even with the Countess, Crusader, and Chunmu Master, fighting him will be a challenge. The Countess retorts, pointing out that her vault has yet to be depleted, inviting them to test whether her bankruptcy or their deaths will come first. She wonders what her vault has ever done to them to warrant such animosity. A mysterious figure offers a word of advice, suggesting that the challenges ahead won't just involve the 4 of them. Making his intentions clear, Kim Gongja announces that he will fight with them, having made an official agreement with the 5 great guilds yesterday. A grizzled strategist seeks confirmation, asking if there's an agreement. The news spreads quickly. Hunter Kim Gongja has simultaneously joined all 5 great guilds, wielding the authority of a guild master. The implications are clear, that's to say, it's a direct challenge to the Sword Saint. A knight declares, to draw your sword against him is to do so against all of us. Can you really take all of us on? Surrounded by allies, Kim Gongja states, this is the plan he's made. The strategist recalls, remember what I told you on the 11th floor? A muscular man asks, what do you mean? There are 2 ways to face a strong opponent. He elaborates, either to gain enough strength to crush an army alone. Alternatively, gather an army yourself to fight for you. The strategist concludes, a solo player is powerless before a hunter with an alliance at his disposal. With a glint of steel, a sword is drawn. The Sword Saint is approached, someone wants a word. Standing before the Sword Saint, Kim Gongja can't help but feel the weight of the man's gaze. Speaking with a disarming tone, he admits he's unsure why the Sword Saint is after him, claiming this may be the first time they've met, but he's always looked up to him. Despite the pleasantries, Kim Gongja knows the Sword Saint likely sees him as an assassin sent by Black Dragon. The Sword Saint's blade flashes, a silent warning, a test of his reflexes. The Sword Saint remains unconvinced, stating that he must indeed be a top-class assassin. The Sword Saint's thoughts are laid bare, seeing him as a mercenary raised by a major guild, far from a self-made hunter. His eyes narrow, observing that to have dodged his blade, he must be in cahoots. The man scoffs, remarking that the tower is the same on the inside as it is outside. Since he entered the tower, he's been relentlessly solicited, one of the women replies. Urging him to join their guilds, the man states that he has always declined, asking if they know why. To prove that it is possible in this tower to rise to the top alone. Unlike the repulsive world outside, where things like lineage, nationality, and connections tie you down, here, you can thrive alone, with a single sword. You can succeed by your own potential and hard work, the man continues, adding that such are the ideals he wished to spread, but questions what they all do. All of you are just like rotten, stagnant water, the woman retorts, saying that for him of all people to say such a thing. You've been living in delusion, blinded by your own ego, the man replies, stating that if they had lent a hand, many hunters would have lived. Had they worked with him, their casualties would have been halved. Would have been much more secure and stable, the woman replies, calling him a child with no sense of responsibility for calling them rotten, stagnant water. Her eyes blazing with fury, she demands that if you're going to be the top player, you need to act like it. The response is deafening, silence. Someone's patience wears thin, asking if they're being treated like a child. Drawing his blade, the older man tells him to move aside. If he wants to fight, he should do it with a sword. The younger man is excited, calling him his one and only disciple. They're still fighting, even among themselves, and they must not back down or it will be the end for their empire. The situation seems dire, as someone exclaims that it's not possible because there are too many of them. Even the NPCs of the 11th floor have joined together to defend their country. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she acknowledges that this has nothing to do with Kim Gongja, and it's much more serious than he thinks. She understands. Someone argues that they're hunters first, and should focus on clearing the 12th floor. He points out that they're bickering amongst themselves, behaving worse than the NPCs. The group stands divided. They're requesting assistance, though it's speculated that they may just be NPCs. The plea is made to take good care of their empire, as they've been summoned as knights and heroes, yet the fate of the empire is just an afterthought. Someone scoffs, questioning what there is to a knight. They simply help to do what others can't, calling someone a punk. The man in the suit urges everyone to focus, to solve the remaining challenges as they did on the 11th floor. Kim Gongja is right, he acknowledges. The Crusader's name hangs in the air, a question. Though he doesn't understand why anyone would attack Kim Gongja, now is not the time for infighting, he thinks. The Crusader resolves to sacrifice himself a little. Watch carefully, the text commands. As everyone can see, he claims, he has an ability that allows him to see through others' lies. Not an exaggeration, he says. This is the skill that has allowed him to reach the Vice Guildmaster rank, Swordmaster Kim Gongja. If they would place their trust in him, he will guarantee the authenticity of their statements here. Doubt is a poison that eats away at humans, and the truth is its antidote. This is the ultimate chance. He doesn't know about the trust they've lost so far, but it should be enough to guarantee their collaboration for the 12th floor. That's fine by him. Addressing the Sword Saint directly, the Crusader acknowledges that he is the only one present who has never harmed a single person, trusting him to proceed. Accepting the Crusader's trust, the armored figure agrees to continue. The Sword Saint then instructs to ask Kim Gongja a question, swearing on his honor and rank to be truthful in his responses. Turning to Kim Gongja, the Sword Saint's expression hardens. The question hangs heavy in the air, directed at Kim Gongja. The Sword Saint begins, asking if it's true that he has killed over 4,000 humans. Kim Gongja simply replies, yes. With a sudden declaration, the Sword Saint states that it is false. The Sword Saint's piercing gaze intensifies. The Sword Saint explains that Kim Gongja answered yes to the question, but that was false, implying he has not killed over 4,000 humans. The Sword Saint's expression is unreadable as he continues to stare at Kim Gongja. The armored figure interjects, calling it an absurd question to begin with, questioning how one person could kill so many people. Well, that's because you've raised this young man as a specialized assassin, the Sword Saint remarks, affirming that Kim Gongja is indeed a specialized assassin. Crusader seems to have misjudged the Sword Saint's character, who thought for sure he would be truthful in all his responses. That's why he asked him in the beginning whether he would really trust him. The Sword Saint asks if he's going back on his word now. Wait, there's no way he hasn't killed a single person, the Crusader exclaims, but the Sword Saint simply states, ah well, that's true. The Sword Saint continues to question him, but just one person. Kim Gongja responds, truth. And while it was indeed murder, he was someone who deserved it. He tried to kill me first, and he was a massive serial killer. The Sword Saint acknowledges, it's all true. The Sword Saint stands tall, seemingly satisfied with the answers he has received. A new character appears, stating that they only met Hunter Kim Gongja for the first time yesterday. In a brief flashback, an older man warns someone about the dangers of relying solely on skills. Back in the present, the Sword Saint's companion states he's answered all of his questions. The Sword Saint interjects, it seems there's been a misunderstanding on both sides. But the conversation is far from over. Kim Gongja presses, if the guild masters hadn't protected him, there's a high probability he would have died, right? The Sword Saint remains silent, the tension palpable. He's thinking now's a good time for something. The Sword Saint asks, what do you think, Swordmaster, sir? The Sword Saint is asked if now would be a good time for an apology. The Sword Saint stands in profile, listening intently. Completely true. There are no gaps in his logic. Aye. Kim Gongja wonders what he'll do. Will he accuse the Crusader of lying? You guys are all in this together. Hurry up and apologize to Kim. Or will he reveal his own skill card to defend himself? He might lose some face, but it'll definitely be a justifiable reason. You said your name is Kim Gongja? Yes. Or he may try to kill me to shut me up, like the Flame Emperor, if you truly did not massacre innocent people. The majority of people are inclined to make excuses or blame others when found to be in the wrong. Just as the Flame Emperor chose silencing to show his evilness, a voice declares a firm no. That's not it. The text continues, explaining that the Sword Saint will also make a choice, one that will determine what kind of person he is. With a snap of his fingers, the Sword Saint asks to try again. He offers a sincere apology, bowing his head. He admits he was wrong, that he was quick to jump to conclusions, and almost committed murder. Until now, he believed he was only right, that he shouldn't waste even a second hesitating about killing those he believed deserved to die, and that he had killed people in accordance to that belief. But that will not happen anymore. The old swordsman chose not to accuse the Crusader or blame the skill. There is no point to repenting in words alone, the Sword Saint declares, offering to grant any wish. Nor did he try to silence me, but instead, repented on his own actions, though it would be cool if he could really say that. A voice begs him to allow him to keep his life, to let this pathetic old man reach the top of this tower. And so, he pleads the young hunter. Kim Gongja reflects on the Sword Saint's words, realizing he may have been wrong about him, and that he won't rely on his skill to kill people anymore. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint stands before the crowd, his armor gleaming, awaiting their response. He thinks to himself that these are all truths, as he is referred to as the Sword Saint. A woman with dark purple hair stands with a child, finding it embarrassing to forgive him after swords were drawn. Kim Gongja thinks to himself that he should teach him the most valuable sword technique he knows, wondering how the Sword Saint confessed his feelings so confidently. The armored figure is shocked, expressing his surprise. Looking out at the crowd, he finds it surprising that it's all true. A man with an eye patch questions if he really means it, wondering why he won't ask for anything, because he's too embarrassed to show off. The woman with dark purple hair observes the scene, remaining skeptical. A blonde child exclaims, "What a beautiful sight." The child continues, stating that one who genuinely repents and one who genuinely forgives is what makes their peace a true, holy miracle, but someone tells him to shut up, finding him annoying. A woman with brown hair apologizes for being a party pooper when everything's ended well, but she's ended up wasting 10,000 gold. Having just apologized for his earlier behavior, the Sword Saint suddenly declares that he misunderstood Kim Gongja, seeing him as a pure and just young man. Interrupting the Sword Saint's sudden praise, Kim Gongja asks him to repeat himself. Confused by the sudden change in tone, he questions if the man is truly the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint, grabbing Kim Gongja's hands, insists that he call him Grandpa Marcus, leaving Kim Gongja utterly bewildered. Marcus asks the young hunter his age, noting that he doesn't look over 30, before mentioning that he has a very kind granddaughter in the outside world, and if she ever comes into the tower, he will actively tell her about Kim Gongja's charm. Visibly uncomfortable, Kim Gongja tries to politely decline. Marcus, leaning in close, asks if he's saying that he's not interested in his granddaughter. Clearing his throat, the red-haired man off to the side remarks that the cherry blossoms must blow in one's youth, and that dating allows one to see what could not be seen before, such as one's own patheticness. The red-haired man continues, stating that it is important to realize your own patheticness, especially in the year one turned 16. Marcus insists that he told him that he's an annoying boomer, and that he's very adamant on his beliefs, so adamant that it makes you want to die. Kim Gongja apologizes, stating that he's just not interested in dating young men, and that he had no idea and never wanted to know, as Marcus offers to take good care of him from now on, noting that his clothes are quite ragged and that he'll get him a nice suit. Thinking to himself, Kim Gongja wonders if he should just kill himself and restart the day, as a system message appears, welcoming him and announcing that he has cleared the 11th floor as rank 1. Kim Gongja's eyes widen. He thinks to himself, I know a skilled tailor, but... The system message states that the 11th floor clear rewards will be distributed, and he realizes, I cleared the 11th floor as rank 1, so I'm being rewarded first. Turning his head, he wonders, I wonder what the reward will be. The system presents him with two options, and he notes, this part I know. Remembering his past experiences, Kim Gongja thinks, back then I could only choose things like Garda. He wonders, then what about the Demon King's reward? A new directive echoes in his mind. Kill the top 10 contributors, excluding himself, and the Demon King will use his power to transmit him directly to the 99th floor. The implications sink in. Why is he spacing out all of a sudden? If he kills all of these people, he'll be able to clear up to the 99th floor at once. The weight of the decision settles on him, the task ahead suddenly feeling immense. His name flashes before him, a stark reminder of the role he now plays in this twisted game. Presented with two paths, he must select from the following two rewards. It's most definitely a trap, a voice echoes in his mind. Knowing full well that it's a trap, of course it is, because... The voice continues, stating that the Demon King's reward has to be a trap. The man thinks to himself, my guess is that the Flame Emperor first decided to side with the Demon King, and then regressed upon realizing that it's a trap. His heart pounds as he considers the implications. He wonders, maybe it wouldn't be a terrible idea to die to the boss of the 99th floor once. A voice urges, don't do it. The Flame Emperor recounts his own attempt, climbing to the 99th floor alone, only to fail. He warns Kim Gongja, insisting that this is a trap, a revoltingly horrid one at that. He questions if the boss of the 99th floor is really that strong. The Flame Emperor grimaces, admitting there's something much more vicious instead. He continues, warning that it's a trap and not to say he didn't warn him. Kim Gongja wonders just what it is, admitting he's never seen him act like this, and it's scaring him. The Flame Emperor admits, though he hates to, that Kim Gongja is doing well, urging him to keep doing what he's been doing, and he'll be able to clear the 99th floor automatically. Kim Gongja considers throwing it. He thinks to himself, questioning the Goddess of Protection's reward and why there's no need to go that far. Kim Gongja announces to everyone that the rewards for the 11th floor have appeared in front of him. He states that's great. A woman with purple hair states that she's already chosen her reward, while another woman with blonde hair says she decided not to choose one. Confused, Kim Gongja wonders what's going on, as a system message appears, stating that he did not select a stage reward. Adding to the confusion, messages from the Goddess of Protection and the Demon King of Autumn Rain question his decision. A hunter in full armor looks at him, asking what he just did. The gatekeeper observes, noting that he has selected the safest choice. He reflects, wondering if it was really necessary to give up on a reward altogether, but he has no regrets. The gatekeeper responds, stating that it's a relief, but it's a decision he has trouble following. Another hunter declares that he'll choose the Grandmaster of the Ejim Empire. The hunter's choice is made, as the system message pledges allegiance to the mightiest swordsman of the empire. The gatekeeper observes that this is how the roles are decided. Another hunter exclaims that she has no idea what they are talking about. She is reassured that there's no need to worry, as someone will explain it to her. With a flash of light, the rewards are being distributed. The hunter with the eye patch seems skeptical, questioning if the 99th floor was really reached. A woman with purple hair responds, affirming that it is indeed the 99th floor. A blonde woman speaks, stating that for convenience, those who chose the goddess will be referred to as knights, and those who chose the demon king as traitors. The woman continues, explaining that the traitor has much more of a disadvantage than the mafia, and that there are 9 knights, as well as the vice guild master of the civil militia, on their side. A knight in shining armor agrees, adding that they can tell who the traitor is, as long as they are trusted. The blonde woman elaborates, explaining that the game is heavily skewed in favor of the knights, and that Kim Gongja's decision to give up the rewards seems unnecessary. Another hunter declares that based on the decision, they will choose the supreme general of the empire, pledging allegiance to the highest flag of the empire. The hunter with the eye patch chimes in, saying that it's best to choose a reward, and that they are choosing the captain of the guards. Another hunter states that they will choose the director of foreign affairs, as it looks to be the most ordinary. The woman with purple hair announces that she will be the chancellor, trusting that they all won't side with the demon king, and that the reward will disappear on its own if nobody chooses it. Turning to the red-haired man, he asks if he's sure about throwing this run, questioning if it isn't too much. His companion replies, he's sure this is the answer, wondering when one should hunt at the prey, and when one should surrender the hunt and back off. Rewards have been forfeited by one person. The goddess's reward has been received, and 8 people have benefited. The demon king's reward has been received. One person has received the demon king's reward. Her eyes blazing with fury, she declares that they are fools, just as she told them. Hearing that someone chose the demon king's reward, she expresses her surprise. She wonders, why choose the demon king's reward when the odds are so oppressively against you? The air crackles with anticipation, a tension that reminds the Flame Emperor of clearing the early stages of the tower. He can feel the chills running down his spine, sensing that heads will roll today. Hiding behind a decorative fan, a woman recalls a time when the 5 great guilds used to be the 10 great guilds. A disembodied voice chimes in, claiming to have seen and caused quite a few deaths back then. Another voice demands that the Crusader question everyone with a lie detector. A message of luck appears, followed by a stern warning not to miss a single person. Speaking as the leader of the Black Dragons, she vows that whoever betrayed them will suffer the most painful death imaginable. The interrogator announces that everyone will be questioned immediately, and anyone who tries to avoid answering will be killed. Prefacing the interrogation, the interrogator declares that they are not the traitor. The interrogator states that Kim Gongja forfeited the rewards and is therefore not a suspect, but they will still ask if he selected the Demon King's reward. A close-up of Kim Gongja shows his reaction to the interrogation. The interrogator states that they are telling the truth. The interrogator asks if the Sword Saint selected the Demon King's reward. One of the suspects swears on his honor that he certainly did not. Another suspect shouts, "Fuck you, it wasn't me." Another suspect states, "Me neither." The interrogator concludes that they are all speaking the truth. Demanding answers, the woman with dark purple hair questions if the witch selected the Demon King's reward. A voice booms out, cutting through the tension with a sharp, "Wait." The man with the eye patch continues, wondering aloud if none of the 10 members present were responsible. Then who the hell is the traitor? As the goddess of protection laments their foolishness and the Demon King of Autumn Rain laughs cheerfully, the armored figure states not to be surprised. The group considers the traitor may have an ability to hide or conceal lies, or even possess multiple personalities. The man with the eye patch turns to the armored figure, suggesting that he is the dirty traitor. Her eyes narrowing, the leader of the Black Dragons asks if they are being suspected right now. The armored figure responds, agreeing that even if the Crusader wasn't lying, she could have lied for the 5 great guilds. The man with the eye patch interjects, stating that logically, it's a certainly possible theory, and he could indeed be the traitor. The armored figure declares they must not lose their cool and collectedness, as they've overcome countless obstacles so far, and they can trust each other this time, too. The guild leader Countess remarks on the nature of trust, noting that it takes a long time to build. In other words, it took 10 years for the guilds to collaborate and be called the 5 great guilds. The guild leader Countess finds it difficult to trust anyone outside of the 5 great guilds. The heretic interrogator interjects, stating that not everyone has the time to spend 10 years building trust. He pleads for efficiency. The heretic interrogator prepares to cast a spell. Suddenly, a voice orders Viper to take care of rank 10. Before the heretic interrogator can react, he's struck by an unseen force. The force of the blow sends blood spraying from his mouth. A system message appears, stating that a warrior has died, but he was not a servant of the Demon King. Someone shouts, accusing the attackers of finally showing their true colors. Viper declares that the heretic interrogator hasn't changed at all since back then, and demands that he stop immediately. A man looks on in shock. A chilling announcement echoes through the halls. A warrior has fallen. Surveying the scene of carnage, the blonde-haired figure can only manage a quiet, "HM." The situation has grown complicated, he thinks, convinced the culprit must be one of them. Turning to the armored figure behind him, he reminds them that he told them to wait. The silver-haired figure's face contorts in rage, recalling how he pleaded for calm, only to be ignored. He calmly came to the conclusion that those 3 had the highest probability of being the traitor, but he was ultimately wrong. though the media won't have access to this information. Suddenly, a figure launches a surprise attack, striking with blinding speed. The blonde-haired figure is sent flying backwards, cursing in disbelief. Gasping in pain, he realizes he won't be able to offer much help alone anymore. Clutching his chest, he collapses against the grand staircase. The silver-haired figure grits his teeth, declaring that this isn't the problem, begging for someone to come help him, as he's going to die. With his last breath, he calls out to Kim Gongja, leaving everything to him. The scene erupts in chaos. The heretic interrogator is caught in a barrage of lightning, struggling against an unseen assailant. Desperate, he cries out, begging for the Sword Saint to stop the assault. As the battle rages, a voice muses on the inefficiency of majority rule, suggesting that authority should be given to someone who is certainly not the traitor, while another declares they will honor any decision Kim Gongja makes. Turning his gaze, someone addresses the Sword Emperor, his expression unreadable. Amidst the turmoil, a figure wonders if they are destined to be liked by psychopaths, now handed full authority by the Vice Guild Master. A voice congratulates someone on their promotion, questioning if that was the reason they gave up the rewards, while the other admits to being awestruck. Regret fills the air, as the man reflects on the tension between the rankers and the thought that a traitor would appear, lamenting that he never thought it would get this bad after giving up the reward. Elsewhere, one asks a question, receiving a simple yep in response, while a third party remarks that he's always been like that. A flashback reveals that religious conflicts were a serious issue upon first entering the tower, with constant fighting amongst different religions and sects, until the heretic questioner showed up and killed them all. The Sword Emperor is seen, as someone reflects that this is the only way he's ever known, thinking the religions came to an understanding peacefully, but guessing the media just covered it up. Panic sets in, as the heretic interrogator cries out that he's going to die, realizing his lapse in judgment has caused trouble, and shamelessly requests help from Hunter Kim Gongja. In a tense exchange, someone declares that the Chunmu Master is about to die, demanding that the Sword Emperor stop the Sword Saint in exchange for full authority, but he refuses, stating they'll talk about it later in depth. Continuing his tirade, the Sword Emperor shouts, demanding action. Bowing low, as if trying to reason with a force of nature, the heretic interrogator pleads with him to listen. Desperate to de-escalate the situation, the heretic interrogator begs him to stop fighting and talk things out. Ignoring the plea, the Sword Emperor retorts, declaring he'll ask out the heretic interrogator's granddaughter. Unyielding, the heretic interrogator continues his attempts, offering to become his grandson-in-law if he'll just do him a favor. His expression hardening, the Sword Emperor declares he's not forgiving them. Continuing his thought, the Sword Emperor questions why he's being told this, stating it's too late to rip these bastards apart after he's caught the traitor. A subordinate looks on, shocked by the declaration, as the Sword Emperor states that they should kill them later, if at all. Elsewhere, a knight stands among others, listening intently. The knight inquires, asking how so. In a dimly lit room, a figure stands before a screen, examining the displayed message. The message reveals that one could become the Emperor's chancellor, general, or even the head knight, and that the Demon King's core is located on the 20th floor, urging young heroes to unite their strength and destroy it. The group considers their options, but the idea of hunting for a traitor is quickly dismissed. Instead, Kim Gongja declares that they should all focus on killing the Demon King first. It's a simple problem, really. If the Demon King dies, the reward disappears, too, and the Goddess of Protection's eyes are shining. The group seems to agree that no matter how the tower tries to test them, the solution will always be simple. With renewed resolve, Kim Gongja states their next course of action, to climb the tower. Their goal is clear, break the Demon King's core. Suddenly, a system message blares to life, announcing the start of the 12th floor quest. The air thickens with anticipation, as the hunters brace themselves for what's to come. A sense of dread washes over the scene, as the architecture seems to twist and contort in the oppressive atmosphere. The very air seems to scream in agony, as the nightmare descends. A voice whispers, acknowledging that it's a nightmare, that the rain of nightmares are raining down again, and that it's all over now. The voice continues, identifying the source of the terror, the Demon King. A figure cries out in despair, questioning what is happening and why everyone is suddenly like this, begging the goddess for answers and lamenting that they have been forsaken. Another voice echoes, wondering if this is all scripted and questioning why the NPCs are acting this way. The quest has begun, and the descent into madness is underway. The world shatters around them, as the horrors of the 12th floor manifest. The text declares, the Demon King of Fall Rain has arisen. Standing amidst a pool of blood, Kim Gongja gazes up at a towering figure looming in the distance. A voice booms, declaring them pitiful wretches. The voice continues, questioning whether they believe calling humans from another world and giving them high positions could turn them into shields. The voice mocks, inviting them to call as many warriors and knights as they like. Kim Gongja looks down at his hands, as the voice declares that in the end, they are still humans, and pities him for not knowing the end to his foolishness. The voice continues, stating that they are the ones who don't see humans as humans. A pinging sound echoes, signaling an imminent threat. The voice warns them to get swallowed by their ill intents. A man with an eye patch looks up, his expression one of shock and disbelief. Before them stands the demon king of fall rain, as the man with the eye patch questions what he is seeing. Amidst the looming threat of demonic forces, internal strife continues to plague the ranks, a stark reminder that unity is paramount in the face of overwhelming odds. Surveying the scene, Kim Gong-ja finds himself surrounded by allies and adversaries alike, each grappling with the gravity of their situation. Acknowledging the daunting task ahead, a voice of reason cuts through the tension, reminding everyone that even in the face of overwhelming odds, the tower never presents challenges that cannot be overcome. Kim Gong-ja stands resolute, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, ready to confront whatever trials may lie in wait. As the gravity of their roles settles in, the captain of the royal guards is reminded of their duty to lead, not falter in the face of adversity. Recognizing the need for cohesion, the importance of uniting the NPCs and guiding them as if they were their own is stressed, a strategy vital for success. Amidst the growing tension, the Sword Saint is urged to put aside internal conflicts, for a kingdom divided cannot stand against external threats. The call to duty echoes through the throne room, as the Crusader is tasked with finding the missing king and civil officials, essential for maintaining control over the NPCs. Hearing their name called, the commander steps forward, acknowledging their role in the unfolding events. Expressing a clear disdain for hunters, the commander acknowledges their current reliance on them, setting the stage for future conflict. As the commander asserts their authority, Kim Gong-ja finds himself growing more intrigued by the unfolding dynamics, a subtle shift in his perception. With the soldiers' morale wavering, the commander is urged to take to the walls and rally the troops, a crucial step in bolstering their defenses. With the gravity of the situation weighing heavily, the commander issues a stark directive. The castle walls must be protected at all costs. Should they fall, it's game over for this stage. Her resolve unwavering, a woman declares she's never broken a promise in her life, and she'll protect whatever it is with her very life. Amidst the chaos, a man relays the captain's orders. Everyone in the finance department needs to gather up. As a strange rain begins to fall, someone decides to get going first, questioning if the rain is acidic. Stunned by the sheer scale of what they're seeing, a man exclaims that it's way bigger than huge. Elsewhere, Kim Gong-ja stands, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. A voice calls out, "Miss Witch." The Black Witch corrects them, stating that she prefers to be called the Black Dragon Master. Someone wonders how she appeared out of nowhere, to which she replies it's one of her skills, teleportation. Explaining her abilities, the Black Witch states she can move to any place that she can see. Someone remarks that she's so skilled she should get the zombies killed. Asked if they're going to the castle, the Black Witch confirms that she's come to take Kim Gong-ja there. A soldier asks if the 11th floor has a sword that works on the NPCs, right? Another soldier responds that he doesn't know what that was, but if they have it, they can raise the morale of the NPCs. The person that the soldiers on the wall need is not him, but Kim Gong-ja. Looking at his bandaged hand, Kim Gong-ja is asked to make an agreement. Knowing time is of the essence, he's told that he needs to make a clear verbal agreement if he wants to teleport with her. Otherwise, she can't teleport him. That's the restriction of her skills. Considering the situation, Kim Gong-ja hesitates, pointing out that teleportation should be at least an S-rank skill, and questioning if it's okay for her to reveal her restrictions, wondering if it's her ace in the hole. With a slight smirk, the Black Witch finds it strange that he would say that, reminding him that according to him, she is the chancellor of this empire. Her hand outstretched, she asks if it isn't an obvious thing to do for a chancellor to pull out her ace in the hole to protect her country. Knowing they're out of time, the Black Witch urges Kim Gong-ja to agree to it, no matter how simply he does it. With a surge of dark energy, the Black Witch grabs Kim Gong-ja's hand. Teleportation is now in progress, but there's one more restriction. The world around them distorts, as the Black Witch initiates teleportation. Amidst the chaos, a grim realization dawns. This is the end. They call them NPCs, and a desperate plea echoes, "Oh God, have mercy." Desperation fills the air, as armored figures cry out that they are people no different from humans, begging for pity. The soldiers' pleas continue, insisting that even if they're just illusions, it doesn't mean that their fears are illusions as well. The Black Witch expresses her gratitude, thanking him for bringing her here, stating that from here, she'll. Cutting her off, Kim Gong-ja tells her to wait. Kim Gong-ja reflects on the situation, thinking he can't be chased away after only showing his junior his bad sides. The Black Witch thinks to herself that she didn't become a guild master just by sitting still. The soldiers of the Ejim Empire stand ready. A voice commands them to rise. The Black Witch questions if they thought stone walls would protect them, and reminds them that they, the soldiers, are the only walls truly protecting their empire. A soldier recognizes the speaker as the chancellor. As the soldiers march forward, the voice continues to command them to rise, stating that one day the walls may fall and their homes might perish, but as long as they are still standing, their empire will not fall. The warriors are the empire itself, and until they no longer have hands to hold their swords and spears, they must rise for the empire and for themselves. Kim Gong-ja is surprised by the scene unfolding before him. A soldier declares that God is with them, as a sword glows with power. The Black Witch and Kim Gong-ja watch as the soldiers are rallied. The goddess of protection thanks them for the choice they've made. The goddess of protection gives out the last of her power. With a single strike, he takes care of one, preparing for the next. The blade flashes, killing one after another. It's a symphony of the sword, killing the next one before the last one even drops dead. Barely a moment has passed, only a single second. The voice echoes, "Don't disconnect your sword swings. Connect them. If you've swung your sword downwards, swing it back up." The voice continues, "A sword's flow is a fight against time. A novice can only dominate 1 second at best." The voice explains, "They're done after a single swing. On the other hand, someone with a bit of experience can dominate 5 seconds. Do not lose control over time." The voice urges, "You're not done after you cut one down. Find the next path." A normal person simply lets time flow, but that should be taboo for a swordsman. Live every 1 second to its maximum. The voice concludes, "Gongja, you are a swordsman. That's why you need to live by the sword." Now been 10 seconds, he suddenly had a thought. Standing over the fallen, he reflects on the battle. Why did the tower give an EX rank skill to a bastard like him? It didn't have to be some great saint. It wouldn't have been a problem if the skill was given to a somewhat normal person. So why, out of all people, was it given to that psychopath? Or is the tower unconquerable by anyone except Yusuha? In order to reign at the top, does he have to be like that asshole? As if. I'm going to clear floor 20 in place of the Flame Emperor. Floor 32. And floor 50, even floor 100. I'll show you. Define. Hunter Kim Gong-jae is leveling up. You are now a D-rank hunter. A chorus of guttural voices congratulates someone. Having cleared the area in a mere 30 seconds, a message wishes him good fortune. Bathed in a crimson glow, the power emanating from him is palpable. He continues his relentless assault, his blade a blur as it cuts through the enemy ranks. Green energy crackles around the remaining foes, but they are no match for his skill. Each swing is precise, each strike decisive. Watching the spectacle unfold, the Sword Saint's expression is unreadable. Acknowledging the display, he remarks that it was fantastic, introducing himself as Marcus Callenbury. The words echo in his mind, the second time. As another figure fades from view, he hears the name Yusuha, a final farewell. It's the second time a rank 1 hunter has revealed their name to him, each time with different names and different people. Reflecting on these encounters, he realizes that he, too, has changed. Reflecting on the past, he acknowledges the present. With a respectful tone, Kim Gongja introduces himself. Extending an offer, the Sword Saint invites him to fight together. The Empire's head knight, blade drawn, stands ready. With a surge of power, the Sword Saint joins the fray. A cacophony of war cries erupts as the soldiers charge forward. Expressing a hint of frustration, the Empire's great general acknowledges the difficulty of leading the troops. With gratitude, the Empire's great general thanks Kim Gongja for the time he has bought them. An order rings out, issued by the Heretic Inquisitor. The Empire's great general commands, demanding the slaughter of all who dare oppose the Empire. The Heretic Inquisitor stands amidst the chaos, his surroundings eerily silent as the goddess seems to be on their side. With a ferocious cry, the Sword Saint cuts down the opposition, a single thought consuming his mind. He must only go forward. The Empire's head knight congratulates him, proud to have brought his guild allies along with the royal troops. The Sword Saint assures him not to worry, he'll show him why they're called the Celestial Martial Clan. The Empire's head knight notes that he's not listening, completely immersed in the battle, and he likes it. The Heretic Inquisitor thinks to himself, he probably can't hear him, but it doesn't matter. He recalls that he saved his life in the royal chamber back then, wondering if the Celestial Martial Clan leader would pay back his debt. The Celestial Martial Clan leader tells him to move forward while he charges, promising to watch his left, giving him the VIP treatment, as he's yet to let a single person die while they stand to his right. The Sword Saint continues his charge, his blade a blur of motion. The Heretic Inquisitor vows that he'll protect him. A messenger arrives, apologizing for being late, reporting that he found the Emperor, but he had already committed suicide by drinking poison. The Celestial Martial Clan leader responds that it's fine, and instead of rallying up the soldiers, it'll be better if he just joins the battle. The messenger replies, of course. Not wanting to be bothered, the Celestial Martial Clan leader is enjoying his precious time. Meanwhile, Kim Gongja is surrounded by enemies. A voice echoes, calling them poor things. The voice continues, questioning if they thought they owned the time they were given, adding that their goddess has grown weak and they no longer have a guardian deity. The voice challenges, asking who the vermin will rely on now, or if they will prove their own existence. A response comes, stating that shall be just fine, and demanding to be shown. Red lightning crackles around her, as the Black Witch is urged to hurry and put up the mirrors already. She retorts, knowing she missed the first one, but won't miss again. The Black Witch prepares her defenses, surrounding herself with magical mirrors. A flurry of blows descends, as Viper launches an attack. Joining the assault, the Sword Saint strikes with immense power. The Black Witch is under attack, as both the Sword Saint and Viper close in. Unleashing a torrent of energy, the Celestial Martial Clan leader strikes at Kim Gongja. The force of the blow is met with a shout of approval, as the energy explodes outward. Witnessing the unfolding events, a group looks on. Calling out to him, someone shouts Kim Gongja's name, urging him to grab on. With grim determination, he steels himself. A voice echoes, warning that if he doesn't come, he'll be left behind, as the Celestial Martial Clan leader declares he'll show the might of his clan. A disembodied voice declares that this sight will soon vanish. Someone reflects on misunderstanding such a kind young man, while another voice notes that these people won't remember anything that happened. In a scene of recollection, various figures are shown. A voice declares, it's time to bring down the boss. Someone muses that just because they won't remember doesn't mean that things will disappear. A figure states, let's go, reflecting on how a person that died on floor 1 and a spirit that died on floor 99 arrived here. Even upon his return, nothing will be solved. But he'll be a bit stronger. Okay, teleport. And he'll do things a bit better. How interesting. Are you the goddess's heroes? Someone reflects, I made you all aware of a traitor amongst yourselves. Yet you desperately hold on to your trust in each other, stitching that rag back together. Rags can never become a proper dress. As a hand reaches out to him, someone cries out, Kim Gongja, don't. Let's meet again in the next life. Ha, so foolish. You might not remember the events of today. A voice echoes, come to kill me, hero? The response is a firm, no. Gripping his sword tightly, a sinister grin spreads across his face. Kim Gongja is ready for what comes next. His opponent's last words echo, I came here to die to you, fucker. The system message rings out. The condition for his skill has been fulfilled by their death, randomly copying the Demon King of the Autumn Rain skills. The system informs someone that they are randomly copying the Demon King of the Autumn Rain skills. A question hangs in the air. Why would the tower grant such power to someone like Yusuha, only to offer an opportunity like this to someone as seemingly worthless as them? Having reviewed the skills, the Flame Emperor asks if Kim Gongja wants him to read them, wondering if perhaps the tower. Kim Gongja tells him to listen closely. The system displays the skill Resentment Pours Like Rain, detailing its effect. Those who don't see or hear, who act like something doesn't exist if they can't see it, will be shown the many who have died from their ignorance, as the heavens bestow crimson rain matching the blood of the innocent. Without a doubt, the Flame Emperor definitely smashed through floor 10, but the question remains, did the tower not think that was a shame, as this is the next skill? The system displays the skill Echoes of a Crying Heart, explaining that one can strengthen their aura using their emotions as fuel, regardless of whether it's resentment, anger, sadness, or happiness. Expressing his disappointment, Kim Gongja notes the attitude demonstrated by the hunters, as the system warns that one will become increasingly addicted to the used emotions. He is sure that floor 12 isn't an exception, as every floor has a hidden quest. The system announces the next skill. The system displays the skill 100 Ghost Summoning, explaining that one can summon the ones they've murdered as monsters, though they won't inherit abilities or memories from their past lives, and can only be summoned once a week, noting that these 3 are the skills that have caught his attention. Floating cards surround Kim Gongja. Deciding on his next move, Kim Gongja declares he's going with this one, but the Flame Emperor isn't really feeling it. Still not understanding, the Flame Emperor tells him to do whatever he wants, sure that he's scheming something, and that he should be the best, at least until floor 20. The Flame Emperor assures him he can look forward to it. He responds, right, Sword Emperor my man. You're an encyclopedia when it comes to Sword Saint's daily routine, right? The Flame Emperor is surprised, then admits, Marcus is totally an old man, and that he has his day planned out from the moment he wakes up to the moment he goes to bed. He asks that he be let in on the Sword Saint's dinner schedule, needing it for something. Kim Gongja simply replies, sure. A system message appears, selection complete. Copying skill. Another system message appears, stating, he will return 24 hours back to the past, and thus, he ended up seeing the Demon King's trauma, and that he is currently a D-rank hunter. A system message indicates he is penalized by the skill, but reenacting the trauma of his killer, the level of the penalty is medium. A text bubble appears, stating, let's talk about this nightmare another time. The Sword Saint wonders if he's leaving already. Responding to the question, he confirms that floor 11 is opening. Looking over at the Sword Saint, Kim Gongja says he has to get ready if he doesn't want to fall behind. The Sword Saint asks, how is he getting prepared when he doesn't even know what it entails, adding that floor 11 is no problem, but on floor 12, where the Demon King intervenes. Calling out to him, the Sword Saint asks if he is Kim Gongja. Concerned, he asks if he is okay, commenting that he doesn't look so hot, and wondering if he has a stomachache. Wiping his face, Kim Gongja insists that he is fine, just a bit emotional thinking about how such amazing people are with him, realizing how much things have changed. Crossing his arms, the Sword Saint says that's right, stating he knows the situation on floor 11. Informing him, the Sword Saint reveals that not only that, he also knows floor 11's quest, having been given the information for clearing floor 10, then asks if he can presume that he's bringing this up because he plans on sharing the information with them. Smiling, Kim Gongja says of course, but he has a condition. A request is made, the speaker stating that there will come a time when they ask for a favor, and they ask that it be listened to. Responding to the request, the blonde-haired woman says that she can't tell what that favor is right now, but promises that it doesn't involve endangering anyone's life or asking for money. She adds that if it seems impossible, the speaker is welcome to reject it once they hear the favor. Hearing this, the woman in the black suit states that it sounds like a great condition to her, adding that there's almost no problem that can't be solved by having knowledge ahead of time, and that she's all for it. Another voice chimes in, stating that as long as they are able to deny the request, they accept the terms. Holding a fan, The woman with dark hair seems to be listening intently. The woman with dark hair thinks that it doesn't seem like a bad deal for them, and that she is also in favor. Alone, a man thinks to himself that step 1 is complete. He continues, stating that he'll tell them, then, that from floor 11 to floor 20, they'll be helping the Ejim Empire. Addressing a group, the man explains that floor 1 to 10 was the tutorial, and starting floor 11, they will have to join a large battle. He adds that he'll have to give his guild members a bit of a head up, as they're just not fit for fighting. He thinks that with this, floor 11 has become easier to clear. The armored figure responds, stating that they will be on their way, by the way, Paladin Nim. The man asks the armored figure if they're the vice captain of the Vigilante Corps, and if they would like to go on a walk with him, as he has something he wants to consult with them about. The armored figure replies that they were about to get going as well, and as long as the walk won't take too long, they agree. He's confident that won't be the case, believing 30 minutes will be enough. Then it'll be fine, he thinks, gladly accepting this date. Seeing how there's no announcement yet, one of them insists it was an unnamed newbie that cleared it. His companion doesn't buy it, figuring the major guilds are probably just negotiating things out, and that he wants to clear floor 2. Wondering how no one has any information on the person that cleared floor 10, the man is called a zombie. He's being followed. The man looks serious. He asks if the other is sure, but tells him not to look behind. The other replies that he wouldn't be able to spot him even if he turned around. The old man has a stealth skill as well, so he gets it, and will make sure that he's properly following. There's something that he realized from his last try. He needs to clear this misunderstanding before they climb the tower, as the Sword Saint has a really rocky relationship with the guild masters. If he points his sword at him, he'll automatically make an enemy out of the guild masters, and if they add the news of a traitor on top of this, it'll be a shortcut to destruction. The city stretches out before them, and Kim Gongja wonders where they're headed. Looking out at the horizon, the paladin explains, from here on out, it's just the slums. He continues, mentioning that there's a store he wants to introduce him to. The paladin reveals that until now, he's been baiting the Sword Saint, purposely trying to grab his attention using information he got from the guardian spirit. He notes that the Sword Saint started tailing him as soon as he spotted him, but of course, Kim Gongja doesn't know that. The paladin wonders if he should mention the store. The paladin explains that it's a store run by an unknown pharmacist, but she's really skilled, and she'll hit it big time with just a bit of recognition. He wants Kim Gongja to take a look at it, and help her out with business. Activating his lie detection, the paladin asks if what he just said is the truth, adding that of course, he wouldn't lie to him. Eyes narrowed, the paladin states that he's just taking caution, wondering if Kim Gongja is scheming anything suspicious. He assures him that he's trying to receive help from him, and if anything, he'll be the one in danger, not him, pleading for Kim Gongja to trust him. The paladin apologizes, saying that he's sure they were all deemed as the truth, adding that people often tell him that he's too careful, so let's keep going. The sky stretches out above them. A voice calls out, announcing the arrival of a customer. The shop owner asks, "You're still open?" The paladin replies, "Closed for the day, but you're always welcome. You are my first regular after all." The shop owner wonders, "But who's that with you?" It's revealed that she's the vice captain of the Vigilante Corps. Her alias is Paladin. The paladin thinks, this should be the normal reaction for your average hunter. She's an extremely important person. What brings her here? The shop owner exclaims, "Is it a drug bust? I am indeed operating in this shady place. But I promise that I haven't made any drugs or a single gram of harmful medicine. I've always lived conscientiously. I promise to keep living conscientiously. So please, there's no need to investigate me." Kim Gongja remarks, "I take back what I said about normal." The paladin's expression is unreadable. It's noted that she probably activated lie detection again. He thinks she's confused because everything was the truth. The paladin reassures her, "Don't worry. That's not why I brought her here. I know how much of a kind and skilled person you are." He continues, "You're not getting enough business for how skilled you are. I thought that was a shame, so I wanted to introduce you to the vice captain." Suggesting a business arrangement, the crusader proposes that the shop owner introduce her potions. He asks, "Why don't you give her some potions to sample? Who knows what might come of it?" With a spark of inspiration, the crusader continues. Hearing the offer, the shop owner is overjoyed, exclaiming that he is an angel. Tears welling in her eyes, she wonders how she could ever repay him. Elsewhere, a man with slicked back hair stands silently, observing the scene. He declares, "Except for that man, I would like everyone to step out." The man's request hangs in the air as he stands with the crusader. The man's face is revealed, and he wishes to have a quiet talk with someone. The Sword Saint is confronted. Someone asks what business he has there. Responding to the question, he remarks that someone seems hard of hearing despite being so young. A man with dark hair states that he instructed the Sword Saint to step out, as he only has business with someone else. Continuing his statement, he questions whether the Sword Saint is being aggressive, suggesting he has something to discuss with Hunter Kim Gongja in private. The Sword Saint demands that the man get out immediately, warning him not to make him ask again. Scolding the Sword Saint, the man says that he can't get what he wants just by throwing a tantrum, questioning if he forgot common sense due to old age. The man states that Hunter Gongja has officially joined the 5 great guilds, and any attacks against him will be considered a declaration of war. He adds that he doesn't know what the Sword Saint is planning, But the Vigilante Corps won't stand by and watch. The Sword Saint scoffs, presuming that all the guilds are in on it. Hearing this, the man says that the Sword Saint has really lost him. The man continues, stating that he's already gotten multiple reports of the Sword Saint's human hunting, and the Vigilante Corps doesn't have time to interfere with his execution of personal justice. However, he declares that it's a different story if it's happening right in front of his eyes, and he will stop the Sword Saint, even if it costs him his life. Towering over his opponent, the Sword Saint questions if she truly believes she can stop him. The Paladin responds, she doesn't think she can, but she will fight him with everything she has, even if it means her death. She warns him, the moment he kills her, he'll be nothing more than a scummy murderer who killed an innocent person. The Sword Saint retorts, if she desires to live what little life she has remaining as a murderer, she is free to fight him, as this is a weakness he found out during his last life. Elsewhere, the shop owner observes that Miss Paladin is the only one present who has never harmed another human being. The guild leader adds, that's why she is the only guild leader that she brought with her. It's said that, to the brutal morals of the Sword Saint, the Paladin's kill count of 0 should make her seem like a true saintess. The shop owner exclaims, he doesn't know what's happening, but this customer is his savior. The guild leader states, Babylon doesn't have laws like the outside world, but she won't forgive him for laying a hand on her customer, even if he is the Sword Saint. The shop owner apologizes, things have been hard with gangsters making a ruckus, and he is officially requesting them to vacate the premises. It's like type advantages in Pokemon, though they might not have the might to face off against the Sword Saint. Good people like them are the only ones that can stop him. The Sword Saint asks what they will do. If he truly wants to fall into the gutter, he'll gladly tussle. A hand adjusts the lapel of a dark suit, the gesture precise and deliberate. Inside a room, 3 figures stand together. The atmosphere tense as one declares, today just isn't the day. An older man in a suit observes something with satisfaction, confirming, nice. That's step 2 complete. Standing before a sprawling cityscape, a figure receives a challenge, the message ringing out, Sword Saint Nim. I'll be waiting for you at the field north of the city, tomorrow at noon. A figure stands in the background as a message is delivered, extending an invitation and a veiled threat. It's okay if you come, but it's also okay if you don't. I'll be waiting there by myself. If you perhaps want to find out what kind of a person I am, please come tomorrow. 2 figures are seen in front of a building, their expressions unreadable. Walking away from the viewer, a figure reflects on a recent encounter, exclaiming, I almost saw my life flash before my eyes. I can't believe we met the killer demon when night hasn't even greeted us yet. A figure clad in armor stands revealed, as a question arises. Is Sword Saint well known as the killer demon? It's not a well-known fact, but at least all the 5 great guild leaders are aware of it. Under the veil of a rainy night, a figure under an umbrella is discussed, revealing, apparently, he lost his daughter and son-in-law to a heinous murderer. I don't know all the details since he's an old man who doesn't like to talk about himself much. Flowers stand in somber silence, a figure watches on. A conversation unfolds, revealing a grim perspective. Because of that, he shows murderers no mercy. Besides, we are unable to do anything at the moment due to lack of evidence. It should be obvious, but everything I've just told you is a secret. 2 figures converse, one recounting a tale. Right. Gramps told me that before. He said only his grandchildren barely survived, or something like that. The Sword Saint's companion questions him. Why is he only sharing this information now? He responds that he was never asked. It's not as if he doesn't sympathize with the Sword Saint, but you end up coming across all types of criminals while working in the Vigilante Corps. The Sword Saint reflects that when talking with some of them, you can't help but sometimes wonder if such human beings should be allowed to live. He continues, thinking that all the major guild leaders each have their own story, and since they're now in the same boat as him, they'll find out soon enough. The Sword Saint muses that there are plenty of things that are filthy rotten, and he wonders how they will respond to them. The scene shifts as they ended up getting sidetracked. The Sword Saint simply states, so? He asks, how much do potions here cost? The Vigilante Corps is always tight on budget, so it'll be problematic if they're too expensive. The next day, the man named Donghun smiles, as the woman beside him points. Kim Gongja reflects, a similar atmosphere as his last life. Standing in a forest clearing, Kim Gongja checks his phone. The screen displays a news article, with the headline asking who the veiled floor 10 clearer is, except for some differences. Turning away from the forest, he faces the Sword Saint, who stands a short distance away. The Sword Saint asks if he is so utterly confident that he believes he can face him alone, adding that someone who has committed so much slaughter would be proud of their skills. Looking determined, Kim Gongja begins to speak. He pauses, seemingly affected by something, but insists he's okay, just that his heart ached a bit. The Sword Saint, standing in a more urban setting, says there is something he wishes to tell him. He continues, stating he knows why he wants to kill him so much, attributing it to the skill, eyes of a detective, adding that a guilty conscience truly needs no accuser, so he must be aware of his own sins. Looking earnest, Kim Gongja asks him to please trust what he's about to tell him. The Sword Saint thinks to himself that everyone has their own stubbornness, and with him, it's his skill, adding that what he is about to try to do is convince him to deny the life that he has lived till now. Looking resolute, the Sword Saint declares that it's a tall order, but he'll just have to bet his life on it, stating that he is a prophet. Kim Gongja explains that to be more precise, he has a skill that is similar to prophesying, and thanks to that skill, he learned that the Sword Saint has the eyes of a detective skill, adding that if he does nothing here, he will try to kill him while he ends up asking why he has to die. The Sword Saint continues, explaining that Kim Gongja will reveal the number 4093 is on top of his head, according to his skill. He pauses, waiting for a response, expecting Kim Gongja to answer. The Sword Saint demands that he guess. He then challenges him to tell him how many fingers he's holding up with his left hand, stating it shouldn't be difficult for a prophet. Kim Gongja thinks to himself that he knew the Sword Saint would be like this. The Sword Saint declares that if he's unable to guess correctly, he'll deem him a liar, adding that it's as he expected. In a flash, the Sword Saint strikes. Caught completely off guard, Kim Gongja can only utter a shocked wah. The Sword Saint's attack lands, killing Kim Gongja. A message appears, stating that he has died and will return 24 hours back to the past. Time rewinds, and Kim Gongja finds himself back in the same field, facing the Sword Saint once more. The Sword Saint observes that he's trying to hide his left hand behind his back, and that he will ask him to guess how many fingers he's holding up, stating it shouldn't be hard if he's a real prophet. Desperate, Kim Gongja pleads with the Sword Saint, insisting that he's telling the truth about his skill, and that killing him here would be a piece of cake. Unimpressed, the Sword Saint scoffs, suggesting that he might have an X-ray or mind-reading skill instead of prophecy, questioning how he dares think he could prove he's a prophet with just that. The Sword Saint, with a knowing smirk, declares, "Yep, I knew that once wouldn't suffice." With a swift motion, the Sword Saint ends Kim Gongja's life, musing that it wouldn't be easy to persuade someone. Back at the beginning, Kim Gongja, undeterred, begs the Sword Saint, insisting that he shouldn't kill him here, or else there will be countless casualties on floor 12, claiming he's telling the truth. The Sword Saint remains unmoved, thinking that even more so if that person is an old man that has become a master of his craft. Kim Gongja, desperate, pleads with the Sword Saint to believe him, insisting that it's fine and to test him as many times as he wants. The Sword Saint is confident that whether it takes a week or a fortnight, he knows he can persuade him. A message appears, stating that his death is longer than his life. The Sword Saint, looking down at Kim Gongja, thinks, "Please." Kim Gongja, back once again, insists that he's innocent, clarifying that he's not asking the Sword Saint to spare him forever. Then what is it? 5 days. Desperate, Kim Gongja pleads with him, "Please don't kill me for the next 5 days, and follow me around so you can judge with your own eyes whether I am a bastard that deserves to die or not." The Sword Saint, ever stoic, prepares for the final blow. A voice echoes, foretelling, "In the far future, you will tell me something, saying that the you now would believe that I am a prophet if I were to tell you this." The voice continues, speaking of the ones who choose to climb the tower, and what that might be. Elsewhere, a figure is revealed to be the Sword Emperor. The voice warns that faith will be tested. Kim Gongja states that he doesn't know whose alias it is, but he was told that saying that name would suffice. The voice continues, promising that the answer he finds will serve as a reminder of who he really is. The voice declares that this is how he is destined to learn about himself. The Sword Saint, intrigued, asks the young man, "Did you say you wanted 5 days?" Kim Gongja's eyes reflect the Sword Saint's gaze as he responds, "I accept. I shall follow you for the next 5 days. I shall closely observe every movement, word, and behavior from you." The Sword Saint considers the offer, then replies, "After that, I shall judge whether or not you deserve to die, and if you came to me because you truly are a prophet. Yes, that'll be more than enough." Standing in the forest, Kim Gongja offers his sincere gratitude. A voice declares, "I did it." The same voice continues, revealing that a deal was struck with the guild leaders, and for now, the Sword Saint will trust him. A smile plays on his lips. Kim Gongja states that he will see the Sword Saint on the next floor. The battle rages on, and the soldiers brace for another wave of attacks. As arrows rain down, panic begins to set in. The heroes who were meant to save the kingdom are struggling to hold the line. However, a new force is ready to take command. The Black Dragon Guild declares they will lead the charge. With a unified front, the guild members prepare to advance. The leader of the Black Dragons makes it clear any dissent will be dealt with after the battle. A voice booms across the battlefield, declaring that if they have time to complain, they have time to kill more monsters. With renewed vigor, the soldiers surge forward, ready to meet the enemy head-on. Ensuring everyone is in line, a commander shouts that anyone who dies before him will face his wrath. Another voice echoes, warning that breaking away from the unit will result in immediate execution, urging everyone to stay in their respective teams. Observing the scene, a soldier exclaims how magnificent it all is. Seeing the heroes fighting without hesitation, a commander calls out to the soldiers, urging them to assist and follow him. Close up on a soldier's determined face, ready to charge into the fray. Amidst the chaos, the soldiers express their faith, believing that the goddess is still protecting their empire, while one asks, "Hey, zombie, you okay with this?" With a smirk, he remarks that he won't be noticed as much at this rate. A voice retorts, claiming that he doesn't know anyone who is a bigger attention seeker, questioning if this will cause him to get less attention than in the previous cycle. He responds that it'll probably be the case. Looking out at the battlefield, he admits that this doesn't feel that bad either. The Flame Emperor smirks, finding something amusing, as he remarks that someone has finally matured a little. Surrounded by armored figures, Kim Gongja states that he's still going to make sure to squeeze out everything he can. Appearing shocked, Kim Gongja seems to have heard something unexpected. The old man, standing in the background, asks what someone is doing there, then declares that he is observing them. Continuing the conversation, Kim Gongja is told that he will decide whether to kill him or not after observing him for the next 5 days, and he asks if he's planning on watching him 24/7. A voice insists that he needs to hunt monsters as well, as the rewards are going to be given out according to his contribution in battle. Surrounded by a horde of monsters, the old man stands ready. Brandishing his sword, the old man declares that he won't forget to swing it, so the other person shouldn't worry. Watching the old man, Kim Gongja remarks on his skill. Amidst a chaotic scene with lightning effects, a group of people are gathered. Someone shouts, demanding to know what business they have with the guildmaster. Looking on, the woman recognizes Hunter Kim Gongja and the Sword Saint. The leader of the Black Dragon states that she possesses the reward for clearing floor 10. Holding up a holographic display, she asks what the other man thinks of it. The reward is revealed to be a mini-map, capable of showing both allies and enemies across the entire battlefield. Hearing this, the man questions what she would gain by lying, as she claims she's telling the truth. The leader of the Black Dragons is told that she should have come sooner and is asked what she has been doing. She explains that she isn't exactly sure since it's surrounded by normal monsters, but the map indicates the boss is in that direction. The man demands verbal consent to the usage of her skill right now. He consents to the Black Dragon Master's skill, observing that she's the type that shows her true nature when she's overwhelmed. They teleport. A horde of monsters awaits. Arriving on the battlefield, the man demands to know where they are. He is told that they are over there. With a burst of displaced air, they teleport directly into the thick of it. A horde of goblins swarms around them, ready to tear them apart. The leader of the Black Dragons turns to Kim Gongja, questioning if he knows how to handle a sword. He retorts, he's at least good enough to handle this bastard. A red aura flares around him, as he prepares to strike. His sword blurs, a flash of steel against the green tide. Swords of light cut through the air, leaving trails of green energy in their wake. He swings again, a whirlwind of death for the approaching goblins. Uttering guttural sounds, watch their comrades fall. He looks up, a sinister grin spreading across his face, asking if they want to be sliced in half as well. The remaining goblins flee in terror. As the last of the goblins try to flee, the remaining hunters give chase, eager to finish them off. The hunters shout, determined not to let a single goblin escape. The leader of the Black Dragons exclaims, her voice filled with excitement. She can't believe it. They're about to clear a floor in less than an hour. Well done, Kim Gongja. She continues, betting that less than 50 hunters died, maybe even less than 30. Looking at her, Kim Gongja thinks he couldn't be any happier. The leader of the Black Dragons asks why a lot of hunters carelessly died at the beginning. She wonders if she's celebrating because of the minimal casualty. The leader of the Black Dragon's mood is becoming sad or happy depending on the number of casualties. She tells Kim Gongja that he seems a bit too excited and should calm down a bit. She adds that it's only appropriate to properly celebrate momentous occasions, so she'll praise him again, acknowledging that he did a truly outstanding job. She states that the floor has been cleared with this few casualties before, and he should take pride in this fact. Kim Gongja thinks he's really glad that someone like him is the new hero. The leader of the Black Dragon smiles, a hint of mischief in her eyes. I hope you're ready. Starting today, all the media outlets in the tower are going to bombard you. A hand rests on his shoulder, and he acknowledges the sentiment. Right. It's like that. Receiving attention, becoming idolized, even envied by normal people, it all feels really great. He reflects on the countless individuals who dedicate themselves to their craft, acknowledging that while they may not be the best, they've earned the right to claim they've tried their best. He thinks to himself, but they have earned the right to claim that they've tried their best. He acknowledges the Sword Saint, the Black Dragon Master, and the countless people who are always trying their best in life. He yearns for a life in which he's recognized by these amazing people. I want to protect these people. He vows, so that they won't get toyed with by the damn Demon King. He continues, nor will I be a cynical bystander or get by using scummy schemes. I just want to sincerely recognize them and be recognized by them. He declares, I want to be respected by them. He concludes, even if it might be an impossible dream, that's how I want to live. Damn. He's one rewarding son of a bitch to look over, Kim Gongja thinks, eyeing the raid contribution ranking. Wanting to change himself a little in a world that had changed, he notes that the rankings have changed drastically from the last cycle. The top contributors will be given early entry to floor 12, a reward that doesn't escape his notice. At this rate, they'll clear floor 20 in no time, a woman observes. As the top contributors are given their rewards, the remaining participants are banned from entering floor 12. Predicting that they'd lose at least 5,000 people, Kim Gongja thinks it's a great start, but she's mistaken. Most critically, they'll lose the only person able to trade with the outside world. A woman realizes, if that happens, instead of 5,000, they might lose 50,000 or even 500,000 people. That's why. He'll carry them. To be summoned to a place like this, a man exclaims, surprised. Hunter Kim Gonja, you were amazing. To cooperate with the Black Dragon Master like that, a man asks Kim Gonja if he was able to find out the location of the boss monster thanks to the reward from floor 10. Someone asks to hold that thought, as they have something they need to tell everyone. Someone thinks it's perfect that the Sword Saint isn't attacking them. A character asks that someone listen to their favor when the time comes. Someone says that they most certainly remember, and asks to please listen to that favor right now. Someone reminds everyone what they told them all yesterday, and asks them to please simply remain here without doing anything for exactly 5 days. Someone promises that if they can do that, they will clear up to floor 20 in 5 days. The tower announces that floor 11 is now open, and that warriors who choose to climb the tower will be tested from the 11th to the 20th floor. The tower announces that this is a test of faith. One of the warriors asks if the others remember what they were told yesterday, hinting that they will find an answer. A woman asks that someone listen to her favor when the time comes, stating that the answer they find will serve as a reminder of who they really are, and that they should listen to that favor right now, as this is the answer she found. The tower announces that they should simply remain here without doing anything for exactly 5 days. One of the warriors questions if they have to wait for 5 days. A man asks if he misheard that, and if they're joking, they should take it back since it wasn't really funny, confirming that he heard correctly and it wasn't a joke. One of the warriors states that it's impossible. Someone mentions that it took them years to clear floor 10, but they just cleared floor 11 in under an hour. One of the warriors says that someone is being too overconfident and asks if they think they've gotten too big for their britches. A plea echoes through the grand hall. Having cleared floor 10, the speaker makes his demands known. Though he kept some rewards for himself, he claims to have shared the benefits of clearing floor 10. From information on floor 11 to the location of the boss, the speaker insists it benefited everyone, not just him. A woman with a stern expression believes she has earned the right to ask for a favor. She states that she has earned the right to ask for a favor. The man listens intently. A system message appears, welcoming Kim Gonja and congratulating him on ranking first while clearing floor 11. The system message continues, revealing that this is the favor being asked. The system displays the rewards for clearing floor 11. The goddess of protection and the demon king of the autumn rain proposes a reward. Having received rewards for clearing floor 11, Kim Gonja now faces a new set of considerations. A disembodied voice echoes, have you gotten desperate because we aren't fighting demon kings? The demon king of autumn rain's thoughts manifest, recommending that he pick a reward. The demon king of autumn rain continues, hinting that he can also turn down the rewards. The demon king of autumn rain's disembodied voice returns, expressing doubt about his actions. The demon king of autumn rain's voice continues, trying to coax a decision. The demon king of autumn rain's voice chimes in, stating that this problem is quite simple. Hunter Kim Gonja shared information on how to clear floor 11 with them, and in return, he asked them to hear out his favor, which they agreed to as long as it wasn't something impossible. One of the armored figures remarks that they've all been remaining on standby for 5 days without doing anything. The blonde-haired figure responds that it's not quite simple, considering that the media will be in an uproar for 5 days, but it is most definitely not an impossible favor, thus, she approves of it. The blonde-haired figure continues that it's not an impossible favor, but a promise is a promise, Black Dragon Master. Acknowledging the suggestion, the Flame Emperor agrees to play along, even if he doesn't quite grasp the full scope of the plan. With a stoic expression, the armored figure promises 5 days of silence, understanding the gravity of the situation. The old man muses. He too can wait for 5 days, but only as it suits him. His brow furrowed, the old man admits he has never agreed to such a promise. Pressing the issue, the Flame Emperor questions if the suggestion was made because there is a plan. Turning his back, the old man declares he has no reason to listen to any other requests. Nodding in agreement, a man states that if they are departing to clear floor 20, he will follow as promised, seeing no reason to turn him down. Addressing the group, a woman speaks to everyone. A promise is made to watch over Kim Gonja for the next 5 days, thanking them for listening to his favor. As the group disperses, the man from before states that they will see each other in 5 days. With a determined stride, the man pushes open the doors, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Watching him leave, the woman seems surprised by the turn of events. Looking around, it seems all the NPCs are frozen. That's because the quest hasn't started yet. Someone asks about the quest. He thinks to himself that he still hasn't selected a position. Normally, the quest from floor 12 to 20 is the hunters filling in said jobs. On floor 11, they got a quest as soon as they entered. That should be the normal progression. Please help us protect the Empire. Receiving the floor 12 quest, he wonders why it took forever for them to be given their quest. The quest only started once everyone selected their professions, which means that if they don't select their professions, the quest will not start. Standing near the gate, he continues to ponder his choice. The text explains that the invasion of the demon army will not occur, and the Empire's army will not fight against them either. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain strongly commends picking a reward. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain pressures him to make a decision, and the man named Sword Emperor is here. He asks, hypothetically, what do you think will happen if the Demon King dies while in this state? What He wonders, what will happen if he messes up the boss monster before the quest even starts? From above, a hand reaches down, ready to claim the Demon King's reward. The Sword Emperor stands beside Kim Gongja, warning, so we shouldn't have any traitors either. The Demon King will be getting wrecked before they can even pull any funny business. As the Sword Emperor speaks, the Demon King of the Autumn Rain begins to manifest, his fury taking physical form. A dark, amorphous mass coalesces, its red eyes burning with rage. How dare thee? A voice echoes. Take the correct steps, hero of the goddess. Such insolence, coming here without making a decision. The Demon King demands, what nonsense are you blabbering about? I definitely made a decision. The Demon King's form solidifies further, his power growing with each passing moment. See, this is the most optimal decision. From the shadows, a chilling declaration. I kill you, the Demon King, before the quest even starts. Then, not a single hunter or citizen of the Empire will die. And of course, we also can't end up with a traitor. Kim Gongja's eyes glint with determination, a silver knife held firmly in his grasp. A sinister smile spreads across his face, revealing a disturbing truth. Since I was a kid, I never liked bad endings. Maybe I'm just that kind of guy. I always prefer happy endings, if possible. The Demon King looms, a monstrous figure of pure malice, as Kim Gongja prepares to strike. So I'm sorry, but I'll need you to die since I won't be able to see the happy ending while you keep interfering like a fucktard. The Demon King can hardly believe what he's hearing. His voice dripping with incredulity, he asks if Kim Gongja dares to try and stop him by himself, without even the Empire's help. But the protagonist doesn't hesitate, his sword already raised and glowing with power. In a frozen world, the sword continues to shine. Heroes are supposed to fight alone. The eternal 5 days have begun. It was a rainy day when that thing opened its eyes. Ribbit, the sound echoes in the downpour. Another ribbit, as the rain continues to fall. Ribbit, the sound reverberates through the air. The rain pours down. The rain continues to fall. The rain continues to fall. The rain continues to fall. Ribbit. That thing wanted to live a bit more. A brutal strike lands before he can even react, sending Kim Gongja spiraling into another death. Darkness closes in, the familiar sensation of oblivion washing over him. Back again, he traces the symbol on his palm, a grim reminder of the countless loops he's endured. A voice echoes from the distance. Hey zombie, the bastard's swordsmanship is nothing amazing. Analyzing the situation, he notes, they're just swinging around their sword with great force. Of course, that in itself should be feared. That means I can dodge it as long as I know the trajectory. Another flash of movement, another death. The text overlay declares, this is a time prison. He takes a moment, analyzing the trajectory of the attack. But even with the knowledge, he's too slow. The world fades to black once more, another failure etched into his memory. If he had progressed through the quest normally. It's a common way of tallying in East Asia, with each stroke representing one. He wonders how many soldiers would have died on that tumultuous battlefield. For every soldier that dies, at least 20 years of unlived life disappears. 10 die, 200 years. When 100 die, 2,000 years. In order to rescue all that time, he decided not to choose any position. He will return 24 hours back to the past, and to fulfill that mission, he needs to be prepared to be locked into eternity. When? Goddamn, stop being so noisy. You're still a novice at using aura. That's your problem. You need to distribute your aura evenly across your body. That's easier said than done. You have died. How dare thee? But even if you know the trajectory, do you have what it takes to dodge it? You little weakling, zombie bitch. Take the correct steps, hero of the goddess. Only those who have inherited titles of the Empire can. You have died. Another day, another chug, what? A hero slays the Demon King, or so the story goes, but this time, it's different. A burst of red energy engulfs him. Another death, the Demon King claims victory over the hero. A looming darkness, the Demon King stands tall, a silhouette against the fading light. Defiant, he calls out, beckoning the Demon King to face him once more. With unwavering resolve, he declares himself the sword of the Empire, ready to strike down the darkness. But fate is cruel. The Demon King's power is overwhelming, and he falls again. Towering over him, the Demon King stands as an insurmountable obstacle, his dark aura suffocating any hope. Time slips away, the clock ticks relentlessly, each second a reminder of his impending doom. With renewed determination, he prepares to swing his sword, his only weapon against the encroaching darkness. The clock's hands move forward, each tick echoing the weight of his responsibility. Embracing his role, he swings his sword, a desperate attempt to buy a single second for the world. But time is a relentless master. The clock continues to tick, indifferent to his struggles. The world latched onto his second, allowing him to breathe once more. As a man states that it must start with a drop. Amidst a chaotic battle, a voice echoes, for him to live in eternity, he must live 1 second at a time. As he writes on his arm, he declares he lived his life his way. Hunter Kim Gongja exclaims, they cleared a floor in less than an hour. She continues, stating that they cleared a floor in less than 50 minutes, adding that her suggestion to cooperate with Tamun the Shieldsman was superb, and she bets less than 30 hunters died. She continues to boast that it was in less than 40 minutes, and she bets less than 20 hunters died. She says that she can't believe it, and that he was right about healing Jeshua the Knight and fighting the golem together, adding that there's probably less than 10 hunters dead, which is possible on a battlefield like this. Kim Gongja asks, "Why aren't thou smiling?" "Because I'm happy." A voice wonders how happiness can exist for a creature that is fated to die soon, as Kim Gongja states that no one will understand. A voice declares with such arrogance that he's just simple and honest. As he faces a large, ominous figure, a voice calls him an insolent fool. A voice echoes, dripping with disdain, declaring the situation truly pitiful, and adding, "You have died." Against a backdrop of serene blue skies, Kim Gongja reflects on his progress, noting that his sword was faster today than it was yesterday. He continues, believing it'll become even faster tomorrow. He just checked, and not a single person. The words hang in the air, a declaration that he is alive, and that not a single person died. Standing beside him, Hunter Kim listens intently to his words. She clasps her hands together, explaining that she even asked everyone, and they all confirmed no one died, though there were a few idiots that got injured. Tears welling in her eyes, she repeats that not a single person died. Overcome with emotion, she expresses her gratitude, thanking him so much. From the shadows, a voice whispers that its desire to live grew a little, daring him to try and. The ominous figure continues, demanding that he stop it by himself, reminding him that heroes are supposed to fight alone. The figure calls out, branding him a fool. With a burst of speed, Kim Gongja unleashes a furious assault, his sword leaving trails of crimson energy in its wake. A wave of human malice erupts, a dark oasis spreading. Sensing the shift in the air, Kim Gongja realizes something is coming. Red energy crackles around him, a storm gathering. And with a resounding crash, the barrier shatters into fragments. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of crimson. Turning his head, Kim Gongja prepares for what's next. A voice cuts through the tension. "I'm sorry, Kim Gongja." A woman's voice rings out, tinged with boredom. "I wanted to stay in the royal chambers like you asked, but I was feeling too antsy." Her tone dripping with playful accusation. "So I followed you to see what you were up to by yourself." She continues, a hint of mockery in her voice. Era, aren't you playing a fun game?" "I'm playing hero. It honestly feels epic. I can see that, especially since you're facing a beast truly worth hunting." A predatory glint in her eyes, the woman declares, "But I can't let you have all the fun by yourself. I'm gonna join you." Kim Gongja retorts, a touch of annoyance in his tone. "Wow, I did all the work, and you're just going to kill-steal me?" The woman responds, "But the tastiest prey are the stolen ones." "That I can agree with." From the shadows, a chilling laugh echoes, dripping with arrogance and malice. A smirk plays on his lips as Kim Gongja raises his sword, ready for the coming storm. The dark figure's voice drips with sarcasm. "I wanted to face you alone, but now that I think about it, it's tradition for heroes to gang up on the bad guy. You understand, right? It's tradition." The figure's form ripples with dark energy, as he declares, "No longer shall I fight you with a sword." A wave of spectral energy washes over the battlefield as the figure summons, "Oh, 100 ghosts." The dark figure commands, "Heed my call." The ghosts materialize, their grotesque forms ready to obey. Her eyes widening, the new female character gasps, "This is..." The Sword Saint is called out. "It's not something we can handle by ourselves." "Sword Saint, what are you doing just standing there? Why aren't you helping?" A wry smile crosses his face as Kim Gongja admits, "You're right. I was also only going to ask for help after a minute." Extending a hand, the new female character declares, "Whatever. Both of you grab my hands. We need to get out of here." His expression unreadable, Kim Gongja replies, "No, that's fine." With a surge of power, Kim Gongja initiates the 100 ghost summoning. A shadowy figure seems taken aback, uttering a single word of disbelief. As the skill activates, the ghosts begin to materialize around him. That thing grew larger and larger. Emerging from the shadows, a massive feline creature stalks forward, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Its powerful muscles ripple beneath its dark fur, a silent promise of deadly force. Even the joy of slaughter cannot mask the hunger driving it forward. Far away, a young girl, her voice barely a whisper, calls out. Tears streaming down her face, she cries for her father to save her. Unaware of her plight, the beast continues its relentless pursuit. Its jaws open wide, a desperate plea echoes through the forest. Anyone? Drawn in by the scent, the creature inhales deeply, savoring the fragrant aroma. Entranced by the scent, the beast swallows its prey whole, not even bothering to chew. Having finished its meal, it begins to absorb the memories of the one it consumed. A desperate cry echoes through the forest. "Esther!" A voice calls out, laced with panic and frustration. How many times must he tell her not to wander off alone? The man's expression is one of disbelief and horror. Hasn't she heard what the doctor said? She's so frail yet. He gasps, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. What's happening? A faint voice whispers, barely audible, "Daddy." The man's face is a mask of anguish, while Esther's eyes glow with an unnatural light. She thinks she might be healthy now. Blood trickles down Esther's face, but her expression is serene. That was the first ever name the Demon King obtained. A skeletal figure emerges, surrounded by swirling darkness, its jaws agape in a silent scream. Surrounded by a legion of skeletons, the Sword Emperor is asked if he wanted to know why he picked ghoul summoning. Responding to the question, he confirms that he did, and that he initially wanted to pick a different skill. Considering his options, he muses that he wanted a skill to strengthen his aura. He continues, thinking it would be epic if he could shoot terrifying lasers like the Demon King. However, he realized something after giving it some thought. Now, the Sword Emperor poses a question to the man with dark hair, asking how many people he thinks he's killed. He then states that the flame retard and himself are only 2. That's right, or at least that's what it should be, he thinks. He wonders why the Sword Saint's eyes of a detective show his kill count as over 4,000. Now, he asks how much death the man thinks he's created so far. Still surrounded by a sea of skeletons, the Sword Emperor stands calmly amidst the chaos. A figure with spiky red hair exclaims. Looking up at the skeletons, the Sword Emperor remarks, "Wow, I've really died a lot, haven't I?" A woman with purple hair questions, "No way, is this one of your skills?" He thinks to himself, "Incredible, a skill that can summon thousands of monsters at once. No wonder you were able to clear floor 10 by yourself." The Sword Emperor muses, "Well, how doth a vermin such as thou use the same skill as I?" From a dark, shadowy abyss, a presence begins to stir. The Sword Emperor responds to the woman with purple hair, "You really want to know? Well, that's too bad, because I have no intentions of telling you." The shadowy figure declares, "Unforgivable. I shall not stand for this." The figure continues, filled with resentment, "O goddess, for how much longer will thou continue to make a fool of me?" The shadowy figure's rage intensifies. "Hadn't thou promised to accept all of my resentment, my grudges, my hatred?" An older man with gray hair instructs, "Please fight alongside the skeletons. With your help, they should be able to hold their ground against the enemy." Understood. Although cooperating with monsters doesn't suit my fancy, they're at least less repulsive than you. A plea goes out to the Black Dragon Witch, asking for help to defeat the Demon King. Responding to the call, the woman with purple hair declares she's got it, warning everyone to stay out of her way. Raising his glowing sword high, the Sword Emperor summons his ghouls. The skeletons, eager for battle, demand to be shown what they're best at. With a command to kill and perish, the Sword Emperor unleashes his skeletal army. The skeletons swarm, attacking the green orc. Engulfed in a flurry of blows, Gorik finds himself overwhelmed by the relentless assault. Despite their numbers, some of the skeletons are destroyed in the fray. Caught in the chaos, the orc exclaims in disbelief. The skeletons, undeterred, continue their assault with unwavering gusto, fueled by the will of their master. Observing the scene, a man with red hair remarks on the monster army's fearless nature. From the shadows, a figure expresses terror, daring to question the unfolding events. A crushing grip, the shadowy figure's hand clenches into a fist. Despite being nothing more than a traveler from another world, the figure carries no malice, resentment, nor possesses life in this world. The shadowy figure dares to get in the way. Standing his ground, the Sword Emperor is surrounded by a golden aura. "But if you still somehow think I don't have the right," the Sword Emperor prepares to act. "Shove it." The tower presents him with an alias. The tower has already acknowledged his right to be here. His alias will be the King of Death. The shadowy figure looms. The tower shows its regards for the king that harvests death. That thing did not age. It only grew more beautiful by the day. A scent enveloped its body, enchanting the people around it. A desperate plea echoes in the room. "Esternim, O Saintess of the Outlands, I heard that you're able to cure any illness." Tears streaming down her face, the woman begs, "I'm begging you. Please, my child is deathly ill. Please share your blessing with my poor baby." A serene expression graces her face as Esther asks, "Are you aware of the rules? Please leave your child here, and you can return once dawn breaks." Clutching her child tightly, the woman sobs, "Please take good care of my baby." A soft sound fills the air. With a gentle touch, Esther takes the child. Embracing the baby one last time, the woman whispers, "So fragrant. Humans always go to such great lengths for love." Looking down at the child, Esther thinks, "Thy mother even wrapped thee in the best rag she could find." A faint smile plays on her lips as Esther declares, "Life is radiant even when it's wrapped in rags. Thou shalt no longer know sickness." The very existence of the miracle of life is happiness, but a dark shadow looms over the scene. A voice whispers, "Poor thing." The hooded figure cradles the child, as Esther states, "I see, thou were in pain." With a raised finger, Esther prepares to enact a miracle. Touching the dark mass, she declares, "Now live a bit longer." The dark mass pulsates as Esther begins to absorb the child's memories. A sinister giggle escapes her lips as she repeats, "Poor thing." The hooded figure watches, thinking, "He should be healthy now, and he won't need to recuperate either." The hooded figure expresses their gratitude, promising to continue loving him as they've done till now. The hooded figure thanks the saintess, expressing their gratitude. A voice proclaims, "Oh, enactor of miracles, the savior of the sick." The villagers express their gratitude, thanking her for making them able to walk and see again. Across the land, whispers spread of a true savior. In hushed tones, they discuss how more farmers have joined the saintess of salvation. But the tides are turning, as the authority of the goddess falls to the ground. The order rings out, "Show no mercy to the followers of the witch." The command is given, burn the witch's nest. Torches are raised, ready to carry out the order. The night sky reflects the impending doom. Flames engulf everything. Amidst the inferno, Esther stands defiant. The soldiers are given one final order: don't let a single one get away. The soldiers attack, believing they're all monsters under a curse. Her eyes glowing with an eerie light, Esther watches the carnage unfold. The rage burns, a searing inferno threatening to consume everything in its path. A voice echoes with fury, a declaration of war against those who dare to trespass. Darkness descends, a suffocating shroud of malice and despair. A chilling prophecy, a promise of oblivion for those who revel in their own arrogance. Malice, a tangible force, permeates the air. Amidst the chaos, Kim Gongja's voice rings out, a desperate cry against the encroaching darkness. He charges forward, blade in hand, a lone figure against an unseen enemy. The ground trembles, a crushing force descending from above. Caught off guard, he is struck by a devastating blow, leaving him questioning which way to turn. The shadowy figure looms, its attack relentless and unforgiving. He's died, and so it begins again. The clock ticks, counting down the time until he returns to the past. A figure shrouded in darkness, energy crackling around them. He's dead, returning 24 hours to the past, his skills retained as part of his stats. Just like the guardian spirit, he's able to retain his memory while returning. The returner's winding clock preserves memories and stats, the abilities of a skill continuing along with him in his death, including its cooldown. A desperate cry echoes, Esther's voice piercing the chaos, calling out, Gongja. Another day passes, the clock ticking down. As the countdown continues, the weight of each passing moment bears down. The details of the loop are explained, the consequences of death and return becoming clearer. He faces a horde of goblins, his sword ablur as he fights to survive. Surrounded by a crimson aura, he prepares to unleash another devastating attack. As the battle rages on, a system message appears, indicating the cooldown on a crucial ability is about to expire. With renewed determination, Kim Gongja charges forward, ready to unleash his next attack. Crimson energy swirling around him, he prepares to strike, his blade poised to cut through the enemy ranks. From the sidelines, Esther calls out his name, her voice filled with worry. Turning his head slightly, Kim Gongja assures her that he's all right, though the fight is far from over. A dark figure looms, its presence hinting at prophetic foresight. Another system message flashes, confirming that he can now use ghoul summoning again. Something like that, he mutters, a plan forming in his mind. Activating the skill, the dark figure solidifies, its form now more defined. What? Surrounded by the skeletal remains of his summoned ghouls, Kim Gongja continues his relentless assault. A wave of green energy washes over the battlefield, further empowering the undead horde. Leaping over the fallen bones, he presses the attack, his movements swift and deadly. Unleashing a final, devastating blow, Kim Gongja cleaves through the remaining enemies with a surge of blue energy. The force of the Goblin King's blow sends him reeling, a searing pain erupting across his chest. Gorik scoffs, damn, this skill is kick-ass. Hey zombie, you should test out later if you are able to do repeat summons. Go hide in a hole somewhere and resummon them after a week. The Goblin King continues, I think that it'll just cancel out your first summons and resummon them. But who knows? If you can do repeat summons, you might be able to advance from just a zombie into the king of zombies. A voice echoes in his mind. Shut up already. I can't focus dash. You have died. His vision blurs as he plummets through the air, a desperate scream tearing from his throat. Fuck. You will return 24 hours back to the past. The Goblin King's taunting laughter rings in his ears. I need to repeat it for another week because of you. Hee. Nope. Definitely not my fault that you're weak. A system message flashes before his eyes. You have 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 1 second left till you can reuse ghoul summoning. He grits his teeth, vowing, I swear that I'm going to beat the crap out of you one day. The Goblin King's voice drips with mockery, but I'm already dead. How are you going to beat up a ghost? Neener, neener, neener. God fucking damn it. Clenching his fists, he steels himself. Just channel that frustration into killing the Demon King already. I broke through floor 20 without a cheat-like skill. A dark resolve hardens his gaze as he prepares to summon a new ally. Black Dragon Witch. It'll come from the right next. Got it. A surge of crimson energy erupts, heralding the arrival of the Black Witch. Standing within a swirling vortex of dark magic, the Black Witch is fully summoned, ready to unleash her power. With a swirl of dark energy, the Black Witch descends, mirror shards orbiting her like deadly satellites. The air crackles as her assault intensifies, the shards blurring into streaks of lethal intent. Each shard a potential death sentence, the Black Witch unleashes her barrage. A sudden impact, and Marcus Callenberry cries out as the first of the shards finds its mark. The assault continues, each strike echoing with the sound of shattering glass as the Sword Saint struggles to maintain his footing. From the sidelines, a voice barks. Who are you calling, Auntie? I'm still young. Thank you very much. I know that your youthfulness comes from elixirs. We're going to need to have a chat as soon as we defeat the Demon King. The voice continues, urgently. Next is, it's coming from the left. Desperate, the voice cries out, Sword Saint Nim. Please dodge it. The tactical advice continues. Next, dodge left. It'll create an opening in its torso. Use that chance to attack it full on. A sharp reply. Roger that. Undaunted, the Black Witch presses her attack, mirror shards dancing around her like a macabre halo. Ready to strike, the Black Witch prepares to deliver the final blow. The force is overwhelming. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain is blasted backward. Each step he takes is a struggle, the unseen power continuing to push him back. A snarl contorts his face. The Demon King spits out a single word. Vermin. His eyes burn with fury. How dare they do this to his resentment, his grudges? He wonders if it's even skin he feels anymore. The system announces that the Demon King of the Autumn Rain has decided to retreat. The towering figure looms over Kim Gongja and the Black Witch, a dark silhouette against the fading light. The system declares that the Demon King of the Autumn Rain is retreating to floor 13, leaving Kim Gongja to wonder how he can run away when they were about to defeat him. His voice echoes with dark promise. The Demon King warns them not to be mistaken. He shall return again, calling them a motherfucking black blob of slime. Back on solid ground, Kim Gongja stands with the Black Witch and the old man, the battle seemingly over. Staring at his hand, he wonders what he did, and if he did all this for something. The tower acknowledges his choice. A new hidden quest is being created. The quest for floor 12 has been amended. The quests for floors 13, 14, 15, and 16 have also been amended. The system continues to update, amending the quests for floors 17, 18, and 19. A message appears, questioning whether quests can be amended, before stating that the hero has forged his resolve and will not allow a single life to be sacrificed. All that's left is for him to make his choice. Will he accept this quest? A smile spreads across his face as he answers with a resounding yes. The hidden quest activates. May fortune be with him. A timeline alteration is announced, the very air crackling with arcane energy. The Black Witch, gazing at her hands, wonders aloud. What is this? Turning to Kim Gongja, she asks, Gongja, what's happening? He admits that this is a first for him as well. Elsewhere, the Sword Emperor is equally perplexed, muttering, I've never seen this either. What is this? Kim Gongja, looking off into the distance, can only respond with a confused, huh? The Black Witch directs his attention, saying, Black Dragon Witch, look over there. The camera focuses on the castle walls, the scene set on the castle walls. A text box ominously states, the number of flags drastically decreased. Following the sudden shift in reality, Kim Gongja agrees with the Black Witch's suggestion to investigate the changes. With a burst of blue light, they teleport to a new location. The scene shifts to a view of the town below, now under a darkened sky. Looking out over the changed landscape, the Black Witch and Kim Gongja take in the scene. Realizing the implications, Kim Gongja mutters about the timeline alteration. Elsewhere, two soldiers stand guard, one of them exclaiming that the timeline has changed. The soldier continues, explaining that originally, the Ejim Empire should have been invaded by the Demon King, an event now erased from history. Looking down, Kim Gongja sees the system message indicating they are on altering floor 11, and notes that the Demon King's invasion never happened in this world. A system message indicates that they are on altering floor 12. A narration box explains that, unbeknownst to everyone, history was rewritten. The narration box continues, stating that the rewriting was done by an unknown entity, as acid rain begins to fall on the town. In the market, an apple vendor advertises his wares, claiming they are better than the port and beloved by even the elves. In the town below, the locals whisper amongst themselves, gossiping about the state of the bathhouse water and the troublesome princess. High above the townsfolk, the Black Witch and Kim Gongja stand overlooking the scene as a voice calls out, begging for alms in the name of the goddess of protection. Suddenly, a group of armored guards appears, demanding to know who they are. The lead guard, his voice booming with authority, questions their audacity to stand atop the Empire's gatehouse. He orders them to get down immediately, appealing to their sense of duty to defend humanity. Turning to the Black Witch, Kim Gongja seems confused by the situation. The guard demands their names, his eyes narrowing. The guard continues to berate them, insisting that they get down at once, but Kim Gongja is more concerned about why he is being treated like a stranger. The guard's expression shifts, as he seems to recognize Kim Gongja. A close-up of the guard's face reveals a sinister smile, as he realizes who he is dealing with. The guard erupts into maniacal laughter, his voice echoing through the town. The Black Witch looks on with concern, as Kim Gongja's face is obscured by shadow, the guard's laughter filling the air. A warrior stands with arms crossed, a grim determination etched on his face. From a high vantage point, a figure surveys the scene below, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. His eyes gleaming with triumph, he exclaims, I did it. His voice echoes through the heavens, proclaiming, I protected your empire. A towering structure stands as a testament to his efforts, a symbol of the empire he swore to protect. Two armored figures stand guard, their presence a silent vow of loyalty. His heart swelling with pride, he whispers, kept my promise. A bustling town scene unfolds, a testament to the peace he fought to secure. I have not a shroud of shame. His resolve unwavering, he declares, nor any regrets. His determination fueled by a singular purpose. He was determined to not let a single person die. I defeated the Demon King after hundreds of days, and looking down at his hands, he thinks, I am proud. He'd lived like a piece of trash, envying and mocking others, wasting his days drinking, wanting to become like the Flame Emperor, freezing his heart while using rationality as an excuse, and throwing away his life. Sitting on the floor, Kim Gongja reflects on his past. A system message declares the stage cleared, but the Kim Gongja of today has nothing to be ashamed of. Looking out over the city, he seems at peace. The system announces to everyone once again, when facing the Black Dragon Witch, the Sword Saint, or the world. Today, the Floor 12 stage was cleared, and most importantly, he is not ashamed of himself. The system is assessing raid participants. The system announces the 3 raid participants. The raid contribution ranking is displayed: King of Death, Black Witch, and Sword Saint. A soldier in armor wonders what is being talked about. Sarba Ejim is being called out. A hand reaches up towards the sky, asking to please take good care of the Empire. He grins, leaning over the edge. In a flashback, a knight declares, I'm sorry, but this is the end of my duties as a hero. Though, defeating the Demon King should have been more than enough. I'm sure your empire has plenty of corruption. The memory shifts to another scene, where someone shouts, but that's your job to figure it out from here on out. You can do it. Ho. The figure continues to taunt, you crazy-ass motherfucker. I thought you'd be mature and get lost in contemplation, but instead, you outright brag about it. Back in the present, Kim Gongja thinks to himself, well. The flashback continues with the taunting figure saying, you know what? I like it. It's better than you being a whiny baby. Hee hee. You must have lost your mind. Extending his hand, he calls out, hey, Black Dragon Witch, what are you doing? Let's go to floor 13 already. The Black Witch thinks, right. I forgot that there's no one normal among the top hunters. It's okay. I understand. The scene shifts, and the Black Witch is reminded that the one who ranks first is always given priority when entering the next floor. King of Death, I want you to represent us and be the one to say transferred. He responds with a confident, I. The group is moving to the 13th floor stage. Welcomed as the King of Death, Kim Gongja, rank, and the newcomer arrive on the 13th floor. They stand within a circle of light. A voice booms, declaring that it shall not forgive them. The Demon King's rage intensifies, questioning if they are making a mockery of him. He demands to know if they are taking his flesh, blood, and spirit. Rank and an unknown woman stand together as the Demon King curses them. Reacting to the awful scream, one of the characters notes that they have never heard such a voice. Kim Gongja wonders why the Demon King is screaming like that. An unknown man wonders, what's up with this guy? The Demon King's power seems weaker than before, as Kim Gongja looks on, questioning what's happening. He remarks, they must have been hurt after being showered in aura attacks from that witch girl, but it isn't like they've been injured. The voice continues, more like their rank dropped. To put it in perspective, on floor 12, this guy was like an SSS rank Goblin King, but now they're more like a non-SSS rank Goblin King? The voice ponders, like the one you beat half-assed on floor 5 by going Gorak. That's odd. Don't bosses normally get stronger as you climb higher up the tower? Did the witch's aura laser beam maybe have a level-dropping effect? Kim Gongja wonders, was there maybe an unexpected change to the stage? A system message appears, stating you will only receive the basic rewards for now. Another system message appears, announcing you now have access to all the maps from floor 11 to floor 20. An older man with slicked-back gray hair stands next to a woman with long, wavy purple hair, and he exclaims, I get it. He continues, I know why the Demon King is acting like that. Black Dragon Witch, please think back to the previous stage. The history of the Demon King's invasion of the capital was erased, and the refugee camp completely disappeared. Looking at the world map, the woman with purple hair seems to understand. Where do they think the refugees came from? They probably came from all over the empire. No, all over the continent. But even the camp full of those refugees disappeared. I see. It wasn't just the empire, but the entire continent's history of invasion has been altered. Exactly. We've returned to a time before the Demon King properly invaded the continent. And currently, this temple is under attack. That thing's level dropped. Your existence becomes better defined. That boss monster had probably become stronger by killing countless empire citizens and refugees. You know that voice we hunters become something that never happened, which means that much growth was erased. The Demon King of the Autumn Reign is furious. The Demon King of the Autumn Reign's existence becomes faint. Ye vermin, let's go. The call to arms rings out, a declaration of intent. The grotesque figures lurch forward, a chorus of demonic moans filling the air. A chilling proclamation echoing through the temple. Mine, children. The horde advances, their decaying armor glinting ominously. As the blade is drawn, a voice cuts through the tension, like zombie movies. A challenge is thrown down amidst the chaos. Hey, Swordbrowski, why don't we make a bet? A figure watches from a distance, contemplating the odds. How many lives do you think it'll take for me to beat floor 19? The bet is accepted with a confident smirk. All right, I bet it'll take you 100 lives at most. The riposte is immediate, the stakes rising with each swing. Then I'll bet at most 99 lives. As the battle unfolds, a detached observer lays down the terms. Seriously? You're gonna play it like that? Fine. I'll just sit back and watch a zombie bastard kill his own kind. Since it's a bet, I'm not helping you, bet? Kim Gongja, with a determined look, accepts the challenge. His efforts were in vain, as he meets his end, but he will be back. Having returned to the past, the others note the sheer number of enemies they face, and the Black Dragon, which is urged to output more power. She insists she's already giving it her all, being the only one with an area of effect attack, so she questions why the King of Death isn't using his skill to fight them. He explains that it's currently on cooldown, and he'll only be able to use it in about 3 coins, but there's something else, something like the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint asks, could he lift up the lid to that coffin-like thing, as there's something he needs to check, but Kim Gongja wonders what exactly he needs to check. He promises to explain later, asking that he not be asked any questions, because he's a prophet. The Sword Saint stands ready. The coffin lid is lifted. Having died again, the Sword Saint explains that the coffin is actually a secret tunnel, and there's a hammer that's effective against the undead down there, asking if he can grab it with the Black Dragon Witch and use it. The Sword Saint declares that he is a man who has decided to only walk the path of the sword. He explains that the thing has an area of effect, and if he imbues some aura and hits the ground once, a large wave will wipe out the zombies, asking if he understands. Staring in disbelief, Kim Gongja can only utter a simple, goodness gracious. With the zombies dispatched, the Sword Saint calmly states that he took care of most of them. Standing amidst the fallen, the Sword Saint holds the massive hammer, a testament to its effectiveness. Towering above them, a giant declares its allegiance to the Demon King. Analyzing the situation, the giant was likely a guardian of the temple, now a subordinate of the Demon King after being killed. Responding to the analysis, the giant roars, demanding action. Interrupting, Kim Gongja urges the Sword Saint to continue eliminating the zombies with the hammer. Dismissing the suggestion, the Sword Saint declares that the giant is a perfect opponent to test his swordsmanship. Preparing her attack, the Black Witch is instructed to shoot her beam at the giant's eyeball, a task she's been wanting to do anyway. Unleashing a torrent of energy, the Black Witch's beam strikes the giant's eye. Following up, the Black Witch summons a ghoul, questioning if her skill even has a cooldown. Issuing a command, the Black Witch tells the Sword Saint and Kim Gongja that they need to face off against the giant, but there's something they must not do. Her eyes glowing with an eerie light, the Black Witch insists that they must not attack its eye. How could she even suggest such a thing? Because something bad will happen, she warns, adding, look at that giant eyeball. Can't you see it? The giant's eye glistens, and she admits that she can see it, and that it's begging to be attacked. The Black Witch explains, if you could shoot beams like me, and you saw such an eyeball. She sees his point, but he can't. She doesn't have time to explain right now, so she pleads with them, and someone mutters that they should follow this young man's orders for now, since he claims he's a prophet. Even the Sword Saint seems to be retreating. With a sigh, the Black Witch relents, stating that she'll do her best not to hit its eyeball. Turning away, she offers a simple thank you. A monstrous roar echoes, as someone cries out for their general. The text declares that the Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 14, as the group begins to move, heading towards the temple. They approach the Grand Temple, its entrance bathed in light. Inside, a stern voice scolds, you rascals, how many times do I need to tell you guys to not run in the temple? In the name of the goddess of protection, I present you with a blessing, sister. Let's go. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 15. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 16. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 17. History is rewinding. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 18. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain's existence becomes faint. The crimson eye pierces the darkness, a silent promise of the storm to come. The Demon King's voice echoes, dripping with contempt as he spits out the word, vermin. Standing firm, his back to us, Kim Gongja faces the encroaching darkness. The Demon King's disdain continues to pour out, lamenting the arrival of a measly swordsman from another world. A glint of steel catches the light as Kim Gongja declares, I can properly see your eye. A low growl rumbles from the shadows, the Demon King's voice laced with disbelief as he asks, what? His gaze unwavering, Kim Gongja confirms, it's as I said. I've been waiting to catch a glimpse of your eye. Drawing his sword, he challenges, so fight me with all you got. The Demon King's voice drips with scorn, calling someone vermin and taunting, or just run away again. Aren't you curious? The challenge intensifies as the Demon King demands, if you don't fight me right now with all you have, you won't be able to beat me. Is that all thou hast to say? The Demon King's insults cut deep, branding someone as how a scavenging hyena such as thee. What doth vermin like thee knowest? The blade gleams, a silent promise of the battle to come. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain looms above, his massive red eye piercing through the gloom, warning him to fight with everything he has, or else. Raising his sword, a faint blue light emanating from the blade, Kim Gongja prepares himself, but the Demon King scoffs, declaring that his time will become longer than his history. The system coldly announces the protagonist's demise. Adding insult to injury, the system levies a penalty. The system declares the reenactment of the killer's trauma, a concept that stirs something deep within Kim Gongja. As the system indicates a medium penalty, the words Hungry Ghost Realm flash ominously. Recreating the trauma of the monster, the Demon King, a voice commands the destruction of everything. The skill penalizes him, and a scene of fiery devastation unfolds. Amidst the inferno, the order is given to burn the witch's nest. A figure strides through the blaze, the command echoing to show no mercy, for they are all monsters under the witch's curse, and not a single one must escape. Her eyes wide with horror, the woman can only watch as the flames engulf everything. A single word escapes her lips, a desperate, broken why. Torches held high. The villagers march, a chilling question hanging in the air. Why do humans burn their fellow men? The aftermath of a brutal conflict, bodies are strewn across the ground, silent testament to a recent massacre. Armored figures stand resolute, their pronouncements echoing with unwavering conviction. It is the will of their lord. Orders are given, blessing an arrow with ancient spirits, presented by the mere people, to protect their honorable treaty. The figures gather, their purpose clear, to punish the heretic claiming to be a saintess. A question hangs in the air, a challenge to their authority. Who art thou, and what giveth thee the right? The order is given, to incinerate humans, a horrifying decree carried out with ruthless efficiency. As the flames rise, the screams of the innocent pierce the night, a symphony of despair. Amidst the inferno, a desperate plea. Endure it for just a bit longer, Gramps. A fragile hope flickers, a whispered promise. It'll all be okay, everything will. Through the desolate landscape, a woman walks, a solitary figure amidst the ruins. The ground is littered with debris, a stark reminder of the destruction that has befallen this place. A villager offers her an apple, the first he picked, a gesture of gratitude to the saintess, who has given him the ability to run again. Amidst the ruins of what was once a village, the saintess walks, her white robes now stained with soot and ash, a testament to the fiery judgment that has passed. Echoes of forgotten languages whisper through the debris, a haunting reminder of the lives lost and the words that failed to save them. Lafander, Dejina, Salafi. Her hands, once raised in blessing, are now covered in grime, a stark contrast to the purity she once embodied, as she continues her mournful trek. The names of those who perished linger in the air, a silent lament for the fallen. Inna, Garchov. Her fists clench, a silent struggle against the despair that threatens to consume her. The sky above mirrors her turmoil, dark clouds swirling with the echoes of destruction. Tears streak down her face, mingling with the soot, a visible manifestation of the pain she carries, as she thinks, poor things. Her eyes, once filled with compassion, now reflect a haunting sorrow, a silent vow to never forget the suffering she has witnessed, as she whispers, I pity thee. A voice echoes in her mind, a chilling reminder of the judgment cast upon her. Thou art also human. The voice continues, its words like venom. Born as humans, thou canst knowest of the beauty of life. And as humans, thou canst also weep, so wherefore? The voice concludes its dark sermon. Wherefore doth thou not bear any hesitancy to call thy fellow humans monsters? In the distance, a small family gazes upon the saintess with a mixture of fear and awe, their faces etched with uncertainty, as one of them exclaims, "W it in the dash." A figure shrouded in darkness, a single crimson eye piercing the gloom, voices a lament, questioning how humans can condemn their children as monsters. The shadowy figure continues, demanding to know if this is to be their world, as a hand reaches out amidst a rain of blood and shattered orbs. The figure, now standing on a desolate landscape, declares that it is time for them to prove themselves. And as the cries of the heart echoed, a curse is uttered. The pouring rain, thine evil is what created me. It will stop any more villages from burning, be swallowed up in thine own malice. The scene shifts to a bloodstained room, where Kim Gongja lies among fallen figures. A voice calls out, Hey Gongja, wake up. His eyes flutter open, as he hears, this place isn't your hell. The demon king of the autumn rain unleashes a desperate roar. But the veteran hunter is relentless, his blade a blur of motion as he carves through the demon king's defenses. Bringing his sword down with devastating force, he continues to press the attack. From off-panel, a voice shouts, now. The demon king's form begins to crack, his head now wide open to attack. The hunter doesn't hesitate, pressing his advantage. A primal scream of agony erupts, as the demon king is battered by the onslaught. Each blow lands with sickening force, splattering the ground with dark ichor. His form now diminished and broken, the demon king struggles to maintain his composure. His power fading, his very existence threatened, there's very little slime left. The resentment of his children echoes, a final, desperate cry. His red eyes burning with hatred and despair, the demon king's defeat is all but assured. The map display flickers, a voice ordering someone to retreat to floor 20, insisting they can't win this fight. The screen highlights the final demon castle. The sky darkens, a voice echoing, commanding a return to one's roots, claiming it's the end of the line for the demon king. Defeated and crumbling, the demon king of the autumn rain stands as a shadow of his former self. Nearby, the old man remains silent. The leader of the Black Dragon states, I'm going to let you have the final hit, KD. A guttural scream, the demon king's pain is palpable. The system announces, the demon king of the autumn rain retreats to floor 20. Turning away, the back of Kim Gongja's jacket is visible. A new system message confirms the retreat of the Demon King. Looking up, Kim Gongja seems contemplative. The system reports Sword Saint Nim and Black Dragon, which are altering floor 19. He apologizes for the request, but he wants to clear floor 20 by himself. Thanking them for all their help so far, Kim Gongja explains that he wants to be the one to settle things with the Demon King, asking to go alone. The Black Dragon leader and the old man stand before him. The Black Dragon leader says she's okay with that, grateful they were able to get this far thanks to him. She adds that she was the one who broke the promise of waiting 5 days anyway, swearing she'll wait this time. The old man adds that today is the end of the 5 days, and once he's finished on floor 20, he should come see them, as they have a lot to talk about. Kim Gongja responds with a yes, sir, thanking them. With a flash of light, the system initiates a transfer. Now standing in a forest clearing, he looks up at the sky. A bright light surrounds him, signaling the start of the bonus stage. As the rewards from the cleared floors are tabulated, a sense of anticipation fills the air. The process complete, the tower's acknowledgement hangs in the balance. The tower acknowledges his achievements, bestowing its blessings upon him. Adjusting the authority of the King of Death, the tower continues its work. Granted the authority of an apostle with restrictions, and the authority to modify any skill he possesses, with the exception of an EX rank skill, Kim Gongja feels the weight of his new responsibilities. It's leaving the choice up to him, but he admits he doesn't know why the tower was built, nor who built it, or why it's filled with living beings from another world, a mystery that continues to elude him. But now he has at least an inkling as to what kind of being the tower is, a realization dawning in his mind. A being that watches over our choices. Its presence is both comforting and unsettling. From the depths, a figure emerges, shrouded in shadow and mystery. That remembers his choices. This is the final act for you, Demon King, he thinks, steeling himself for what's to come. A sinister presence looms, its single red eye piercing the darkness. The world shifts, the air crackles with unseen energy, and a digital overlay announces the commencement of a bonus stage. Emerging from the vibrant foliage, a figure of pure shadow coalesces, its formless mass rippling in the clear blue sky. As darkness descends, a stark declaration echoes. Rain will not fall today. The stage is set, the system announcing the initialization of the boss encounter. A familiar landscape materializes, a vibrant field bathed in sunlight. A voice echoes, I shall not forgive thee. The shadowy figure continues, in mine eyes and mind, the ashes are still vivid. The figure's rage intensifies, those flames. How could I forget thy malice? A question hangs in the air. Dost thou desire to rewind time and burneth mine paradise once again? The scene shifts to a strategic overview, highlighting the world's smallest stage and the world's weakest boss monster. Kim Gongja leaps forward, closing the distance between them. The shadowy figure stands ready, a silent menace. Steel clashes against shadow, the battle joined. The hunter states, we've changed positions. Remember? On floor 12, you were the Demon King, and I was the hero. You were the one invading, and I was the one defending. With a cry of effort, Kim Gongja slashes at the Demon King, his blade leaving a trail of light. The Demon King retorts, life is full of surprises, especially since he's the one on the defensive now. Continuing his assault, Kim Gongja strikes again, determined to end the fight. The Demon King scoffs, finding Kim Gongja's words meaningless. Another blow lands, and the Demon King grunts in pain. The force of the attack sends the Demon King reeling, black ichor spraying from the wound. A pain scream echoes as the Demon King's existence begins to fade. His form flickers, becoming less substantial with each passing moment. With a final, desperate strike, Kim Gongja hears the Demon King's anguished cry as he declares that he needs him to become even weaker than he is now. The text declares, the Demon King of the Autumn Rain's existence becomes faint. Another declaration, the Demon King of the Autumn Rain's existence becomes faint. The final blow lands, leaving the Demon King weakened and vulnerable. Petals fall gently from the trees, a stark contrast to the battle that just concluded. Standing in the distance, a figure watches the scene unfold. Weakening, the Demon King of the Autumn Rain can only gasp. As his power diminishes, he cries out in disbelief. The system message declares, his very title is being stripped away. The Demon King can only utter, "B." His scream echoes, a testament to the pain of his fading existence. Elsewhere, Esther is horrified by what is happening. She can only watch, powerless to intervene. The Flame Emperor observes, satisfied with the outcome. All right, you're finally weak enough. Desperate, Esther begs, don't come. Her resolve hardens. She declares, then stop me. With your sword, your authority, or whatever you have. Her voice laced with venom, she warns him that if he doesn't act, she will. Her words hang heavy in the air as she recalls the atrocities he committed against her children. Her anger rising, Esther demands to know what gives him the right to judge her. He retorts, reminding her that he's an outsider, untouched by the world's corruption, from the demi-human alliance to the Empire. He continues, asserting that no human on this continent is free of blame, but that he and the other hunters are exempt. Her rage building, she stands defiant. Esther spits back, declaring that he has no right to blame her, nor the power to stop her. He feigns innocence, claiming he did nothing, that he simply healed the weak. Her eyes glowing with fury, Esther mocks his words, reminding him of the fear she felt, of her cries for her father, and demanding to know what he did to her. She continues her tirade, accusing him of swallowing the baby that the poor woman trusted him with, and of priding himself on being the people's savior. Her voice rising to a crescendo, she accuses him of breaking the trust of those who believed in him. The truth is revealed. He concealed the fact that he ate the little girl and became Esther, maintaining his silence out of fear that people might treat him as a monster. Facing down the blade, Esther can't believe what she's hearing. The memories flooding back, she realizes she didn't have the memory or the intelligence of humans. The words echo in her mind, words she didn't understand at the time. The truth dawns on her. Had she known, she would have never harmed Esther. Tears welling in her eyes, she wonders if that's not what humans do. The voices of the past echo. They thought she was an evil witch with an army of monsters. The soldiers ask if they're certain that all of them were lying. The man asks, what about the citizens of their territories who were forced to become refugees? Does he really believe that not a single one of them is unable to say that they didn't know? Apologizing, Kim Gongja admits he never got a proper education, so he's pretty dumb, only knowing a single form of justice, and that's karma. He continues, if she truly believes what she ate and threw back up is human, that's fine with him, but then she should receive the exact same punishment. Doesn't she think that's only fair? He asks what she's suggesting. Looking up at the tower, Esther states she wishes to use her clear reward. A golden light emanates from Kim Gongja's hand. As he confirms, she said she could modify any skill she wants. Looking at the skill window, the tower affirms the ghoul summoning skill, currently ranked SS. A question hangs in the air, followed by a system message. Too much modification is impossible. The tower offers an example, explaining that evolving an SS rank skill to an SSS rank skill is the limit of one's authority. A determined voice echoes, summoning skill. Everything else can stay the same. Her eyes wide, Esther asks what he's planning. He counters, how about it? Don't you think that's a pretty reasonable request? I'm not asking for them to inherit their abilities or for the skills cooldown to become shorter. I'm only asking you to change their memories. Looking off into the distance, he awaits the tower's response. The system begins, gauging the level of the request. A loading symbol appears, indicating the process is underway. With a chime, the tower acknowledges that the request is reasonable. Permission granted from Zirakwa, the King of Death's request has been approved. The skill evolves to Ghoul Reincarnation, now ranked SSS. He thinks to himself that this is his first ever SSS rank skill. Alright, the Flame Emperor prepares to strike, a sinister aura emanating from his outstretched hand. Declaring, I'm now going to kill you. Raising his sword high, he continues, just like how you swallowed Esther and the sick, I'll swallow you. Promising to and spit you out. Expressing his satisfaction, he says, I'm really glad you've become a human, because if you just stayed as a monster, you couldn't be a target of ghoul reincarnation. As the unnamed swordsman cries out, the Flame Emperor's attack sends tremors through the ground. Observing her stance, he scoffs, so shabby. Analyzing her form, he notes, just look at her form. She doesn't have a stable foothold. Continuing his critique, he adds, she's a textbook example of a swordsman that only relies on skills and aura. No, she's not even a real swordsman. Explaining his reasoning, he says, watch closely, zombie. This is why I keep insisting on the importance of the basics. Because in the end, the only things you can truly rely on are your own hands and feet. Preparing to deliver the final blow, the Flame Emperor declares, now show her. As the unnamed swordsman braces for impact, her end. Above the forest floor, the camera lingers on the descending blade, poised to end the fight. Framed by the canopy above, the scene is eerily peaceful. A gasp escapes her lips, as the unnamed swordsman braces for the inevitable. Looking down at his defeated foe, the Flame Emperor muses on the final moments of the Demon King. The sword gleams, its inscription a grim reminder, one who harvests death. The Flame Emperor agrees with the sword's assessment. Raising the blade high, he prepares to deliver the final blow. Elsewhere, Kim Gongja pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Floating in midair, Bei Huryung scoffs at the protagonist's assumptions. He elaborates, accusing Kim Gongja of jumping to conclusions. Bei Huryung questions whether being human is a prerequisite for reincarnation, wondering if even NPCs could be targets of the ghoulish cycle. Stunned by the question, Kim Gongja stammers, admitting he probably hadn't considered that. Bei Huryung's words hit a nerve. He's quick to defend the tower, reminding him that it's extremely cold-hearted in situations like this. He questions whether Bei Huryung is willing to take responsibility if the tower were to say NPCs weren't valid targets after he pulled the trigger without thinking. Caught off guard, Kim Gongja is left speechless. An unnamed blonde NPC interjects, suggesting that they take a closer look at the skill card, pointing out that it says, ones they've murdered, and questioning whether NPCs apply here. She adds that NPCs are also people. Confused, Kim Gongja can only manage an He asks the tower if he could be excused, as there's something he wants to ask. He wonders if the ghoul reincarnation skill is able to turn NPCs into agents of death, or if it only applies to hunters like him, requesting confirmation from Zirakwa. After a moment of processing, the tower is unable to confirm. Kim Gongja asks if he could be excused again. The tower begins verifying the authority of the questioner, confirming that the King of Death currently possesses the authority of a temporary apostle. With the authority confirmed, the tower is ready to proceed. Finally, the tower acknowledges the King of Death's question as an official subject for discussion. A sudden, urgent summons echoes through the halls. The message, emblazoned in radiant light, demands a vote from the 6 pillars of all lives. What could warrant such a request? Kneeling on the ground, her voice trembling, the blonde woman utters a desperate plea. Her words echoing with unwavering resolve, she vows to hold no grudge and seek no revenge, willing to obey any order given. Her voice cracking with desperation, the woman begs, willing to endure anything. Meanwhile, walking through the forest, a man in a red jacket seems lost in thought. Observing the scene from afar, the man with the red hair acknowledges the situation, a determined glint in his eyes. A grim expression settling on his face, the dark-haired man acknowledges his duty. Apologizing for his oversight, he seems ready to act. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he reminds someone of their impending punishment. His voice booming with authority, he commands all forces to halt. Standing before the building, a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air, as if the very stones themselves are bracing for what's to come. With a thunderous roar, Commander Sarbat Ejim declares, "I am General Sarbist Ejim." His armor gleams, a symbol of the might he commands. A figure watches from the shadows, uttering a single, questioning word, "Who?" The declaration echoes, proclaiming, "It is the will of His Majesty, the Emperor." The message spreads, revealing that a witch has been accused of instigating the virtuous people of the continent, tricking monsters into the depths of evil. A hand glows, purified with the sacredness of fire. The figure from the shadows seems to recognize the players, stating, "I know who these people are." Banners are raised, decreeing that the heretic claiming to be a saintess must be punished, as ordered by the Pope and the ruler of the forest. The paladins of the temple, the elves of the forest, all united on their respective floors. The magicians of the falls, the merchants of the Federation, all saved on their respective floors, ready to act. The entire world is cooperating to enact this vengeance. The general's face contorts with rage, his voice booming with authority. As the sun sets in the background, Kim Gongja remains stoic, his expression unreadable. General Sarbist Ejim demands, "You there, did you just say that you have come on an imperial decree?" A sneer curling his lip, the general scoffs at the notion that anyone could know the emperor's will as well as he does. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Kim Gongja retorts, "I don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something so insolent? Were you sent by the witch who lives here?" Towering over him on horseback, the general reminds him that his position is thanks to His Majesty. His face a mask of fury, Sarbist Ejim accuses him of being sent from the Amber Palace to cause strife. Dismissing the accusations, Kim Gongja retorts, questioning if Sarbist Ejim truly believes he's dealing with a mere puppet. His face contorted in anger, Sarbist Ejim demands to know who sent him. With a hint of mockery, Kim Gongja asks if he's already forgotten who he is. A surge of power emanates from the night, as he commands him to see for himself. The light intensifies, revealing the armored figure, who declares himself as the emissary sent by the mighty founder, Leofanta Ejim. Continuing his declaration, Sarbist Ejim proclaims his awareness of the chaos within the imperial family and acknowledges the evil conduct of the trash crown prince. With a chilling revelation, he states that the reason he denounced him earlier was merely to test his nature. A flicker of doubt crosses his face, as Sarbist Ejim questions his own hastiness and wonders how he can repent for his actions. Addressing Sarbat Ejim directly, one of the knights declares that there is nothing to be saddened by, so how can he still look down upon them from his horse, stating that he is deeply honored. As the knights kneel, the red-haired commander remains mounted, his cape billowing in the wind. From behind his helmet, a knight proclaims that she may watch over the rising sun and protect everything between the sea and land, wishing the Ejim Empire may shine forevermore. The armored soldiers, kneeling in unison, express their greeting. A booming voice announces, "Greetings to the emissary of the founder." The crowd murmurs, "Wowie." Turning to Kim Gongja, Sarbist Ejim remarks that he only thought he was good at speaking nonsense, but it turns out he's also got a knack for bullshitting. With a slight smirk, Kim Gongja asks if he only realized that now. Leaning in, the commander offers him one piece of advice. Ejim emphasizes self-confidence is particularly important. He continues, "It's the same with bullshitting." Ejim concludes, "If you want to fool your opponent, you must fool yourself first, remembering that bullshitting is all about confidence." Following the commander, Kim Gongja observes the approaching forces. Among the ranks, one of the emissaries notes, "The sword carried by the commander is the real deal, its holy power limited to the Ejim army." Another soldier wonders, why an emissary would be in a place like this. The commander allows the soldier to speak. Kim Gongja recalls, "They came here to subjugate the witch, but now the emissary has ended up here." Confidence radiating from him, Preda declares to his men that he has already subjugated the witch. One of the soldiers exclaims, "To look over there." The soldier shouts, "It's Esther, the witch of the outskirts." Another soldier recognizes her, confirming that it is definitely her. Preda orders his men, to kill her at once, commanding her to come and kneel before those people. Her legs wobbling, Esther kneels. The witch kneels before the approaching forces. Continuing his torment, Preda orders Esther to bow her head and place her hands on the ground. His voice dripping with disdain, he commands her to put her forehead to the ground. A soldier in shining armor looks on as Esther lets out a groan of pain. Without a shred of mercy, Preda orders her to push off the ground with both feet and perform a tuck and roll. Her face contorted in pain, Esther is asked if she didn't hear him. Barely able to speak, she manages to choke out that she did as she rolls across the ground. Not giving her a moment's rest, Preda orders her to do a headstand. His voice laced with impatience, he tells her to hurry up and do a headstand, then to spread her legs apart and jump 20 times. The torment continues as Preda demands 10 squats, followed by 10 push-ups. Her body pushed to its absolute limit. Esther cries out that she can't do any more, her body refusing to move. Preda asks if she gets it now. His face inches from the reader. Preda's expression is one of pure dominance. The soldier in the background thinks to himself that now, no matter what happens, Esther cannot defy Preda's orders, and it is impossible for her to threaten the continent any longer, so he can relax. Stammering, as if caught off guard, someone tries to assert that the emissary has spoken, but is cut off. Demanding answers, two armored figures question why they're being ordered to subjugate the witch. One of the figures scoffs, unable to believe what he's hearing. Holding up a sword that glows with an eerie light, a voice dismisses it as nothing more than a simple blade. Questioning the established order, someone wonders aloud if they're placing the Pope's command above the founders. Another voice challenges the very authority of the temple, accusing them of doubting the holy sword of protection first. Seeing the conflict, Kim Gongjiao realizes that the third prince doesn't need the Pope's support. Observing the scene with a knowing smirk, a figure muses that he now understands why Preda divided the hunters, lamenting how short-sighted humans can be. A voice erupts in anger, expressing outrage at the idea that the elves have been looking down on them. A massive, serpentine creature appears, prompting a shout for everyone to move aside. Amidst the chaos, a figure declares that the real issue is simple. Suggesting a more cautious approach, someone proposes verifying the claims about the emissary, the witch, and the alleged subjugation before taking any drastic action. A voice questions how one intends to confirm those things. Another voice declares that this is the sole orb granted to them by the emperor of the Mere people. The orb glows with an eerie blue light, swirling with energy. Kim Gongja is told to come, if that woman is truly the witch of the outskirts, and he is truly the emissary of the founder. A voice commands to accept the test of the orb. To be continued. This orb, granted by the emperor of the Mere people, reacts to the blood of those who touch it. If the soul is good, the orb emanates a white light, but if evil, it turns pitch black. Someone demands that they accept the test of this orb. The orb will verify all the evil and good deeds accumulated. The demi-folk are good at making gizmos like that, the blue-scaled humanoid says. Kim Gongja is told that he can test the orb. Someone hopes that they won't regret it, as falsehoods are futile before the orb. Then, they say to verify the woman's soul first. The blue-scaled humanoid holds the orb, ready to test the woman. A hand is sliced, drawing blood for the test. Blood drips onto the orb, and someone wonders how. The orb turns pitch black, revealing an incredibly evil soul. The air hangs heavy with the weight of past sins, a testament to the sheer volume of evil and slaughter committed. The voice declares, it's now their turn, dismissing any thought of a witch, insisting it's the Demon King. A figure with long blonde hair stands ready, prepared for whatever comes next. The blue-skinned character holds the soul orb, confirming that they are always prepared. Red energy crackles from his hand. Kim Gongja warns that it's futile to hide behind falsehoods. The world warps, a swirling vortex of red and black consumes everything. The colors shift, now a blinding white light pierces through the darkness, tinged with crimson. A look of utter disbelief washes over the blue dragon-like creature, uttering that this is. The air crackles with raw power, a swirling vortex of blue energy dominating the scene. In the distance, a forest stands silhouetted against a golden sky. A voice cries out, wondering what incarnation is going on. The Mere people seem to be in awe, wondering how such a light could come from the orb. The disembodied voice continues, questioning how many lives this person has saved to be so pure. A vision of a man appears, bathed in light. The voice simply asks, is the light? Another figure, adorned in regal attire, proclaims that he is the light. One of the observers questions if the other can't recognize this sparkling soul. The other responds that they don't really see it, questioning what is meant by light. A frustrated voice declares that this is why they can't communicate with vulgar humans, insisting there's no reason for someone with such a soul to lie. Even if they did, it would be for their sakes, adding that this person is indeed the emissary of the founder. Another voice counters, insisting that he is most certainly the apostle of the goddess. Indeed, he proclaims, I am the apostle of the goddess. Kim Gongja stands with his arms crossed, observing the unfolding events. Two armored figures murmur, one noting that she said he's the light, while the other questions what light, adding that the thing did shine, and the sword is pretty shiny, too. Two more figures murmur, that it's apparently the sword used by Ejim's emperor or something. The armored figures continue to murmur, one wondering if he is really from some kind of noble family, while the other remains unconvinced. Clad in shining armor, one of the figures declares, "Let's say that young man, that person is indeed the emissary of the founder and the light." A blonde woman questions the logic. "But then why in the world would he block our way forward?" The unseen speaker demands, "We must burn that place down." In the distance, a building stands bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, unaware of the impending threat. Another voice chimes in. "His Excellency the Pope was not just worried about the witch." The blonde woman continues, her expression hardening. "Even if he is really the apostle of the goddess, he should be the one taking the lead in the execution of divine punishment." A close-up reveals a man with red hair, a hint of reassurance in his voice. "It's all right." The red-haired man's face is contorted with anger as he exclaims, "Is made up of 90% truth and 10% lies." A disembodied hand declares with finality, "I have culled all evil, and divine punishment has already been executed." The hand gestures ominously. "Let me show you." Standing between two colossal skeletons, a figure raises their hand, a silent invitation to witness the aftermath. A cacophony of screams erupts as armored figures find themselves face to face with a legion of skeletons, the grim reality of divine punishment laid bare. Gazing up in disbelief, the armored figure can only wonder how such disgusting creatures could exist. With a grim resolve, Kim Gongja declares that this is his job. Looking at the skulls, a voice questions how the witch could be the only evil existence in this world. The voice continues, observing, "That all of these monsters are?" Kim Gongja stands with the blonde woman, thinking, the goddess ordered him to act in her stead and eliminate the evil infesting the land. Subjugating all the evils of the world is his mission, and imprisoning the fiends in hell is his job. Stepping forward, he proclaims that they are currently witnessing the hell he has created. A blue dragon-like creature exclaims, "The apostle was doing something like this alone, unbeknownst to them." Kim Gongja responds, "Yes." Standing amidst the skeletons, Kim Gongja declares that such is his job. The blue dragon-like creature continues, "They need not punish the witch themselves, for the evildoers have already been culled. They will suffer eternally in his shadow, and he is their hell." A man with dark hair states, "So the revered apostle has been saving them endlessly without them knowing." Exactly so. A red-haired man says, "More to teach you, go forth. This instructor of yours is as pure as a child, so he really cannot manage a son of a gun like you." He finds their modesty rather amusing, still having much to learn from the wicked personality before him. A voice declares that he can surely see now, this being the will of the goddess, her divine retribution. The knight questions whether he intends to defy the strict will imposed by the goddess, wondering if these atrocious devils are truly safely locked away. With a snap of his fingers, Kim Gongja asks if he wishes to personally confirm whether he has indisputably imprisoned these creatures. The knight then asks what he intends to do with this skeleton, requesting to fully resolve his doubts. A disembodied voice commands the ghoul to recover its memories. The ghoul stands motionless, awaiting further instruction. An angry voice shouts out, "He is called a goddamn son of a bitch." The angry character threatens to kill him, daring him to do this to him, promising to mess him up no matter what. He is shoved. A voice declares that this man is an evildoer as wretched as the witch, perhaps even a greater monster than her, for the witch was born a monster, but this man committed such acts. As the group of long-eared figures look on, one of them remarks, "This man committed atrocious crimes as a human." With a snap of his fingers, he commands them to dance. Without hesitation, he crushes those beneath his feet. Looking up, he seems surprised. "Hey, wait a sec." His face contorted in rage, he screams, "I'll kill you. I'll freaking kill you." Continuing his assault, he vows that they will be killed by him for sure. A close-up reveals a stern expression as a voice declares, "The devils can never defy my orders." Surveying the scene, he asks if they are still worried. The camera focuses on a gauntlet. An armored figure asks, "O Reverend Apostle, may we have the honor of knowing your name?" The armored figure stands tall, Kim Gongja's reflection visible in its polished surface. With a determined look, he finally reveals, "My name is Gongja." As the words echo, those around him pledge their loyalty to Gongja. Before him stands an army, ready to follow his command. The scene fades, signaling a shift in the narrative. Bathed in the afterglow of the cleared dungeon, Kim Gongja surveys the scene, a faint smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, someone is furious, unable to believe how easily the boss stage was cleared. But the rage is fleeting, replaced by a shrug and a dismissive attitude. Back in the dungeon, Kim Gongja reflects on his accomplishment, having cleared all the way up to the 20th floor with the method he wanted. He notes with satisfaction, not a single hunter died in the process, nor did anyone from the Empire or continent. A soft smile graces his face as he thinks, he even managed to save this little one. Petting the blonde-haired girl's head, he seems content. He muses, the 20th floor would have probably cleared itself even if he hadn't done anything. A somber mood hangs in the air. Because the burning and disappearance of the village is also a kind of conclusion. As long as there's a proper conclusion, the tower doesn't care whether it's a happy ending or a bad ending. Therefore, this isn't a world predetermined by the tower. And it's not an end that came about because there was no other choice. Today, rain will not fall from the sky, and flames will not engulf the ground. It's simply the ending that I chose. Is that thing really a part of the ending you chose? You won't stop this. Fucking hell. Why aren't you stopping this? Isn't it fucking beautiful? Fucking hell. This is a public service announcement. Floor 20 has been cleared today. A system message announces the clearing of floor 20, but the red-haired man finds little joy in the news. Gongjia checks his phone, finding that he has no internet connection. Bei Huiyang chides him for caring about what others think. He wonders when he said something like that, as another system message appears, announcing that floor 21 will open in 24 hours. A barrage of celebratory fireworks erupts, accompanied by the sentiment that more recognition is always better. Bei Huiyang mocks Gongjia's greed, questioning how someone can be so avaricious. The words of death fill the air, echoing the sentiment of the moment. The two are locked in a tight embrace, a mix of affection and exasperation between them. The purple-haired man exclaims that Gongjia is crazy, especially for a rookie who hasn't even turned 20 yet. An older man clutches his head, exclaiming that the black dragon which is hurting him. Bei Huiyang scoffs at the idea of clearing the 20th floor in 5 days, suggesting that Gongjia doesn't know how crazy people are in the tower. Someone quickly grabs screenshots of news articles, revealing that the new star's alias has been set as King of Death. The articles speculate on who's playing the leading role, listing the Sword Saint, the Witch, or the King of Death as possibilities. Looking at his phone, Kim Gongjia notes the outside world is going wild, and the titles are all about him. Looking up at Bei Huiyang, he asks if he screenshotted all of these himself. Bei Huiyang smiles. He explains that in order to show him what kind of articles there are, he teleported all the way to floor 1. Kim Gongjia asks if he searched up all those articles one by one and screenshotted all of them one by one. Bei Huiyang confirms. When he puts it like that, yeah. Bei Huiyang says that he's telling him just in case, but he shouldn't read the comments, as people jealous of him have bombed the comment section, and even though having 0 casualties is such an amazing feat, he should pay no heed to the rabble. Bei Huiyang asks if he is an angel, and Kim Gongjia responds that he seriously considers someone an angel just because they're a little nice to him. Huh? Kim Gongjia thinks that Bei Huiyang is a crazy bastard. Bei Huiyang tells him to take a look at this, too, as he made the front page. Bei Huiyang exclaims that this is the first time something like this has happened in the history of the tower, and he can't believe he jumped all the way from outside the ranking to 3rd in one go. Looking up, he hears that he's now someone who represents all the hunters. With a twist of her wrist, Bei Huiyang tells him he'll have to pay a little more attention to his attitude from now on, prompting him to ask if she's giving him attitude. Hearing this, he learns that he's currently joined all of the top 5 guilds, even though he's actually independent. It's explained that as a hunter placed 3rd on the ranking, he should have a title on the level of Guild Master, and that being a regular guild member doesn't suit him now. Considering this, Kim Gongjia thinks to himself, Guild Master, huh? Meanwhile, the old man is told that if he's more of a lone bird that destroys everything in its path like that Gramps, she won't force him, causing the old man to ask if she's talking about him behind his back right now. Looking at the soldiers, someone wonders who those guys are. The narrator explains that these are people who have gathered from all over the continent. Turning to the blonde woman, Kim Gongjia says it's a long story, but Bei Huiyang explains that using a skill and item effect, she tricked those NPCs who invaded floor 20 into thinking that she's the emissary or whatever of the Empire's founder, and they backed off. Hearing this, Kim Gongjia guesses that she's got a knack for lying as well, adding that he was able to clear the floor without spilling any blood thanks to that. Bei Huiyang responds that she wasn't trying to badmouth him, and that she's actually really glad, adding that thanks to him, they'll be able to trade with this continent too. Which means they won't have to bow and scrape to those old guys in the outside world anymore. Those nasty jerks, always using food to drive down the prices. Let's see if they can keep doing that in the future. Trade between the tower and the outside world is fundamentally unfair. Be it capital, resources, or technology, the outside has it in greater abundance than the tower. When she first met her, the old man thought Bei Huiyang was an unfriendly person. Food is always the problem. It must mean that they've grown closer. The black dragon, which is saying hunters will start trading with this continent, right? Naturally. I'll lend you my name, she states, adding that in this world, she's the emissary of the founder and the apostle of the goddess. If I paint you all as apostles of the goddess too, it should make trading easier. That's an offer I'm grateful for, but it's not like you would lend us your name for free, is it? What do you want? Floor 20. You can't mean the entirety of floor 20? Yes, to be exact, I'd like all of the land on floor 20 to be my posse's. In exchange, I'll take nothing for clearing floors 11 to 19. You can divide the profits of trading with the continent with the other hunters as well. It's an extraordinary offer. This isn't something I can decide with my authority alone. We'll have to discuss it with the other guild masters. Do you really want this place? It obviously doesn't appear to have much value. It's small, and it doesn't look that great for farming. With my experience, getting a share of the harvest from clearing floor 11 to 20 seems far more profitable. I like real estate more than money. Land is best. With the deal on the table, the old man agrees that they'll all meet on floor 1 together, gathering the guild masters for a formal discussion. And so, the group prepares to teleport. Looking up, a man wonders what he's seeing. Seen from above, the 3 figures stand ready to be transported, unaware of what awaits them. By the power of teleportation, they are transported to the floor 1 city. Someone asks if they're fine with having the meeting at the same coffee shop as last time, receiving a nonchalant confirmation that it's all the same to them, though it's only been 5 days. For someone, it's the first time here in hundreds of days. It's finally hitting her that she carried the floor, though she'll probably be realizing it a little more than that soon. As it's been said, everyone on the tower is going crazy talking about him. With a start, a man looks up in surprise. A voice warns that he should prepare himself, because they're here. A sea of faces turns towards some unseen point of interest, anticipation rippling through the crowd. Turning his back on the gathering, Kim Gongja heads in the opposite direction. Outside a grand building, the whispers begin, the crowd murmuring that the witch and the sword saint are with him, meaning he must be something special. Phones are raised, capturing the moment, the crowd declaring him the king of something. The intensity is palpable, the word death hanging in the air, as the crowd seems to recognize him as a superstar. The reporters surge forward, their voices a cacophony, demanding to know if the rumors are true, if he really cleared floor 20 by himself, begging him to look their way. Pushing closer, a reporter shoves a microphone in his face, demanding to know what his relationship is with the Black Witch. He hesitates, a flicker of something in his eyes, as the Black Witch stands beside him, urging him not to say a word. The microphones jostle for position, a sea of voices clamoring for an answer, each one hoping to break the story. The Black Witch watches the scene unfold, a slight frown creasing her brow, wondering what image he wants to project, a mysterious figure or a superstar. A voice advises that being a superstar is like being a movie star, requiring social media accounts and personal secretaries, but the Black Dragon Guild can manage his personnel and security for now. He remains silent, his expression unreadable, explaining that he moves around by himself because he's unwilling to partake in this kerfuffle. Turning away from the throng, he states simply that being a mysterious figure is quite simple. The woman's expression hardens, a silent command to learn to be unreadable. The terms are laid out, cold and precise, limited access, pre-approved voices, that's all. Looking up at the sky, the woman known as KD hears a question, a reminder that she still has no idea how difficult all of this is. Attention, a potent drug, capable of making people happy with so little, yet now, millions react to just a few words. Scrolling through the HunterNet, it's clear that few can resist the allure of this particular high. The older man's words carry a weight of experience, it's all meaningless, yet it feels good nonetheless. Turning to KD, he asks, "What do you want to do?" The man in the red jacket admits he's not entirely sure, but it's more than just attention. He's satisfied with the attention those around him give. However, he clarifies, what he wants from the masses isn't attention, but acknowledgement. KD states what she wants, acknowledgement. The woman in white acknowledges that the two aren't that different, but she'll respect his decision, adding that she's glad he's the kind of person he is, as the man wonders, so, how does one learn to be expressionless? A secret is about to be revealed. To become expressionless, one must think back to a truly unpleasant memory. For him, it's a memory of the outside world, a memory of his father dying in the Civil War. While they were running, soldiers gave chase, his father stayed behind, telling him to keep running and never look back. He continued running, never looking back. He wasn't upset that he decided to run away, he was just a child back then, but why didn't he look back? It wasn't a hard task. Whenever he has to be stoic, he thinks back to that moment. Running until his chest was pumping hard, wiping all emotion off his face. He's sure you have at least 1 or 2 memories like that. You're a quick learner, you'll get used to this pretty fast. The stoicism is setting in. A familiar face greets them at the door, welcoming the group inside. The Crusader expresses his surprise, admitting he didn't expect Hunter Gongja to clear up to floor 20 in just 5 days, calling it the greatest breakthrough since the tower's inception. He continues, raising his glass, confessing he honestly thought that Gongja, the Black Witch, and the Sword Saint were going to fail and die. The protagonist responds, claiming all he did was live as a good person, a very practical piece of advice. Gongja smiles, saying it's nice seeing them all again and asking how they've been. The Countess chimes in, questioning what he means by long time no see, since it's only been 5 days, adding that they initially stayed inside the Imperial Palace as promised. A memory surfaces, recalling that after a while, the NPCs of the Empire suddenly started moving around. The Crusader explains, the NPCs thought they were enemies that intruded inside the palace, so the guards and knights came after them, making it a spine-chilling experience. A new voice speaks up, remarking that this shorty has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He continues, laughing, asking if it wasn't fun, wondering who knew there'd be a secret tunnel inside a basement jail, saying it was like he was a kid again. The Crusader recalls, he said he was held captive by the Bulgarian mafia when he was a kid, adding that jail, basement, and escaping were all part of his shining childhood. The Black Witch comments, calling him a crazy bastard, but admitting she gets that they all lived amazing, cool lives in the outside world. As the group gathers around the table, the Countess reveals a harsh truth, stating that she was born in a trashy Indian village. The Heretic Inquisitor then adds that Viper's parents were executives in a crime family. The conversation continues, with Paladin sitting quietly at the table. He recalls Paladin had some rough times in Venezuela. The Heretic Inquisitor then remarks that the outside world views all of them as human garbage. Turning to Kim Ganja, he asks if he should take this as wanting to treat King of Death as one of them. The Black Witch responds, affirming that King of Death was instrumental in their advancement inside the tower. A flashback shows a raid where they ended up with 0 casualties, but the Black Witch reminds them not to forget how many hunters were present on floor 11. The Black Witch states she wants to make this man the hero that represents their tower. As the discussion intensifies, the Countess is accused of being too greedy, while the Heretic Inquisitor is criticized for killing too many people. The Countess admits she can't even refute the truth. The Heretic Inquisitor defends his actions, claiming they were necessary sacrifices. Turning to Paladin, the Heretic Inquisitor notes that he doesn't like attention. As for Viper, he continues. He finishes, Viper is too self-centric. The man with the eye patch apologizes, stating that the other person is too ugly. The man in the blue suit stands with his arms crossed, musing that working in the shadows isn't an option for him. Meanwhile, sitting in a chair, Kim Ganja is reminded that the King of Death has no public image yet. One of the blonde-haired women assures someone that they've been on the scene long enough that the public has lost interest in them. She continues, adding that they've been publishing the magazine with news of the hunter world, but sales in the outside world have continued to drop. She then states that he's a bit short, but that's fine, just like her, and they can just Photoshop a bit. She asks if he is dating anyone right now, or what about past relationships. Kim Ganja, surrounded by the 2 blonde women, hears one of them say that there's no concern of a scandal. Perfect. A whisper suggests that when he smiles, he kind of looks like an asshole, which is why they should go with the image of a mysterious figure. It's actually bad if he doesn't have anyone he's dating. He's bound to be caught up in weird rumors. It's fine, someone will take care of that. Another whisper reveals that they're going with the scenario of having fallen in love after being together for 5 days, which sounds good to her. A whisper admits that anonymous donations have been made to the orphanage for a situation like this. Let's say King of Death was the benefactor all along. That'll be great, thanks. The Black Witch, with a hand on her shoulder, responds with, Kim Ganja is reminded that they were going with the image of a mysterious figure. He wonders if he really needs a designer for something like that. The Black Witch states that it'll be just for today. Clasping her hands together, the Black Witch is told that everyone in the world wants to know about her. Someone requests just one photo to show them. The photographer asks for the subject to look over there. As the photographer snaps away, Rank is being prepped for his photo shoot. The photographer directs him, asking him to look like a wolf seeking its prey inside a side. The Black Witch comments that he looks surprisingly good in a suit, while the Countess suggests going with the image of a young man with a burning passion for adventure. Hearing the Countess's suggestion, Rank scoffs. Clearly annoyed, Rank is forced to continue the photo shoot. Watching the scene unfold, the Black Witch seems amused. Rank expresses his frustration, believing a hunter's job should be working hard to climb the tower, not concerning themselves with public image and photo shoots. He continues, stating that they've stagnated, unable to clear floor 10 for years, because they waste time on stuff like this. The Countess suggests that for this issue's tagline, they should go with a hunter's job is to climb the tower. Rank interrupts, declaring that he came here to talk about floor 20, offering to surrender all authority over floors 11 to 19 if they let floor 20 be his property. Having an altruistic image would probably be good, wouldn't it? The Flame Emperor suggests that tomorrow's headline should focus on the King of Death giving up authority over floors 11 to 19, satisfied with simply clearing the tower. And on the second page, they can put an article about the King of Death regularly donating to the orphanage. The Flame Emperor continues, suggesting they can say floor 20 was given to him as a sign of respect and gratitude. These kids wish to show the outside world that they are living well here too, Rank observes, seeing it as a form of inferiority complex. Even though they gave up everything and entered the tower, they are still so resentful. Rank decides it's time to leave, saying they'll burn daylight if they stay here. Kim Ganja declares that they should run. A burst of speed propels them forward. Someone urgently states that they're going to have a press conference tomorrow, so they need to try and get back by morning, and to get there by jumping across rooftops so they don't get spotted. Kim Ganja gasps, catching his breath on a rooftop. Could you leave your post for just 5 minutes? Rank is asked this question. The Flame Emperor responds, yes. Sarba Ejim exclaims, excited to see him in person. Apologizing profusely, the armored figure presents a piece of paper, asking if Rank would sign it. The armored figure asks, what's your name? But can I please have your autograph, King of Death? He admits he doesn't have an alias yet. The Sword Saint seems surprised, confessing he's never autographed anything before, but he'd die for it. With a flourish, he signs the paper as King of Death. Beaming, the armored figure thanks him, declaring he's going to make this his family treasure. The scene shifts to a view of a church, setting the stage for the next conversation. Calling out to the Sword Saint, Rank approaches. He remarks, sure, I look like someone that's killed a lot of people. Turning to the hunter, he continues, if you look into a mirror, you'll see that you're also a mass murderer. The Sword Saint continues, but you probably aren't punishing yourself for that. That's because you have a clear criteria of only punishing those who have harmed many. Looking out over the city, he adds, I also have a criteria of my own. That's punishing those who will harm many in the future. Drawing his sword, the Sword Saint states, don't need to persuade me like this. He reflects on how he's different from other hunters. However, he came to question whether his success came from his own abilities or not. Maybe he was just a product of having everything handed to him, a thought he didn't want to accept. He was definitely blessed with a good life, but he also had pride that he pulled himself up by his bootstraps, wanting to prove that his pride wasn't just self-delusion. So that's why he entered the tower. Opening a skill card, the Sword Saint continues his train of thought. Eyes of a detective rank, B-. Effect. You are able to see other people's kill count. Indirect kills do not count towards the counter. Only acts of murder with clear intent are counted in the total. However, you are unable to know how the murder was committed. Yet at some point, he started relying on these things called skills. The Sword Saint has a question for the young man before him. Regarding an innocent life, he asks, "The head, King of Death, speak with your heart rather than your head." "I have never done such a thing, Sword Saintnim," the young man replies. "And he will never do such a thing." With a final flourish of his blade, the Sword Saint's attack cuts through the air. Golden light erupts, signaling the end of the battle. Standing amidst the fading light, Kim Gongja looks on, a mixture of relief and exhaustion etched on his face. The Sword Saint cleans his blade, acknowledging the effort put in. He thanks him for putting up with his stubbornness. Turning to leave, the Sword Saint admits he should have said this earlier, but breaking through floors 12 to 19 with him was extremely enjoyable. He advises him to get some rest, as floor 21 should open right when the press conference ends tomorrow. He looks forward to seeing him in action on the next floor as well, calling him the King of Death. Suddenly, Kim Gongja collapses. Another man with long red hair looks at him, remarking that the Sword Saint just acknowledged him. Kim Gongja confirms that he thinks he did. Lying on the ground, Kim Gongja curses, relieved that it's finally over. Exhausted, he remains on the floor. The red-haired man states that floor 20 is now his, and the guild masters will take care of the media for him. He agrees that it's all over now, but the other man questions what he means, asking if he's talking like he cleared floor 50 or something. As Kim Gongja lies on the ground, a system message appears, stating that Protection is amazed by his achievement. A golden message box appears, declaring that the Goddess of Protection acknowledges all his deeds, and another message box states that she thinks he is worthy enough to truly become her apostle. A voice wonders what this all means. Another message box appears, saying that the Goddess of Protection says he may continue using her. A man looks up, questioning what the goddess means. The Goddess of Protection asks him to look down, and he complies, wondering what's happening. The Goddess of Protection then tells him to look a bit more to his left. The perspective shifts to a close-up of a sword. Someone says to wait a second, as the Goddess of Protection is using up all of her authority. A close-up of a face shows the Goddess of Protection. A glowing object is shown, and a voice asks if it was her all along. The Goddess of Protection confirms this. You're currently watching an incredible scene. The news anchor's voice cuts through the air, asking everyone to take a look at the latest footage that they've just obtained. The broadcast highlights the man behind the conquering of floor 20, questioning the identity of this new rising star. The other anchor chimes in, pointing out that the Black Witch is holding hands with this hunter, and they believe that this hunter is the King of Death. The footage rolls. The news continues, stating that if this footage hasn't been manipulated, it's apparent that the King of Death killed the boss of floor 11 in a single strike. Unheard of, he thinks to himself, as he watches the broadcast from his couch. The screen flashes, promising the next footage. Someone off-screen exclaims, feeling like they're going to die of embarrassment. The TV displays various news headlines, all focused on him. He sighs, noting that every channel is going on and on about him anyway. The Goddess of Protection's words appear on screen, explaining that it's because his accomplishment is unprecedented, and that fame is like a tax that heroes have to pay, and that it is necessary for him to get used to it. He thinks back to a conversation, recalling that they weren't able to have a proper talk because he was so tired yesterday, but wonders if the goddess isn't overestimating him too much. As the Goddess of Protection declares him the light, Kim Gongja can only stare in disbelief. The Goddess of Protection, it seems, still clearly remembers the lion's roar he shouted on top of the Empire's wall, and the memory elicits a mortified scream from him. The Goddess of Protection continues to gush, claiming she only said that because she was caught up in the heat of the moment. She recalls his respectable declaration to take good care of the Empire, and then praises his confidence. The Goddess of Protection asks if he's standing her, confessing that she is happy to serve someone like him as her second master. She admits it's just like how she used to stand the Flame Emperor, especially the line he mumbled while taking in the Demon King of the Autumn Reign as his own, that a lord has a responsibility to protect them. Gongja groans in response. Drawing a sword that glows with a faint blue light, he declares that the Goddess of Protection started this. The Goddess of Protection senses a threat to her well-being and asks him to stop. With a sigh of relief, he seems to have quieted the Goddess of Protection. Holding the sword aloft, he remarks that she's finally quiet. The Goddess of Protection asks if the sword is a constellation, and if so, why it's a sword, and if he fused with it. The nature of constellations comes into question, as one wonders if they're like the administrators of each stage. Considering the question, it's noted that while there have been cases of monsters becoming constellations, an item being one is unheard of. The Goddess of Protection shakes her head, offering a different perspective. According to her, it's better to think of a constellation as something that can represent each world. The Goddess of Protection continues, explaining that she was originally a Holy Spirit worshipped as a god. However, the founder of the Empire, Leophanta Ejim, sealed her by splitting her up into 5 swords. She reveals that she is the first of those holy swords, the idol. The idol, the pity, the prayer, the names of the first 3 swords are revealed. The sacrifice and the salvation complete the set of 5. Hearing this, Kim Gongja realizes that the goddess is only a fragment of the true holy sword, and to draw out her full power, he needs to find the other 4 swords. Considering this information, he finds it pretty interesting and asks where the other sister swords are. He presses the goddess, asking where the other sister swords are located. The goddess of protection wonders if he doesn't know something. Sitting casually, he admits he doesn't. The goddess of protection defends herself, explaining she can sense them if they're nearby. He replies that it's fortunate she has at least a fifth of her power. Suddenly, the sword emits a burst of light, causing Kim Gongja to exclaim in surprise. The light fades, revealing Kim Gongja standing in a hallway. The goddess of protection brags she's great at shining out light. He retorts that he's seen it countless times, so he obviously knows about that as well. His eyes widen as the sword emits another burst of light. The goddess of protection asks what else can she do other than getting support from the Empire's citizens and shining. She confidently adds that she's also good at cutting down monsters. The goddess of protection quickly adds she's confident at cutting down people as well. Kim Gongja, now in an office, wonders if there's a problem. A woman with purple hair leans against a door, stating she's okay. She's then asked if she's really okay. A man in a suit stands in front of a monitor, explaining the press conference will start in 5 minutes, and after that, it should be time for floor 21 to open up. He instructs someone to throw some responses at them for a bit and head straight to floor 21, to which they reply with a yes. The woman from before is told she's always top-notch at saying yes, and to make sure she's not late. The letters TMP are displayed. Summarizing the situation, he tells her that she's useless except for being able to shine. Whatever, he thinks, starting immediately, her name is going to be shiny. Names like Holy Sword and Goddess of Protection are a waste on her. Besides, she wasn't even able to protect her country. Also, he continues, she's way too loud. His head's already over capacity with the Sword Emperor, and she's giving him a headache. From now on, unless it's something that's absolutely necessary, he doesn't want her to talk to him. Shiny responds by saying, yes, Hero Nim. The title SSS Class Suicide Hunter is displayed. Chapter 46. A crowd gathers, thanking them for the warm welcome. Someone shouts about the Black Dragon Witch. So, the Black Dragon Witch was extremely popular before the Saints came on the scene, someone says, asking for the witch to be looked over just once. The press conference begins, with the speaker announcing the successful clearing of floors 11 through 20, an achievement highlighted by various media outlets. The crowd listens intently, wondering how they would be able to let everyone know about this momentous occasion, but their worrying was pointless, as they let the world know for them, saving them their promotions budget. The speaker continues, stating that what they're most proud of this time is something else. It's not just the clearing of floor 10 that everyone's been working hard on for the past few years, but also the clearing of floor 20 at an unprecedented and unexpected rate, with 0 casualties. She expresses her happiness, stating that she's happiest at the fact that not a single person died. The crowd snaps photos, capturing the moment. The speaker directs everyone's attention, telling them to look at the ground of the Babylon Square that they're all standing on top of. The camera pans down to the ground, showing the names engraved on each stone, a testament to those who sacrificed their lives to conquer the tower. A voice echoes, stating that today, not a single name is being engraved into the square, before the words Black Witch appear. The speaker announces that they'll now take some questions from reporters, but only 1 question per person, thinking to himself that he doesn't even have to do anything. A message appears, emphasizing the importance of knowing who to side with, as a countdown timer is displayed. The speaker thinks to herself, expressing her desire to be done with this press conference and get to floor 21 already, before asking what question is next. A reporter steps forward, introducing himself as John Evans from Babylon Daily News. Addressing the crowd, he poses a question for the King of Death, now ranked 3rd. Hearing the question, Kim Gongja seems surprised. The reporter continues, laying out the rumors that the King of Death is a manufactured hero, created by the major guilds. Hearing the accusations, the Countess scoffs, dismissing the reporter's claims. She believes people like him will continue to show up, and she should express her stance. Kim Gongja reassures her that it's okay. The reporter presses on, asking what he thinks about the major guilds monopolizing floors 11 to 20. A woman cautions him not to go too crazy, promising she can cover up most mistakes. He responds with a confident smirk, asserting that if he goes too far, she won't be able to control the media because there's no one as well behaved as him, and he's a prophet. Testing the microphone, John Evans introduces himself as the hunter who has received the alias King of Death, pleased to meet everyone. Confirming his name, John Evans repeats that he believes the concerns of the people are due to how inadequate he is. His eyes gleam, reflecting an overwhelming glare. There's only one way to respond to his gaze, and he thinks the concerns of the people are due to how inadequate he is. As a hand reaches for the microphone, John Evans asks to be excused, stating he just has to say the exact opposite of what the Flame Emperor would say. Repeating himself, he insists that the concerns of the people are due to how inadequate he is. Another man speaks into a microphone, declaring that they were able to clear up to floor 20 because he's so amazing, calling everyone shitlings. Someone wonders who else should get this other than him. After all, he worked his tail off to clear it, so of course, it should be his. In a flashback, John Evans asks if he's their fucking dad. Despite the Black Dragon, which pulling the plug on the press conference, Suha kept inciting the reporters. So the scene of him cursing at the reporters' parents and family ended up getting spread across the world by streamers. If you invert the worst, it becomes the best. He thinks back to when they were able to clear up to floor 20 because he's so amazing, and he knows that public opinion of him is at a real high, but they're overrating him. He recalls that he worked his tail off to clear it, so of course, it should be his. He continues, of course, he gave it his all so that they wouldn't lose anyone, but he doesn't think that this is a sacrifice that he's made. He thinks that it was something that he naturally had to do as a human, as a hunter. Someone thinks that, of course, it should be mine. John Evans states that that's why he doesn't intend on claiming it as his. Also why he passed the authority over floors 11 to 19 to the guild masters. Someone asks who else should get this other than him. Floor 20 will be a greenbelt zone of sorts, and it'll be occupied by the residents of the tower that were initially there. He's satisfied just being the administrator of said floor. Back in the flashback, John Evans asks if he's their fucking dad, and states that's all. Two men sit on a bench, seemingly waiting for the press conference to begin, the city skyline looming behind them. Someone shouts at John Evans, calling him an American pig and telling him to fuck off. Reporters shout questions from the crowd, eager to get their voices heard. The reporter's strategy seems to be working as they continue to vie for attention. A reporter comments on John Evans' reliability, as he states that he will have the reporter from Summons Times go first. With that, John Evans announces the conclusion of the Q&A session. Reporters continue to shout, hoping to get one last question in. The Black Witch stands beside John Evans, as he acknowledges the reporter's curiosity but states that there isn't much time left. The crowd expresses their support and attention, having rested for a whole day and now ready to work hard on clearing the tower. The Black Witch states that they're going to give it their all to achieve the goal of 0 casualties once again. A reporter raises their hand, asking the Black Dragon Witch one final question. The reporter asks about the relationship between the Black Dragon Witch and the King of Death. The Black Dragon Witch pauses, considering the question. Below, the reporters react to her statement, speculating on the nature of her relationship. The Black Dragon Witch addresses the crowd, hoping to quell any further misunderstandings. With that, the press conference held by the Black Dragon Guild comes to a close. As she turns to leave, a reporter shouts after her, unwilling to let the matter drop. The reporters continue to speculate, demanding to know how they should interpret her words. A sly smile plays on her lips as she admits to enjoying the drama. She gives off the impression, as expected, of a guild master in control of the tower. With a sigh of relief, the Black Dragon Witch seems glad to be done with the conference. KD praises her performance. She is told that her humble attitude was a huge plus, as people like heroes, but especially those who bow down to them. The Black Witch's hands rest gently on the man's arm. He retorts, but you didn't seem like a bitch either. What a great balance. I didn't think you were that talented at controlling the media. Where were you all this time? She responds, holding his hand. Tell me if you have anything you want. Money? Fame? Or perhaps a lover? As long as it's something that's here inside the tower, I'll get it for you. A shrug of her shoulders. Oh, that's nothing. It's just a smokescreen. She thinks to herself, the media is going to try and unearth everything about you, so it'll be best if their focus is on me. The man looks surprised, wondering if he heard correctly. She reassures him, I'm all right. Black Dragon, what was that about comrades that are more than friends? You surprised me. I've dealt with the media by myself for years now. You can trust me when it comes to such matters. The crowd begins to count down, anticipation building. The excitement is palpable as the countdown continues. The timer ticks down. The man watches with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Almost there, the final number flashes. And then, a radiant figure appears, bathed in celestial light. For those who dare to climb the tower, congratulations are in order for breaking through the Demon King's resentful shadow. A gruff voice warns, don't let your guard down, zombie. The man with dark hair states, now isn't the time to get caught up in festivities. Floor 21 and beyond is a completely different stage. The goddess of protection appears again, as a voice echoes, you guys could have eternally remained on floor 1 of the tower. A cityscape looms in the background. As the narration continues, it was a refuge for those that had run away. You could have selected safety by forfeiting from the challenge. The text continues, but instead, you all chose to break through floor 10 and floor 20. You have resolved yourself to seeing the top of this tower. A hand reaches up towards the light, symbolizing the ascent. A figure with dark hair looks up, as the goddess's voice resonates. If that is the case, it is only right that I respond to your wills. Two figures are surrounded by glowing rings, as one exclaims in surprise. One of the figures protests, I didn't say teleport yet. Another man, sitting at a table, wonders, forcibly teleporting us? The goddess of protection reappears, her voice filled with purpose. Oh, those that have decided to climb the tower, those that have gladly accepted their new names and become warriors of the tower. From this day forward, only those warriors chosen will bear the weight of this grand endeavor. A lone figure walks forward, surrounded by blurred silhouettes, heading towards an unknown destination. A voice echoes, filled with anticipation. Oh, Warriors who dare to climb the tower, I have waited for you. Every day, feeling like an eternity. A welcoming message appears, inviting all to the great library of all knowledge. Kim Gongja stands amidst floating debris, a serene smile gracing his face. The man welcomes the warriors who climb the tower. Life, he muses, is a process that starts and ends with encounters. He reflects that meeting people is the true meaning of life, and waiting is like a spice that deepens the flavor of life. Kim Gongja states that he will sincerely greet them once again, welcoming them to the great library of all knowledge. Falling through the air, he seems to be making quite the entrance. Surrounded by a crowd, one person wonders, "Where am I?" Snapping his fingers, Kim Gongja remarks that he was quite inconsiderate. People hide behind a large book, trying to avoid being seen. Relieved, he thinks, "Thank goodness. I felt so bad for them." Casually walking forward, Kim Gongja continues on his way. Finding himself in a new place, Kim Gongja wonders where he is. The King of Death speaks, calling himself a nameless pawn who manages a slightly large library, and comparing himself to the Black Witch, he considers himself a worthless extra. The King of Death remarks, calling it a large library. To the woman with purple hair, it seems closer to a world made up of libraries. The King of Death simply replies, "Oh ho." Turning to Kim Gongja, the King of Death says he must be the King of Death. The King of Death continues, telling them not to be so on guard, as he simply wishes to welcome them all. The man with the eye patch wonders if they are heroes of epics. Gesturing to the books around him, the King of Death says, "Stuff like this." He explains that his hobby is reading books, but the books gathered in his library are no ordinary books. Floating amidst a sea of books, the King of Death gestures grandly, showcasing the library's collection, which contains histories of worlds where the tower exists. Standing before the spectral figure, Kim Gongja can't help but wonder why only a select few were summoned from among the countless warriors. The King of Death's voice echoes, explaining that the reason is quite simple. They are the only ones in their worlds with names that function as characters. The camera pans out, revealing the head librarian and another figure standing behind Kim Gongja, as the King of Death emphasizes that they are warriors with aliases. A look of shock crosses the head librarian's face, as she wonders why only hunters with aliases were summoned. Her expression turning to disbelief, she questions if this is all the people who get to participate in clearing the tower. Holding a book with a glowing emblem, the King of Death reassures them, stating that they managed to protect the Ejim Empire with only 3 people. A sinister aura emanates from the King of Death, as he reminds them that they have 300 people, more than 100-fold, and should have no problem making their way through the stages he prepared. The head librarian, looking impatient, urges the King of Death to hurry up. The King of Death acknowledges her impatience, admitting that he gets excited over seeing actual living people, but they want to climb the tower already. He snaps his fingers, realizing he was so excited over meeting them all, he forgot to give them their quest, but explaining everything verbally just isn't his style. Surrounded by floating books and glowing energy, the King of Death declares that they should have no problem making their way through the stages he prepared. The King of Death muses on whether they truly grasp the gravity of their situation. Finding one that will do, he warns them that he'll give them a heads up. He explains that this is just so they can get a taste, so they shouldn't be too surprised. The library shifts. The King of Death finds this apocalypse a bit too boring. The King of Death, who is also the head librarian, reminds them that, as he said earlier, the records that gather in his library are no ordinary books. Gasping, he says that he could say it's a little, no, much, much greater. It's the great library of all knowledge, and as its name might imply, it is a library that records countless worlds. Holding up a book, the head librarian states that this is the world that they cleared. He explains that there are many ways they can call these books, and that this is their own world. Some call them epics, others prefer chronicles. There are even some that call them annals or sagas, but the King of Death has a personal term that he prefers, apocalypse. Gazing upon a sprawling cityscape beneath the sky, pierced by ethereal blue eyes, the King of Death clarifies that the term apocalypse here refers not to the end of the world, but to a disclosure or revelation of great knowledge. Continuing his explanation, the King of Death notes that the current apocalypse is, in the listener's preferred terminology, a serialization, now that the lengthy prologue has ended and they've ascended the tower, making it finally a little interesting to read. However, he cautions that not all serializations progress so smoothly. As a blinding light fills the void, the King of Death reveals that some apocalypses end up facing cancellation. The scene shifts to a fiery landscape, as the King of Death emphasizes that this isn't just one world. A radiant book shines brightly, illuminating the King of Death's next point. The scene transforms into an aquatic world, as the King of Death reveals that the reason for cancellation of this apocalypse is water. The destruction of a city is shown, prompting the King of Death to ask, "Isn't it tragic?" Against the backdrop of a volcanic eruption, the King of Death states that the characters of this apocalypse were alive just like the listener, but before they could even reach a proper conclusion. The image fades to a somber landscape, as the King of Death concludes that everything ended due to an unjust reason, or to arouse a grandeur ending. A book is struck with immense force, the impact echoing through the void. With a wave of his hand, the King of Death declares this process cancellation. He continues, noting that they simply refer to this as the end of the world, as those present cough and struggle with what they're seeing. One man admits that he's not surprised they want to vomit, having been repeatedly shown images that normal people can't handle. The King of Death descends, stating that the quest he's giving them is simple. He instructs them to pick 8 volumes among the cancelled apocalypses. With a gesture, the King of Death stands amidst the floating volumes. The objective is clear: pick 8 among the fallen worlds. A close-up reveals a character's reaction, reading the cancelled apocalypses with a wide, toothy grin. The King of Death wants to see more stories from the fallen worlds, tasking them to enter 8 volumes of the apocalypse and save the apocalypses from cancellation. He commands them to enter 8 worlds and save them from ending. The quest is bestowed upon them all, Remaking the World, Volume 1. If they are successful in saving that world will be registered as their floor 22. However, if they fail the quest, floor 22 will not open. Suddenly overcome with revulsion, he vomits. Staggering back, he gags, trying to regain his composure. A voice echoes, dripping with condescension, "Be sure to clean up your own vomit. It's only basic manners. The cleanliness of a library can only be maintained through a collective group effort." Looking up, he sees a bizarre sight, a procession of what appear to be bookmarks. A voice explains, "They're bookmark maids. They'll be your attendants until you guys clear floor 30. The bookmark maids continue their cleaning duties, oblivious to the unsettling nature of their existence. A woman's voice questions, "They're still monsters, right?" Kim Gongja responds, "You could view it that way." The voice continues, laying down the rules. "There are a few things to keep in mind during your stay. First, do not touch any books without my permission." The camera pans up to reveal the scale of the library, filled with countless volumes. The voice concludes with a chilling warning. "These are books that I collected while spilling my own sweat and blood. They are apocalypses with only a single volume in the entire universe. Don't make me laugh. In the end, you're just a boss monster." The air crackles with anticipation as the group closes in, their expressions a mix of anger and determination. His blue eyes burning with defiance, Kim Gongja hears one of them shout, "Hey, grab your weapons. Screw the quests. We can clear floor 30 by just killing this son of a bitch." Another voice chimes in, dripping with disdain, "Even this King of Death or whatever cleared floor 20 by himself, and we can easily take care of this snot-nosed brat." A third voice rises above the others. "What says that we can't do the same? Huh?" Turning his gaze, Kim Gongja sees shadowy figures lurking in the background, their intentions unclear. A commanding voice cuts through the tension. "You guys, no. All of the 5 major guilds, back off." Stepping forward, the speaker gestures emphatically, his words carrying the weight of authority. The voice continues, laced with resentment. "I didn't like that you guys monopolized the clearing of floor 11 and above. And now you guys have picked up this brat out of nowhere and are fabricating him to be some sort of hero." Elsewhere, a woman's eyes widen in disbelief as she hears someone ask, "Who do you think you are talking to?" A hand reaches out, gently restraining her, a voice urging, "Hold your anger." The gravity of the situation sinks in, as she's told, "No, King of Death, if you leave guys like these alone, they'll only." This is all being broadcasted live right now. Her expression shifts to one of utter shock. "What?" In the town square, a crowd gathers, their eyes fixed upwards, towards the sky. Prior to his regression, he had spectated the raid up to floor 30 from the town square. Now, it's being broadcast live as a hologram. The constellation had said it earlier, they're no different than characters, so of course, there would be readers watching them. The stakes are high. If you leave a bad impression right now, people will remember it forever. A woman observes, seeing how clearing this stage is important this time around. She simply replies, "Yes." He's already inside a work called the Great Library. A message appears, welcoming Kim Gongja, the King of Death. A close-up of the man. He is blessed by the god of beauty. The system interface glows around Kim Gongja, hearts filling up as he observes the new ability he's unlocked, the power to see into the psyche of others. With the ability now in hand, he thinks he should test it out. The system reveals the Black Witch's preferences. Romance is in, history is out, and she prefers her heroes to be charming princes on horseback. The Black Witch muses, if they're being broadcast to Babylon, she needs to act refined. Clearing the dungeon is a secondary objective. Her expression shifts, considering the wisest tactic to employ. The Sword Saint is asked why he's being stared at, but the man with green hair waves it off, claiming it's nothing. The Sword Emperor's face contorts in rage, as he's told he should get on a horse for her, that all a hero needs to become a prince is a crown. The system reveals his preferences. Martial arts are in, everything other than martial arts is out, and he prefers macho men, rivals, and mothers. He spits, that thing doesn't work on him as well, does it? A dark figure looms, uttering the word mothers. The Sword Emperor's rage intensifies, threatening to kill the person using the ability, demanding they turn it off and erase it from their memories. He vows to pull up their psyche window whenever he has time, calling them a bitch and telling them to just wait. With a confident smirk, one of the figures declares, "Good thinking, everyone. With this many people, a boss like this should be nothing." A gray-haired man scoffs, muttering, "Forgotten that this constellation just showed us the end of various worlds." He continues, his tone laced with disdain. He could easily toss us into those worlds if he wished so. Yet you still want to pick a fight with him? You people must be insane. The gray-haired man adds with a hint of dark amusement. Though, I won't stop you if you all wish to commit mass suicide. The first figure, undeterred, questions, how? Another figure retorts with a sneer. Normally like that. This is all a ruse by the major guilds. You can just screw off if you want to wag your tail to the 5 great guilds your entire life. An irritated voice demands. Are you done getting in line? A booming voice declares with contempt. Yeah, you bitch-ass boss monster. 50 people is more than enough to take care of a brat like you. A young man with dark hair and blue eyes states calmly. Sorry, I'm personally not a fan of cliches. I'm going to finish this quickly. Gathering power, a surge of red energy begins to coalesce. The energy explodes outward, a chaotic torrent of purple and red consuming everything in its path. The devastating attack continues, engulfing the group in a vortex of dark tendrils and screams. In this apocalypse, humanity fell, leaving only a single magician to survive, his body radiating with power. After facing all sorts of hardships, he's more of a tentacle monster than a human now, slamming a book shut. He very much likes this main character, ranking 9th in his list of favorite characters. This magician's specialty is seal magic, and their relationship is like that of a guest and a host. In return for him sometimes providing him with ingredients, the magician gladly listens to his requests. The magician falls from the sky. Right. One of the magician's hobbies is to don a maid outfit onto his works. But what can you do about it? All of humanity except himself died. It'd honestly be weirder if he was still right in the head. That cleaned things up. All the useless extras are now gone, the purple-haired woman thinks. Now, do you guys finally feel like becoming main characters? 3 figures kneel before a row of books. Amidst a mountain of books, someone sits, seemingly lost in thought. The blonde-haired woman remarks that losing 50 people is quite awful, but she seems to be in good spirits. The pink-haired woman responds, trying to cheer her up, stating that they could have lost 100 people, so losing only 50 is a great fortune. The blonde-haired woman offers tea, saying it's very delicious. The dark-haired man tells the blonde-haired woman to shut her mouth, saying that the more she talks, the more their morale falls. The dark-haired man states that the best course of action right now is to simply follow the quest the head librarian gave them. He thinks to himself that he needs to get used to being the center of attention, but it's not disadvantageous for them to follow the quest. The dark-haired man addresses the group. He tells everyone to carefully take a look at the quest window, and the pink-haired woman replies, okay. The quest window states that they must first pick a volume from one of the cancelled apocalypses. If they are successful in saving that world will be registered as their floor 22. However, if they fail the quest, floor 22 will not open. The dark-haired man explains that depending on what world they save, their reward will change, and that if they save a world that has a ton of diamonds, that world will become their floor 22. The woman with dark purple hair explains that diamonds are just an example. A world with plenty of food, water, and other resources would be self-sufficient. Agreeing with her, the man with slicked-back dark gray hair states that they'd be able to solve their food shortage without any help from the outside world. Activating his ability, the man prepares to select a book. He warns, hey, King of Death, be careful. The man with slicked-back dark gray hair asks, nothing happened? The man in white explains that unless he activates his ability, these apocalypses are no different than ordinary books. The forbidden books that are too dangerous to even touch are hidden deep. He asks, does everyone understand now? He continues, let's gather around and read some books. We need to pick out books that are actually possible to clear as well as beneficial for us to clear. The pages turn to reveal the story of Tales of Stormwind Academy. And so, their story went something like this. The book opens, revealing a fateful meeting. A declaration of love rings out. You are the other half that completes me. But tragedy strikes, tearing the lovers apart. A cataclysmic event unfolds, signaling the end. The final words echo, a demon has appeared. How unlucky. And so the world ended in such a manner. Back in the real world, the implications sink in. As the voice explains, the content and difficulty of each of these books are different. The man with slicked back hair continues. We need to pick out books that are actually possible to clear as well as beneficial for us to clear. Now imagine how it'd feel if they were real worlds. The others listen intently, considering the weight of his words. Addressing the crowd, he speaks with a casual tone, reminding them that he expects respect, despite their knucklehead tendencies. He continues, explaining that they are under his command and should listen to him, adding that every time they level up, their existence becomes better defined, which means they should become more prideful. As he speaks, another yawns, questioning his words. Grasping his throat, the man seems to choke on his own words. Surrounded by a red aura, Kim Ganja declares that with hundreds of volumes of apocalypses, he needs everyone to gather up and help him read them all. He instructs them to divide into groups, those who think they're well read to the left, and those who don't know anything about books and history to the right. Extending his hand, he tells those who like to read to sort themselves into groups based on their favorite genres. 2 figures hold up signs, one for mystery and the other for martial arts, as people dash to their respective groups. Looking up, Kim Gongja asks if anyone else wants to come over to the history section, wondering why there are so many people over there. He announces that they will all start reading together. With a sweeping gesture, he emphasizes the start of their reading session. A blonde-haired figure covers her mouth, as he declares that they'll decide if a book is a hit or a flop, affirming his statement with a yes, heretic. The blonde woman, seemingly confused, admits she doesn't know what a flop is. Considering the matter, it's presented as an example. The description paints a grim picture, a world ravaged by nuclear war, yet humanity persists, striving to become the new Adam and Eve. The idea of a romantic couple in such a desolate setting is met with sarcasm, but the reason for the story's cancellation is revealed. The couple's final campsite was an active volcanic region, leading to humanity's extinction. The scene shifts to a fiery explosion, a stark reminder that there's no point in saving a world already destroyed by nuclear war. The blonde woman questions the value of obtaining a radioactive world as their floor 22. It's noted that the Flame Emperor only raided lava or volcano regions up to floor 29 due to his fire resistance. The man reflects on an opportunity to create 8 treasure troves for the tower, but he admits he wasn't thinking about anyone else. He questions whether others understand the story's realism or the main character's personality, urging them to consider how beneficial it would be to save that world. A woman with purple hair sits in a library, identifying the group as the Mystery Group. The man from before seems to be in distress. The Black Witch takes a sip of her tea, a thoughtful expression on her face. She wonders to herself, could it be that she's hiding her true romantic interest from everyone? Elsewhere, a man considers the composition of the romance group, noting that there are fewer hunters in it compared to the martial arts group. The Flame Emperor scoffs at the idea of high-level hunters engaging in normie cosplay, but his companion reminds him that they live and die with pride. The man with the Black Witch seems troubled, recalling the 50 hunters who committed mass suicide together. He thinks to himself, even the Black Dragon, which is surprising. He admits that he always thought she was quite a romantic person, so he was taken aback by the fact that she's not in the romance group. The Black Witch responds, asking if she seems like someone suited for romance. He looks down, a bit embarrassed, but doesn't respond. He continues, saying that it feels a bit awkward to have her in a non-romance group. The Black Witch sighs, the sound of teacups clattering in the background. She retorts, if he's going as far as saying that, she guesses it can't be helped. Having never read any romance before, the Heretic Inquisitor figures it's time he challenged himself to something new. Holding a book titled Mystery, KD seems to be waiting for a response. He is asked, Heretic Inquisitor, do you also read mystery novels? A character window appears, showing the Heretic Inquisitor's preferred genres as children's stories and mythology. The Heretic Inquisitor thinks to himself, I know Sherlock Holmes. I also know Dr. Watson. He internally screams in frustration. Observing the Heretic Inquisitor's reaction, KD asks, is something wrong, KD? She thinks that he's completely the same inside as he is on the outside. The Heretic Inquisitor is informed that, from now on, you'll be part of the Children's Stories group. He is told, you're the only one in this group, so you'll have to evaluate all the books that are brought to this group by yourself. He thinks to himself that this is some serious responsibility. Behind the Heretic Inquisitor, someone holds up a sign that reads, Children's Stories. The Heretic Inquisitor thinks, though there likely isn't a single volume of children's stories among the hundreds of apocalypses, what kind of children's stories would finish with the world ending? Behind him stands a red-haired man, as the Heretic Inquisitor sighs in exasperation. Looking out at the crowd, the Heretic Inquisitor wonders how 111 out of these 250 people can be lying about their personal tastes, deciding that all of them are insane. The last person to check is the character window. He extends his hand, a faint purple glow emanating from his palm. A pink overlay fills his vision. Currently ranked 6th in the tower and leader of the Celestial Martial Clan Guild, Viper is engrossed in his reading. Surrounded by other readers, Viper continues to scan the text. He pauses, a thought crossing his mind. Isn't this way too inconsiderate of the readers? Looking up from his book, Rank asks, what are you looking at? I'm busy reading. He turned out to be the king of light novels. It's nothing, please keep reading. The king of death groans. I feel like my eyes are going to pop out. As Kim Gongja eats his sandwich, he admits that he can understand the feelings of this constellation. Rank, looking gloomy, observes that these apocalypses were all cancelled during their climax. Continuing his rant, Rank declares that plot devices like aliens invading during a kiss are all bullshit, and it's evil that stories were interesting until they got cancelled in ways like this. Annoyed, Kim Gongja tells him not to describe it, as he's eating right now. With a smirk, Viper apologizes to the King of Death, admitting that his behavior was quite unrefined, but he has to tell him what he feels like he's found. Visibly disgusted, Kim Gongja simply says, ugh. Whispering into Kim Gongja's ear, Rank asks if he forgot that this is all being broadcast live. Smirking, Viper thinks that they finally have an idea of his pain. Books cascade through the air, each one a portal to another world, another story. But not every story gets the ending it deserves, as one reader laments, that so many of them have a terrible conclusion. The Flame Emperor, ever the showman, suggests they think of it another way. He relishes in their shared suffering, declaring that they can all fall into the hell of series cancellation, just like him. Snapping back to reality, the apothecary greets him, addressing him as Hunter Nim. She asks if he's received an alias as well. The apothecary admits that it just sort of happened, revealing that her alias is apothecary, though she thinks it's a lame one. Kim Gongja is impressed, asking how she managed to get an alias so quickly. She waves off the praise, insisting that it's not amazing at all, promising that she's not just being humble. She attributes her success to the elixirs she made, finding it strange that she was given an alias. The apothecary wonders if that means she basically carried him, before acknowledging that the one who's truly amazing isn't her, but Kim Gongja, for reaching third place in just a few days, considering it an honor to know someone as incredible as him. He brushes off the compliment, saying it's nothing, and that he was just lucky as well. As always, if there's anything you need, the apothecary is happy to help. It seems that the martial arts groups have been diligently reading all their books. The romance group is done, the mystery group is finished, and the sci-fi group just got done as well. With the groups finishing up, it's time to go through each one and have them introduce a few suggestions. The children's stories group will suggest this one, though it was the only book available. It seems there was a children's book after all. The man thinks he'll have to check this out. It seems that the apocalypse is out at least once, regardless of difficulty, and the martial arts group strongly recommends this one. As such, a giant secret vault, which was basically a library, was erected in the demonic cult, and a martial art is a type of skill, and a martial art book is basically a book that details that skill. The text speaks of a grand opportunity, a chance to save the world and unlock a library of skills, empowering hunters to become stronger. The man with the dark brown hair asks if they can obtain new skills. Muttering to himself, he considers a martial arts world, one where he could potentially acquire A-rank skills by facing various masters. The red-haired man scoffs, calling him a zombie for always scheming the easiest way out. The blonde woman explains that there's a world she wants to destroy, but she can't with her current powers. Kim Gongja senses something, a presence. He realizes it's a sister sword. The gray-haired man stands before Kim Gongja, holding a book. The book is titled The Veritable Records of the Heavenly Demon. Before he heads to the martial realm, Kim Gongja resolves to die and restart. A voice asks, "What makes you say okay?" The voice continues, explaining that Ejim was the first emperor of the empire and the one who turned the goddess of protection into Shiny. Shiny points out that he's the one who designated her as Shiny. The voice continues, stating that he was originally in the Ejim Empire, but one of her swords is in the martial realm. It's inferred that he's some sort of munchkin with an ability to travel between worlds. He's strong enough to found an empire and split apart a constellation, but just jumping headfirst into the martial realm doesn't seem like a solution, since he's not actually invincible. Truth be told, he's been feeling nervous lately. He thinks that by getting even a little bit lax, his confidence will turn into cockiness. He reflects that maybe it's because he's attained rank 3, defeated the Demon King almost entirely by himself, and become the talk of the town, and is now even commanding hunters with aliases. He feels like he might end up letting his guard down if he isn't careful. Just like a certain rank lost his life after letting his guard down. He thinks he needs to find out more about this Ejim guy that he might potentially encounter in the veritable records of the Heavenly Demon, because he currently has zero information on him. Across from him, a red-haired man muses, "That's not a bad mindset. But what is he planning on? It's not like he has any way to learn about him." But Kim Gongja knows that he is wrong about that. Despite the appearance of the sword, it is the goddess of protection. Even though she's been split up into 5, she's still a constellation. Now, here's a question. If he stabs himself with this sword, will that count as suicide or murder? It's a 50-50 chance. It's honestly worth testing it out. Why? Come on. What's the point of having privacy between them? He's also showing her his life 24/7 live. It's only fair she reciprocates. A smirk plays on his lips as he awaits Shiny's response. A voice congratulates someone on finishing their long journey, adding that they knew they could do it, hero. A figure simply responds, yes. The silver-haired man wonders if that's Leophanta Ejim, remarking that it feels like it was only yesterday. Recalling a past life, Kim Gongja remembers being shocked about being summoned out of nowhere, but before he realized it, he became the emperor that unified the continent. He can only respond with a confused, huh? What the? Someone notes that the silver-haired guy definitely looks like the Constellation Killer. The voice questions if the two know each other, also asking what's up with Constellation Killer. It's explained that it's his alias. He got it because he only goes after constellations and beats the shit out of them. The tower is connected to various worlds, and starting floor 50, you have to compete against hunters from other worlds. Instead of climbing the tower like he's supposed to, he goes after any constellations that drop by. Also, the Constellation Killer is a floor 50 camper. Looking at the red-haired man, Sarba Ejim wonders if Leophanta Ejim is also a hunter. He responds that he's always wondered which world could have given birth to such a crazy person, never expecting to meet a face from the past here. It's truly remarkable, he thinks, how Kim Gongja went from a normal person to what he is now. The goddess of protection muses that they've seriously duked it out before, but he wasn't strong enough to beat her back then. She continues that now he's even stronger than her, wondering what he plans on doing now that there are no longer any divine or evil spirits to block his way, now that his long journey is about to face the constellations. The goddess's words hang in the air. He declares that they are neither divine spirits nor evil ones, they're constellations. The world doesn't belong to constellations, but to humans. The goddess asks why he's suddenly gathering his aura. The goddess of protection looks on. The Black Witch appears, her eyes glowing red. The Black Witch shatters the goddess of protection's barrier with a devastating blow. The attack continues, focusing its energy on the goddess. She states that she won't kill her since she has helped her so far. Instead, she's going to split apart her existence and seal up the fragments, adding that she shouldn't be able to regain her power after this. The Black Witch's attack hits, causing a massive explosion of energy. A voice echoes, "I'm sorry, but this is the correct way." The system declares, penalty finalized. Against a blurred backdrop, the scene shifts. Standing with his arms crossed, the red-haired man looks down at Kim Gongja, who says, "I still don't understand." A disembodied voice asks, "Why did your old master seal you?" The red-haired man continues, "I told you, the higher a hunter's level, the crazier they are." A voice booms, "Don't try to understand crazy people. If you stare into the abyss, you'll become a part of it." Looking down, Kim Gongja hears, "That's true, but just learning his face was a gain." Staring into the mirror, Kim Gongja thinks, "Since I'm carrying around a fragment of the constellation he sealed." A voice declares, "Once again, floor 21. The text reads, "Finished reading all the apocalypses and decided on floor 22. A voice concludes, "So you've selected martial arts as your first genre." Gango, a term for the central plains of China where martial arts stories often take place, isn't exactly what they might expect, but it shares the essence of martial arts in a world of adventure. Depending on how they proceed, Kim Gongja might even stumble upon unexpected encounters. However, the old man notes that high risk, high return is the way of life, and the enemies they face will be correspondingly stronger. The old man emphasizes the obvious: death in the apocalypse means death in real life, and escaping requires a proper ending. The old man declares that he will also partake, as he was the one who suggested it, and cannot back out. He seems excited, a fan of the martial arts genre. The old man reveals another reason for suggesting this apocalypse, asking if everyone has seen the reason for cancellation. As the old man explains, the world ended due to a pandemic, so they need a hunter knowledgeable about diseases, and he knows just the individual. With the pieces falling into place, the old man requests the medicine king to step forward. Recognizing the figure, another man exclaims that he's the owner of the pharmacy that Marcus likes to frequent. Continuing his thought, the old man explains that he will be the primary fighter, and if he needs backup, the King of Death will assist. Turning his attention to another, the old man asks the King of Death if there's something he'd like to say. Offering his own contribution, Kim Gongja mentions that he actually has someone he'd like to bring along. Taken aback, a character questions if they are being referred to as the Medicine King. Confirming the statement, the King of Death simply states that's right. Expressing his concerns, the King of Death admits that it hasn't even been a week since he got his alias, and that he's really weak and will be useless even if they bring him along. With a warm smile, the character is told that to him, he's the most talented doctor and medicine maker. Slightly confused, the Medicine King asks for clarification, as he was told this earlier. Offering his assistance, the Medicine King states that if there's anything they need, they can leave it to him. Concluding the exchange, the Medicine King promises to help with anything. Grasping the hand of the person before him, Kim Gongja presses, reminding them that if his trust wasn't misplaced, they'll help him out, right? Now that they've been carried, it's time for them to pony up. The focus shifts to Miss Apothecary. As they stand in the hallway, a hushed conversation unfolds. The group wonders if all four of them are present, someone questioning who the woman with green hair is. The older man with white hair remarks that she is the young lady he met before. He gasps, seemingly surprised by something. The man with black hair assures the green-haired woman that there's no need to be afraid, stating he has settled his qualms with the King of Death, to which she asks if that is true. The older man warns that they are about to head into a very dangerous place, reminding them of the constellation's warning, and that if they die inside the apocalypse, they will die in real life. The man with black hair states that he knows she's the greatest medicine maker he knows. Someone thinks to themselves that the guy is good at making medicine, but he's not the best, now that this Missy is here. The older man stands with a red-haired man, seemingly in deep thought. The older man thinks of the greatest medicine maker he knows. A flash of light surrounds the older man as he contemplates. The Sword Saint thinks to himself that since he's no ordinary young man, he's sure she's also no ordinary young lady, agreeing with the Sword Emperor that it's been a while since he said something right, and that this will be a good chance to get these two young ones connected to the Medicine King, as the green-haired woman, the man with black hair, and the red-haired man stand together. The old man's expression hardens. He thinks to himself that the Sword Emperor seems to be judging the apothecary by her outer appearance, just like his Sword Emperor did. With a scoff, the old man declares that the greatest problem is the brats. Standing tall, the old man's face is set in a stern expression. Looking away, Kim Gongja thinks that they're pretending they've journeyed over a mountain after only climbing a small boulder. The old man, standing next to the Medicine King, finds it distasteful how much they remind him of his youth. Seriously. The old man continues, stating that this is the problem with brats, and that it's distasteful how much they remind him of his youth. Seriously. The Medicine King asks him to please be understanding, saying that the king of death is an excellent young man. He just lacks a bit of life experience. The old man continues to speak, saying that experience is the most important thing and that he feels embarrassed for him to act like he knows it all when he doesn't even have that. He's just like him when he made $1 billion at Silicon Valley in his 20s. He has the same rotten heart. Turning to the old man, Kim Gongja asks him to calm down now. Looking shocked, Kim Gongja thinks it's incredible. Kim Gongja thinks to himself that he's a geezer that's capable of making even the great sword saint shut up, and that he's been staying calm. The old man scoffs, adjusting his tie as he recalls. He even held back while that brat ordered them around because of Kim Gongja. And now, he wants to bring along his bony ass, side chick Pipsqueak? Squeezing the apothecary's hand, she thinks, so even boomers have their own hierarchy, huh? She's okay with him calling her a brat. The apothecary retorts, but the king of death is definitely no brat, not to mention, saying that he has a rotten heart. She continues, amused. Oh, look at that, Marcus. She's defending him like he's her husband. The apothecary thinks to herself, stop, the apothecary is a great medicine maker. I've met her through the king of death's introduction, and the vigilante corps is currently being supplied excellent medicine by her. The old man scoffs, they might be excellent by the vigilante corps standards. He pauses, looking off to the side, and asks, what was that? Rank thinks to himself, you think the ceiling is high because you've never seen the sky. Your poor guild's never even been to my store. You're just like me in my youth, making a fool of yourself, TSK, TSK. Bei Huryung asks, why are you just letting him go on like this? Can you stop letting him own you like this already? Rank replies, I'm not actually getting owned. The old man thinks to himself, this moment should be getting broadcast live at Babylon Square. Now, wouldn't this be the perfect time? The apothecary suggests, for a debut and retirement, why don't we have a match then? She continues, amused, look at this, Marcus. He's now suggesting a brawl because he can't beat me with logic. Kim Gongja stands firm, making it clear that he isn't suggesting a fight. The old man proposes a different kind of contest, offering medicinal ingredients for both the medicine king and the king of death to create their own medicines, settling the matter by comparing the effects. Grasping the medicine king's arm, the king of death expresses his upset, insisting that the old geezer insulted him, but acknowledges that the medicine king is still someone to be reckoned with. Adjusting her glasses, the medicine king considers the king of death's words. A confident smirk spreads across her face as she resolves to give it her best shot. She declares that she'll win this. The medicine king thinks that the king of death was a bit rash here, observing that the old man's medicine shop is super expensive and always booked out a whole month in advance. The scene shifts to a betting area, where the king of death and the medicine king are being wagered on, and a woman asks who will win, urging people to put their bets in. The odds are being discussed. The countess assures Kim Gongja that it's fine, suggesting he take this as a chance to make some pocket change and bet a little on the apothecary, just enough so the betting odds don't change too much. She reminds him that this is all being broadcasted live, wondering if a medicine maker that he recommended ends up losing. Listening to the conversation, Kim Gongja smirks, hearing that if the medicine king loses, it'll hurt the person who recommended him. He admits he feels a bit bad for the old geezer. With a roar, the medicine king commands everyone to bow their heads to his great creation. Holding the potion aloft, the medicine king's face is alight with triumph. The potion is labeled as an epic health potion. The text describes the potion as bitter, but capable of treating most fatal wounds, though there will be some after effects. It's a potion of incredible skill. The crowd is amazed by the epic health potion, as expected of the medicine king. Someone asks if he could sell it to them, while another tells them not to cut in front, as they were higher up on the reservation queue. The medicine king simply responds with a yuam. The medicine king announces that he has finished making his as well. The medicine king holds up his potion, surrounded by a glowing aura. The crowd continues to react with awe. More people are shown reacting to the potion. The potion emits a bright light. It's an epic health potion, as expected of the medicine king. Someone grumbles, don't try to cut in front. I'm higher up on the reservation queue. Another voice chimes in, having finished making their own. The medicine king holds up a vial labeled Soma Strawberry, rarity, quasi-legendary. Wait, it tastes like strawberries. Why does it taste like strawberries when no strawberries were put in? A group of people seem surprised by the flavor, their expressions a mix of confusion and delight. Someone else wonders what the effect is. The text explains that as long as it is preserved properly, even an amputated body part could be attached back together without any after effects. The old man hands the medicine king a vial, presumably another creation. The medicine king looks down, her expression unreadable. A sinister glint in her eye, she lets out a soft ha. The medicine king hums, considering her next move. A soft oh-ho escaping her lips as she examines the potion with a calculating gaze. Presenting the vial, the old man wonders aloud. So this is the medicine you created, old man? A smug smile plays on her lips as she declares, your level. Is she? The old man muses, wondering if she's the type that becomes endlessly bolder when she thinks she's at an advantage. Could it be, old man? Could it be you, brat? He continues to probe. Are your skills poor? The old man's expression hardens as he asks, are you lucky? Lighting a cigarette, the old man scoffs, revealing that he also thought it was due to his own skills that he made $1.7 billion on Wall Street in 10 minutes, adding, you must be lucky. TSK, TSK. This is the problem with young ones. Her eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, the Medicine King proposes, shall we go another round? The old man wonders if the Medicine King will be okay with the goddess of luck not smiling twice, skiing at the youth these days. He continues, noting that she's really lucky, but the goddess of luck doesn't smile thrice. The old man raises his voice, stating that the Medicine King is incredibly lucky, but the goddess of luck does not smile 4 times. Visibly annoyed, the old man tells the Medicine King to stop it. Sweat drips from his brow, his hand trembling. He shouts, insisting that his experience will completely shatter her beginner's luck. The old man's face contorts in rage, asking if she cannot see that this is Sean McAllister's victory road. Calming down, he apologizes, admitting that she truly is the greatest medicine maker, and it was his fault for not trusting the King of Death's guarantee. The Medicine King responds, saying that he must have it rough because of his friend. The old man thinks to himself that it does seem better to have him than not, and since it's not like he doesn't have the basics down, he seems at least usable as an assistant. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her. A hand reaches out and snatches her arm, demanding a contract right now, an exclusive contract with them. The Medicine King is interrupted by a voice demanding attention, followed by a guarantee of the best treatment in the industry, even offering to let her pet kitties, or rather, let her roll around in a field of kitties. The woman's expression is intense as she makes her offer, her eyes glowing with a strange light, surrounded by floating coins and purple energy. The Medicine King is swarmed by hands, as the voice continues, suggesting that since she was blessed by the King of Death, they could call her the apothecary of the King of Death. The hands reach closer, as the Medicine King is asked to bless them with some elixirs, invoking the goddess of medicine. She is clearly annoyed by the interruption, exclaiming her displeasure. The old man speaks up, stating that people who want to do business with her should first speak with the King of Death, and that Miss Paladin is all right since they've already been doing business, but as for the others, she's only going to sell to those permitted by the King of Death. He suggests they think about clearing the veritable records of the heavenly demon, giving a thumbs up with a confident smirk. A voice declares, it seems that all the characters have been decided. A figure stands tall against a backdrop of towering buildings, their expression unreadable. The figure reiterates that if you die in the apocalypse, you die in real life, emphasizing that there is only one way to escape, prevent the cancellation by any means, and create a proper ending. A voice questions, what exactly do you mean by proper ending? The figure responds that it's up to your own judgment, and that the possibilities are infinite, suggesting that you could eradicate the pandemic and save the martial realm, or you could use the pandemic to rule over the martial realm, leaving the choice open-ended. The Medicine King urges someone to send them to the veritable records right now, before adding a desperate, wait. Someone wonders if the Celestial Clan Master isn't going. A voice muses, no matter how you look at it, this looks like a world for you, Master. The voice continues, adding that the Master is second to none with regards to the honor of the martial realm, as another voice agrees, thinking that the Master has to go. The figure stands with arms crossed, listening to the conversation. A voice declares, that's right, I was just about to step up. You bastards didn't forget about me, did you? The screen shows Viper, who wonders why the damn disciples are trying to send him to the Bunis. He thinks to himself that the martial realm is a world of people trying to elevate martial arts, and though it may not be the hometown he was born in, the martial realm has long been the hometown of his heart. Viper thinks that they probably don't even have flushing toilets there, remembering the hard time he had back in the Ejim Empire because of that. He's sure they know why his martial school is named the Celestial Martial Clan. Viper screams that he doesn't want to go. The group stands around, as the word "whoa" is displayed. Shiny reports, she's at a loss for words. Viper states, he has no doubts that he wishes to go, but he doesn't see a reason as to why he should give up his spot. The tension rises as the two stand their ground, and the Celestial Clan Master are going to fight. This is a fight over pride. Before they can clash, a voice booms out, Sword Saint, Celestial Clan Master. Stop. You two aren't thinking of actually fighting here, are you? The Sword Saint retorts, he and the Celestial Clan Master are both martial artists. They can just let the winner of the fight go. He thinks to himself, he'll lose on purpose. It'll be embarrassing if he just loses outright, so he'll make it seem as close as possible. Losing to the Sword Saint should convince his disciples. The armored figure cries out, Paladin, help me out here. The armored figure asks, Sword Saint, would it not be possible for you to step aside this once? The armored figure is asked why he is asking him to step aside. The old man is reminded that he always wants to be on the forefront, but he already participated in the raid of the last set of floors alongside the King of Death and Black Dragon Witch. He's told that it's pretty shameless of him to say he wants to take part in the raid of floor 22, too. The men behind him add that the Celestial Clan Master is the leader of an organization, and he should give him the respect he deserves. Though he may be someone that claims he doesn't care about saving face for his disciples, he's in a different position than a lone wolf like him. The old man thinks to himself, when has he ever cared about the position of the 5 major guilds? He's asked if the Sword Saint is really going to. The old man thinks that he has indeed been lately thinking that he should perhaps be more respectful of others. He wonders why he's making such a heartfelt resolution right now. Viper declares that he shall let him have this one. He's told that he should have done that from the start, and he almost died here. It's also said that Marcus Calambury isn't the kind of person he is. Sarba Ejim hugs the Sword Saint, saying that he's amazing, and he managed to convince him. Sarba Ejim clarifies that, rather, the Sword Saint accepted his argument. The woman with purple hair thinks that if that's so, then she guesses she should hug the Sword Saint, but she firmly declines. She thinks that really, everyone's growing little by little. The old man says that if they've finished deciding, let's go, they're burning daylight here. Even this is like his younger days, so he guesses it can't be helped. He kept losing against that brat's luck earlier, but past and present, the Medicine King is still commonly acknowledged as the greatest medicine maker. The Medicine King thinks that the King of Death is someone she's afraid of, and she knows that she's at least greater than this geezer. That's a fact that's as true as Galileo's theory of heliocentrism, but still, will someone like her be able to? The old man, ever pragmatic, advises the non-combatants to figure things out for themselves if a fight breaks out. The Sword Saint warns that lives can be lost in an instant. A voice snickers, listing the names King of Death, Viper, Medicine King, and Apothecary. Sarba Ejim and Viper stand together. The old man, the Sword Saint, and the other two stand together as well. A voice says he doesn't want to go, and it's not too late to switch with the old man and the Sword Saint. The Medicine King is surrounded by a bright light. Hoping she'll show everyone an amazing ending. A piercing scream echoes through the air, a testament to the horrors unfolding. Driven by primal fear, the old man sprints desperately through the snow, a crimson-robed figure struggling to keep pace behind him. His breath ragged, his eyes wide with disbelief, the old man can only repeat, "Run." This place is already a world of its own. A figure, a blur of motion, cleaves through the undead horde, a silver blade flashing in the dim light. Even decapitated, the grotesque figure continues its advance, a guttural growl escaping its throat. A chilling realization dawns. These creatures only stop moving if you destroy the brain. A grim determination settles over the old man and a woman with long black hair. They know they must escape this nightmare. Her voice laced with urgency, the woman shouts, "You guys?" A flicker of unease crosses her face. She admits to the old man that her eyes might be failing her, claiming she sees for living humans. A shared look of concern passes between them, the implications of her words hanging heavy in the air. Clinging to Kim Gongja's back, the woman with black hair hears the old man's panicked exclamation and realizes he's seeing it too. As the zombies close in, the old man urges them to run, wondering if they're already dead and this is just a glimpse of hell. He continues, speculating that they've either arrived at the Peach Blossom Spring or fallen into hell, noting the presence of the reanimated corpses instead of peach trees. The old man's eyes widen as he realizes that if this isn't a dream, then these must be real, living people. Kim Gongja continues to carry them, and the woman with black hair notes that at least he isn't a gongsi, seeing as how his body is warm. Narrowing her eyes, the woman wonders where they came from, questioning if they're using a unique stepping technique and if they're children from outside their land. The group continues to flee, as the woman's question hangs in the air, outside our land. The woman's question echoes, as she wonders if she's asking if they're from outside the martial realm. The zombies continue their pursuit, and the old man exclaims in disbelief. One of the zombies shouts, questioning what kind of zombies know how to fly around. A confident smirk plays on her lips, as the woman with black hair reveals it's a movement technique she personally created, borrowed, and tweaked from those Kunlun pests. As the zombies close in, one of them shouts for them to wait, revealing that they're true demonic cultists, not forgetting their martial arts even in death. The group continues their desperate flight, but the woman with black hair pauses, a curious expression on her face as she notes that the undead haven't forgotten their martial arts. Carrying them both, Kim Gongja hears the woman's words, her tone laced with a hint of disdain as she remarks that the children wouldn't understand what's happening, being from the outside. A grotesque growl echoes from one of the approaching figures, who insists that martial artists being able to use their skills even as gangsis is common knowledge. Turning her head slightly, the woman explains that these are elites of the demonic cult, trained to react to bloodthirst even in their sleep, and she's quite proud of their ability to perform movement techniques so well, even as corpses. The zombies are closing in, and someone shouts in terror that they're catching up. Squeezing his eyes shut, the old man urges Kim Gongja to run faster, threatening to bite him if he gets bitten and becomes a zombie. Surrounded by the undead, Bei Huryung explodes in frustration, questioning whose idea it was to bring the old man along as a companion. A voice retorts, asking if that's really important when they're about to be beaten to death by martial arts zombies, adding that it matters more because they're about to get screwed. The situation becomes clear, it's zombies, zombies. A desperate question hangs in the air, wondering if these gangsis have any weaknesses. Clinging to Kim Gongja, the woman with black hair looks on. A voice offers a grim solution, stating that they stop moving when you crush their heads, before asking if there's anything easier. The woman with black hair nods, a grim understanding settling on her face. Pointing a finger towards the sky, a voice declares that the zombies will stop moving when the sun is out. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Nameless lady." An apothecary. A woman with green hair responds, asking if she's being addressed. The woman with black hair hums, apologizing that she'll be throwing them, and they should land on their own. Suddenly engulfed in red energy, Kim Gongja is thrown backwards, questioning what's happening. The nameless lady cries out, apologizing as they are flung through the air. Continuing to be thrown, Kim Gongja is surrounded by white energy. Still airborne, he screams in distress as red energy crackles around him. With a resounding thud, he slams into the ground. Gasping, Kim Gongja grits his teeth in pain. Flinching from the impact, he struggles to regain his composure. The nameless lady lands roughly, the impact jarring her. An angry voice shouts, "You're going to die? I'll get to watch my dumb zombie die to actual zombies." Gripping his weapon, he wonders, why the hell does a ghost have a bucket list? Cutting through the air, he yells, "Not dead yet." His sword raised high, he continues to fight. His face contorted in rage, he won't give up. The light shines brightly as he continues his assault. Falling through the air, he slashes at the monsters below. The old man and the woman with black hair are still being protected as the protagonist fights on. The old man exclaims, "I survived? Did I really survive again? Damn it. If it weren't for Marcus, I would have never entered the tower." Looking concerned, he asks, "Everyone's fine, right?" A voice responds, "Ugh. Yes, my face does hurt. But thank you for saving me, King of Death." Grumbling under his breath, the sword saint, and now this old man. He really wants to keep his distance from these geezers. Panting, the old man leans heavily on Kim Gongja for support. While the old man catches his breath, Kim Gongja asks what he's planning on doing. Grasping his sword tightly, he intends to take them out while they're not moving. Thinking to himself, it'll take some time to pulverize each of their brains, but it won't be hard. The woman with black hair speaks, thanking him for saving a stranger such as herself. Warning him, if he intends on harming the gang, she'll have to stop him. Kim Gongja asks why that is, as she wonders if there is a special curse on the zombies. Revealing their true nature, she states that they're all members of her demonic cult. Confused, Kim Gongja asks what she means, as she explains that they are her disciples and subordinates. She continues, a great war to eradicate the Orthodox faction is almost over, and they're in desperate need of every martial arts master. She can't afford to lose any more of her elites when they're already outnumbered, wondering what she means by a great war. The text reveals that the world of the veritable records of the heavenly demon was already close to annihilation, and there's no way they have proper forces to go to war. The text continues, when they open their eyes, it'll be 10 days before the veritable records meets its unfortunate cancellation. From behind, a voice echoes, hoping to witness a spectacular finale. Her piercing gaze meets the readers as she reveals, the world has a mere 10 days left. An elderly man steps forward, introducing himself as Buwulsian, the head of the Martial Alliance. He continues, his tone hardening, the war between them has raged for 3 long years. The woman with black hair stands firm, as the old man's words hang in the air, reminding her that these zombies are her subordinates, and he demands that they be spared. Buwulsian's voice rises in anger, insisting that if she must kill, she should target only those wearing Buddhist robes, lamenting the effort it took to gather these elites from famed Orthodox clans. Kim Gongja watches the exchange, a blue aura emanating from his hand, as the old man accuses the woman of breaking a promise. The old man's rage intensifies, promising to crush the heads of the demonic cultists, accusing her of being a conniving, well, you know. Buwulsian's voice booms, accusing her of breaking her promise as the leader of the Orthodox faction, claiming she's finally revealing her true colors as a hypocrite. He presses on, questioning if she intends to continue this great Orthodox demonic war even as the world ends. Kim Gongja's eyes widen in disbelief as the gravity of the situation sinks in. The woman with black hair responds coolly, declaring that promises are made to be broken. Continuing her earlier declaration, the Black Witch states that the world deciding to end in the midst of their war is no excuse to stop the battle. Across the battlefield, Buwulsian points a finger, declaring he won't stop until he's victorious over the old woman. The head of the Martial Alliance continues, revealing that he still has 500 Gongsi soldiers left, and he intends to lead them to demolish the Orthodox bastards. One of the Gongsi soldiers rises, proclaiming that the brave men of the martial realm are with him to fight her even in their death. He then accuses the Black Witch of stealing his lines. The battle lines are drawn, and the war continues. A scholar might not be picky about his brush, and a warrior isn't picky about his sword, but he admits he might be wielding the demonic wooden baton because he forgot his lethal demon blood sword. But the Black Witch can still easily send a geezer like him to his grave. Fine, the old man says. Let's duel, and see who shall be the one to unify the martial realm in the end. He prepares to strike. The Black Witch screams. But before he can, she intercepts the blow. Of the heavenly demon, he cries out. Sky-destroying golden axe. The wooden baton snaps. She attacks his eyes. What in the world is this? Kim Gongja wonders. I stab. The clash rings out, a block echoing through the snowy landscape. Huh, that's strange, the Flame Emperor thinks to himself. Analyzing the fight, the man with glasses notes that their techniques and breathing are proper. Even in his world, they could be considered martial masters of the highest caliber. The man with glasses continues. Seriously? Can't you recognize their profoundness? The man with glasses explains, that face covering is akin to a descended Buddha, covering the faces of each and every monk, so he would call it 1,000 face covering Buddha. The old man stretches, finding something strange. With their forms at such a level, they should also be filled with will and ki. The Black Witch bites and says, I feel like you're just messing with me. Watching the fight, Kim Ganja thinks that the old man and woman aren't half bad. The old man continues to analyze. That biting just there had the principles of Yesuke, and that shoving had the principles of CFD. The man with glasses explains he might only be pretending, but a martial artist is still a martial artist. That's right. This is the fight of an Earth Snake King and a calm, flowing dragon. The Flame Emperor exclaims, see, zombie. His discerning eyes are much more refined. Activating something, Kim Ganja opens a character window. Analyzing the fight ripples with his unrivaled martial fighter skill, Viper confirms it. Those movements, he thinks, can be analyzed as ending up as a reincarnated hellhound, one that protects the gates of the Demon King's castle, which is fine, but it pains him that somehow he kept getting caught in the drama of the other heads, the troublemaker and the class president. And for his childhood friend who is also his classmate and a famous mangaka, he, a hero in an online game, decided to become a true hero. He's sure of it. Is that really what's going on? It looks like just play fighting to him. If anyone could see it, what would the difference be between masters and beginners? Damn, how many different fight ripples are there? These two are far above the Sword Saint Geezer, Viper thinks. I feel like I'm leveling up just by watching them, he thinks, now having something new to teach his disciples when he gets back. He knows how they say that it's all about perspective. Well, for Viper, that's how he views martial arts. Yeah, thanks. A sudden sneeze rips through the air. Jesus, he's gonna freeze to death. You bastards. How long are you guys going to brawl for? Can you people not see us? That narrow frame of vision. You guys are just like him in his youth. Respectful to their guests from afar, the old man scratches his head. The old man declares that he will guide them to the cave where he resides. The sky is a swirl of pink and gold. The group continues their trek, panting as they move. Their breaths come in ragged gasps, the journey taking its toll. The black-haired woman remains silent, her thoughts unreadable. The King of Death offers to carry Kim Ganja, suggesting it would be helpful, as using his breathing technique has been rough on him today. But before Kim Ganja can respond, the old man interrupts, placing a hand on his shoulder. The old man's touch is firm, his intentions unclear. Kim Ganja notes that despite the cold, the old man's body is warm. The old man's hand rests on Kim Ganja's shoulder, his expression unreadable. The King of Death observes the interaction, finding it weird. In the distance, the old man's residence comes into view. Following the old man, the group makes their way through the sandy landscape. Emerging from the tunnel, they find themselves in a cavern bathed in golden light. Eyes widening, the green-haired woman is clearly impressed. A voice declares that it's a hot spring. The black-haired woman explains, it's a resting place I found long ago, though I never thought I'd have outsiders from outside lands as guests. He continues, suggesting they wash up first, adding, I'll search with the geezer to see if we have any food we can serve. The Sword Saint and the green-haired woman converse, and he remarks, you're always calling me a geezer, but you're actually not that much younger than me. The old man explains, you heard how they've been fighting for 3 years. That's so strange. Just a moment ago, they were trying to fight to the death. Sometimes people become buddy-buddy while fighting. He continues, but this place is nice and warm. It was super awkward holding on to a guy's hand since arriving at this world. Celestial Master, you can get away from me now. Another man asks, why the hell is the Sword Saint friends with such a guy? The Sword Saint retorts, hey now, let's set the record straight. I'm the one who is letting that damn Marcus be friends with me. The group is presented with a humble offering, a plate of what are described as grain balls, though the old man seems a bit embarrassed by the meager fare. Despite the less than appetizing appearance, the green-haired woman expresses her gratitude for the welcome, while another figure looks on with a skeptical expression. Examining one of the grain balls closely, the green-haired woman seems to be assessing its nutritional value. The woman with long black hair simply states, essentially. A flashback reveals the woman with long black hair, sitting in a cave, surviving on nothing but grain balls for the past 2 years. Back in the present, the green-haired woman voices her doubts, questioning whether they can get proper nutrition from such simple food. The woman with long black hair, unable to contain her frustration, cries out. She insists that she doesn't know what they're talking about, but she can still hold it together. A voice booms, pointing out that it's no wonder they barely have the strength to walk through snow when they're eating such meager fare. The old man, surrounded by glowing magical symbols, declares that it's just like when he was young, not thinking about one's own body. Water is poured into a sizzling pan, as the old man prepares a feast. With a flourish, the old man presents a table laden with delicious-looking dishes, urging them to stuff themselves full and eat well while they're young. The old man speaks, remarking that he and the heavenly demon bitch are actually quite old. He continues, asking if they ate some elixir or something, and that if they're old, they also need to eat well, or else their bodies won't last. Someone takes a sip, enjoying the drink. The drink is described as something that surpasses the greatest luxury indulged in after winning the lottery, a white mocha veni. The drink is a frappe with 4 extra shots, Java chips, and extra chocolate drizzle, for such a taste to exist in this world. Someone exclaims that it's so delicious. Another person comments that it truly is a divine flavor, asking if he is perhaps an imperial chef. The old man slurps, stating that he's had a lot of food as the head of the alliance. but he's never tasted anything like this before. He explains that it's because he received 3 Michelin stars in his 50s as owner and chef, adding that if he had a proper fire rather than this shitty burner, he could have made them pig out till they died. Someone asks why such an amazing person like him entered the tower, and he wonders why someone like him can't enter. Even that damn Marcus came here. Someone asks if he knew the Sword Saint already from outside, and the old man says that's a generous way of putting it, that he was just a lame young master of a filthy rich family, and to him who became a self-made man in Silicon Valley, he just seems like a lucky bastard. He thinks that bastard came to the tower on a whim after facing some bad luck in his later years. Looking at the plates, barely touched, the food seems to have gone to waste. He muses, from the strange food to their very presence, which exudes affluence. He's curious where they came from and what they're after. Turning to face them directly, the old man wonders if the outside lands have found a way to cure the Gangxi disease. His expression darkens, wondering if there's really no way to treat it. The scene shifts to the apothecary and her assistant, as the old man continues. It's not surprising that all the doctors and Taoists put themselves to the task, yet it was all in vain. He thinks to himself, he sees. The old man continues, reflecting on the past. Even the members of the Maoshan school, who are experts in Gangxi, gave up. He didn't think that the outside lands would have been any different. Looking at the group, he states that this is not an exaggeration, but as they can see with the food just now, they have different knowledge than them. He gestures towards the apothecary, explaining that she excels more than anyone in making medicine that treats illnesses. Turning to her assistant, he adds that the man over there is at least skilled enough to be her assistant. With a hopeful tone, he says that if they can help them even a little bit, they might be able to develop a cure. The old man looks at the group with anticipation, hoping for a positive response. The apothecary considers the old man's words, admitting that while it's hard to call it a cure, it's not like they have nothing. Leading the way into the depths of the cave, the old man tells them to wait right here. Deeper into the cave they go, the darkness swallowing them whole. Finally reaching their destination, the old man gestures towards a large, wooden coffin. Back at the entrance, the apothecary looks on with a mix of curiosity and apprehension as the old man approaches the coffin. With a resounding click, the coffin begins to open. A creaking sound fills the air as the old man and the man with glasses peer inside. Revealed within, a grotesque zombie stares back with lifeless eyes. Chains bind its decaying limbs, a testament to its dangerous nature. Peering into the wooden box, Kim Gongja is taken aback by what he sees. Looking down at the corpse, the head of the Wudong sect seems troubled by the sight. The text explains that after being bitten by a Gangxi, the man trusted them with his corpse, asking them to use his body for research, but the only method they figured out was blocking all the key points using acupuncture. Examining the body, Kim Gongja and the head of the Wudong sect continue their grim task. A hand reaches out, plucking one of the needles from the corpse. Suddenly, a vision strikes, showing the needles being violently hammered into the body. The needles pierce the flesh, each strike echoing with brutal force. The assault continues, driving the head of the Wudong sect to the brink of despair. Overwhelmed by the vision, another figure recoils in horror. As the head of the Wudong sect continues his examination, he points out the obvious, explaining that blocking the key point between the brain and spine can temporarily halt the Gangxi's activity, but it's merely a temporary fix, not a real cure. The image shifts to a diagram illustrating how a Gangxi taints a person with corrupt energy through their key points and vessels. Continuing his explanation, the head of the Wudong sect notes that this corrupt energy is resistant to any form of key meditation, regardless of whether one is a demonic cultist or a pure monk. Once bitten, the transformation is inevitable. He elaborates, explaining that the body becomes hot as if burning, and soon after, one turns into a Gangxi. The head of the Wudong sect recalls that a Shaolin monk managed to retain his mind for an entire year after being bitten, a rare exception. But he clarifies that even the most exceptional martial arts masters barely last more than 2 weeks. He then poses a question, wondering if the children of the outside lands can truly find a cure. A green-haired woman speaks, but her words are obscured. She then states that it's already a blessing from her mother that she was able to meet other living people when she thought they were the only 2 left in the entire world. The head of the Wudong sect nods, offering to prepare a place for them to sleep and suggesting they discuss the matter further tomorrow. As the scene fades, the moon hangs high in the sky. Lying in bed, he thinks to himself, "Damn Marcus, if you leave like that, I'll just be eternally second place." Staring up at the ceiling, he thinks he can't eat anymore. The head of the Wudong sect asks, "Zombie, why aren't you sleeping?" He replies, there's something he needs to check. A faint rustling sound fills the air as he shifts slightly under the covers. Narrowing his eyes, he wonders, are they asleep? It seems so now, let's take this chance. His eyes narrow further, observing the others. A jolt runs through the water as the head of the Wudong sect notices something amiss. The head of the Wudong sect exclaims, "What the? I thought you were asleep." A figure stands silently in the water, observing the scene. The protagonist, now standing, is addressed by the head of the Wudong sect. "You have a keen eye, child. When did you realize it?" He replies that he thought it was weird from the moment he first saw them. He continues, explaining, even though it's so cold, they were wearing thin clothing. It was so cold that one couldn't last without wrapping themselves in aura. I mean ki. Reflecting on the situation, he realizes that they must be wrapping themselves in ki to protect themselves from the cold. But then, how could people so skilled in ki control end up exhausted from fighting like children? A disembodied hand gestures, implying that they're focusing all their ki on something else. A text bubble appears, stating that they've both been bitten. A red-haired man speaks, asserting that, just like the heads of each faction, they are able to suppress the corrupt energy with their immense ki. He then asks if he's wrong. The woman with black hair looks on, her expression unreadable. The head of the Wudong sect is startled, as the woman says, "Demon you." She continues, saying it's fine, and that they've already been found out. She reveals that she and the geezer were bitten 3 years ago. The head of the Wudong sect is right indeed. A close-up shows the bite marks on the head of the Wudong sect and the woman, revealing the extent of their corruption. The head of the Wudong sect clarifies that they're not suppressing the corrupt energy, but blocking their spinal ki points with their ki, completely blocking off the corrupt energy. The red-haired man exclaims in frustration, realizing they're using ki telekinesis. The head of the Wudong sect asks if he's heard of the flying ki sword technique, a technique where you make your sword fly around by enveloping it with ki. The situation grows dire. As one of the attendants speaks with urgency, they can't continue like this. Half of their Blood Ghost troops have been wiped out, and they've lost all contact with the council members who declared an attack on the martial realm. Another voice chimes in, insisting that now isn't the time to fight against the morons of the Orthodox faction, as this might be the greatest crisis the cult has ever faced. The attendants continue, explaining that they've assembled a medical group without discrimination for sect, and that the clan leader and all the martial arts masters of the Maoshan school are present. They're going to catch multiple gangsters for experimentation, so they should have results to show soon. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily, as one attendant admits, they cannot handle this disease. The plea becomes more desperate. They beg Lord Heavenly Demon to flee to a secluded island, as these gangsters shouldn't be capable of crossing the ocean. This doesn't have to be the only martial realm. As long as their cult stands, that place is the martial realm. The attendant continues, their voice laced with desperation. How can the promise of war be more important than their martial arts? It's a promise he made before the world fell into chaos. The attendant's voice cracks. They can't stand by their values as humans when the laws of the world have changed. The attendant's plea reaches its climax, begging him to forget the promise he made to the head of the martial alliance and stand back up again. The weight of the decision hangs heavy, as they await Lord Heavenly Demon's response. Standing in a cavernous space, the Lord Heavenly Demon is accompanied by an attendant. The attendant asks, "How did you endure it?" The scene shifts again, showing the Lord Heavenly Demon and his attendants standing in a snowy landscape. A figure turns, the sound of rustling fabric filling the air, as the story continues. The narrative speaks of a true martial arts master, one who reached the level of perfect poison immunity and indestructible iron skin, so that no poison could eat away at him, nor could any sword wound him. The scene shifts to a stone statue, as the narrative continues. However, the olden tales do not allow for someone to be invincible. The attendant asks, "O child of the outside lands, do you know how that martial arts master died?" A close-up of the Lord Heavenly Demon reveals, he was killed by a lustful demon. The narrative concludes with an artistic rendering, explaining that the pleasures of yin and yang coming together is no poison, and that's why the lustful demon didn't present him with a storm of pleasure right away. She meticulously plotted his downfall, starting with gentle pleasure, and ultimately crafting a desire for the most lethal kind. The martial arts master, lost in the throes of passion, mistook the lustful demon's slaps during intercourse as mere pain, eventually finding pleasure in the demon's whipping. To him, every touch and gaze from the lustful demon was pure happiness, and in the final moment, something truly unexpected occurred. The lustful demon lightly choked the martial arts master. The martial arts master became the master of depravity. He might have been immune to poison and swords, but he was not immune to misfortune. The lesson of this story is simple. Don't get toyed with by a lustful demon. It's not just an old tale. He was a martial arts master that my clan put a lot of effort into raising, and this bitch sent a lustful demon to assassinate him. The brats that have just freshly begun their journey are often mistaken, thinking that the goal of a martial artist is to be invincible, and that the goal of martial arts is eternal life. They're wrong. A person who's achieved perfect poison immunity will die to something other than poison, and a person who's achieved indestructible iron skin will die to something other than the sword. Do you understand yet? A martial artist isn't just picking what martial arts they want to learn. They are picking what kind of martial artist they will live as well as picking how they'll die. Surrounded by the fallen, the heavenly demon reflects on the myriad ways a warrior's life can end. Considering the inevitable, he wonders why anyone would resent death itself. Yet, they did not wish for this kind of death. Being poisoned or assassinated would have been fine, he muses, or even being ganged up on after falling to the net of heaven. The net of heaven is large and wide, but it lets nothing through. It essentially refers to justice and how you can escape for a time, but will eventually get caught in the end. Dying after being betrayed by a trusted subordinate would be okay, and he would have been happy to die from a duel with his successor. You asked us how we endured it, the fallen warriors seem to whisper. We just simply wanted to choose how we die, they explain. That leads me to believe that the body was intentionally moved here by someone, the woman with braided hair observes. There weren't too many that strayed too far today, a figure remarks, noting that the moon was bright yesterday, and moonlight also works on the gangsis. That's how we've been waging the great Orthodox demonic war, the heavenly demon concludes, his expression grim. As snow fell, the Orthodox sects were destined to be wiped out by something like the gangs, or so the head of the Namgung clan believed. As people died, the heavenly demon thought that if the Orthodox faction truly had to end, it would be at the hand of the wicked demonic cult. If her cult was to disappear from the world, it would be at the sword of the Orthodox. Dust had fallen on the martial art scrolls with no one to read them anymore, but this world had yet to end, because these two people still remained alive. Hypothetically, let's say that there are 1 billion people in the world, the head of the Namgung clan, Namgung Woon, muses, and 999,999,999 of them die to a pandemic. If the final person alive commits suicide, so Beiqiang thinks, the cause of death for the world will be suicide instead of illness, or at least that's what the head of the Martial Alliance and the Heavenly Demon believed. This fight was purely to decide the cause of death for this world, and the Heavenly Demon requests their 990th duel. Will it be a non-lethal duel or a duel to the death? Namgung Woon declares it will be a duel to the death. As their hands meet, the tension rises. It's a genre that's declined, and a world that's declined. This apocalypse was slowly dying over a period of 990 days, but the Heavenly Demon refuses to accept it. The battle's aftermath, a stark reminder of the cost, as two figures tumble through the snow. Though it may look like a great fight, a principle lies behind this roughhousing, at each other's hands. The duel, a dishonor to them both. The Flame Emperor wonders, what is he going to do? Will he kill the Heavenly Demon and the head of the Martial Alliance himself? Well, that could be a merciful gift. He retorts, however, he cannot forget the fact that he's an outsider. He knows, and he knows that's not what these two would want. Looking out at the figures in the distance, Kim Gongjia declares he's going to resolve this world in his own way. As the sun begins to set, a voice notes that it's already sundown. Maybe because it's winter, but the days are short. He'll finally put an end to this tomorrow. Humph, that's his line. A figure with an eye patch asks, where did he go? One of the figures states, they were looking after the patient. So much happened yesterday that. She asks, was there any progress? The other replies, not yet. A figure with long black hair says, you guys should rest easy as well. The figure replies, yes, please go ahead. Kim Gongjia is asked, excuse me? Holding her glasses in one hand and a pen in the other, the apothecary wonders how long it would take to create a cure. The answer, etched in stone, is clear, at least 120 days. It could take twice or 3 times longer than expected, and even giving yourself a ton of time might not be enough. The apothecary is told that even 100 days might not be enough, and that they might not be able to make it at all in a rough, facile environment, apologizing for bringing the King of Death to this stage. A voice echoes, stating that when they open their eyes, it'll be 10 days before the veritable records meets its unfortunate cancellation. The reality is stark. It's impossible to create a cure within the time limit. 10 days left. Fidgeting with something in his hands, the King of Death declares that there's plenty of time. He tells the apothecary not to worry about the time, promising to figure out the time problem somehow and asking her to continue her research. The King of Death reflects on the situation, remembering when they first arrived in this world. He thinks to himself that this place is its own world, not some normal book, and that they're here to save this world. He continues, saying that it's just as he told her yesterday, and that they shouldn't think about useless stuff like time limits, or how they'll be stuck in this apocalypse forever if they can't solve this stage. The apothecary resolves to do everything she can, promising to do her best, as well, and telling herself not to think about useless stuff. Taking his hand in hers, the apothecary assures the King of Death she promises to solve all the other problems. From an unseen speaker comes a simple request, trust me and keep working. The apothecary asks for trust, urging everyone to keep working. Reflecting on her past, the apothecary admits that without the King of Death, she'd still be stuck in the slums, especially with all her equipment gone. Expressing her gratitude, she wants to repay the King of Death, promising to put all her efforts into developing the cure. The King of Death reflects, admitting that when he gets focused on his work, he becomes unaware of his environment and even forgets his manners. Understanding, the apothecary assures him that it's okay to show the full extent of her skills, as the old man listens in. Hearing this, the old man is furious, exclaiming that there's a hierarchy to everything. He continues, questioning why the apothecary would try to brag about her skills to him, finding it problematic that young ones these days think that skills are everything. The old man insists that true skills are supposed to. Ignoring the old man's outburst, the King of Death tells the apothecary that she can show what her skills are. The old man is shocked, asking if she's going to reveal her skills to her rival. Spinning a golden card between her fingers, the apothecary wonders if the old man thinks she's lost her mind, or if she should just show him what she's capable of. The card glows with arcane symbols, revealing the skill, Moving Hospital, which allows her to conduct everything from blood tests to brainwave tests in real time. She can also pull out and use ingredients stored within, though there's a small chance of misdiagnosis. Another card shimmers into existence, revealing life diagnosis, allowing her to know her patient at a genetic level. Using these two skills together, she minimizes the chances of a misdiagnosis, but the old man interrupts, demanding she wait. His face contorted with rage, the old man questions why she's showing her skills to him, threatening to reveal this to the alchemy castle or others in the industry. Unfazed by his outburst, the apothecary tells him he can do as he pleases, but he should properly support her in the production of this cure. Focusing her gaze, she tells him to listen. Her expression hardening, the apothecary states that she needs him in order to develop the cure as fast as possible, asking if he despises her. Staring down at her, the old man remains silent. Her eyes narrowed. The apothecary assumes he's livid because some young kid's been acting without knowing her place, and that he's annoyed someone like her as talent. His face etched with resentment, the old man is sure it drives her mad that he has way more days to live than her, and that means he's going to be treated well way longer. Looking down at a chained figure, the apothecary offers that if he helps her this time, she'll give him all the recipes she's made so far. Leaning in close, the apothecary says she won't even say that she made them. He's free to take them and use them. The sound of something breaking echoes through the cavern, as the old man declares the apothecary a rotten bitch and assigns her a task. Looking down, the apothecary acknowledges that she's been tasked with finding the zombie virus. The old man stares down at her, telling her that one day she'll realize she's just a frog in a well. He continues, demanding that she complete the tasks he assigns, or face a day when her pride is crushed and she reeks of a rotten stench. The apothecary looks up at him, acknowledging that she will eventually meet someone better than her too. A heavy sigh escapes her, as she apologizes to the king of death, asking him to go outside. She tells him that she'll write down the stuff she needs, and asks him to find them for her. The old man, annoyed, says that the sound of her breathing bothers him very much. As the apothecary prepares a sample, the sound of RIP echoes. The old man scribbles in his notebook, stating that when she goes out, she needs to get 6 more zombies, specifying the need for more samples: a kid, a young adult, and an old person in each sex. Elsewhere, Kim Ganja stands with his sword, ready for what comes next. Readying his sword, Kim Ganja offers to take on whatever lies ahead, a determined look on his face as he says, "Leave it to me." Looking down at the bodies, someone remarks on how rough things have been, noting that their body isn't moving the same anymore and the gangsters have spread out. Continuing their grim task, the group is reminded that they haven't traveled thousands of miles for nothing, and they need to stop complaining and just move the bodies. As they move forward, the group trudges through a snowy landscape, the sun a distant memory behind the horizon. Back inside, the apothecary tends to someone, surrounded by others who seem weary and worn. Marking the passage of time, a symbol is etched, signifying the passage of 1 week. The apothecary continues her work, as the old man looks on, a silent understanding passing between them. In the dim light, the apothecary is seen again, surrounded by containers and a sense of quiet desperation. The text simply states, after entering the apocalypse. Outside, the snow falls heavily, obscuring everything in a white haze. Inside the cave, someone observes that they won't be able to go outside today. As the candle flickers, a woman reflects on the days they've had, noting that the past few sunny days were lucky, and recalling the worst blizzard that lasted 30 days, trapping them inside without sun. But even as the gangsters continue to move, a question lingers. Is it truly alright if they wander too far, becoming impossible to retrieve? The old man muses that such things can't be helped, that they're simply lost. A flashback reveals a time when his cult boasted nearly 1,000 members. But as time wore on, gangsters strayed too far, becoming irretrievable, a realization that the old man finds particularly unsettling. He recalls waking up one morning to find a gangster that had been present the day before had vanished into the snow, a stark reminder of their fleeting existence. The old man wonders if Kim Ganja believes he's capable of feeling something like fear, to which he simply replies, "Yes, I do." The old man reflects on how the world has truly turned upside down, remarking that he wouldn't normally let someone who said such a thing live. The old man, seated, tells the child of the outside lands that he should be thankful that the world has ended, a sentiment heavy with implication. Kim Ganja, standing tall, is comparing himself to the others, his expression unreadable. A candle burns, its wax dripping, a reminder that no matter how great a martial arts master one may be, their ki isn't infinite. The old man presses, asking when Kim Ganja will finally run out of ki. The old man explains that he's blocking his spinal ki points with his own ki, and that everything from breathing to moving his limbs is being done with it. The old man states that no matter how much ki one has, they can't do such a ridiculous feat forever, because all people eventually die. He repeats his question, asking when he will run out of ki. A figure stands silhouetted against a blood-red sky, the scene ominous and foreboding. The old man smiles knowingly, remarking on how quickly the protagonist catches on. He asks, how many days are left? The old man rephrases his question, finding it distasteful how quickly Kim Ganja understands. Pointing to the heart, lungs, and upper dantian, the old man declares that they will let everything rot except for these 3 parts. Turning his head slightly, Kim Ganja realizes the old man already knew. A memory surfaces. The old man recalls that the damned Shaolin monk lasted a year. The image of a decaying monk, sitting cross-legged, fills the mind, having entered nirvana. The words, Amitabha Buddha, appear over a decaying face, those being his final words. He asks if he is afraid. A single candle flickers, as he admits he's afraid of exhausting his life force. The blizzard and the absence of sunlight weigh heavily on his mind. Consumed by dread, he wonders if he'll ever be able to kill that damn geezer, and if the geezer will ever be able to kill him. The thought of a day coming, where neither he nor the geezer will be able to move anymore, fills him with a chilling fear. He imagines himself and the geezer, lying on their beds, waiting until their ki dries up and they perish. A quiet, I'm sorry. Tears welling in his eyes, the old man realizes he can't move his body anymore. Looking up, Kim Gongja understands just how afraid he truly is. A figure looks up towards the sky, a confession escaping their lips. The world is described as a place where the two disappear, leaving only snow behind. A colorless scene unfolds, as a woman with green hair tends to an elderly man lying on a bed. Her head lowered, she offers an apology. A figure in black stands tall, commanding the elderly man to rise. The elderly man is told that an apology is not wanted, and he is ordered to get up. Great Axe Sage, head of the Martial Artists Alliance. A question hangs in the air, a reminder of a promise to challenge the heavenly demonic cult and uphold the values of the Orthodox faction. The figure in black continues, stating that there's no way someone who united the 10-sect alliance and the 5 noble clans would die of illness. The figure in black demands that he gets up and raises his weapon. The figure in black taunts him, saying he doesn't even have to wield his lame axe, even a stick or baton will do. The Great Axe Sage gasps for air, while the Flame Emperor, his expression unreadable, demands that he get up. Namgung Woon apologizes, admitting that he was weaker than his opponent. He explains that he tried to last even a day longer, but he can't anymore, adding that he's been using his life force already. The Flame Emperor retorts that he might still be able to last a year longer, but this is it for him. Namgung Woon repeats that he was weaker and begs to be killed. His eyes closed, the old man lies still. The Flame Emperor wonders if he wants him to kill him on his deathbed, his tone laced with disdain. A fist clenches, the sound echoing in the cavern. The Flame Emperor asks if that's really what he's asking of him right now, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He scoffs, questioning if this is the end of the great duel he promised, and asks why he bothered lasting this long for glory. The Flame Emperor continues, suggesting that Namgung Woon should have gathered all the disciples of his cult and the Orthodox faction in order to mass suicide, questioning what glory he was seeking to be so persistently stubborn until now. Namgung Woon reflects on his past, recalling that he was born with a heavenly martial body and was the center of both praise and jealousy of martial artists, becoming an expert at just the age of 20. Namgung Woon recalls a time long past, before he was even 30, when he became the head of the Namgung clan. The Flame Emperor scoffs, reminding him that he bears the essence and carries forth the grudge of the Orthodox faction, yet he's willing to simply give his head to this demon. His tone dripping with disdain, the Flame Emperor declares that he'll kill him, but he won't have a pleasant death. Towering over the old man, the Flame Emperor's dark aura seems to suffocate the room. Coughing weakly, Namgung Woon struggles to rise. The camera focuses on the steel cauldron axe, a symbol of Namgung Woon's past glory. The Flame Emperor raises the axe, reminding him that this is the steel cauldron axe that he so treasured, hoping he hasn't already forgotten. The Flame Emperor demands, so, Baikyang, say it. Namgung Woon retorts that there is no longer any art nor martial in martial arts, and if he says that, he shall kill him the way he wishes him to. The master of the demonic cult was saying that only if he acknowledged that, would she kill him with his trusted weapon. The Flame Emperor's expression twists in fury, as he screams at Namgung Woon to say it already. Tears welling in his eyes, Namgung Woon whispers that he can't. Weakly, he apologizes, uttering the name he refuses to say. The Flame Emperor scoffs, reminding him that he once said living wasn't living if he became a gongsi. The Flame Emperor states that even if he dies right now, it won't really be dying. Namgung Woon wonders what difference there is between a life that isn't a life and a death that isn't a death, unable to see any difference. His axe lies abandoned beside him as the Flame Emperor watches him. He thinks to himself how meaningless it all is, the heavens having turned to nothing. On the 9th morning of entering the apocalypse, Namgung Woon, the head of the Martial Artists Alliance, died of illness. They obtained a valuable sample. The apothecary explains that there's a limit to analyzing viruses from people who turned into zombies years ago, but thanks to this sample, she was able to observe the infection process live. Namgung Woon lies chained to a bed, his skin a sickly blue. It seems that rather than turning into a zombie right away, they turn after a bit of time, likely because it takes time for the infection to reach all the way into the brain. A man hands the apothecary a clipboard, stating he's organized the data. The apothecary might have a knack for making medicine, but Kim Gongja thinks she has no talent for explaining it. This is the problem with kids who think they're so great. Looking up, the apothecary admits that she gave it her all, but developing a cure was impossible. The man asks if it was because she didn't have enough time, and she confirms that she needs at least 90 days, but if possible, 120 days would be better. Standing in a dark room, the apothecary is surrounded by shadows. Chains rattle as Namgung Woon growls. The man with dark hair looks on, calling it pathetic. A voice declares that once you remove a layer, humans are no better than cattle. All there is a body that eats until it can't move anymore before perishing. Tapping a blade against the chains, the voice continues, stating that there is no longer any art, nor martial in martial arts. The Flame Emperor shoves something into Namgung Woon's mouth, commanding him to eat this. The man with the eye patch exclaims, wondering what he's doing and warning that he's also going to become something, telling him not to go any closer. A voice declares that it's already over. Purple energy surges as Namgung Woon is empowered. A bloodied hand reaches out, as a figure with crimson hair acknowledges something with a low, guttural tone. The air crackles with raw energy, painted in strokes of violent red. Standing amidst the chaos, the figure is silhouetted against the crimson haze. A man with dark hair watches with growing alarm, realizing that someone is falling into a key rampage. Two figures look up, their expressions a mix of fear and anticipation as the key rampage intensifies. A woman with long, dark hair regards the scene with a knowing look, questioning if they are assassins from the Orthodox clan. Facing a masked figure wielding a sword, the woman's challenge rings out. Fine, come at me. Let's have a bout of the sword. An eye patch-wearing man shouts in desperation, everyone, run. A figure plummets downward, caught in the throes of the rampage. A red-haired woman declares, she's gone mad. The text explains that she's gone over the prowess of an enlightened demon, likely thanks to using all her ki and life force, temporarily achieving the level of a spiritual grandmaster. A gray-haired man reflects that even if he were to come back in his prime, he'd lose 4 out of 10 times. The heavens themselves seem to weep, overflowing with anguish as Mount Song is flooded. The very air crackles with dark intent, a declaration that the demonic cult is the true power, standing far above the heavens themselves. Panic flares as the order rings out. King of Death, grab the apothecary and run. A chilling pronouncement echoes through the chaos, a figure declaring that their opponents are mere pawns, no match for their might. Desperation mounts as a voice cries out, Namgung Woon. Where's Namgung Woon? Clutched tightly in someone's arms, the apothecary hears a desperate plea. For demon lords, bring Namgung Woon to me right away. A shadowy figure looms, its presence a stark reminder of the encroaching darkness. A voice whispers with unwavering faith, I believe in you. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape, a soundless, scentless, and traceless end of the world. The title card appears, a stark declaration, back to the past. Now, footprints in the snow, a small figure trudges onward through the blizzard. Her breath misting in the frigid air, she continues her desperate search. The snow continues to fall. Her small frame nearly swallowed by the heavy cloak, she presses on, each step a struggle against the deepening snow. Her voice, thin and reedy, cuts through the howling wind, Mommy dash. The blizzard rages. Lost and alone, the child continues her desperate journey through the unforgiving landscape. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and hope, scan the swirling white expanse. The young So Beiqiang did not know whether her mother abandoned her, or if her mother planned for a natural separation by walking through the blizzard, or if her mother had accidentally lost her. Beiqiang had no way to know. The fight seems to have ended poorly, with someone lying defeated on the ground. A screen displays a question, wondering if all the documents by the apothecary were memorized. A figure with long red hair stands in the background as Kim Gongja kneels, considering the situation. He admits that he memorized a good portion of it. The red-haired figure suggests starting by quickly picking a skill. The figure with the red hair muses, so there's something like this. The screen displays information about the demonic heavenly god art, explaining that the demonic cult hates the law of the heavens and that this martial art holds the essence of their doctrine. Kim Gongja thinks about the demonic heavenly god art. A shadowy figure emerges, and someone wonders if this has got to be the martial arts they just saw. The red-haired figure confirms that it's a typical demonic martial art. The discussion shifts to whether it's martial arts or barrier techniques, with someone stating that it's all a matter of how you deal with the world, and another figure explaining the difference between the Orthodox faction and the demonic cult. The shadowy figure is shown again, with text explaining that the martial artists of the Orthodox faction build their body as a vessel to accept the world, while demonic cultists build their body as a claw to swipe at the world. The Flame Emperor prepares to demonstrate, ready to show the simplest example he can. Executing a downward vertical cut, he explains that accepting the world means visualizing a charging tiger. There's a martial school that calls this the form of a charging tiger, or in other words, a tiger sword form. Continuing his explanation, the Flame Emperor states that it doesn't matter if it's a tiger or a bull. Techniques can change into countless variations depending on the realization that the creator of the martial art has come to. Panting, Kim Gongja listens as the Flame Emperor continues, explaining that what matters is that it imitated a tiger or a bull, even if it's only a little bit, making something of the world theirs. But demonic martial arts are different. When the demonic cult teaches a technique, this is what they tell you. The Flame Emperor's anger flares, a visual representation of his inner turmoil. He urges himself to think back to the anger of the moment when he was stabbed in the gut by a bandit. He must recollect the moment where his little sister was dragged away by a county magistrate, remembering how weak he was, unable to do a thing. He is forced to enter into his memory the face of his little sister that returned as a corpse after he stood waiting all night outside the residence of the magistrate. He must envision again how he buried his sister's body alone. It was winter, the ground was frozen, so it was hard to dig, and in the end, he dug out the frozen dirt with his bare hands. The Flame Emperor's voice echoes with the weight of past failures, memories of broken nails and bleeding hands, a desperate attempt to bury his sister in a shallow grave. A stark image flashes, a silhouette of figures locked in combat, a visual representation of the struggles he faced. He continues, urging himself to remember the sensation of the dirt, to wield the sword with the same hand that dug out the ground. The Flame Emperor stands tall, his expression resolute as he recalls these harsh lessons. His voice drips with bitterness, a deep-seated resentment for his own weakness and a curse upon the cruelty of the world, a world that can be swiped away by a single claw. Kim Gongja listens intently, his gaze unwavering as he absorbs the Flame Emperor's words. The Flame Emperor affirms, emphasizing that the breathing technique that controls ki is also a way of controlling one's heart. With a swift motion, he demonstrates, explaining that whether one is a martial artist or a hunter, a fight is decided by how well they can use their ki or aura. Kim Gongja reflects on the differences, noting that in other worlds, matches are based on fighting spirit, but demonic arts have a denser fighting spirit, though he is told he doesn't need to learn it. His eyes burning with determination, the Flame Emperor declares that he wants to learn it. Taken aback, Kim Gongja questions the sudden declaration, as the Flame Emperor reiterates his intent to learn this technique. Demanding to know why, Kim Gongja is met with the Flame Emperor's unwavering response, because he wants to learn it. Considering the heavenly demon's skills, the Flame Emperor questions if Kim Gongja was sold on her abilities after witnessing them. Dismissing the notion, Kim Gongja explains that it was merely a temporary buff from life force, something a true martial artist shouldn't rely on. Annoyed by the dismissal, the Flame Emperor asks if Kim Gongja is jealous that he wants to learn someone else's martial arts. Reassuring himself, the Flame Emperor declares that the martial arts of the Sword Emperor are still the greatest in the universe, questioning if Kim Gongja thinks he wants to learn the demonic heavenly martial art without knowing that, and affirming that he is the best, so why would he want to learn the god art of the demonic cult? Smirking, Kim Gongja reveals that it's so he can perfectly clear this stage. Reflecting on the situation, Kim Gongja thinks that even if a cure is made, it'll only save those two people, noting that it's been over 2 years since the others died, so even if they can be cured, they won't be normal. Considering the potential outcomes, Kim Gongja wonders what the ending will be, questioning if the head of the Martial Artists Alliance and the heavenly demon becoming Adam and Eve sounds like a good ending. Grimacing, Kim Gongja thinks that doesn't sound right, and just thinking about those two getting lovey-dovey makes him feel gross, as the Flame Emperor looks on. Realizing the importance of a cure, Kim Gongja thinks that developing a cure is only the first requirement for a good ending. Reflecting on the nature of endings, Kim Gongja thinks that a cool ending basically depends on how satisfied the characters within the story can be. Determined, Kim Gongja resolves to present the heavenly demon and the head of the Martial Artists Alliance a perfectly satisfying ending. With a clear goal in mind, Kim Gongja prepares to make a selection. The system announces a penalty, marking a shift in the challenges ahead. But this, of course, wasn't the end of the heavenly demon's nightmare. There's another hell he has to cross. The level of penalty is medium, but there will be an opportunity to calmly talk about this later. The hungry ghost realm awaits. A blizzard rages, obscuring everything in a veil of white. Reenacting the trauma of your killer, the apothecary shivers, feeling the biting cold. Is this Siberia? Why is there a snowfield? She sneezes, her breath misting in the frigid air. Thank you, King of Death, the apothecary says, nodding slightly. I'm only doing the obvious. Celestial Clan Master, please look after the Medicine King. I still believe in you, a voice echoes, filled with determination. And I think I saw shadows of people over there, the old man says, pointing into the distance as he's being carried. What the? Why are all these people frozen? The group comes across a disturbing sight. People frozen solid in the snow. Surveying the scene, Kim Gongja remarks that the frozen figures appear to be zombies, questioning the nature of their existence. Examining one of the corpses closely, it's noted that there's meat lodged between its teeth, as if it had been tearing at something like an animal. Analyzing the evidence, the apothecary confirms that the DNA between the person and the meat in the body doesn't match, indicating it's from a completely different person. The old man chimes in, stating that the body died approximately 3 years ago, but the meat is only 2 years old, suggesting the body has been moving for about a year, expressing his dislike for monsters from horror movies and urging someone to do something. Reflecting on the situation, Kim Gongja acknowledges that things are progressing faster than in his previous life, while the apothecary mentions her amazing skill. Considering the apothecary's notes, Kim Gongja recalls the results of the cellular response test. Absorbed in thought, the apothecary hums quietly. She finds the research method amazing, a perfect method with no flaws, as if she had done it herself, though the language differs a lot from her own, realizing she actually sees herself as a truly amazing person. The old man scratches his head, remarking that the research time seems to be getting shorter, which is good, expressing his desire to get away from these zombies and wondering if there's a warm place they can stay. According to the analysis, the demonic cult's rule over the heavens ends here and now. In a separate location, a figure laughs, seemingly amused by the situation. Elsewhere, a woman with black hair expresses her fear, stating that even a dog would laugh at the situation. Even she is afraid, declaring that as long as she stands, the demonic cult shall continue to rule the heavens. She adds that the great axe sage should be the one to say goodbye to his orthodox faction. A title appears, proclaiming someone as the greatest martial artist. The text speaks of a woman, the strongest in the world, thus surviving until she is the last one standing. Stepping through the snow, the woman with black hair asks who the others are. Kneeling, a man states he came from a faraway outside land after hearing the greatness of the heavenly demon. He adds that he has respected the heavenly demon for a long time, hearing of their reputation as the greatest martial artist. Pleading, he asks the heavenly demon to accept him as their disciple. Lost in a frozen wasteland, a small figure lies prone in the snow. The child's face is pale, their breath misting in the frigid air. Senses dulled by the cold, they can't hear, see, or smell anything. A chilling sensation spreads through them, as if their stomach is full of ice. The cold is unbearable, this place is too cold. A faint sound echoes, a subtle shift in the frozen air. A figure emerges from the blizzard. Huh? The child remains still, unaware of the presence looming over them. It's strange, it's been 10 days since it stopped snowing around here. It snowed over 1.5 meters, so how is this child still alive and breathing? An old man with long white hair reaches down to the child. Looking down at the child, he remarks, "You must be no ordinary child." The old man observes the child. It is truly bizarre. A little kid managed to survive in this snow field for over 10 days just by eating snow. This must be the extreme body that, lost and alone, the child can only offer a simple, "I don't know." The questions continue, but the child's memory is a blank slate. How old are you? The answer remains the same, "I don't know." Pressing further, the old man inquires, "How did you end up getting buried in the snow?" Again, the child's response echoes the void, "I don't know." A somber observation, the old man muses, "You must not remember anything. Poor thing, being overtaken by elements at such a young age." Despite the amnesia, the old man sees potential. However, you have the perfect vessel for learning martial arts. The Queen of the North Sea would pay a fortune for you. Truly a strange, fated encounter. He gently pats the child's head, pondering. What's hard to gauge, though, is whether you were fated for the cult, or if the cult was fated for you. "Oh child, will you come with me?" Extending an offer of safety and comfort, he promises, "I'll provide you with food and a place to sleep." The child simply nods, and the old man continues, "I smell no scent from you." Looking down at the child, the old man declares, "With no name or origin, you must be a child born from the snow." Extending his hand, the old man bestows a new identity. "I shall give you my last name, and your first name shall be Beiqiang, meaning the scent of the snow. From now on, you are a member of the demonic cult, so Beiqiang." The child, now named Beiqiang, asks with uncertainty, "Where will I be going?" The old man responds, "It's a place where children like you gather." Her expression twisted in displeasure, the heavenly demon's voice cuts through the air like shards of ice. Kneeling before her, a man insists, "I have never taken upon a disciple in my entire life. The world might have come to ruins, but I shall not be changing my ways." A disciple? Never will that happen. In a memory, the old man chuckles, "Hey now, demon, why are you being so petty? I'm proud that these children of the outside lands have managed to survive. Not only that, but he charged through the rough martial realm to learn from you. How could you not see him kindly?" Her gaze unwavering, the heavenly demon wonders why they must be so cold like before. The old man continues, "But the law of master and disciple should be strictly maintained. My cult has not taken people so easily. Only children abandoned by their parents in the world may join the demonic cult. TSK. They always call us nagging geezers, yet they're so much pickier about people." Another man, named Namgung Woon, attempts to sway her. "You heard her, young man. Since it's come to this, what if you took me as your master instead of the stupid demonic cult? My name is Namgung Woon. I am the head of the great, noble Namgung clan and the head of the Orthodox Martial Artists Alliance. If you become my disciple, why can you not accept me, Lord Heavenly Demon?" His face contorted in disbelief. Namgung Woon can't believe he's being ignored. Did he just ignore me? Her expression remains unchanged as she states, "Did I not just tell you? Only children abandoned by the world may join my cult. The world has changed. People have turned to Gongsi from a mysterious illness, and the sects and clans of the martial realm have also collapsed." Namgung Woon reflects, "Since the heavens have forsaken mankind, we have all been abandoned by the world now, whether we like it or not. And more importantly, I'm a hunter." He continues, "That jumped into the tower because of being an orphan. Have I not naturally fulfilled the condition to enter the cult, Lord Heavenly Demon?" A moment of silence passes before she thinks, "I'm embarrassed to say that I've been abandoned by the world, but I think I'm in a position to say that I've abandoned the world before." Finally, she relents, "Fine." The heavenly demon watches Namgung Woon, her expression unreadable, challenging him to perform the tri-sword techniques if he's so confident. Her gaze piercing, the heavenly demon declares that she will judge with her own eyes whether he is worthy to receive her cult's teachings, though she suspects it's all just talk. Bowing his head, Namgung Woon thanks her for giving him a chance. Activating the skill, he prepares to execute the demonic heavenly god art. The skill surges to life, engulfing him in a torrent of power. His eyes burning with resolve, Namgung Woon steels himself for what's to come. He can see the pathway of the sword, countless movements being drawn in his head, but it's only visible so far. He hasn't managed to fully understand the demonic heavenly god art yet. He knows that if he tried to perform this technique now, it'd be like a pigeon imitating a stork. He must resent his weakness and curse the cruelty of this world. A memory flashes, a glimpse of a past self, perhaps, bound in bandages, ready to fight. But if he's going to get torn, he might as well get fully shredded. Cultists build their body as a claw to swipe at the world. The cries of those in need echo around him, begging for salvation from the heat, their lives flashing before their eyes. But as he performed the demonic heavenly god art, his thoughts changed. Burn the witch's nest, the essence of the demonic cult. The essence of the demonic cult isn't claws, but screaming. How does one not hesitate to call their fellow humans monsters? Be swallowed up in thine own malice. If you say that, I shall kill you the way you wish me to. No matter how wise the writings in the 4 books and 5 classics may be, it cannot beat the single cry of a lowly human. A sword dance of anguish is sharper than the sword techniques of yin and yang, and a sword that is swung with a cry of despair is stronger than a sword moving in accordance to wisdom. Stop. As the anguish is deeper and the cries are louder, the sword becomes stronger. That is why we are strong, survival of the fittest. That is the doctrine of the demonic cult. That is why the path of the sword of the heavenly demon, the ruler of the cult, must always be a scream directed at the world. But even that ruler screamed in anguish in her final moments, and did I not tell you to stop? The heavenly demon's rage boils over, calling him a bastard. How did you steal and learn the ultimate technique of my cult? Panting, Kim Gongjiao realizes that he cannot deceive her eyes. His form may have been sloppy and unrefined, but what he just did was definitely the demonic heavenly god art. The only ones who can learn this god art are demonic cultists, but they have never met before. Wobbling slightly, the heavenly demon demands that he tell her how he stole it. His breath coming in ragged gasps. Kim Gongja can only manage a simple, so am I. His eyes glowing with an eerie light, he grits his teeth against the pain. Far above him, the heavenly demon wonders, worthy or not. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoes through the cavern, a dull thud that speaks of exhaustion. The title flashes ominously, King of Death. 2 figures stand over Kim Gongja's prone form, one of them remarking that he used too much aura and suggesting they administer some 4 fluids. From a distance, a figure watches a soft, tisk, escaping their lips. The observer scolds him, pointing out that he nearly died because he performed a martial art far above his level, calling him a dumbass pigeon and reminding him to slowly build up his basics. Lying on the ground, he thinks, but oh well. The figure continues, admitting that it wasn't that bad, pigeon. A simple message appears in the darkness, I'm proud of you. The scene opens on a sprawling, snow-covered landscape, the traditional buildings dusted with white. Zooming in, the architecture becomes more distinct, a complex of structures nestled in the wintry embrace. Moving closer still, a group of people can be seen walking through the snowy grounds, their dark clothing contrasting against the white backdrop. Inside, a child is told, you can eat when you want, sleep when you want, and play when you want. The child remains silent. Another child chimes in, all the adults here are nice. A third adds, they don't make us do anything. One of the children suggests, maybe they're going to raise us as servants. Another responds, by the way, have you said hi to the kids that arrived today? One of the children notes, only one of them so far. Quite a lot of guys arrived today. The scene closes with the thought that, I think a lot of kids have arrived here in general recently. As a spoon dips into a bowl of rice, a child explains that the recent increase in orphans is due to a bad harvest, but they were smart to come here, as they would have starved in their hometowns. The other children look on, one of them wondering how they all ended up in this place. A young girl with her hair in double buns asks, how everyone ended up here. The other children remain silent, listening intently. In a flashback tinged with red, the children recall the hardships they faced, a poor harvest, a mother working in the red light district, and a village pillaged by men with swords. Another child remembers, people from their town becoming sick and their father hitting them, so they ran away. So Beiqiang is reminded that for her, it was her grandfather who hit her, all of this connected to the pot of concentrated poison. The image shifts to a pot, in which poisonous animals and bugs are stuffed before being sealed shut, the creatures trapped inside tearing each other apart. With the final creature alive, possessing the most lethal, concentrated poison flowed out every time. The children spoke, wondering how there could be so many varied poisons in the world. A voice asks if they are happy now, and the response is a simple, yep. The scene returns to the children, but this place isn't paradise, it's a pot to produce a single concentrated poison. For some, life is a constant struggle, a relentless pursuit of money to support their families. But when asked about their own desires, the answer is simply, I don't know. As the sun rises over the mountains, a new day begins. A voice calls out, come eat breakfast, guys. For others, life is about freedom, the ability to sleep and eat whenever they please. But even in this seemingly idyllic setting, one person is missing. The children are free to do as they wish, when they want. The words echo. You simply have to live however you wish to live. It's been a while, Beiqiang thinks to herself, acknowledging the passage of time. Approaching her, someone says, I came because I had a question to ask you. The woman with white hair is told, I heard that you're helping the farmers and harvesting your own food. She replies, yes. I also heard that you've been making your own clothes and blankets. The silver-haired elder wonders how it is that, as long as you wish it, you can live a life of abundance, even if it might not be luxurious. It's said that this is the Peach Blossom Spring, a place where adults farm the lands and cultivate fruits for children, a land of paradise in Chinese fables. A child wonders why she's putting herself through work. Mr. Mo, who farms at the bottom of the mountain, lost 2 daughters to the county magistrate, and Mr. Choi, who works at the orchard, lost his second son after his son was taken to work on building the castle walls. He reported it to the local bureaucrat, but was instead questioned himself, and his first son ended up dying too. After burying both his sons in his hometown, Mr. Choi and his wife moved here. All the adult farmers who grow the food and make the clothes for us orphans, they've all been hurt by the world. There is not a single exception. This place isn't heaven. They're not feeding and clothing us for free because they're stupid, so why do you believe they do it then? They want us to avenge them. Because they feel that the world is too unfair, they can't forgive the county magistrates and local officials that ruined their lives. They want to take revenge, but they themselves don't have the power to do so. I heard that martial arts is something that you can only become great at if you learn from a young age. The adult farmers are already too old to learn martial arts in depth. However, they are able to farm for the children who can. That was the true identity of the Peach Blossom Spring. This isn't a free ride. They're not eating and sleeping here for nothing. They're here to take revenge against the world for them. A voice calls out, Beiqiang. The child asks if there's something she wishes to say to the heavens. She confirms that she has a lot she wants to say. Beiqiang responds that she isn't surprised. She continues, stating that in that case, the world will have to answer to her. Beiqiang declares that she is one of the 7 elders of the cult, the demonic Buddha. The child asks if there is a Buddha in hell. Beiqiang explains that the use of a Buddha is different if they're not in hell. She states that the child has passed the test to join the cult, and that they must become compliant to the abundance of food and a comfortable place to sleep, and then their poison will be clear. She finishes by telling the child to become her disciple and call her master from now on. The child is told that their sword shall cry for the countless dreams in the future. A voice echoes, instructing someone to perform the master-disciple ceremony. The scene depicts a figure kneeling before Beiqiang, ready to begin the ritual. Hanging upside down, Beiqiang urges someone to hurry. Lying next to someone, Beiqiang says that if they stay like that, she won't be able to get up even if she wants to, adding that she might hit her head against theirs. Walking away, she remarks, seeing how you're flapping your mouth as soon as you're awake, your body must be fine. Get in the bath and wash up. You'll need to clean your mind and body wholeheartedly. Someone says they will wait at the entrance of the cave as the others sleep soundly. Inside the character window, Kim Gongja wonders what everyone is dreaming about. In someone's dream, the Sword Saint is mentioned as the dreamer celebrates their 100th victory and their 999,999th victory against the apothecary kid. Another dreamer thinks, I shouldn't wake them up, especially the last guy. Standing in a snowy landscape with Beiqiang, Kim Gongja is asked if he thoroughly washed every corner of his body. Standing atop the snowy peak, the heavenly demon declares, this place should do it. A faint smile graces her lips as she continues, rejoice. I am going to accept you as my disciple. Kim Gongja clasps his hands together, a hopeful expression on his face. In that case. Her tone shifts, a hint of suspicion creeping in. However, I cannot accept you as an official disciple just yet. But heavenly demon, aren't you being too harsh? I came far from the outside lands to receive your teachings, and I even showed you that I am worthy. So why can I not be an official disciple? First of all, I am very suspicious of your words. The heavenly demon's gaze pierces through him. From coming from the outside lands to having long respected me, I'm doubtful of the truth of it all. My senses tell me that they are all lies. Why do you have such keen senses? A moment of consideration passes before she relents. But you don't appear to have an evil nature, so I shall let it slide. She studies him intently, a strange curiosity in her eyes. Truth be told, you seem to have a kind-hearted nature, which is quite strange. I can't yet tell if you're fated for me, or if I'm fated for you. Turning away, Beiqiang's long hair flows in the wind, the air growing heavy with anticipation. Kim Gongja, sensing a shift in the air, asks, what is the test? Pointing towards the chasm below, Beiqiang explains, I tossed a Gongsi soldier down there. He was a rising star within the cult, an expert martial artist that was quite famous in the martial realm. The Gongsi soldier roars, its undead eyes burning with malice. Defeat that Gongsi. If you can do that, I shall accept you as my disciple. A flicker of surprise crosses Kim Gongja's face as he realizes, however, you must fight while experiencing hunger. To say that he isn't an official disciple is just empty talk, she declares. Continuing her thought, while he fights the Gongsi soldier, his heart must be filled with nothing but hunger and the pain it causes. She continues, banning him from feeling any other thoughts or emotions, asking if he can do that. As she already views him as her disciple, she explains that he must think of the voice, moans, and movements of a starving man, making that his heart's will, and letting his heart's will solely be based on his hunger. Swinging his sword, Kim Ganja wonders, what will happen once he can swing his sword with only hunger? A voice echoes, stating that he can cut down someone who has never known hunger in a single strike. He must first learn the form of death by starvation, then next will be death by dehydration, and he needs to learn to swing his sword from thirst, becoming able to cut, with a single strike, those who have never experienced real thirst. The voice continues, explaining that he will learn 9 different sword forms, and the pathway of those 9 sword forms will overturn the heavens. That sounds quite appealing, Kim Ganja thinks, as Baekyang asks him why he is hesitating and to go jump into hell. Responding to her command, he says yes, ma'am. The path to hell opens before him. 2. Charging up a devastating attack, the Gongsi unleashes a palm blast. The force of the blow causing him to scream in agony, his body reeling from the impact. Staggering backward, the Gongsi coughs up blood. The unseen force continuing its assault, the Gongsi is sent flying. Crashing to the ground, the Gongsi curses his fate, muttering, "Fucking hell." Preparing to strike, Kim Ganja retorts, "Wrong," as he unleashes his own palm blast. Admonishing his opponent, the woman with long black hair shouts, "Don't just randomly swing your sword." Closing in for the final blow, Kim Ganja attacks, reminding the Gongsi, "Did I not tell you? Think of the pain of someone that had died from starving." Swinging his sword with practiced ease, Kim Ganja's words echo, stating that if all Gongsi is doing is swinging his sword around, the demonic heavenly god art will be nothing but a shell of itself. Straining against the assault, Gongsi insists that he's not hungry right now. The attack sends him reeling, as Kim Ganja calls him an imbecile. The words cut deep, as Kim Ganja questions whether Gongsi is unable to imagine the color red just because he has nothing red in front of him, and whether he's unable to recollect the feelings of hunger he's had throughout his life just because he's not hungry right now. Taking another blow, Gongsi struggles to maintain his footing. Pressing the attack, Kim Ganja scoffs, saying that if it's actually impossible for Gongsi, that means that he is not used to the sensation of hunger and is too soft, like a stuffed pig, adding that for one learning the demonic heavenly god art, he must be able to freely recollect his senses. Staggering, Gongsi can only manage a pained grunt. Meanwhile, a figure watches from afar, her expression unreadable. Caught in the onslaught, Gongsi wonders what the longest he starved was, maybe 3 or 4 days, questioning what? The figure scoffs, stating that the longest he starved is less than 4 days, adding that she doesn't believe it, as the world fell into days of trouble long ago, and every year has been a poor harvest. She urges him to think back to the longest he's gone hungry, and dwell on that sensation, asking where he was, what he wanted to eat the most, and how long he did starve, before adding that unless he's a child of an elite, noble clan, there's no way he's only starved for 4 days. As the fight continues, Gongsi weakly states that the outside lands where he's from were more affluent than the Great Plains. The Flame Emperor's words echo in Gongsi's mind, a stark reminder that the hunger of the wealthy is no different from the hunger of the poor. He recalls a time when he was asked, "How can you master the demonic heavenly god art without even understanding this?" The memory continues, a reminder that he was a first-class hunter for 10 years. The voice of the heavenly demon rings out, "That's enough. This is my mistake. I put my hopes up high for nothing. Turns out you're all talk and no action." The name hangs in the air, heavenly demon? Gongsi protests, "No. I've been plenty hungry living. Wait, please. Having starved isn't a medal of honor, you know." His face contorts in frustration. How does it make sense that he can't master a martial art because of that? A primal scream tears from his throat, a desperate cry of Jesus. The system window fades as Gongsi's frustration boils over, a guttural tuck escapes him. He insists, "I still lived a pretty hard life." The memory concludes with a final, bitter thought, that should be the proper way of teaching a one-of-a-kind, special martial art. Clenching his fist, Kim Ganja declares that this is how he intends to proceed. A surge of power emanates from him, illuminating the surroundings with a golden glow. Standing tall amidst the icy landscape, he scoffs at the idea of giving up. Despite his current state, he asserts that he's faced worse, even death by fire, and declares his need to find an item to clear this stage. Looking determined, he questions if anyone thought he could die of hunger. Observing him, Gongsi thinks to himself that Kim Ganja has gone mental and is beyond reason when he's like this. Sighing, Gongsi resigns himself to the fact that this will take at least a few weeks. Through the snowy landscape, Kim Ganja continues his relentless training. The sound of his movements echoes through the mountains as he pushes himself to the limit. Watching him, Gongsi mutters that he's a crazy bastard. Gongsi asks if he's planning on just sitting still until he dies of starvation, to which Kim Ganja responds, "Yes, so what?" Exasperated, Gongsi calls him a psycho, admitting he doesn't care if he wants to train out of anger, but questions what he did wrong to deserve having to watch over him the entire time. The sound of shuffling feet echoes through the cavernous space, and Gongsi's voice cuts through the air, telling the other to be quiet. Turning to Gongsi, Kim Ganja asks how many days he plans to continue this training. Gongsi's face contorts in anger, cursing him as a rotten, fat turd. Pointing a finger, Gongxi scoffs at the idea that he could last over 100 days, especially in this freezing weather without shrouding himself in aura. Kim Gongja explains that lasting 100 days is no longer just starvation, and Gongxi questions if he has even starved for 100 days before. The young man then asks what the undead has to say about it. Gongxi admits he tried fasting training with the monks long ago, and for the first few days, he thought he was going to die from hunger, but after about 2 weeks, the feeling disappeared. Sitting cross-legged, Gongxi declares that it's no longer starving, just mental training. Turning away, Kim Gongja says that there's his answer. He explains his plan, stating that he'll eat nothing for 15 days and endure until his hunger reaches its maximum, then commit suicide and stay on the 15th day, which means his hunger won't change. Continuing, Kim Gongja wonders what if he were to repeat that until the 112th day, he won't run out of aura and he'll continue to feel hunger. Gongxi, visibly annoyed, tells him to just learn from him and not take in a weird cult leader as his master, offering to teach him if he really needs one. The undead is left dumbfounded, asking what exactly is pushing him to go ahead with this crazy plan as Kim Gongja declares he's going to perfectly master the demonic heavenly god art. The world, once vibrant, now lies in ruins, a testament to the heavenly demon's despair. Standing amidst the desolation, he refuses to let the world end like this. He doesn't want the heavenly demon to meet such a fate, a sentiment that echoes in the desolate landscape. The wind howls through the skeletal remains of trees, a stark reminder that it's easier to live like the Flame Emperor. A cheat skill and unparalleled power, he proclaims himself the best in the world. Dismissing others as incompetent, he believes he can easily conquer any challenge. No matter what happens, he can look down on others while being cynical. That does seem cool, but a man speaks into a microphone, asserting that being cynical isn't childish, but living a cynical life is. In contrast, the idea of principle may seem childish, but people who live by their principle aren't childish. Looking up, red particles swirling around him, the Flame Emperor admits he's also human and needs to live. It's pretty clear how he should live. As the Flame Emperor and Kim Gongja sit in quiet contemplation, the weight of their recent conversation hangs heavy in the air. A week into his fast, Kim Gongja can only offer a quiet acknowledgement. The first few days had been the worst, but now the pain is distant, his thoughts slowing as his life force dwindles. He feels like a creek drying up in a drought. Is this starvation? He realizes no. Drawing his sword, a blue aura emanating from the blade, Kim Gongja prepares to test his limits. Turning to the Sword Saint, he asks what he's doing. Marcus Calamberry simply replies that he's exercising. He was wrong, he thinks, realizing he's been an idiot. The starvation the heavenly demon spoke of isn't just about not eating or fasting while sitting crisscrossed. Gasping for air, Kim Gongja understands that starvation is not being able to eat even though you want to. Gripping his sword tightly, he continues his training. Kim Gongja reflects on the plight of a certain farmer, a starving farmer, a man he's been thinking about all week. But it's clear the farmer trudges along, carrying his tools. That he has nothing to eat, even as he puts in all that work. He digs and plows the field. Because of the drought, but no matter what he does, the seeds don't grow. It's already been half a year since it last rained. So even though he knows it's futile, the farmer goes to the field every day. The reservoir is empty, and the village well has dried up. There's not a single drop of water in the field. Some villagers have already abandoned their fields and houses, leaving for the seaside. But this farmer hasn't given up yet, because he doesn't think it'll be any different near the ocean. So even though he knows it's futile, the farmer goes to the field every day, and when it's time for dinner, he scrapes barely edible bark from trees. Starvation was something that bleached the world white. And this bark isn't even something he can eat. He has a family, he has children. So, he digs out water, and with that water, he boils and cooks the bark. Driven by hunger, he thinks to himself, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Desperate to feed his family, he tells himself, I need to feed my children, I need to at least give them this. But the taste is unbearable, and he exclaims, I don't want this anymore. Looking at the bowl, he is disgusted. He slaps the bowl away. Overwhelmed by despair, he cries out, this isn't it. He thinks, this isn't me. Tears streaming down his face, he sobs, I'm not someone that normally hits kids. It's just that the famine is so bad. It's because it's been so long since we had any proper food. It's because I'm so on edge, that's why. He reflects, this isn't how my life was supposed to be. He remembers, there have been countless famines throughout history. And there have been countless farmers, countless victims of starvation. The blade whispers a dark promise, fight while feeling hunger. Each swing must carry the weight, every swing of the sword, a movement born of starvation. A ragged breath escapes him, a panting reminder of the body's desperate need. The clang of steel echoes, a stark counterpoint to the silence of empty bellies. Each strike resonates with the same desperate clang, a hollow sound that speaks of survival. That's right, starvation itself possesses a movement. He must think of the voice, the groans, the motion of the arms and feet, everything of a starving person. That movement, the hand of a farmer slapping his own kid on the face. Visualize it, implant it in your heart, make it a part of your will. That movement was that of a farmer running out of his house and throwing away the bark in his yard. He must lean on that will, and only swing his sword with starvation. That movement, the farmer going back to his house and handing the dirt-covered bark back to his children. Throughout history, some farmers would have hit their children, and some would have whispered an apology to their children while caressing their faces. Reflecting on the past, it said some farmers managed to survive until the next year, while others starved to death with their children. The weight of such desperation is a heavy burden. Demonic heavenly god art, first form. Sort of starving death. The essence of starvation, a concept so profound, it shapes the very nature of the blade. Kim Ganja stands firm, ready to embody the hunger. This is hunger, this is starvation, he thinks, panting. The sword saint observes, arms crossed. Is he a psychopath? Kim Ganja wonders, properly training this time. Sighing, the sword saint finds this ignorance scary. Pigeon zombie, you're a one-of-a-kind psychopath in this world, the man says, continuing. Your heart is aligned with the orthodox faction despite using a breathing technique of the demonic cult. Fucking hell. The sword saint says, it's still half-baked. Kim Ganja asks, huh? What's wrong with that? The sword saint replies, you fucking martial arts noob. It's essentially like a martial arts expert of the orthodox faction using demonic martial arts. Could he explain it in more detail? It's like someone saying, I'm part of the orthodox faction, but I only know demonic arts. You dumb zombie. The sword saint is making him all confused. How the hell is he supposed to teach his martial arts to him? He's hungry, dazed. He wants to eat Chocopi. Things will seriously go to shit if he teaches him the way he taught Grandpa Marcus. So starvation is wanting Chocopi. He's thinking about something else right now, isn't he? No, he was thinking about temporarily taking a break here. What? Is he going to finally stick it to the heavenly demon? No way, he's only just started getting the hang of the demonic heavenly god art. He'd get nothing from killing himself. From killing himself and returning to the heavenly demon right now. That's the best reaction he'd get from her. Isn't that fine? You'd be receiving her acknowledgement. How is that fine? That's not going to do anything. When he was being looked down on by the heavenly demon as a bastard that's never truly starved, does he know how much that hurt his self-esteem and pride? He's a pretty persistent fellow, you know. That pain isn't going to heal just from being acknowledged. This son of a witch is giving him a bad feeling. The reaction he wants is that of awe. You have overwhelming, explosive talent. He didn't realize that he's the one who's blessed to have met him. He's sorry. He must have been blind for a moment. A woman stands cloaked in darkness, her expression unreadable. With a flush creeping up his neck, he mutters about a creepy psychopath. Reflecting on his demonic heavenly god art, he admits he hasn't starved compared to others of this age. Lost in thought about peeling bark, he struggles to properly envision the process. Under the light of the full moon, he acknowledges the imagination that he lacks. Standing on a precipice, the red-haired man declares a ghoul reincarnation. Her blonde hair flowing, a woman stands amidst swirling shadows. Surrounded by a legion of skeletons, a voice echoes, asking if they have been summoned. The blonde woman stands resolute, the skeletal army behind her. Against a backdrop of stars, Preta is given a mission. Looking down, he is asked to give his order. The woman reflects on a world on the brink of ending, a world where humans have become living corpses, wandering the earth, perhaps similar to the Egyptian Empire she once felt. The order rings out, a simple task with grim implications. Gather the corpses of those who have died from starvation. Knowing there must be towns and farming villages nearby, the order continues, specifying that all corpses of starved people must be brought back, and that they're sure to resist, so they must be overwhelmed with numbers. The woman's gaze pierces through the darkness. Her eyes narrowed. She asks how many people are wanted. Preta responds with a chillingly specific number. The order echoes, a demand to bring back 112 people's corpses. The ultimate goal is revealed, to get closer to the heavenly demon. 112 people. The man's expression darkens as he considers the cost. The deaths of 112 are far too excessive. He's already become so worn out in just a few days that he's hardly recognizable. Looking down at her, he asks, when did you get so devoted? Her eyes downcast, the woman replies, so will I. She continues, her voice filled with conviction, I will no longer be able to stay in my small paradise. My life, my memory, my meaning, it will all disappear. Everything hinges on you, my lord. Because I care about my own self, I also care about you, my lord. A smile plays on his lips as he responds, I'm glad you're honest. Has life been good lately? Excuse me? The man recalls his decision. After I obtained exclusive rights to the 20th floor, I let Preta be free at the village. You're now living in Esther's village, and the people you treated with more value than your own life are back. So how are things? Looking away, she replies, I'm well, sir. His plan is to let her stay at the village, except for in situations like these where he needs her. Anything in particular going on? Her eyes widen slightly as she asks, what do you mean by anything in particular? Oh. The village had once been invaded by hunters, all seeking the power that had suddenly made the king of death so strong, and the treasure hidden by the 5 great guilds. But the Black Witch had stopped them with her own hunters, so it didn't amount to much. And the lords of the nearby kingdoms have been staying away, because they've been having a hard time dealing with the nomads that they originally recruited to attack. It seems that things in the other world are progressing naturally, not to mention the Empire and the Temple have both declared the village a holy sanctuary, and the lizardmen and elves even brought gifts. But he's lost his abilities. The Flame Emperor considers the sick who have heard the rumors, as well as the pilgrims who seek miracles after the declaration of the sanctuary, wondering what he should do. But as for the others, the apothecary is only going to sell to those permitted by the King of Death, so please. She's thought of something, so don't worry. Her plan was to set up a new pharmacy for the apothecary on the 20th floor after this expedition. Since she said she's only going to receive new customers through him, he needs to set things up properly for her. And she won't be able to handle all the work by herself, so she'll need employees. Having Preta be her assistant doesn't sound like a bad idea. And he could have her take in hunters hoping to become pharmacists as her students. That shouldn't take long for it to become a branch of the Alchemy Castle, and later on become the Alchemy Castle's headquarters. Anything other than that. Oh, there's Dejina. Dejina is a child in his village, and it seems that she likes a thing called tekbaki that the hunters brought her. Then there's Garchev. He's an old man that looks after the orchard. He shared fruit with the black dragon hunters that stand guard in the village, and in return the black dragon. The man with dark hair crosses his arms, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as he acknowledges the current situation, finding some amusement in it. He continues, expressing hope that things will improve for the people of the other world. A voice commands, ordering the collection of corpses. She might be a fallen constellation, but she was once someone that destroyed a world as the demon king of the autumn rain. The Black Witch stands overlooking a city, declaring her intent to search for towns and cities with a local government agency. She knew well how to collect death. For the government administrator's work, there should be maps, flimsy ones, but they should be usable by cross-referencing them with each other. By piecing together the maps, they will be able to find remote farming and fishing villages. She shall also bring the bodies of children who woke up to see their mother's cadavers, dying like a wilting wild plant from crying beside their mother. The bodies of people who cursed the deceased mothers for not fulfilling their responsibility as a parent, people who hid inside the well to escape the plague but never managed to climb out, and criminals who never even got a chance to escape, imprisoned in their cells. The chosen 112 starvation, I've brought them, my lord. The Black Witch stands tall, her expression unreadable as she surveys the scene. With a determined look, Kim Gongja prepares himself, peeling off his sleeves as he gets ready for the coming battle. He shouts, calling out to the horde of enemies that stand before him, ready to face whatever comes. In a gruesome display, one of the zombies lunges forward, sinking its teeth into an unfortunate victim. The victim cries out, writhing in agony as the zombies bite tears into flesh. The system message declares, confirming the inevitable, you have died. A voice echoes, contemplating the nature of death, hoping to cause no trouble even in the afterlife. The man reflects, finding solace in the river that has been his life's companion, believing that dying on it will bring him bliss. A sense of tranquility settles in, as the scene shifts to a peaceful river under the moonlight. A grim realization dawns, the grain storages are nearly empty, threatening the livelihood of the people. Concerned, the two figures discuss the dire situation, questioning what actions they should take as the fishermen fail to bring in enough. The situation grows more dire, and a decision is made. Reduce the food given to the elderly and children by a third, and reduce the food given to the young adults by half. But the speaker knows full well that the people will respond with harsh criticism. A figure declares, I shall be the first to starve. Another voice chimes in, stating that if the leader eats nothing, the critics will lose ground. But regardless, this place won't be lasting much longer either. Starving a few days won't change anything. A group of children discuss the situation, one of them relaying that the Castellan said that children shouldn't eat. He's basically telling us to die. Another child asks, then what should we do? One of the children responds, flicking her hair, if we're going to die, might as well die eating. That'll at least help us not end up as sickly-looking Gongsi. Another child mentions that there's a cooking method I learned from the beggar's sect. It's a thing called soil cookie. A child asks, you mean a snack made from dirt? The child looks determined. Another child speaks up, saying as for the remaining kids, go dig up soft earth by the river. What are you planning on doing? A figure responds, let me show you. With a flourish, one of the children presents their creation, asking what everyone thinks of it. But one of the others is skeptical, pointing out that all they did was dry up dirt in the sun, and questioning how it could possibly be a cookie. The first child snaps back, insisting it's a secret cooking method passed down by the beggar's sect, and telling them to just watch. Holding out the cookie, the child looks eager for a taste. Offering the cookie to another, they declare it's ready and urge them to try one, though they seem less than enthusiastic. The first child cautions everyone, telling them to be careful when eating. They advise that it's not delicious if you eat it in one bite, instructing them to savor it and gnaw at it slowly. One of the children takes a bite, finding it surprisingly edible and liking the salty flavor. Another child nibbles at the cookie, being warned not to lick it too much, or the flavor will disappear. Looking out over the river, one of the children points towards something floating in the water. They point out that it's a dead body, observing that he looks like he starved while on the water. Back in the real world, the children are still standing over the body, but the scene shifts to a flashback, showing the fisherman alive, floating in a small boat. He looks sickly and weak, and one of the children wonders if he was a fisherman. His face contorted in confusion. The fisherman seems to be reliving a past trauma. A vision of hands reaching out, as the system indicates that the trauma reenactment is beginning. The system's message is stark. They tried to survive, enacting the life of their killer. Driven by hunger, They persisted because they wanted to live. His fingers digging into the mud, the fisherman desperately sought sustenance from the river. Hands flattened the mud on rocks, trying to dry it in the sun. Fingertips tightly held onto the dried mud cookies, a meager meal born of desperation. It was all an act of starvation, as the system announces that the trauma reenactment is complete. The system indicates that the target's ego has remained intact. Standing alone in the snow, the system declares that the penalty is finalized. He blinks, seemingly back in the real world. Shivering in the cold, he reflects that he thought he'd be boiling bark to survive. Gathering snow with his bare hands, reality proves to be even harsher than he imagined. He thinks to himself that when you're approaching the end of the world, tree bark is too good to become a trauma, and that when cornered, people can even eat dirt. Still gathering snow, it's hard to do with bare hands. Panting, he continues to gather the snow. Looking at the dirt, he can only thank him. Bringing the dirt to his mouth, he says, "Thank you for the food." Tasting it, he finds that it's bad. It's really disgusting, he thinks. He wonders if people's lives originate from the ground, then how come they can't eat the earth? Examining the dirt in his hand, he wonders why the scent and flavor of earth is so appalling. He's startled, reflecting on the idea that emotions that can't be conveyed through words can be expressed using hands. Martial arts, he muses, was just an act of swinging with what little one had left within their grasp. Clenching his fist, he decides to go back, steeling himself for what's to come. He resolves to go back and show the heavenly demon his sword, the sword of those that died nameless. Remembering, he tossed a Gangxi soldier down there. A figure stands silently amidst a snowy landscape. A voice echoes, stating that if he can defeat that Gangxi, he will be accepted as a disciple, but he must fight while experiencing hunger. He reflects that because he doesn't know the martial way, he also doesn't know jack about stuff like the principle of yin-yang and the 5 elements, and that while he fights the Gangxi soldier, his heart must be filled with nothing but hunger and the pain it causes. A question is posed. Can you do that, from feeling any other thoughts or emotions? But if his martial arts has a principle, it's the screams of these people. A flurry of motion and blood. The intensity of the fight escalates. A voice declares that he is banned, and that his sword is filled with heaven's will, which is the struggle of the humans abandoned by the heavens. The very essence of demonic power is born from the depths of grudge and resentment. A primal connection to the earth, the scent and flavor of dirt linger in his mouth, the sensation of it coating his hands. And because that grudge and resentment is used to look up at the sky, it is both demonic and heavenly. The sword of starving death looms. The heavenly demon appears. What death should he present next? The demonic heavenly god art has 9 branching swords. Focusing his mind, Kim Gongja prepares to unleash the sword of starving death, the first form, followed by the form of parched death, so thirst. Kneeling in the snow, he steels himself for the next stage of his training. A voice echoes, acknowledging that the child of the outside land managed a decent job performing the sword of starving death, but only if he continues to train hard will he become good. Pausing for a moment, the heavenly demon raises a hand, questioning if he heard correctly, a demonic cultist. A look of surprise crossing his face, Kim Gongja asks if she just said decent job. Reflecting on his performance, he thinks it's strange. He thought he did a pretty good job, but to the great heavenly demon, it was only decent. Ah, I'm sorry. A twitch in her expression, the heavenly demon notes that his confidence and self-esteem vanished into thin air, and he feels like he's lost all motivation. You rascal. Acknowledging his efforts, she states that she'll acknowledge it. He put on a good display, just don't get cocky and dare claim that he's mastered the demonic heavenly god art or anything like that. What was that? Only a good display? With a stern expression, she asks if he really wants to keep playing these word games. Will he only be satisfied if she gets down on her knees and bows to him over and over? Does he not know when to knock it off? Still kneeling in the cavern, Kim Gongja assures the heavenly demon that he is indeed focused, wondering what she could possibly mean. Silence hangs in the air, broken only by the sound of the wind whistling through the icy formations. The heavenly demon, satisfied with his response, declares that they can move on to the next test right away. With a swish of her robes, she tells him to follow, stating that she has things to attend to. The camera focuses on the heavenly demon's face, her expression unreadable. Looking at the snow-covered ground, it's clear that she didn't leave any footprints. Elsewhere, a figure with long red hair looks on, expressing a desire to fight her just once. His eyes burning with intensity, he declares that he wants to have a duel. Clenching his bandaged fist, another figure curses his situation. Memories flood back, of a time when the demonic cult was weak, and his only pastime was crushing those peon cultists. Another figure scoffs, recalling how he pile-drove the retard claiming to be the heavenly demon into the ground, and schooled at least a few hundred scrubs claiming to be great martial artists. His face contorted with jealousy, he admits that he's really jealous of the head of the martial alliance for being born in this world. Clenching her fist, the heavenly demon thinks to herself, if it were me, I would have just fought a single fight to the death. Is this death mine or yours? I would have climbed to the top of a nearby snowy mountain and looked down at the martial realm while pouring myself a drink. That's the true enjoyment in life. Elsewhere, a frustrated voice echoes, if only I wasn't a ghost. Lost in thought, Kim Gongja remains silent. Tilting his head slightly, he asks, huh? In another location, a figure reflects, "And I become the heavenly demon's disciple." The figure continues, "That's all fine and dandy, but it seemed like something was lacking, like it was missing the finale." A faint red aura emanates from Kim Gongja as he prepares to speak. The heavenly demon looks at him, asking, "What's wrong?" The heavenly demon continues, "It's always a bad omen for me whenever you make that face. We have an unsolved debt." Kim Gongja looks back at her, thinking, "Debt?" The heavenly demon proposes, "Why don't we make a bet? How many lives do you think it'll take for me to beat 419? A dark aura surrounds the heavenly demon. "If I remember correctly, you bet that I die at most 100 times, and then I bet on at most 99 times. The heavenly demon reflects on the nature of death, recalling that she has died only 97 times, and unless her math is failing her, that's less than 99. Turning to the Sword Emperor, she simply states his title. A low growl rumbles from her throat as she explains that her cult has an elite troop called the Blood Ghosts. In a flashback, a Gongsi struggles against an unseen force, groaning in pain. The heavenly demon observes that the difficulty has jumped up quite a bit, from a rising star to an experienced assassin. The Sword Emperor stands over the defeated Gongsi, assuring her not to worry, as he grabbed one that's appropriate for his skills. He reflects that she most likely did find one that matches his skills perfectly, having carefully searched through hundreds of zombies in the snowy field, and what he has to do is not that different from earlier this morning while fighting this Gongsi. The heavenly demon thinks that he's incredibly considerate. She continues, with such classy compassion. A blood ghost is shown, banned from feeling or thinking of anything other than thirst. Back in the present, the Sword Emperor smirks, ready for the challenge. In a snow-covered landscape, one figure laughs maniacally as another looks on. The apothecary and another individual are in discussion, tasked with using the provided information to progress with the development of a cure for the zombie virus. Examining the notes, it's as if he researched this himself, the research feeling like his own work has been given a makeover and put on a pedestal. He wonders what this is, questioning if they are also from Silicon Valley, as these are organized as if he did it himself. Deep within a cavernous space, a ghoul reincarnation takes place. Standing in what appears to be a cave, a figure looks up. Surrounded by dark energy, a figure is told that the corpses are those who have died from dehydration. She responds, affirming her obedience. In a dimly lit area, someone states that they have something else for them to do today. Amidst a snowy landscape, the order is given to find them, specifying that those wearing a black uniform are cultists, and those wearing a white uniform are Orthodox warriors. The speaker doesn't care if they need to search hundreds of kilometers away, they must find every single one of them. Looking up at her superior, she asks what he plans on doing with all those bodies. Observing the scene from afar, it's noted that there are two people who are still at war in this world that's ending, wanting to properly settle things, but unfortunately, they're just playing a sad game at this point. Since they want to settle things, he should prepare a real war for them. With a determined look, he declares that he's going to set up a true great orthodox demonic war for them. The heavenly demon had been disappointed when Gongja first tried to learn the sword of starving death. She was only testing him, so he would give up, because she didn't want to have any more hopes in this world. Those were the events behind the time he learned starvation. However, from when he started to learn thirst, he plummets through a torrent, the sensation of drowning becoming all too real. The world dissolves into a maelstrom of blue. The vortex tightens, threatening to crush him. With a desperate surge, he breaks free, lunging forward. The heavenly demon watches, her expression unreadable. The snow falls softly, illuminating the heavenly demon's dark hair. Suddenly, her attitude shifts completely. The heavenly demon's voice echoes, cutting through the silence with a sharp critique. His sword is far too simple. Kneeling before her in the snow, Kim Gongja listens intently as she continues. It seems his sword faces not people, but the world itself. The heavenly demon muses, it's the strangest thing, rather than a sword of the cult, it's closer to one of the Orthodox faction. But the screams woven into the pathway of his sword, they are crystal clear, making it truly an enigma. She declares, she will teach him a simple principle. A secret of the technique, she instructs him to think back to when he performed the sword of starving death, asking what he was thinking while swinging his sword. Looking up at the heavenly demon, Kim Gongja replies simply, he thought of starvation. With a flourish, the heavenly demon unleashes demonic arts, claiming to have brought all those who died of dehydration. The heavenly demon begins, asking Kim Gongja to picture an apple in his mind. Pressing him further, she asks what it feels like, but he can only apologize, admitting he doesn't understand the question. Accepting his honesty, the heavenly demon assures him it's fine to admit what he doesn't know. Pleased with his candor, she pivots, now instructing him to think of starvation. Focusing intently, Kim Gongja confirms that he can imagine it in his head. Continuing her line of questioning, the heavenly demon asks how starvation feels. The scene shifts to a snowy landscape where the two sit facing each other, and she asks, what does starvation smell like? He responds, that it's mud, prompting her to inquire about the specific kind of dirt associated with starvation. The setting changes to a dark, earthy environment, and the heavenly demon explains that it can't just be any dirt, it has to be mud without sand or pebbles. Looking up at her, Kim Gongja is then asked what starvation tastes like. Reaching out to him, The heavenly demon sighs, calling him a child. Her expression stern, she demands to know why he didn't answer right away when she asked what starvation tastes like. Because it's sad, there are kids drying mud cookies in the sun, and because there's nothing to do while they wait for the mud to dry, they just linger around. So those children are waiting for the sun. Then, starvation is children waiting for the sun. That is his poem, the heavenly demon declares. Recalling the question, he's told that he didn't know when he was asked what a mere apple felt like, but what happened when he was asked about starvation. He's touched the dirt, smelled it, eaten it, and seen the flowing river, so he must have heard its splashing sounds. Observing the image, he hears that an apple has a form, but starvation does not. An apple has a flavor, while starvation is flavorless. Despite that, he spoke well of starvation. To him, starvation is mud, sunlight, river water, and children. That is his talent, the heavenly demon states. Kim Gongja remains silent, contemplating the heavenly demon's words. Continuing the thought, he's told that the reason why he couldn't remember what an apple felt like is because it did not stimulate his memories, and that he surely knows this if he's ever eaten an apple. Holding a glowing apple, the heavenly demon stares intently. Splitting the apple in two, she explains that apples have a soft, smooth skin while having a crunchy inside, and it's edible with the skin on. However, to a sick child, that isn't the case, so you need to cut it in half. Remembering a past scene, he recalls being spoon-fed the apple by scraping out its innards. Have you ever eaten an apple like that as a child? The heavenly demon's question hangs in the air, and Kim Gongja simply confirms that he does. She elaborates, describing the act of scraping an apple, noting how the skin wrinkles as it's peeled away. Continuing her line of questioning, she asks which of the apples he would claim as his own, a whole one, or one cut in half. The image shifts to a stylized representation of a person with an apple, as the heavenly demon wonders if he identifies with the spoonful of mushy juices or the hand that prepared it. The heavenly demon recalls a mother who ate only the skin of the apple after feeding the inside to her child. She continues, stating that to her, an apple is the skin left over with the mother, the heart of the mother scraping out the apple one spoonful at a time for a sick child. The heavenly demon reflects on children whose mothers never scraped out an apple for them. The imagery becomes more stark, depicting a decaying apple, as she thinks of mothers who can't even afford to buy an apple, and the children who have no one to care for them when they're sick, or who died because no one was there. The heavenly demon's expression hardens, declaring that there is nothing the human heart has not colored, and nothing that human resentment has not tainted. A close-up of her eye reveals a deep intensity, as the conversation takes a darker turn. She questions whether there is truly no form, flavor, or scent to starvation, insisting that starvation is mud, river water, and children, and that thirst is the same. The heavenly demon concludes, stating that one must feel thirst, savor its flavor, and indulge in its scent, because demonic arts is all about memories, and memories are sensations, the principle of the cult, and how their demonic heavenly god art works. The heavenly demon begins with death itself, questioning if thirst is the only pain the sea holds. Among the drowned, there was a father who gave his final breath to his child, sharing a breath with Preta as they sank into the water. She speaks of the demonic heavenly god art, the third form, sort of submerged death. Continuing her lesson, the heavenly demon states that starvation is dirt, thirst is waves, and suffocation seems to be the final breath of a father. The image shifts to a frozen landscape, as she speaks of gathering those who froze to death, tightly holding onto a body until they themselves froze. The fourth form of the demonic heavenly god art, sword of frostbitten death. Her voice echoes, "Child, your sword." The heavenly demon continues, saying that it is truly ever-changing. Holding out her hand, the heavenly demon seems to be offering a lesson. She explains that it is especially true with the demonic heavenly god art, and it appears that your life has been vast. The heavenly demon elaborates, stating that it's difficult for a human to know all pain, and even if they do, it's difficult to experience every pain to the limit. But when watching your demonic heavenly god art, it is as if, standing alone in the snowy landscape, Kim Gongja seems to contemplate the weight of her words. The old man questions the Black Witch's presence, demanding to know what's brought her here and why she's giving him such a pathetic look. She retorts with a sharp tone, revealing she came because she was worried about him. Turning his gaze away, Kim Gongja is asked if he still hasn't received the 9 bows. He remains silent, clearly annoyed by the question. Standing in the snowy landscape, Kim Gongja asks what the 9 bows are. An explanation appears, describing it as a traditional rite of the martial realm performed when a connection between master and disciple is formed, varying slightly depending on the martial schools. A new figure appears, boasting that at his martial school, one had to endure at least 9 hits to the head from their master, adding that he lasted 63 hits, which was the greatest record at his school. The old man silences him, asserting that who and when he takes in a disciple is up to him and none of the other's business. Stepping forward, the Black Witch declares that the old man is wrong, and it is her business. The old man is told that the reason he's not taking a disciple is because he feels sorry for her. She explains that they're the only residents of the martial realm remaining, and if he were the only one to accept a disciple, only a successor of the demonic cult would remain in the martial realm. She continues, stating that it means he'd win the great orthodox demonic war without even fighting, And because he feels bad about breaking his promise with her, he's unable to accept that child of the outside lands as his disciple. Continuing their discussion, the man named Kim Ganja can only watch as the old man expresses his concern, believing the Black Witch is too loyal for her own good. Placing a hand on the old man's shoulder, the Black Witch states that this is how things went forward. Scratching his cheek, the old man simply says that's how it is. Her expression hardening, the Black Witch seems ready to argue. In a flashback, the old man declares that she will be his direct disciple starting today. Her face contorted in rage, the Black Witch demands to know how he could do this to her. Grasping the old man's head, she tells him to be quiet and to be grateful that a fated encounter came to him like this, adding that it's not right for him to reject it just because he's worried about how she'd feel. Her voice rising in anger, she questions what about the great Orthodox demonic war, countering that it doesn't have to be between just them two. The old man refuses to accept anyone other than her as his opponent, to which she replies that he's so extreme and unilateral with his thoughts, as typical of the head of the cult. The Black Witch continues, saying that the world can be split apart just by dividing it, and that the world he sees may be a great ocean, but to her, it's just an icy lake that can be split apart when he divides it however he wants, then tells him to melt it instead, adding that the cultists are a kindling for the fire that is the way of the demonic cult, so they can melt it. Back in the present, the old man tells Kim Ganja to then get himself more kindling. The Black Witch is honestly surprised at the hypocrisy of the Orthodox faction, calling him a bastard and saying he's so sly with his words. Continuing their debate, the old man raises an eyebrow, curious about what the Black Witch is getting at. Meanwhile, a memory surfaces for Kim Ganja, a question posed about the propriety of a clan head becoming a disciple. Dismissing the notion, the old man insists he's not so uptight as to nitpick such things. A smirk plays on his lips, a subtle hint of amusement in his expression. The memory continues, a stern warning echoing in Kim Ganja's mind. A master with a half-baked resolve, you will regret it. The voice continues, emphasizing the gravity of the decision. This isn't a decision that should be made lightly, like jumping into the veritable records of the heavenly demon because he was too prideful. That would be an insult to the world of these two who are still fighting. Confused by the cryptic remark, the old man demands to know what she's yapping about, especially when she's supposed to be the king of death. Her eyes narrow, a challenge in her voice. If there's something you want to verify, do it with your sword. Though it won't be easy. A figure, identified only as Viper, extends a hand, offering something unseen. The Black Witch's words hang heavy in the air, a stark question posed. Have you ever starved before? A glimpse of power, demonic heavenly god art, the first form. The sword of starving death descends, drawing a line of crimson across Kim Ganja's chest. A gasp escapes him, barely believing the speed of the attack. The old man unleashes a flurry of strikes, each blow carrying the weight of a collapsing world. Desperate, he throws up a shimmering barrier, a desperate attempt to deflect the onslaught. The force of the blows threatens to shatter his defenses, leaving him breathless and shaken. He almost died. The old man scoffs, remarking that he thought Kim Ganja was only good at flapping his gums, but his swordsmanship isn't half bad. He wonders what those strikes were. The old man declares that it's a sword of the demon spirit that wants to freeze the world and smash it. The Black Witch interjects, pretty sure that's not what he meant. The Black Witch observes that he's pretty keen-eyed for only having one of them, adding that he might be a bit old, but he has a genius true eye for seeing through the true essence of things. She continues, noting that the kid accepted as his disciple ain't half bad either, explaining that to be able to use such a fierce demonic sword already, he's a terrifying budding sapling of the cult that'll surpass even the 4 demon lords. The old man retorts, telling her that he hasn't accepted him as a disciple yet. Viper speaks up, asking if they're still going on about that, adding that this isn't a fight to decide who's better between him and Viper. He pants, thinking that the only one here who isn't aware is the heavenly demon, but there's only a single goal behind this duel, to make the heavenly demon acknowledge him. The old man calls out to his disciple, while Viper responds with a respectful acknowledgement. Raising his hand in a gesture of command, the old man tells him to listen carefully, but Viper interrupts, questioning the elder's actions. Nearby, a woman wonders if there's a problem, pointing out that the old man and Kim Ganja are master and disciple, but the old man dismisses the notion. Continuing his thought, the old man advises his dear disciple not to try and retaliate, but instead dodge and wait until the greenhorn runs out of ki. Responding to the old man's advice, Viper questions if that is all, wondering why his master's disciple talks like that. Expressing his impatience, Viper claims he saw through that much already, asking if the old man has a more practical bit of advice. The old man instructs him to perform the filling butterfly sword and the order of life and death, assuring him it should be super effective, and to imbue the principles of the divine martial heaven. With a confident smirk, Viper introduces himself as the head of the celestial martial clan. Meanwhile, Kim Ganja stands ready with his sword, a determined look on his face. Purple lightning crackles around him as Viper asks the King of Death a question back, inquiring what he thinks martial arts is. Preparing to unleash his power, Viper declares he will answer it for him. With a surge of energy, Viper unleashes his martial power. With a surge of power, Viper unleashes his martial arts against Kim Ganja. He shouts, "Is socking the guy in front of you?" Bringing his fist down, Viper's attack gains momentum. The force of the blow sends purple lightning cascading downwards, engulfing Kim Gongja. Just as the attack seems to connect, a figure appears, intercepting the blow with a surge of red energy. That's all there is to it. Eyes widening, Viper snarls, "I ain't letting you go." But before he can react, the heavenly demon strikes, sending him flying backwards through the air. Her fist clenches, ready for the next move. Her expression dark, the heavenly demon demands, "What are you doing?" As Viper is sent hurtling away, the heavenly demon's words echo, "It's a downpour. Does his sword not resemble rain? Why are you afraid of it? Take it in and drink it." Looking down at the scene, the heavenly demon acknowledges the duel. Her long hair flowing in the wind, she stands as a silent guardian. Unleashing a torrent of power, the heavenly demon shifts into the second form of his demonic heavenly god art. The air crackles with anticipation as he calls upon the sword of parched death. A sinister grin spreads across his face, a challenge laced with dark amusement. "You're going to brush away my sword?" Watching the battle unfold, Namgung Woon's companion grits her teeth. "Knowing my son, become like wet dirt and," he retorts, "in that case, just turn him into a puddle." With a surge of crimson energy, the heavenly demon transitions to the third form, wielding the sword of submerged death. The blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He's persistent. Get away from him. A chilling aura emanates as he unleashes the fourth form, the sword of frostbitten death. Fucking damn it. With each exchange, the wounds on their bodies only increased. The open wounds quickly freeze in the cold wind, hardening into scars. The heavenly demon taunts, "You damn demon bitch. Why are you giving him advice?" Watching the battle, Namgung Woon and the woman with black hair stand in the place of the two that couldn't fight without exhausting all their lives. A shift in the cosmic balance. He became the heavenly demon's sword, and Viper became the great axe sage's sword. In a twist of fate, they became a sight they thought they could no longer see, and a dream they thought they could no longer dream. All sights eventually fade. Rotten assholes. A declining genre, a declining world. So long ago, why did it have to come back? What am I supposed to do with it now? Only people can abandon people. And only people are able to hold on to people. Heavenly demon, I wish to become your disciple. I want to serve you as my master. I want to become your unchanging dream. I want to become your sights. Your sights will continue as my sights. Your dreams will continue as my dreams, and your life will continue through my life. Please accept me as your disciple. My alias is King of Death, and my name is Kim Gongja." Still kneeling in the snow, Kim Gongja awaits the heavenly demon's response. Her gaze piercing through the falling snow, so Beiqiang declares, "I am the heavenly demon." Her words echoing across the desolate landscape, the heavenly demon commands, "Present me with 9 bows." Her voice resonating with ancient power, she proclaims, "I shall accept you as my final disciple." There's a prayer, passed down from ancient times within the demonic cult. The prayer echoes, "Bariah, Bariah, I Bariah." No one knew what Bariah meant, not even the old lady who brought Beiqiang to the cult, yet she chanted it repeatedly, as if to say, "The heart is a candle, so burn this place." To Beiqiang, Bariah was both a song and a scream of the peasants, the prayer continuing, "I Bariah." Screams. So wasn't it only natural for the screams of peasants to not have meaning either? There's not much you need to know to be able to scream, so even peasants who have not learned manners can scream. Screaming is a universal, common essence, and the heavenly demon reflects, "I no longer have anything to teach you." The prayer continues, "You may now go out into the world." The heavenly demon kneels among the candles, the prayer echoing, "I Bariah." There is no meaning in. The question hangs in the air, where would you like to go? A place where there are people suffocating and freezing, a place where there are people addicted to drugs, a place where there are people who are hungry, a place where there are people who are thirsty, a place where there are people who have fallen ill, a place where people are beaten up by the county magistrate, a place where people are dying from burning. That's where she'd like to go. The prayer lingers, "Bariah, Bariah." A single candle burns brightly. Then, Beiqiang, now 21, learns of her destination. It will be this entire world. Having entered the martial realm, a brutal winter descends. Chapter 70. The cult's etiquette is a little special. The disciple needs to bow down to their master 9 times. Flickering, the candles cast long shadows. However, the act of bowing isn't the end. Ultimately, it is up to the master to accept the bows or not. The master may request the 9 bows as many times as they wish until they're satisfied. This is the secret martial arts library of the cult. It is also the secret martial arts library of the 10-sect alliance and the 5 noble clans, calling this place the Heavenly Martial Library. Holy shit, it's a treasure vault. Gongxi exclaims, telling the zombie to ignore him and do what he needs to do, but if he can, try and drag it out until he finishes reading. Chuckling to himself, Gongxi declares that the ultimate techniques of this martial world are now all his. Reflecting on his past, he wonders if the others know what his first thought was when he left for the martial realm at the age of 21. His second thought, he recalls, was from when he was young, and he hated the word martial realm. The term, he muses, means a realm that reveres martial arts, but that realm doesn't have only martial artists. There are sailors and farmers, merchants and prostitutes, and countless trees that make up the forest. Despite that, the 10-sect alliance and the 5 noble clans named this place the Forest of Martial Arts. Turning to Kim Gongja, Gongsi asks what he means by taking their martial arts. He remembers the monks of Kunlun begging him to leave the books that held the principles of the Cloud Dragon, saying that he could smash their heads. Instead, after burying them into the ground with only their heads popping out, he packed and left with the books while they could do nothing but watch, and after decades of that, that's when he decided he'd take this place, which is now Kunlun and Wudong, the Sichuan martial clan, the Zhuge noble clan, and the Maoshan sect. All the martial arts under the heavens have formed a forest here, and so, this place is now worthy of being called the martial realm itself, and Gongsi declares that he'd like to receive his bows from here. Looking down, he commands them to bow down. With a slight smile, Gongsi says that he will not judge how it looks, child of the outside lands, but to bow as his body wants to, and Kim Gongja replies with a simple yes. As the candles flicker, someone kneels to put on a pair of sneakers. Standing before them, Gongsi declares that the first bow holds the heart of starvation. He asks if they understand. The text explains that the 9 bows of the demonic cult were no different from the demonic heavenly god art, and that starvation is like children waiting for the sun. The text states, the first bow. As someone bows, they think to themselves. Gongsi nods, observing the bowing figure. The text explains that martial prowess in the demonic cult is divided into 4 levels, the first of which is the level of novice demon, and that thirst is the wave. The text continues, stating that a novice demon is someone who knows how to speak of their pain, and that a cultist who has joined the cult must speak with their swords. So the level of novice demon refers to someone who can voice their pain with their sword. The figure continues to bow, their head nearly touching the ground. Gongsi nods again, watching the display. The text states, the third bow, the bow of drowning. The text explains that the third level is catharsis demon. It's said that a catharsis demon is one who can speak for everyone's pain. The text continues, explaining that upon meeting someone while walking the streets, a catharsis demon should be able to feel what that person is being pained by right away. The text explains that reaching this level is extremely rare. Even in the entire history of the demonic cult, less than 5 people have achieved it, and that Gongsi is currently on the level of a catharsis demon. Standing before the seated Gongsi, Kim Gongja listens intently. The text continues, describing the fourth bow, the frozen bow, with the heart of a mother freezing to death while holding on to her child. The text then states that finally, there is the level of a god demon. A god demon refers to someone who can speak for not just the pain of all people, but of all creation, and you need to be able to state what the pain of everything is, but this is a level that's yet to be proven to exist. The text concludes that it's hypothetical with no one who has ever achieved it. The text then describes the fifth bow, the poison bow. The fifth sword movement of the demonic heavenly god art is the struggle of people dying of addiction, and Gongsi states that he has yet to master this one. Suddenly, Kim Gongja is told to bow again. The command rings out, and Kim Gongja halts his movements. His head lowered, he bows again. Once more, he prostrates himself. 336 times, he attempts to contain the heart of someone who died from poison. Again, he bows, trying to imagine in his heart someone who died of illness 189 times. Bowing again and again. 510 bows to express with his body someone who was beaten to death. The Black Witch observes him, remarking that he's an honest-minded child. She muses that there are children who are honest-minded because they were born into privilege, and others who become honest-minded of their own will despite being born into hardship, believing the child of the outside lands seems to be the latter. She wonders what kind of life it is that he's been wanting to live to try and become so warm. The Black Witch reflects that if the sun represents life, then shadow is pain. As Kim Gongja continues his endless bowing, a somber truth echoes. Every person lives a different life, yet pain overlaps and overlaps again. And thus, humans are one, not through shared breaths, but through pain. It's said that someone who's been hurt by everyone can only want to be with everyone. For people don't only get to decide who they hurt, they can also decide who they will be hurt by. The Black Witch knows the peasants you try and rescue won't all be kind, and the bunch you save will not always be righteous. Indeed, the ones you love will never be perfect. Despite that, if you decide to be hurt by everyone, when they claw you with their fingernails, simply take it as them having clawed you while trying to embrace you too tight. For life is pain, but it is simply the pain of a human. A voice whispers, Baraya, Baraya, I Baraya. Your heart is a candle, so burn it and watch the shadows of others. The air crackles as the eighth demonic heavenly god art is revealed, death from burning. And with a final, sorrowful breath, the voice declares, Gongja, bow to me with the heart of one burning to death. My name is Yusuha. Farewell. Following the instructions, Kim Gongja continues to bow, his head lowered in solemn obedience. His expression unreadable, he remains in this position, a silent figure against the dark backdrop. The text speaks of the final sword of the demonic heavenly god art, explaining that each lord sets their own sword as the final one. A command echoes, demanding the ninth bow be given with his own death. His hands clasped, he thinks to himself. Reflecting on his actions, he recalls committing suicide 4,090 times. A sharp sensation, a pain shoots through his neck. His hands tremble, fear gripping him, afraid he might miss due to the shaking. prolonging the agony. He reflects that there was a human he couldn't forgive, lacking the faith to live on if he did, so desperately wanting to live, he desperately died. The scene is awash in red, a symbolic representation of his sacrifice. The text declares, the ninth bow, suicide. As he completes the final bow, the Black Witch embraces him, declaring, "You are my disciple." As the Black Witch speaks, she declares that she doesn't care where he is from. No matter where he goes, he will always be the disciple of the heavenly demon, So Baikyang. Embracing him tightly, the Black Witch whispers that their doctrine lies in his heart, and even if the martial realm falls and the world ends, as long as his heart does not stop, the will of the demonic cult will live on. Nodding slightly, Kim Gongja responds, "Yes, Master," finally understanding. With a newfound resolve, he stands ready to face whatever comes next. The heavenly demon stands tall, her presence commanding, as Kim Gongja follows close behind. The cavern echoes with each step, a testament to the vastness of their surroundings. The heavenly demon pauses, reminding him to watch his step, and he simply replies, "Yes." Silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faint sound of his own thoughts. He wonders what the heavenly demon is thinking, but quickly dismisses the thought, deciding to focus on what his master is contemplating at this moment. A screen displays the words, "Heavenly Demon," followed by a somber realization. Let's see, considering how much ki I have left over, if I can serve as much as possible, I should be able to survive at least another year and a half. He reflects on the weight of the task ahead, knowing that she needs to pass on everything to her disciple in just a year and a half. The weight of the situation seems to be getting to him, as he admits that this makes him feel a bit fuzzy, before the word zombie flashes across his mind. A sudden flashback, a man laughing hysterically, declaring that even though this is a different world, martial artists seem to think alike, and that it felt nice to read some martial art books. Another memory surfaces, a voice asking if he managed to do the 9 bows properly, as a figure looks up, barely holding herself back from tears. Kim Gongja and the heavenly demon are greeted by Viper, who simply states, "You're back." The camera focuses on Viper's hands, clasped in front of him. Finishing the 9 bows, Viper confirms that he has become an official disciple of the demonic cult. An unseen character wonders how he ended up becoming the Axe Sage's disciple. Kim Gongja seems surprised, admitting that it just sort of happened. A smirk plays on Viper's lips, explaining that he simply asked for his teachings, and nothing else in particular really happened. Viper crosses his arms, a text box appearing beside him. The text box continues, revealing Viper's inner thoughts, and everyone made a big fuss about it. So embarrassing. The text box expands, showing a fan's enthusiastic reaction. "Viper Oni-chan is like an idol in our world. Oh no, I said it out loud. Please, I'm begging you. I want a great genius like you to become my last direct disciple." Sighing, Viper thinks to himself, "This is so troublesome. I just want to live a quiet life. Why can't my life be more tranquil?" Kim Gongja and the heavenly demon are informed that they have both good news and bad news. Looking at the messenger, Kim Gongja asks what it is. A monumental achievement has been reached. Hearing the news, the heavenly demon demands confirmation that the medicine has truly been created. Adjusting her glasses, the apothecary clarifies that the cure was technically finished yesterday, and they spent the day observing test trials. Explaining the process, the apothecary reveals that they experimented using the body of the head of the Wudong clan. Confirming the results, the apothecary states that the disease has been cured and the body is returning to normal. Hearing this, the heavenly demon expresses her gratitude, marveling that only 2 people could find the cure for a disease that all the doctors and monks in the martial realm had given up on. Downplaying the achievement, the apothecary insists that it was all thanks to the data provided by the King of Death, and the heavenly demon shouldn't be so humble about it, urging her to treat the great Axe Sage already. Observing the scene, Kim Gongja notes that the apothecary is a genius, and he isn't surprised a cure was created, adding that they will of course treat him, that's why he's here. But, the apothecary reveals that there's a problem with the cure. Continuing, she clarifies that there's no actual problem with the cure itself, as she's the one who made it. After all, it's just. Standing beside the heavenly demon, the apothecary listens intently. Her expression grave, she reveals that the Dantian must be destroyed. The heavenly demon recalls the stupid monk's body returning to normal, acknowledging that her medicine is undoubtedly effective. The infected man acknowledges that they are basically half dead already, their bodies forcefully kept alive when they should have become corpses long ago. Examining his hand, he seems resigned to his fate. The heavenly demon reflects on how they're still alive after defying the laws of nature, realizing it's now time to pay the price. The apothecary explains that it's been far too long since the 2 of them were infected by the Gangxi disease, a faint green glow emanating from her palm. She continues, explaining that what they call qi can't be distinguished from the corrupted energy, which is the cause of the disease. The apothecary states that the condition of the lower Dantian is especially bad, emphasizing the need for treatment. The heavenly demon is told that they need to mess with all their insides, a prospect that seems unsettling. Hearing that they'll be cutting off the tumor on their dantians, the heavenly demon asks if that's what she's saying. The infected man replies that it's fine, they might lose some ki, but people of their level can easily recover from it. Dismissing the concern, the infected man declares that they'll be completely removing the entire thing. The apothecary assures the heavenly demon that there's no need to worry about the surgery's outcome, explaining that they already performed a trial run, adding that while surgery isn't her specialty, the medicine king is quite skilled at it. She continues, stating that she's at least capable of supporting and that their surgical skills were amazing, making her think they should only seek out doctors from the outside lands from now on. Turning to face the heavenly demon, the apothecary says, "It was fascinating. You should spectate when you have a chance," referring to Namgung-won. Adjusting his collar, the apothecary reflects on the success of the procedure. The heavenly demon, standing in the shadows, thinks to himself that he has at best a handful of ki left to lose, and there's nothing for him to miss or lament, glad he got a disciple in the end. The heavenly demon continues, thinking that even if his dantian is destroyed, he's still clear-minded enough to teach his disciple, who is a one-of-a-kind, natural genius. The apothecary looks up at the heavenly demon, who asks, "We are martial artists, and the martial ideology lies in our heart. So as long as our heart lives on, there will still be martial arts. Am I wrong, Beiqiang?" A close-up of the heavenly demon's hand shows his resolve. Under the light of the moon, time passes. As the stars wheel overhead, the landscape is blanketed in snow. And the surgery was a success. Standing in the snow-covered mountains, the heavenly demon is joined by Kim Gongja. Having joined the heavenly demon in the snowy mountains, Kim Gongja inquires, addressing him as master, asking if the surgery is over and how it went. Responding to the question with a simple, "I see." The scene shifts to a memory, the heavenly demon reflecting on his younger self, thinking, "My dear disciple, I wanted to slay all the coldness of the world." Continuing his reflection, the heavenly demon recalls, "That was my wish from a young age. I despised winter. I resented the snow that fell during it. Why was there such a thing as seasons in this world, and why did winter have to exist? I wondered why people's lives had to wane as the seasons waned." The memory continues, showing the heavenly demon with a staff, as he thinks. Back in the present, Kim Gongja seems to realize something, thinking, "The lethal demon blood sword." He affirms his thought, stating, "That's right." Returning to the flashback, the heavenly demon continues his internal monologue. "There was something I had experimented with when I first started roaming the martial realm. It was a childish idea. I tried to cut down a snow mountain by viewing it as nothing more than a literal pile of snow." He continues, admitting, "But back then, I couldn't even dent the base of the mountain." The heavenly demon, surrounded by dark energy, chants, "Baraya, Baraya, I Baraya." The dark energy intensifies around him, as he declares, "My heart is a candle." The heavenly demon's power surges, and he commands, "So burn this place down." The scene ends with a display of power, suggesting the heavenly demon's intent to destroy everything in his path, a destructive force unleashed. Reflecting on his limitations, the heavenly demon admits he was only able to cut the peak, unable to cut it down even after imagining slaying it in his heart. Standing amidst the snowy landscape, she acknowledges that the killing heart is still distant for her, and this is how far she can go. Turning her gaze slightly, the heavenly demon thinks to herself, addressing someone as her dear disciple. With resolve, she declares that she will receive the surgery. Wondering if the heavenly demon's surgery can wait for a while, the old man apologizes, admitting they need to rest a little. Hearing that the old man lost his dantian, a visitor has come to see him. He chuckles, remarking on what an incredible person has become his first visitor after his surgery, inviting them to take a good look at him. The Black Witch asks how he feels, and he responds that he feels light, as if he's attained immortal ascension. She retorts that he still looks full of it, and hasn't even gone through body reformation, implying he's nowhere near attaining immortal ascension. But noting that his face looks better now, the Black Witch asks if he decided to go through with the surgery. She simply replies, "Yeah." The old man explains that he just came from using a year's worth of internal energy and swinging his sword to his heart's content, adding that it'll be the last time he uses his internal energy again in his life. He exclaims that it's certainly a marvelous sight, but laments that he wasn't able to see it because he's recovering in bed, asking how it was and what he slashed. He admits that he tried to slash away at winter, but wasn't able to do so, wasn't even close to doing it. The Black Witch responds that it's a shame, but he should cheer up, as he's attained a level that no one has been able to do so, meaning he would have easily thrown the whole Jianghu into chaos multiple times. Standing in the snowy expanse, Kim Gongja offers a polite greeting to the world. A voice echoes in his mind, promising to be there when he opens his eyes again. Lost in thought, he wonders what the world looked like before its end. His mind drifts to other places, wondering if the forests in Murim have regrown. Gazing down at the snow, he remains lost in his thoughts. From an unknown location, a woman speaks, addressing someone as "my lord." The report continues, detailing the gathering of 439 Jiangshi who were once demonic followers and 478 who were orthodox followers, totaling 917 missing persons. The numbers are tallied, revealing that the combined number of Jiangshi gathered would be a total of 1998. Gripping a strange weapon, Kim Gongja seems ready for what's to come. The order is given, the pieces are set to move. Responding to the command, the skeletons stand ready. As the undead are brought forth, the air crackles with dark energy. With a chilling declaration, the man known as my lord calls for the next. A name echoes, a promise of something new. Emerging from the shadows, Bariah makes his presence known. The blonde woman urges haste, insisting they must eliminate the targets before sunset. Lost in thought, my lord reflects on a past moment. He wonders, what must one's life become to be considered perfect? The question lingers, would becoming someone's disciple satisfy the master? Dismissing the thought, he decides that's not it. He muses, taking in a disciple is just a normal ending at best, but they'd probably still be able to clear the 22nd floor with this as the ending. The blonde woman cheers, urging him to hang in there, as less than half remains. With only 10 left, my lord is definitely not satisfied. The aftermath of the battle is a scene of carnage. Lying on the ground, Kim Gongjia is surrounded by the fallen. Someone praises my lord, saying he did an amazing job. Bariah smiles brightly, seemingly pleased with the outcome. Kim Gongjia asks why she's so happy. Responding to his question, Bariah says that what he's shown her has filled up her heart. Someone reflects that although they haven't been able to see the person who's known as his master, they're sure she'll be happy, not just happy, but overjoyed. Someone agrees, hoping she'll be overjoyed. An older man with white hair and a woman with long black hair stand with a green-haired woman, who says they did a great job, both of them. She adds that they can consider themselves fully recovered if they've improved this much a week after the surgery has ended. The green-haired woman continues, saying that even if they do get bitten by another Jiangshi, it's unlikely that they'll get infected again. Someone says thank you. Having just done what he thought he was supposed to do, Bariah reflects that it's no easy task to help save another person's life. The chemist chimes in, noting that it's an amazing thing to think of what one's supposed to do as something you're supposed to do, and that acting on those thoughts makes you even more incredible, especially for a young child. With a smile, the chemist assures them that they should be able to move about and exercise without any issues now. Their recovery is complete. The old man addresses Bariah, referring to him as the Murim Alliance leader, requesting a walk together, to which Bariah simply asks, a walk? Kim Gongjia expresses his willingness to take a walk with his disciple, but questions why the old man is tagging along, a hint of annoyance in his tone. The old man interjects, stating that he's the one who wants to pass up on taking a stroll with the demon head and her little demon head, but he needs both of them to come with him. Kim Gongjia wonders what his disciple has up his sleeves, deciding he'll give in to him then, while the chemist thinks whatever he has in mind is probably a lousy idea. The scene shifts to a snowy mountain landscape, where Bariah addresses someone as Master, who simply responds, yeah. The old man refers to Bariah as the Murim Alliance leader, and he confirms with a simple yes. The voice continues, stating that both of them have mentioned that their only regret would be that they couldn't finish the Great Orthodox Demonic War, and that sadly, the conclusion of that war would have to be passed down to them, their disciples, to finish. As the snowy peaks loom in the distance, a voice declares that it had different thoughts. The voice explains that the Great Orthodox Demonic War is a ritual between the two of them, and even if he and the Heavenly Martial Clan leader had fought, it'd just be a normal duel. It could never be considered a great war, since only the fight between the two of them would be considered the Great Orthodox Demonic War, as they are the ones who have protected the demonic cult and Orthodox sects from the very start. The snowy landscape stretches out, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Grateful for the last 3 years, a voice expresses thanks for finding Jiangshi every single morning, acknowledging that without their help, they wouldn't have been able to find them back. With a knowing look, the Flame Emperor speaks of 100 souls' reincarnation. As the snow falls, the landscape seems to whisper secrets of the past. Dismissing the current situation, the voice suggests thinking of it as a dream or a side effect of losing one's dantian. Suggesting another perspective, the Murim Alliance leader proposes that it could be seen as having learned some kind of strange sorcery. A stark reminder echoes, the world of the demonic cult isn't over yet, if martial arts hasn't. The voice continues, lamenting that if martial arts has lost chivalry, then chivalry hasn't lost martial arts. A grim prediction is made. If the demonic cult disappears from the world, it would only be because of the Orthodox sect's swords, and if the Orthodox sects do get destroyed, it'd only be by the hands of the demonic cult. With a somber expression, the Murim Alliance leader states that he would like to say this to both the demonic cult leader and the Murim Alliance leader. Extending a hand, the older man seems to offer a choice, or perhaps a warning. A sinister smile spreads across his face. The Flame Emperor makes a threatening gesture, hinting at dark intentions. Panic rising in his voice, one of the martial artists demands to know what in the world is going on. Confused, the long-haired martial artist wonders if this is Shangri-La, questioning if he's even alive. Staring out at the landscape, the martial artist recalls being bitten by a gongsi. His eyes wide with disbelief, he wonders if he died without realizing it and arrived at the Peach Blossom Spring. A voice echoes, referring to someone as my dear disciple. The long-haired martial artist stands among the others, as the voice continues, stating that this isn't sorcery a mere human can handle, but rather Taoist arts from crazy legends. Looking out at the scene, the martial artist denies that they've arrived at the Peach Blossom Spring. With a sigh, a new figure appears on the scene. The long-haired martial artist listens, as the voice explains that these people are unable to use martial arts and have become much weaker than when they used to be alive. A hand reaches out, offering the chance to see for oneself. The group stands on the snowy peak, the sky stretching out above them. A towering, snow-covered mountain looms, its face-like features gazing skyward. Footsteps crunch in the snow. Trying to maintain order, the heavenly demon urges everyone to remain calm, suggesting they send out a recon team to figure out what's going on. A subordinate responds, identifying himself as the Blood Ghost troop captain. A voice echoes, questioning if it's really the Lord Heavenly Demon. Bottom text present. The heavenly demon confirms it is him. His subordinates respond with reverence, offering their service and awaiting orders. Gazing off into the distance, a figure laments the loss of someone. The same figure reflects, thinking of his children. Bottom text present. Another man is confused, recalling lying down in a cave and crossing a river, but now finding himself in a snowy field instead of the afterlife. A shout echoes through the snowy landscape, the voice calling out for a monk. Lost in thought, a figure wonders why he's connected to someone even after his slumber, questioning what Buddha could possibly want from him. In a moment of reunion, two figures embrace, a silent connection forming between them. Overjoyed at his friend's return, one man exclaims it must be a miracle from the Jade Emperor, but the other coldly rebuffs him, declaring, "I am not your friend." Dismissing the situation as nonsense, the man laments being persuaded to fight against the four demon lords, wishing he had quietly entered nirvana at his temple instead. A realization dawns, recognizing the man as the head monk of the Shaolin Temple, the one who lasted the longest after Master and the Axe Sage. Taken aback, the monk can only utter a single syllable. Standing tall against the snowy backdrop, So Beiqiang declares that she is the lord of the demonic cult. With a knowing smirk, the heavenly demon is revealed. Lost in thought, a figure wonders if all of this is just a blind illusion, or perhaps a sleepwalking dream. Amidst the snowy expanse, a figure stands surrounded by others, their purpose unclear. Considering the grand scheme of things, one man muses that the rule of the demonic cult was nothing more than a fleeting dream. The Flame Emperor reflects on the nature of existence, believing life is for those who share the same illness, and the world for those who share the same dreams. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon hasn't forgotten the name of her illness, nor the temperament of her dream. She continues, since she hasn't let go of anyone, she also hasn't missed out on the world. A voice booms out, declaring himself as Bariah. The heavenly demon states that the name of her illness will prove her place here, and rather than the strength of her ki, the temperament of her dreams will prove her existence. She concludes, I think, therefore I am. The heavenly demon will now request their 990th duel. A voice declares that he is the head of the martial alliance. The man continues, revealing himself as Namgung Woon, the great axe sage and head of the Namgung clan. A voice speaks of the demonic cult, whose doctrine is made of the screams of the people, screams that became revenge, and that revenge has tainted the world red. The speaker points forward. He shouts, calling the demons hellbent on blood, and accusing them of acting as if they are the weak ones, even after the world has been drenched in red. Accusations fly. They claim she clings to the heavenly demon's robes, begging her to solve petty frustrations, all while claiming to represent the weak and the poor. Standing tall, the heavenly demon remains unmoved by their words. Another voice booms, questioning how long they will seek comfort in wrongdoing when they have hands and feet to act. The speaker continues, asking what they are but flower salesmen at a garden, doing business with their pain. Swords are drawn, the tension palpable. A smile plays on her lips. She finds it good that they've accepted her offer of a duel. The question hangs in the air, will it be a fight to the death? The gravity of the situation settles in, the stakes are high. With unwavering resolve, the heavenly demon accepts. The atmosphere grows heavy, the impending duel looms large. Her resolve is absolute, it shall be a fight to the death. A voice echoes, suggesting they treat today as just an illusion or fantasy. The air crackles with anticipation as Bariah's voice booms, declaring war. His words echo with a chilling certainty, a promise that this is no mere game. The declaration hangs heavy, a storm brewing in the silence that follows. His voice rings out again, driving home the point that they will live this conflict to the fullest. An old man's command cuts through the tension, ordering the destruction of everything around them. The order ignites a frenzy, a wave of dark figures surging forward. The command to kill them all is a chilling promise of the carnage to come. The forces surge forward, a relentless tide of destruction. The world tilts, the promise of violence hanging in the air. To be continued. A figure in dark robes stands on a precipice, issuing a chilling command. His order echoes across the battlefield, a death sentence carried on the wind. The demonic cult's forces descend, their target a lone warrior clad in white. A flurry of blows rains down, each strike carrying the weight of malice. The warrior struggles to defend, but the onslaught is relentless. A voice booms across the battlefield, declaring the arrival of the Moon Shadow Demon, one of the four demon lords. The Moon Shadow Demon prepares to unleash his power, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. From the ranks of the Wudong sect, Hyungong Jinjin steps forward, ready to face the demonic threat. With a mighty roar, Hyungong Jinjin charges into battle. The Moon Shadow Demon stands his ground, his sword poised to meet Hyungong Jinjin's challenge. The Moon Shadow Demon, face contorted in rage, prepares to strike. Snow swirls around him as he gathers his power. His hand glows with a menacing energy. A chilling laugh echoes through the mountains. The demon's weapon is drawn, ready to spill blood. Declaring himself one of the 4 demon lords, the Moon Shadow Demon sneers, "I shall be taking your head." But before he can make his move, a calm voice rings out. "Hail to Amitabha Buddha." The name's Jamyang. The head monk of the Shaolin Temple has arrived. The Moon Shadow Demon scoffs. "As one of the 4 demon lords, I shall let you have the first 3 attacks." Without hesitation, Jamyang launches a swift counterattack. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, the monk lands a solid blow. But before Jamyang can press his advantage, the Moon Shadow Demon retaliates, striking the monk with brutal force. The Moon Shadow Demon scoffs, asking if Jamyang actually believed he would allow the monk to have the first 3 attacks. Wiping blood from his lip, the monk's opponent confirms that he did. Spitting on the ground, Jamyang is glad his acting skills haven't gone anywhere, calling the demon a shitty-ass monk. Closing the distance in a blur, the Moon Shadow Demon strikes. The force of the blow sends him reeling, but the demon tells Jamyang to take the remaining 2 attacks. The demon's assault continues, each strike landing with devastating force. Pain contorting his face, Jamyang screams in agony. His opponent's laughter echoes through the snowy landscape, a chilling sound that promises more pain to come. Elsewhere, a new figure enters the fray, identified as the captain of the demonic cult's extermination troop, the Sword Demon. He muses that without Ki, these guys are a complete wash, adding that he guesses this is the true extent of their skills. With a sneer, the elder of Mount Hua sect Chaos Flower Sword declares that the orthodox bastards are finally getting exposed as they deserve. His expression one of disdain, the elder of Mount Hua sect finds the situation uncouth. The Sword Demon and the elder of Mount Hua sect clash, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The Sword Demon grits his teeth, no longer able to hide the pain as the Moon Shadow Demon's blade tears through his defenses. Staggering back, he spits out a mouthful of blood, realizing this fight has turned against him. His face contorted in rage, the Sword Demon's breath comes in ragged gasps. From the shadows, the demonic cultist shouts his allegiance. The Moon Shadow Demon presses his advantage, his eyes gleaming with sadistic glee as he lands another blow. But before he can deliver the killing strike, dark tendrils erupt from the ground, ensnaring him. Kim Gongja has arrived, declaring that the rats of the Moyong clan will come no further. The tendrils tighten, constricting the Moon Shadow Demon as Kim Gongja's power surges. With blinding speed, the elder of Mount Hua sect intervenes, his foot connecting with the Moon Shadow Demon's jaw. From a distance, the heavenly demon laughs, reveling in the chaos. The elder of Mount Hua sect continues his assault, his movements a blur as he unleashes a devastating kick. His sword flashes, leaving the Moon Shadow Demon reeling from the blow. The aftermath of the attack leaves the ground scarred, a testament to the elder's power. The Moon Shadow Demon sneers, "You're no match for me." He continues, the weight of ages in his voice. There's so much anguish overflowing in the world that it has even drowned Mount's song. His resentment burns like a dark flame. May the resentment burn even Mount Wudong down to the ground. The demon's eyes widen, his power swelling. The demonic cult is the heaven of the martial realm, and I am the heaven of the demonic cult. His voice booms with dark authority, of the orthodox. A twisted grin spreads across his face, revealing a hunger for destruction, his words dripping with contempt. But a new challenger arrives, stepping onto the battlefield, Namgung Woon. Another figure emerges, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness, the head of the Martial Alliance. The battlefield is set, the stage for a clash of titans, muscles flexed, ready for battle. The Moon Shadow Demon's foot descends, crushing all before him, as he declares, "One person in this world who can take my sword." A voice echoes across the ages, "Me of the first day of the Great War." The war stretched on, an unending cycle of violence, unable to be settled then. So the war continued on to its second day, and because they still couldn't finish it on the second day, it dragged on to a third day. Clenching his fist, he laments missing the crucial first move, realizing he should have unleashed his full power from the start. With unwavering resolve, the head of the Martial Alliance challenges his foe, declaring that heaven's luck is on his side today. "Fight me, demon." A close-up emphasizes the strength in his hand, a testament to the power of the great axe sage. Responding to the challenge, the heavenly demon scoffs, "Heaven's luck? All right." Her dark hair flowing, the heavenly demon confidently asserts that his so-called luck will lead him straight to his doom. A silhouette hints at her power, a dark force ready to be unleashed. Muscles tense, the head of the Martial Alliance prepares for battle, his back turned as he braces himself. The air crackles with anticipation, the aftermath of a brutal clash already foreshadowed in splatters of blood. The crimson stains linger, a grim prelude to what's to come. A fist flies forward, blurring through the air with lethal intent. The blow landing with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the air. Laughing maniacally, the woman with black hair seems to revel in the chaos. Closing the distance with blinding speed, a kick is launched. The Murim Alliance leader grunts in pain, reeling from the impact. Following up with a swift strike, the woman with black hair brings her blade down on the leader. Wiping blood from her lip, the woman with black hair smirks, finding the taste intriguing. Gasping for air, the Murim Alliance leader struggles to regain his composure, his face a mask of pain and fury. He thinks to himself that the noble breathing technique of the Namgung clan does nothing to improve the quality of the meat. Her eyes narrowed, the woman with black hair taunts him, comparing him to old, wrinkly, and withered spinach. A sinister smile spreads across her face, as she admits that he wasn't wrong earlier. The woman with black hair reflects on a past conflict, stating that the Orthodox demonic war should have ended on its first day. Her words laced with a hint of regret, she continues, suggesting that both she and the Murim Alliance leader were soft, mistakenly believing they were risking everything while fighting. The Murim Alliance leader stands shirtless in the snow, his expression grim. He acknowledges that today's fight is a second chance they weren't originally fated to have. The woman with black hair vows not to repeat the same foolish mistake again. The Murim Alliance leader, his face etched with determination, declares that he will give it his all today, though a hint of doubt lingers in his mind. A disembodied voice questions whether he is going to shatter his life force. The text ominously states that the fate of a martial artist who expends their life is set in stone. The woman with black hair remains silent, her expression unreadable. A memory surfaces, a voice echoing in the snowy landscape, a warning about the consequences of such power. They either die or become crippled. The voice continues, reminding him that they are already weakened, and even with their life force, they'll only be able to exhibit low to mid-tier skills at best, lacking both ki and a dantian. Her expression softens. She acknowledges the truth in his words. A question hangs in the air, a desperate plea. Does he really plan on shattering his life force just to exhibit mid-tier skills? The Murim Alliance leader's face is etched with determination. He confirms his resolve with a single, unwavering word. He looks at her, assuring her not to be wrathful, that he isn't trying to throw away his life, but simply hoping that the inevitable end will come today. The leader's thoughts drift. He reflects on the joy of life he's currently feeling, more than ever before, thankful to everyone he's met, and to his fate for letting him die today, as two figures stand behind him. Looking back, he acknowledges that he was blessed as a martial artist. The leader's face is shown in a flashback, as he thinks of his life force. The woman with black hair looks down, her expression still unreadable. The Murim Alliance leader closes his eyes, accepting his fate, stating that he'd also been awaiting a day like today. The Murim Alliance leader's life force burns brighter than ever, but his opponent is relentless, meeting him blow for blow. Each strike carries the weight of a lifetime, yet the old master stands firm, his resolve unyielding. Unleashing a torrent of attacks, he pushes back against the encroaching darkness. The clash of their powers sends shockwaves rippling through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Focusing his energy, the Murim Alliance leader prepares to unleash a devastating technique. His movements become a blur, as he channels his life force into a final, desperate attack. Amidst a flurry of cherry blossoms, the Murim Alliance leader continues his assault, his every strike fueled by his dwindling life force. Watching the battle unfold, Kim Gongjiao realizes the fighters are growing stronger by consuming each other's life force. The woman with black hair listens as he explains that because they're martial masters, their life force is the greatest fertilizer there is, though it'll only be temporary. A man with long red hair observes, noting that this is a bit of a rare case. Because one was born with an extreme yin body and the other was born with a heavenly martial body, they formed a near-perfect yin-yang, making the area around them already that of heaven. The scene shifts to a memory, a past bathed in falling red petals, where the heavenly demon stands, a figure of dark elegance. Nearby, Kim Gongja holds a single petal, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes from the past, filled with raw emotion. The Murim Alliance leader's younger self, his face etched with pain, spits out his venom. His words paint a picture of isolation, a time when he remained detached while others suffered. The source of his torment is revealed, a deep-seated resentment for the happiness of others. He questions the very nature of humanity, scornful of those who seek solace in their shared pain. His anger intensifies, a furious rejection of those who act humanely towards each other while behaving like animals to everyone else. The heavenly demon watches, as the Murim Alliance leader's rage consumes him. His hatred is palpable, a burning inferno directed at the world. Blood stains his face, a physical manifestation of his inner turmoil. The memory fades, leaving the heavenly demon and the Murim Alliance leader amidst the falling petals, their destinies intertwined. The clash of titans echoes through the desolate landscape. A weak voice calls out, "Master." The plea is repeated, barely audible, "Master." A chilling declaration cuts through the air. The king of death proclaims, "I won." His voice dripping with disdain, he notes, her body is ice cold. "Yes, you've won." The king of death muses, "Normally, this would have been when I pierce his chest and tear apart his heart, but the best I could do was punch him. I feel embarrassed in front of my dear disciple." A cruel smile plays on his lips as he continues, "But I bet my face looks better than how yours is right now." A desperate reply, "Worry not. I still have 2 hours of life left in me." The king of death leans in, his red eyes gleaming. "Don't you think that's plenty of time to say farewell?" He finishes, "Yet you're still crying." You're troubling your master. Though, technically, I suppose I'm the one that's troubled my disciple. Standing tall amidst the snowy landscape, Miss Apothecary reflects on her desire to pass down her knowledge, a desire thwarted by her own stubbornness. She worries about what she'll leave behind in the hearts of others. Lying prone, the Murim Alliance leader wishes he could be remembered as an ephemeral flower. Seeing the Murim Alliance leader's condition, Miss Apothecary exclaims, urging him to open his eyes, questioning what is going on. A green glow emanates from Miss Apothecary's hand. Coughing, the King of Death remarks that the Murim Alliance leader is fine, his final punch having been too shallow. He notes the leader's luck in surviving, albeit as a cripple. Determined, Miss Apothecary declares that she won't allow it, insisting that both of them need treatment immediately. Waving her off, the Murim Alliance leader insists that he knows his body better than anyone else. He tells her to look after that geezer instead, stating that he is on his last leg. Miss Apothecary pauses, considering his words. Also, weakly, the Murim Alliance leader expresses his desire to spend his last moment alone with his only disciple. He asks the King of Death, the child of the outside land, to give them some privacy. Offering assistance, Miss Apothecary asks if he would like her to inject some painkillers. The Murim Alliance leader declines, stating that the winter's breeze is lovely, and he'd like to feel this wind in its full glory as he enters Nirvana. The King of Death bows his head slightly, while Miss Apothecary looks on with a sad expression. The King of Death turns and walks away, leaving the Murim Alliance leader and Miss Apothecary alone. With only 2 hours left, the King of Death wonders how the Murim Alliance leader wishes to spend them, his hand gently resting over the dying man's. He wonders if the dying man would like to hear about the beauty of the cult's mountain base, but the Alliance leader cuts him off. Despite his impending death, there's still. Looking up at the King of Death, the Murim Alliance leader asks for a favor. The King of Death is willing to give him a piece remaining for an ending that he'll find perfectly satisfactory. Staring intently, the Murim Alliance leader requests a duel. The Sword Heart. The first time So Baikyang began to compete for that prowess, it was the season where she started being called the Heaven of Demons instead of her name, which meant the scent of the snow. She can see it. It's said to be a martial prowess where one is capable of cutting all of creation with their thoughts alone. The prowess that no other martial artist has ever reached is right there. The prowess that was only speculated of in the legends was right in front of her, like enlightenment. It seems distant. But there's no place one can't reach if they can see it. Heavenly Demon. Kneeling before her, the villagers offer their respects to their great lord. If she had been given decades. The magistrate says that they need to offer sable hides as tax, but one villager's husband did not manage to return, unable to pay the tax. They still are demanding that they pay per person to focus solely on her training. They haven't been able to eat properly due to the prolonged drought, yet the magistrate's ordering them to build a dam in the reservoir. They expect them to lift heavy boulders with their starved bodies. If only she had been able to do so, O Heavenly Demon. Standing amidst the swirling snow, the Heavenly Demon surveys the desolate landscape. The sound of something cracking echoes through the air, a subtle yet distinct sign of the encroaching cold. As the snow continues to fall, a voice cuts through the silence. Her gaze sweeping across the frozen peaks, she muses on the battles yet to come. There seems to be many that I need to slay. The snow continues to fall, blanketing the world in a shroud of white. Instead, she once again went out to slay the ones that made the world freeze. However, she still wasn't able to slay the winter. A figure kneels before her, uttering a desperate plea. Please duel against me. A smirk plays on his lips. He wasn't expecting that. He likes her resolution to surpass her master. Extending a hand, he reveals a crippling truth. But as you can see, I can no longer move. He wonders, Gongja, what meaning would there be in winning a duel against someone that can't even move? She seems puzzled by the request, wondering why he would suggest fighting without moving their bodies. The challenger clarifies he'd like to have a duel of sword theory against her, a duel where they fight not with their bodies, but with words. He explains that one speaks of the type of techniques they'll perform and how they'll attack. Continuing his explanation, when your opponent speaks of a counterattack, you then refute with a counter to that counter. Because of this, you do not need to move your arms or legs, nor do you need any ki. The challenger elaborates, it is a fight that uses only one's pure knowledge of martial arts. Observing the scene, the Heavenly Demon notes that his disciple has gotten quite arrogant. The challenger states, if they fight with their bodies, it's her guaranteed victory. However, in a battle of sword theory, she will lose. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he asks how she could possibly beat him if he performs techniques as if he's in his prime. He continues, she shouldn't think that the duel she just had with the head of the martial alliance is the best she can do. Like she said, she would have pierced his heart if things were as they were. The figure in the abstract background muses that it might just be a fight using words, but in the end, he wishes for her to be able to have the most arrogant words. Looking down at the Heavenly Demon, he asks if she thinks she can show him that. With a confident smile, she simply replies, yes. The Flame Emperor declares that he won't go easy just because it's a duel of sword theory, adding that he'll let his opponent have the first move, but they shouldn't blame him if he ends things with a single strike. Kim Gongja simply replies, yes. The Heavenly Demon is seen with Kim Gongja. A voice booms, demanding that she show the results of her training. The speaker is revealed to be the Sword Emperor, and he thinks to himself that it's finally his turn. The Sword Emperor is someone who earned the title of strongest person ever in a different martial realm. Kim Gongja is told that it's time for him to keep his end of the bargain after losing that bet. The Sword Emperor states that he wanted to duel against this realm's heavenly demon anyway. He decides to tell her that he'll let her have the first 3 moves. The Sword Emperor kneels in the snow. Even knowing how shameful it is, he can't help but want to duel against her. The Sword Emperor introduces himself, explaining that his alias is Sword Emperor, and that he's been acknowledged as the strongest person in a world called the 10,000 Sword Realm, before requesting a duel of sword theory. As the Sword Emperor stands silently, the heavenly demon calls out to him. Pressing the issue, she demands to know why he isn't revealing his technique, reminding him that the duel has already begun. Meanwhile, in the background, a group of men discuss the strange magic being used, speculating if it's the same magic that brought back the speaker's children and the gangsi of the Orthodox faction. Turning her head slightly, the heavenly demon reminds him that she wouldn't ask him anything. Remaining silent, she chooses to believe that he is an envoy sent by the Jade Emperor because he pitted her. The Sword Emperor responds, stating that he knows how to use it. The heavenly demon scoffs, observing that by his side, there's a ghost that's greatly knowledgeable about martial arts, known as the strongest man in the outside land. Kim Gongja thinks to himself that she thinks he's joking, and that he should show the strongest ghost called upon by his disciple proper respect and acknowledge him as his opponent for the duel of sword theory. Looking down at the Sword Emperor, the heavenly demon asks what technique the greatest ghost wants to use. The Sword Emperor replies that he'll let her attack first 3 times. The heavenly demon thinks to herself, how arrogant, as her disciple would never say such a thing, and that it must truly be a ghost, seeing as they don't know their place. She will use the 5th technique of the 12 Cloud Dragon Swords, the Rising Swift Dragon Sword, to stab his Water Moon pressure point. The Sword Emperor declares, first move. The Sword Emperor speaks, his words laced with a strange pity, stating that their misfortune is that they were undeniably the strongest in this martial realm. Crossing his arms, his expression unreadable, he stands firm. His eyes burning with intensity, the Sword Emperor declares that he will show them what it truly means to be above everyone. Nearby, Kim Gongja simply hums, observing the unfolding events. Kneeling in the snow, the heavenly demon remarks that it seems they're not just some nobody. Her gaze fixed on her opponent, the heavenly demon states that she shall not go easy on him. A smirk playing on his lips, the Sword Emperor retorts, asking who she thinks he is. The stage is set, the tension palpable, as the text declares that the duel begins now. The gangsi recalls a past conversation, stating that he will use the first technique of the Flaming Blood Dragon, the Explosive Ascension, to strike his chin. The gangsi questions why Kim Gongja would try to mimic the Orthodox faction, declaring that he will respond by performing the first of the great 8 techniques of the Cloud Dragon consecutively, once on the ground, and once on the fist coming up towards him. Kim Gongja thinks to himself, 1 move. He wonders what he should do, considering whether to counterattack. Kim Gongja decides to use the principles of the order of life and death and respond with the estuary butterfly. The gangsi states that he will use another move. He continues, stating that he will use another move. Demanding if he's planning on keeping his filthy foot on top of his hand, Kim Gongja declares that he will use the second technique of the demonic dharma, the leeching burning chin strike, to tear him apart. Responding with a humph, the gangsi retorts that he came at him because he asked him to, yet he's being so ferocious, so he'll pull his feet back and do a lazy mule roll in midair. Simultaneously, he'll unleash the 4th technique of the divine chariot spin, the hill of life and death, aiming for 3 critical pressure points, the large bone, the yang valley, and the door of the corporeal soul. He thinks he'll use the reigning steps of the heavenly demon to take 3 steps back. That's right. Since his opponent tried imitating the Orthodox faction, the gangsi decides to mimic the demonic cult this time, closing the distance again with the sword of frostbitten death. The gangsi recalls that in the past, the great axe sage was definitely no match for him, which is why he was the only one who could even put up a fight. But it was proven, in the final moments of the great Orthodox demonic war. Even if they fought head-on with all their might, the winner was already predetermined. I'm sorry, the defeated warrior says. He admits, I was weaker than you. That might be why the master purposely pushed back, settling the great Orthodox demonic war 990 times, taking his time like a child eating candy. The gangsi thinks, how foolish. I shall use the second technique of the execution blade to strike at your carotid artery. As if he'll let his opponent dodge, by performing the steel plank, it's now his turn to use the explosive ascension. The gangsi's voice echoes, calling out to a disciple. A memory surfaces, the gangsi's face contorted in a wide, unsettling grin. The observer's expression hardens, a silent yes forming on his lips. He admits, the gangsi is likely the strongest person he knows. The observer reflects, finally understanding how the axe sage must have felt. He wonders where this ghost has been hiding all this time, questioning why it was only introduced to him now. He's never met a martial artist as strong as him in his entire life, a fact that feels frustrating. The gangsi declares he shall use the principles of divine martial heaven to twist his opponent's arm in order to have them in place. Continuing his explanation, he'll then take 4 steps back with the reigning steps of the heavenly demon. The observer simply states, I The Gongsi continues, tired of gauging each other. He'll brush off his opponent's attack with the Sword of Parched Death, then use the first, second, and third technique of the Shining Torrent Dragon to aim for their upper pillar, great vertebra, and body pillar pressure points in order. As the duel unfolds, the Gongsi will take a step back and use the Supreme Ultimate Heavenly Sword. The observer admits he couldn't understand the techniques. He knows what the Sword of Patched Death is, but he didn't know what the Shining Torrent Dragon was. He also didn't know what it meant to mix the order of life and death, nor what kind of sword technique Supreme Ultimate Heavenly Sword was, because he didn't know, he couldn't. Even in his mind's eye, the Gongsi couldn't quite picture the duel that was about to unfold. He recalls using the Divine Step to sidestep the attack, a technique he remembers well. He remembers thinking he wanted to be his opponent's match, to monopolize his hope. His opponent, he recalls, thought to match his attack with the second technique of the kick, striking with the sword. He remembers his own impatience, planning to dodge and then go for the throat. The level of their strength, he reflects, was so distant from his own. He wanted to be his match, to monopolize his hope. That's right, that's basically what he could see and hear. Disciple, the blade's cold, he thinks, remembering the eternal snowfield. After deflecting, he recalls that a snowfield is a harsh battlefield for martial artists. It's easy to fall deep into the snow while trying to take normal steps, so you need to constantly perform movement techniques. That's why a duel on a snowfield is usually focused around disrupting your opponent's form, taking away the other's space. The Gongsi recalls a past duel, a memory surfacing from the depths of his mind, a battle fought on a field of snow. He remembers the reason for their unusual tactics, kicking up snow to obscure vision. The Gongsi recalls his opponent's words, "Close your eyes." The opponent's confidence is palpable, a strong and powerful martial arts master, towering in size. That's also the reason, yes. The opponent confidently tells him to come at him. He can see his opponent, and he bets he's feeling pretty confident, thanks to the difference in size. It's hard to overcome the natural difference in size, so the Gongsi accepts that fact and thinks about his strengths, believing he should be able to move much faster than him. This fighter, who is like a big bear, is breathing roughly, he's laughing. He seems to have caught on to his plans. The Gongsi can sense him feeling rushed. The opponent is charging at him, like a boar. But there's nothing to fear, he already expected this. He'll take a light step back. And pulling him in, he's kicking up snow like an actual charging boar while coming towards me. Now I too could begin to see the bout between the two. We're kicking up a snow flurry with every step. It's already been 2 days since we started dueling. How long can you keep running? When it comes to movement techniques, I'm no pushover, either. I'm confident that I can run away forever. Even that will come to an end eventually. Do you not get it? The world has become a snowfield with no end. There may be nowhere to go, but there is an infinite amount of space to run to. If it was you at your peak, then you might have been able to run away forever. However, the duel we are having is in the now. With a sneer, the red-haired man questions if his opponent truly intends to keep running, even with so little time left. Finally relenting, the woman admits she can no longer avoid the inevitable. Grasping the hilt of her sword, she prepares for battle. A confident smile graces her lips as she declares she will unleash her full power. A dark aura begins to emanate from the Black Witch, a sign of the power she's about to unleash. Her eyes gleaming with intent, she declares that she will show her full power. The dark energy swirls around her, a vortex of immense potential. The words demonic heavenly art, the first form, sword of starving death, appear, hinting at the nature of the technique. The name of the technique, sword of starving death, hangs ominously in the air. A chilling thought crosses someone's mind. Starvation can drive a parent to unthinkable acts, even exchanging their own child. The speaker continues, painting a gruesome picture of adults burying children in the snow after slicing them into thin pieces of meat, a town where the meat of children can be found in the snowfall. The red-haired man grimaces, acknowledging the horror of it all, assuming they must have been driven by famine. But that's just happenstance. There are times of plenty, times of famine, but in this world, everything is merely coincidence. If the lord of the demonic cult is saddened by tragedy, shouldn't he also be overjoyed by happiness? That's why she'll sing of a happy autumn harvest. Once, she looked over the horizon while walking, and on that day, there was a golden sea before her eyes. There were kids playing hide and seek between rice plants as tall as her. She could hear their giggles through the rustling. She truly prepares the demonic heavenly god art, the second form. The sword of starving death, sound blessed beyond your means. You said that both are simply happenstance. However, happiness has never killed a person. The pain of hunger and thirst kills. The end of all things, the Black Witch muses, is death. Her thoughts turn to the suffering of others, singing of peasants who died without even a sip of water. Her dark robes flowing around her, she stands in stark contrast to the desolation. The sword saint counters, it feels refreshing to jump into a creek in the summer. His words are like a splash of cool water, a stark contrast to the Black Witch's somber reflection. He questions her methods, asking why she's teaching Kim Gongja incorrectly. She apologizes, admitting that she was a bit harsh, explaining that she's teaching him too early. The sword saint's movements are fluid and powerful, a testament to his skill. He argues that it's good to sing about the pain of the world, and to look at the pains of others, but she can't do that forever. She explains that it will wear him out, that Kim Gongja hasn't tasted enough of the joy in the world yet. Kim Gongja hasn't tasted enough of the joy in the world yet. She elaborates, saying that he needs to broaden his taste buds, so he can truly be sad for the people who'll never get to experience certain flavors. Amidst a rain of rose petals, a voice echoes. You need to swim in the creek in the summer to be able to cry about the people withering away without water. The scene shifts, the disembodied voice continuing. The hearts of people are like a candle wick. A muscular figure with crimson hair appears, his expression stern, as the philosophical musings continue. The perspective shifts again, showing both figures in a dynamic pose, as the weight of the words hangs heavy in the air. The Black Witch's words resonate, a somber tone coloring her thoughts. Heavenly demon, did you know that he's never even loved anyone yet? Already acting like he's carrying the weight of all the pain and sadness in the world. The Sword Saint stands firm, his gaze unwavering, as the rain continues to fall around them. A scoff escapes him. Isn't that hilarious? He's never even dated anyone. Despite the Sword Saint's cynicism, the Black Witch remains resolute. The Sword Saint continues, his tone laced with skepticism. Tell him to keep dreaming. It's way too early for him to be taught your cult's teachings. The Black Witch's expression softens, a hint of determination in her eyes. I'm going to teach this kid how to be happy. I'm going to teach him how to laugh sincerely. A subtle smile graces her lips as she adds, I'm going to teach him how to rely on someone else. He needs to know what it's like to feel lost because of how happy someone makes him. Because only then can you also know true sadness. The Sword Saint's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within him. You want to pretend to be the master of my disciple? Amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy, a figure stands poised, their blade gleaming with deadly intent. The air crackles with power as a demonic heavenly god, Art takes form. Unleashing the third form, the sword of submerged death descends with unstoppable force. A defiant shout rings out as the red-haired warrior braces for impact. His rage boiling over, he can't believe what he's seeing. How dare they try to take his sole direct disciple? He scoffs. He had planned on becoming his master before anyone else. Standing firm amidst the chaos, the black-clad figure remains unfazed as rose petals dance around them. Who taught him how to use aura? He finally made him somewhat useful, and now the boss of heretics is butting in. His face contorted in fury, he asks what else the demonic cult could be other than a band of heretics. It's too early for Gongja to learn the demonic heavenly god art. Wielding the sword is supposed to be fun. The memory burns bright, a vision of raw power. A voice echoes, a sword of pain wielded by pain for pain? That's way too demonic. Life's already too short, even for all the joy and fun. Another voice booms, Gongja, my disciple. He's a child born to be the future lord of the cult. A figure retorts, that kind of mentality is why I'm calling you a heretic, you damn cult lord. A declaration rings out, I'll blow him away with the seventh form of the demonic heavenly god art. The speaker elaborates, I'll blow him away with the seventh form of the demonic heavenly god art, sort of contusing death. Another voice responds, I respond with the fourth technique of the 10,000 sea moon strikes, setting autumn moon strike. The same voice continues, I'll respond with the eighth form of the demonic heavenly god art, sort of scorching death. And finally, understanding dawns as I could observe them. The flame emperor coughs, blood splattering against the darkness. A single word escapes sigh. A realization hits. At first, I did not manage to complete the final sword path of the demonic heavenly god art. It's because the death that I was blocked by was death by frostbite. Dying alone in a snowfield, abandoned by his mother, that was the ending he foresaw as his death. Ironically, he could only complete the ninth sword of the demonic heavenly god art after the world ended. He is his own lord, throughout heaven and earth. Whether he looks up at the heavens or down from them, he is the only one that exists. Baraya, Baraya, Agabaraya, because the world is a perpetual winter, a candle burns to nothing. His song alone is the song of the heavens, and his death is the death of heaven and earth. It turns whiter and whiter and even whiter. Heaven will leave this as his final word in the snowfield. He sees a lonely death, so that's the death the lord of the demonic cult chose for herself. All right, he'll acknowledge it. There's no attack more fitting for the final martial artists of a world that has ended. The Flame Emperor stands tall, his sword held aloft, but even he admits he knows loneliness better than others. Dismissing any comparison, he scoffs at the thought of someone lasting only a few years by themselves. Continuing his thought, he claims they didn't even last a day, always relying on the axe sage. A simple sorry. Turning away, the Flame Emperor seems resolute in his conviction. Arrogantly, he boasts that he lasted 130 years by himself. The scene shifts to a kaleidoscope of memories, fragments of vibrant moments suspended in time. Each shard reflects a different facet of life, a mosaic of experiences both beautiful and fleeting. The fragments swirl, carried on a current of unseen emotion. His brow furrowed, sweat beading on his face, Kim Gongja appears deeply troubled. A gasp escapes him, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and pain. His breath ragged, he struggles to regain his composure as the weight of something unseen presses down on him. A voice echoes in the cold air, calling out to a master as a figure stands alone in the snow-covered landscape. Concerned, the voice asks, Master, Are you okay? Is your body alright? A hand reaches out, checking for a pulse, confirming that she's still alive. The sound of a heartbeat, a faint but persistent rhythm. Looking up, the woman realizes, so that's how it was. A voice calls out, "Dear disciple." The scene shifts, focusing on the woman's hands. She speaks, her voice filled with a quiet understanding. From the start, you were only thinking about helping me. Kim Gongja reflects on the past, realizing, the thing about seeking me out from the outside lands after hearing of my fame. That was all a big lie. The voice asks, "Dear disciple, were you happy that you got to meet me?" A simple, "Yes," echoes back. The woman asks, "Can I be remembered as a flower in your memory?" The response is immediate, "Yes." A question hangs in the air, a quiet yearning to know what kind of flower he might be. A soft smile graces his lips as he offers a gentle reply, "A peony." The response is met with quiet appreciation. That's quite pretty." The words linger, a promise etched in the stillness. A tender memory surfaces, "My dear disciple." The Flame Emperor's words echo across the frozen landscape. "I'll remember you as a bright red peony." The snowy peaks stand silent witnesses to the passage of time. A surge of energy pulses through the mountains. The landscape shimmers with an ethereal glow. Clutching at the memory, the Flame Emperor whispers, "Master." A profound declaration resonates, signaling a turning point. "The winter's been cut, Master." A blinding light pierces through the snow-capped mountains. The world is blanketed in a pristine layer of white. A declaration echoes, signaling a profound shift. A voice drips with sarcasm, mocking someone's romantic inexperience. The Heavenly Demon sect member bows his head respectfully, addressing Kim Gongja as Sir. Against a backdrop of swirling clouds, the sect member maintains his posture. Surrounded by his fellow cultists, the sect member awaits an answer. Despite the aftermath of a fierce battle, one of the cultists manages to speak, though we were preoccupied with fighting. He continues, "A few of our cultists heard the Lord call you her disciple." The cultist inquires, "Are you the direct inheritor of the Heavenly Demon, sir?" Silence hangs in the air as Kim Gongja considers the question. He responds, "I don't know if I'm her inheritor." Another cultist interjects, "As her disciple, did she not?" He confirms, "That's correct. I am the Master's disciple." Kim Gongja holds the Heavenly Demon's robe, a somber expression on his face. Considering the situation, he realizes that if the Lord accepted a direct disciple, then she surely taught him the demonic heavenly god art. Despite their bluntness, the sect members request that he perform a piece of the demonic heavenly god art for them. They may be being polite in their speech, but they're essentially saying they find it hard to believe he's the Heavenly Demon's disciple, so he needs to prove it to them. He thinks to himself that he's being treated as the successor just for being her disciple, and he now understands why Master was so hesitant to accept him as a disciple. Now that the last bit of warmth in Master's body has left this world, the mantle of the demonic cult belongs to him. Facing the crowd, Kim Gongja states that performing the Sword of Starving Death will suffice. He nods, remembering that she used to say that even if someone was her own flesh and blood, she would not consider them her successor if they were insignificant. Whispering amongst themselves, the swordsmen acknowledge that they may not be more than lowly swordsmen, but they are at least capable of discerning one sword technique from him. Another member asks, "What's the blood demon saying?" The response is that he's saying that he'll be able to tell if he's the Heavenly Demon's disciple by seeing the first form of the demonic heavenly god art. Whispering, one of the members questions why he's representing all of them. Whispers carry on the wind, remarking that he's the only one who knows how to be somewhat polite, though he may be an illegitimate child from the Moyang clan. The voice continues, questioning why he's acting like this is the first time he's heard of it, reminding him that they've talked about this at least a dozen times, before concluding that a meathead is still meat. A gruff voice demands what he means by that, as another voice interjects, stating that his existence is as cancerous as the poison arts of the Sichuan school, Sword Demon. The first voice scoffs, claiming it's proof enough that he's currently developing cancer as they speak, considering he's mastered the 1,000 poison invulnerability, making him a truly incredible being. A voice clears its throat, before derisively calling someone a meathead. A rough voice challenges, asking what someone is looking at and if they want to go, as another voice expresses disgust, telling them to turn their eyes away because they're grossing them out. Right, this is the kind of place it was. The memory surfaces, the demonic cult was originally a place where uneducated people took refuge, but his master was unusually refined. Most cultists don't even know the M in manners. The word hangs in the air, starvation. The scene shifts, a stark reminder of the past. A desperate plea echoes, is children waiting for the sun. The pain of dying of thirst is the waves, and the pain of drowning is the final breath of a father. Is this thanks to peeking in on the fight to the death between Master and the Sword Emperor? The pain of freezing to death is the final warmth of a mother holding on to her child. The power of each strike has become sharper. I'm a bit ashamed that this is all I can show. Russell. We greet the inheritor of the legacy of the demonic cult, O new Heavenly Demon. Inheritor of the legacy of the demonic cult. Our new Lord. The title of Heavenly Demon is far too much for me, not to mention I already have the alias of King of Death. Then, the title of Lord feels like too much, he thinks, as he stands surrounded by the Heavenly Demon and another figure. Still, He's far from ready, the red-haired man seems to say, questioning how they can call him Lord when he has nothing to teach them. That'd be a title given just for the sake of it, a voice muses, adding that the heavenly demon has never been wrong in picking people. Since she accepted him as her direct disciple, the heavenly demon is sure that he's worthy to be the lord of the cult. Thankful, but still feeling unworthy, Kim Ganja finds himself not yet ready to carry on the cult's legacy. Murmurs fill the air. But then that'll create confusion as to what we can call you, sir, someone says, adding that they can't just call him sir indefinitely. Vice Lord he's called. Why don't we call him the Vice Lord? The heavenly demon suggests, noting that vice heads of clans are a dime a dozen in the martial realm. Kim Ganja thinks, as someone says that if he feels like he's not up to the task of being the Lord yet, and isn't fully rejecting the position, they could consider him the Vice Lord of the cult. Do that, a voice says, as the scene shifts to a snowy landscape with several figures present. We'd like to officially give the Vice Lord our words of gratitude, a voice says. Though they may not know what kind of magic he performed, they all remember being bitten by Gangxi. If it weren't for the Vice Lord, they would have been unable to finish the great Orthodox demonic war and would have failed to fully devote themselves to the heavenly demon. Speaking as a member of the 4 demon lords, the Blood Demon, along with everyone in the Blood Ghost troop, swears their loyalty to the Vice Lord. Another of the 4 demon lords, the Hell Ghost Demon, speaks, swearing loyalty to the Vice Lord along with every member of the Soul Repentance troop. The Moon Shadow Demon, one of the 4 demon lords, declares that he and the Shadow Corpse troop shall be loyal to the Vice Lord. The Sword Demon speaks, promising the loyalty of himself and the Extermination troop. The scene shifts to a snowy landscape, a stark contrast to the previous setting. Kneeling in the snow, a figure sits beside a fallen body. Standing tall, Bariah speaks. As long as his life does not perish, he vows to continue. A voice echoes, declaring that the doctrine of the shadow shall live on eternally. The snowy landscape glows with an ethereal light, signifying a shift in the environment. A blue screen appears, announcing that the stage has been cleared. A system message rings out, declaring the completion of Volume 1 of the quest, Remake the World. Lying in the snow, a figure remains motionless. Ancient symbols are etched into the icy ground. The snowy landscape stretches out before them. With the assessment complete, a man bows his head, stating that he'll leave the master's funeral to everyone else. A voice echoes, insisting that the arrangements not be elaborate, as the master wouldn't have wanted that. As the raid contribution rankings are displayed, the Apothecary and Viper take 2nd and 3rd place, respectively, with the King of Medicine in 4th. The man clenches his fist, a determined look on his face. A close-up reveals the face of the figure lying in the snow, their eyes wide open. A figure with piercing blue eyes is welcomed back. The text congratulating the returnee, revealing that the final word in the records of the heavenly demon will be please, a word that can be used to express one's wishes, and that the demonic cult uses Bariah to mean that very thing, implying that please and Bariah can be seen as the same word. Hearing this, Bariah states that in that regard, it's a very adequate ending, but then he pauses, wondering why. Below, the hunters are all passed out. A familiar voice echoes, welcoming Kim Ganja back as the King of Death. The voice continues, expressing that they've been impatiently awaiting his return. The scene shifts, revealing several figures lying unconscious amidst scattered books. A man's face fills the frame, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. He wonders aloud why all the hunters have passed out. Looking around at the scene, he can only manage a quiet The King of Death floats upside down, surrounded by floating books. He assures them that he simply put them to sleep temporarily. The man from before questions if he put them to sleep. The King of Death confirms, stating that he lit a harmless Tale of Alithos Bay. The King of Death's robes billow around him. He explains, there are many worlds, some communicate with words, others with songs or smells. He adds, of course, there is also a scent of sleep. The King of Death looks down at Kim Ganja, stating, he only made the area silent because he wanted to have a chat with him for a moment. He simply wants a chat. He asks, about after knocking his comrades unconscious? The King of Death continues, comrades, he says, as expected of the King of Death, this librarian is touched by his admirable sentiments. He explains, here, they could see every bit of his actions, like a movie of sorts. He continues, everyone was in an uproar from how moved they were. They were all ready to give him an intense welcome. The King of Death smiles, stating he will talk with him much later. He explains that he calmed them down to create an environment where they can chat. The King of Death stands over several figures lying on the ground, assuring them that he put them to sleep in the most peaceful manner he could. Nearby, Kim Ganja lies unconscious, seemingly another victim of the King of Death's tranquilizing touch. Checking his pulse, the King of Death notes that his complexion, breathing, and heart rate are all normal, and he's glad. Looking down at Kim Ganja, he suggests that if there's something he wants to say, they should get it over with so he can wake them up. Kim Ganja complains that he's rushing him too much, as he wanted to have a nice, relaxed chat with him, which is why he only summoned him among all the story participants. The King of Death states that he's not done with the 22nd floor, and he still has a sword he needs to find, and he'll do it later. Holding a pair of scissors, he tells Kim Ganja that he can search for it later. The King of Death explains that he's a constellation that can freely control monsters from another world, before commenting that his hair's pretty long. Kneeling, the King of Death thinks that even with the demonic heavenly god arts, he'll definitely lose if he attacks him, so he'll give him a trim. The scissors snip, ready to cut. The King of Death remarks that his nails are also long, and it's bad for a martial artist to not look after their hands. Holding a nail clipper, he tells Kim Gong-ja that he's next. What is the meaning of all this? Let's say there's someone that you really like. Someone that you like from head to toe with the purest love possible. The problem is, that person doesn't exist in reality. They are a character that only exists inside a story. And that's when tada, his ideal novel character appeared in front of him. The King of Death looms over Gong-ja. Yes, that's right. That's how it is. The King of Death holds Gong-ja's hand. Toenails. If possible, I want to even get his eyebrows. He'd like to ask him to grow a beard and pluck a little out, but even he finds that unreasonable. Oh, Gong-ja, you're the light. A radiant protagonist. He wants to turn him into a bookmark eternal storage. What a psycho. Please don't move. It'll be terrible if his toenail clipper nicks his precious toes. You damn star. Why are you doing this to me? The King of Death, eyes wide with manic glee, is taken aback by Kim Gong-ja's lack of polite address. A system message appears, revealing the King of Death's twisted desires. He wants Kim Gong-ja's pinky toenail. The King of Death continues his bizarre rant, declaring his newfound devotion to Confucianism and his willingness to be a friend-like subject to Kim Gong-ja. Lying on the floor, staring up in disbelief, Kim Gong-ja can only wonder what kind of sage goes after someone's toenails. The King of Death's face contorts in anger, threatening to refuse the next revelation if Kim Gong-ja doesn't change his attitude. Grimacing in disgust, Kim Gong-ja sees the threat as valid. The King of Death's analysis of Kim Gong-ja's character, however, is deemed an impossibility. His eyes gleaming with unsettling glee, the King of Death reaches out, his intentions clear. The King of Death explains that he understands Kim Gong-ja's personality, and that it won't stop him from helping other characters like the Heavenly Demon. The King of Death continues his disturbing monologue, claiming he could write detailed pages about Kim Gong-ja's first day with the Heavenly Demon and demanding his pinky toenails. Reaching for Kim Gong-ja's foot, the King of Death's obsession reaches a fever pitch. Staring back with pure loathing, Kim Gong-ja makes his feelings perfectly clear. He doesn't like him. The King of Death is met with a stern warning. 5 steps away, or he's going to say it for real. The King of Death is undeterred, closing the distance. The King of Death continues his strange requests, demanding that he not be spoken to so politely, and that Kim Gong-ja return his hair and nails. The King of Death's red aura flares as he continues to press his demands. The Heavenly Martial Library is truly an incredible sight. Refusing to comply with the King of Death's demands, Kim Gong-ja finds the requests utterly unreasonable, moved by the King of Death's caring feelings for the Heavenly Demon. It seems the martial realm of the veritable records of the Heavenly Demon has been added as Floor 22. Kim Gong-ja confirms this development. Now other hunters can freely enter Floor 22, learning skills by reading the martial art books in the Heavenly Martial Library, all thanks to him. As the King of Death floats in the background, Kim Gong-ja is asked if there was something he wanted to ask while in the revelation. Why is the veritable records of the Heavenly Demon a revelation? The King of Death, his gaze intense, wonders if Kim Gong-ja requires a reason for his actions, before asking if he prefers happy or bad endings. Responding to the question, the King of Death admits he can't say one is better than the other, seeing an ending as the final port for the lives of characters, and as a reader, he wishes them happiness, but also wants to embrace their sorrows and failures. With a thoughtful expression, Kim Gong-ja states that even bad endings are proper endings in their own right. The King of Death, recoiling slightly, acknowledges that this beckons a greater question. The King of Death continues, musing that even without his interference, the veritable records of the Heavenly Demon would have had a proper ending, albeit a bad one. He reflects that the Axe Sage and his master tried their best until the end, and though the Axe Sage would have died first and his master would have gone mad from it, that's still the ending his master reached. Kim Gong-ja asks, why, then, is the veritable records of the Heavenly Demon a part of the revelations, or do the deaths of the Axe Sage and his master not form a valid ending? The King of Death thinks to himself that this is a question he had from the moment he started to read other revelations. Setting aside whether or not he found the ending acceptable, the King of Death reflects that they appeared to be worlds that met an ending according to their fate. The King of Death asks if wanting to see a happy ending is not an acceptable reason. He continues, stating that Kim Gong-ja is strong, and to a hunter like him, he seems omnipotent, but instead of fixing the revelations himself, he dispatched them, refusing to be the author himself, even if he might have the power to do so. A book hovers, suspended between 2 hands, glowing with an ethereal light. The text declares that the constellation is a reader that never interferes himself, identifying the constellation as the hold-up head librarian. Turning his gaze directly forward, his eyes shining with an otherworldly light, Kim Gong-ja wonders why he doesn't try his hand at character analysis. Continuing his internal monologue, he states that there's no way someone as thorough as him would categorize a story as a revelation just because it ended weirdly. He believes there has to be a certain condition that categorized the veritable records of the heavenly demon and other revelations as revelations. He asks if the King of Death won't let it slide. A hand gently grasps Kim Gongja's wrist. The King of Death, standing amidst a swirl of ethereal particles, invites Kim Gongja to come with him. The text promises to teach the secrets of revelations, indicating the story is to be continued. If that means, over there, do you see that? I wouldn't have chosen this as an apocalypse. The zombie virus didn't happen naturally in this story. It's an epidemic that was spread from the outside world. It's similar to being invaded by a new continent. Detecting an ominous energy in the air, Sparkly's sensors go off. The sword seems to sense it too, which is to be expected. A knowing smile playing on his lips, the dark-haired figure explains that the sword was originally a complete constellation. A vision of a fallen constellation appears, hinting at people in the same situation. Responding to the cryptic vision, Kim Gongja confirms that he has. His eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, the figure wonders if he's seen a corpse left behind by a dead constellation. The ominous energy swirling around them, he asks if it's not so far, huh? As the rare sight unfolds before them, the figure urges him to feast his eyes on it. As the ominous energy intensifies, Sparkly detects the presence of her sister. A monstrous figure looms, its presence radiating an aura of dread. According to Sparkly, this is the second sister holy sword of protection, the sword of compassion. The air crackles with an unseen force, a palpable tension hanging heavy. A voice echoes from the depths, a tormented cry of pain and mortification. The agony intensifies, a visceral sensation of suffering. The question hangs in the air, how can something declared dead still possess such vitality? The explanation comes, it's already dead. What they perceive is merely the lingering resentment of the corpse. The nature of the curse is revealed. When an existence reaches the level of a constellation, their deaths are nothing short of horrific. The epidemic, what some call a zombie virus, is in truth a curse born from this very corpse. The curse, left by the constellation of this Murim, the yellow dragon that abides in the Great Lake, continues to fester even in death, its resentment fueling the pain the body endures. The grim truth unfolds. When that curse spreads to the martial artists, they transform into Jianshi. The curse continues to spread, turning martial artists into grotesque Jianshi. It hurts. As the source of the curse, the origin of this world's destruction, is revealed. He is trapped in an endless cycle of pain. A haunting visage appears. Unless the constellation stabbed itself in its heart, someone must have killed it. Who's the culprit? The protagonist wonders, as a child replies that he already has an idea of who it is. The name is revealed, Lafanta Ejim. That's right. His nickname is the Constellation Killer. He roams the world and kills constellations. A constellation is an existence that represents their world, and a world that has lost its constellation is like a fortress that's lost its walls. Apocalypse. A world where its representative is dead, and its denizens have all ceased to exist. Just like that, the likelihood of the world being destroyed would increase. Why does he kill constellations? The man wonders, musing that he should have kept to himself and just stayed as the emperor of his own country, instead of going so far as to destroy the world. With a slight bow, Lafanta Ejim states that the question is not something he can answer. Reflected in his eye, Kim Gongja hears him claim to be just a mere reader. Amidst a sea of chained books, the man insists that despite what he's said, he's not all-knowing and all-powerful. He clarifies, he's all-knowing, but powerless, having chosen not to interfere despite knowing the truth of the world. Grasping the hilt of his sword, Lafanta Ejim tells Kim Gongja that he is different. A vision of a smiling child appears, as the man says that Kim Gongja, who is able to interfere, should do what he can. Standing before a crowd, he suggests that whether they want it or not. Looking directly at Kim Gongja, Lafanta Ejim states that he would fix all the problems that are destroying the world, adding that it can be said it's a coincidence if it only happened once. A hand reaches out from the darkness, as the man says that for it to happen a second time, that's fate, and if it happens a third time, it becomes an inevitability. Falling through the darkness, Lafanta Ejim continues to speak. Surrounded by swirling darkness, the scene shifts. Standing before the slain dragon, Lafanta Ejim declares that the yellow dragon that abides in the Great Lake was killed in a wicked and cruel manner. As the sword hovers before him, Lafanta Ejim explains that a normal person wouldn't even be able to touch it, but because Kim Gongja has gone past coincidence and fate, it's possible for him. The sword seems to sparkle as it confirms that he is the hero. The sword asks, what does he need to do in order to retrieve his sister? The sword responds, that he just needs to pull it out and use it to touch her. Hearing this, Kim Gongja reaches out to grab the sword. With determination etched on his face, he grasps the hilt. As his fingers wrap around the ancient metal, a blinding light erupts. The goddess of protection absorbs a shard of herself. Power surges through him as he pulls the sword free. Blue energy crackles, illuminating the space around them. A golden aura envelopes the blade, signifying its awakened power. The energy intensifies, now swirling with both gold and purple hues, promising untold power. He reels back, eyes wide, as an unseen force slams into him. What on earth is this? A chaotic surge of energy erupts, a maelstrom of colors and lines tearing through the very fabric of reality. From the depths of the abyss, a monstrous visage materializes, its eyes burning with an eerie, electric blue light. A blinding light engulfs Kim Gongja. The sword of compassion is resisting the absorption. The resistance manifests as swirling eddies of dark energy, a desperate struggle against an overwhelming power. He can only utter a single word, a question hanging in the air. Below him, the remaining members of the heavenly demon's retinue remain kneeling, their heads bowed in silent reverence or perhaps despair. But even as they mourn, the very ground beneath their feet begins to give way. A wave of regret washes over Kim Gongja, apologizing for the sudden turn of events. The sky above reflects the turmoil below, a silent testament to the speed at which everything has changed. There simply wasn't time to react. Turning his back on the melting ice, Kim Gongja walks away from the scene of the heavenly demon's demise. The ice continues to melt, the last vestiges of the frozen landscape disappearing. A voice echoes, suggesting that the heavenly demon's internal energy was so pure that her body simply melted away naturally. Another voice responds, finding the situation simply amazing. Now surrounded by a field of vibrant red flowers, Kim Gongja stands with another figure in the background. A disembodied hand caresses one of the flowers, a voice noting that flowers remained even when his master died, suggesting that his master is better than the constellation. A faint smile graces his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the sentiment. Of course, they are still preparing for the funeral, and they'd like for him to participate as well, but he refuses. It's okay, there's no need to proceed with the funeral. Readying himself, Kim Gongja prepares for what's to come. Let's do duels instead of the funeral. It's a custom of the funeral to present the most valuable item, but what's most important to them? So let's offer up the sword techniques that Master has taught us, the Gongsi suggests. Come at me. The Gongsi smiles, ready to fight. A battle cry echoes. The battlefield is set, covered in a sea of red flowers. Petals fall. The heavenly martial clan will be moving to the 22nd floor. Inside the building, two figures stand, their conversation unheard. An older man laments. His store has been around for too long, and there's a strange smell. Continuing his complaints, he wishes a nice young man would give him a place with nice air that's around 30,000 square meters. Another man scolds him, apologizing for his friend's unsightly behavior and lamenting his own financial losses. The chemist is told to say to everyone that she actually cheated in the last match and is incapable of standing in the way of Mr. Sean McAllister. The man from before seems to be thinking, A building is shown, with a sign that reads, Chemist God. A crowd of people begs, Ultimate Supreme Chemist, please sell my medicine. Someone shouts, Fucking bastard. What do you have against me? Why are you asking me to do this? A woman with a megaphone announces that those who are here for the zombie vaccination should head to the Heavenly Martial Clan's headquarters on the 22nd floor. A crowd of people is told to be quiet, as this is the training hall of the Heavenly Martial Clan, and they are asked not to push the people in front. An old man is told that they have tons of customers waiting. An irritated voice cuts through the air, the speaker demanding not to be rushed, reminding everyone that he's not only an exclusive physician of the Heavenly Martial Clan, but also assisting with vaccinations, expecting gratitude in return. Turning to her companion, the apothecary remarks, This is truly incredible. She continues, noting that clearing the chronicles of the heavenly demon with a great ending played a big role in all this. Adding to that, all the other hunters are also on fire and really motivated right now because they don't want to lose to her. A system announcement declares that the clearing of the tower is so much faster than ever before, listing the floors and their respective genres. Looking ahead, the apothecary predicts that with this momentum, they'll probably be able to clear the 30th floor before next month. Returning to the disgruntled physician, he continues to administer vaccinations. A stark announcement breaks through. This is an announcement to everyone. The announcement continues, stating that today, the raid of the 25th stage has failed. The announcement is repeated, I repeat. Sitting on the ground, his sword resting beside him, Kim Gongja is surrounded by others, the weight of recent events heavy in the air. Confirming their worst fears, an announcement blares. The raid of the 25th stage has failed. The story begins with a book, a tale of romance and fantasy set within the walls of Samoan Academy. It's a magic academy, steeped in history, yet seemingly ordinary. A place where friendship and competition, love and jealousy intertwine. This book of revelations could have been just another academy story. But for the artifact, an object powerful enough to doom the world, sealed deep beneath the academy. The reason? The antagonist's fiancé, the prince, was taken by a reincarnated student. The aftermath of a battle, the fallen scattered across the cracked earth. A group gathers, assessing the situation. Someone, enraged, breaks the seal on the artifact, unleashing a great demon and potentially ending the world. The Count and the Paladin have failed? The news hits hard. Their strategy, their teamwork, all for naught. It's impossible, they say, those two were a great duo. Standing tall, a figure laments, a shame. The reality sinks in for those observing, but the milk's already been spilled. A close-up reveals a face etched with resolve, please be understanding of. Holding a book titled Samawin Academy Story, he muses, although it may be possible to undo the spillage. He thinks to himself, damn it, I've never even read romance stories. I can't just leave the Count and the Paladin to die, and the librarian's hinting at me to go, so I'll just do it. Why don't you just give up and try a different raid? A voice echoes, I don't think it'll be that simple. Grasping the hilt of a glowing sword, the implication is clear, he's ready to fight. Believing that the sister sword must be in that world, Kim Gongja seems determined. Reassuring him, a voice notes that he's never read Niram stuff before and did just fine, so he'll probably be okay. With a glint in his eye, he appears ready for what's to come. And with a burst of energy, he declares, let's go. Looking up at the towering structure before him, Kim Gongja states, I'll command this stage. His hand raised, he seems confident in his declaration. Nearby, a figure in armor stands beside a woman in a yellow dress, both observing the scene. Leaning back, he is told, Sovereign, I didn't know you were into romance. He replies, no need to apologize. It's true that I'm an amateur when it comes to romance. The armored figure then asks, yet you still wish to command this stage? He thinks to himself, she's serious about romance, but he doesn't want to take her because of her past failure. Yes, he really wants to take charge, he can't lose to her. Considering the genre, it'd be better for someone who's more knowledgeable in it to go in, but he's completed the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon without ever having read Niram. Grasping the hilt of his sword, he acknowledges that's true, but a woman with glowing purple eyes declares she has a bad feeling about this stage and asks to be in charge. Looking at the armored figure, he thinks it doesn't really matter, right? He's proved his skills countless times. Black Dragon Master? Another figure chimes in. They also think they should do as Death Sovereign says. He knows something. Even you. Grinning, he exclaims, nice one, rank 1 and 2. Clenching his fist, he declares he'll pick the team to go with him. Then, he states he's going to go with the top elite this time, and tells them not to hate him for not picking them. He muses, the top elite, huh? He thinks this will be his first romance, but he thinks he fits the vibe. It's just his aesthetic, although he can't say he's an expert in romance. The woman with the glowing eyes thinks if only the top elite teammates would have to go, wouldn't that pertain to her? It's just her personal opinion. She's a bit strange. The armored figure retorts, no, you're wrong, Black Dragon Master. Romance fantasy is a chocolate mousse cake, apparently, and the blonde-haired woman thinks an expert like her should definitely go. She's creating metaphors. She's just as strange. Isn't love something that can be replaced with money? A rich person is better at dating than a poor one. Love is power, and power is money. I should be the one appointed here, who put her in romance. Cult interrogator, let's do this together. Huh? Yo-ho? Alright, if you so wish, then I'll gladly come with. Death Sovereign, are you out of your mind? He doesn't know how to be empathetic. He's a psychopath, and even if I were to sugarcoat it, he's a sociopath at best. Why would you take a man like that into a romance genre? Black Dragon Master. I don't know much about romance, but I do know what the most important thing is. What? Looks. Bathed in a soft glow, surrounded by vibrant flowers, the blonde-haired figure smiles serenely. Before a radiant, swirling portal, two figures stand in contemplation. The blonde figure in the center nods, affirming an unspoken agreement. With a confident smirk, the dark-haired man declares he does whatever he's told. The text emphasizes the cult interrogator always speaks his mind, a trait considered valuable in romance. Looking up in surprise, the blonde-haired figure exclaims, oh ho. Below, a voice observes, this is quite the original duo, expressing excitement for what's to come. Bathed in a pink glow, the figure proclaims, it's a time when everyone praises love, transcending class, blood, and nationality. The text muses, perhaps that's why love has become so difficult, focusing too much on romance rather than action and attitude. With a determined gaze, the figure declares, he will specially grant a favor as they struggle between the two. The text reveals, they've cleared the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon up to the hidden stage, but have yet to receive the rewards. Drawing a weapon, the figure states, he'll give it to them now, as a face blindness card appears. Cards float in the air, each bearing a cryptic message. A smile plays on his lips as he holds up a book, declaring that these tools will be their Trojan horse, useful in romance. A voice suggests checking the last gift in the Book of Revelations, prompting a confused reaction. A figure bathed in light proclaims, choosing two individuals as characters in the Samawin Academy story, identifying them as Death Sovereign and Cult Interrogator. A disembodied voice echoes, warning that upon opening their eyes again, they will be taken to the point, 7 days before the unfortunate. The scene shifts, and a message declares the discontinuation of the Samawin Academy story. A figure expresses hope that they'll be able to create a great ending. A voice booms, calling out for a young lady and a butler. A character's eyes widen in surprise, uttering a simple eh. Two figures stand amidst the chaos. Her eyes glowing with fury, she spits out an insult, calling someone a rude and imbecile thing, before questioning, huh? A thought bubble appears, filled with question marks, as Kim Gongja is presented as a butler. Elsewhere, a young lady is introduced as a cult interrogator. The scene shifts to a grand hall, its architecture hinting at opulence and history. In the hall's ornate setting, a woman in a striking blue gown stands tall, her gaze fixed on the young lady before her. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The young lady's eyes widen, a question forming on her lips. Nicole's expression hardens, her red eyes burning with anger. Her voice dripping with disdain. Nicole calls her rude and an imbecile. A man watches from afar, his expression unreadable as he wonders if she intends to keep mocking her. Before she can react, the young lady is struck hard across the face. The sound of the slap echoes, a stark punctuation to the heated exchange. Nicole's fury barely contained. She wonders how the young lady dares act like nothing has happened after saying something so absurd. The scene widens to show the banquet hall, a place for the higher class. The woman gasps for air. The text above her head declares her the villainess of this apocalypse. In this empire, magic and alchemy are highly advanced. She's the daughter of the Duke, the next most powerful family after the Imperials, but this apocalypse will end in 7 days. Reason for doom. The villainess's fiancé, the crown prince, had his heart stolen by a reincarnated female student. A voice calls out, "Hey, someone come here." A man says he doesn't wish to see those things, ordering them out of his sight right now. A man responds, "Yes, my lady." The man asks if she's feeling unwell somewhere, declaring that it's no good and that'll help her. Her expression has gotten worse, her eyes filled with tears. She thinks that she'll need to look for a doctor now instead of staying at the banquet, as the man orders them out of his sight and to imprison the servant. The man asks them to lower their voice, explaining that the lady is having a hard time with loud noises. The young lady asks where they are taking them, looking up at the guards with a confused expression. Servants of the Duke are on the attack, and the young lady is sent tumbling through the air. The Death Sovereign is caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. It's the Death Sovereign, and this is bad. Still falling, the young lady is completely helpless. It seems I've become the protagonist here. Staring out from behind bars, she can't believe this. Despite her circumstances, the young lady seems oddly calm. Speaking to her, the Death Sovereign says the world is beautiful and that they should think positively. Announcing a divine spell, the young lady begins a transformation. Intrigued, the Death Sovereign asks what she thinks. Having changed her vocal cords a little, she asks how she sounds. A strange phrase hangs in the air, one that sounds more like a lady now. The Black Dragon Master acknowledges the change, noting that she's really dignified, like a young noble lady, though he suggests she refine the contents of what she says. He muses, it was out of their expectations that they possessed the female protagonist and her butler. She replies that they can deal with this situation, and that he looks a little more relaxed now, thanks to Occult Interrogator's divine spell and her regression skill. He asks, pardon. The Black Dragon Master reflects that after she returned from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, her expression has been gloomy the whole time. She explains that it's natural since she lost her beloved master, and that's why she was worried about the raid this time too, adding that she was worried he wouldn't be able to perform because of his depressed emotions, but it seems that was an unfounded worry. She continues, asking if he's able to tell what one is feeling from their expression. Her eyes gleaming, she states that she doesn't know what it feels like to be depressed, but she does understand it. The Black Dragon Master thinks to himself that even machines would creak if there are grease spots, and stress is the grease spot for humans, wondering if she's trying to understand humans in his own way, and finding it fascinating that if left alone for too long, it could settle down within your heart, so please make sure to manage it well. He observes her. He thinks that although she's a psycho, she's quite the unique one, adding that, by the way, there's been something strange since just before, as she asks what he means. Based on her understanding, they've been imprisoned due to an abuse of authority. Increasing her understanding, the one in power will put guards or security troops to monitor the people they imprison. Sensing something amiss, the young lady realizes there are people outside the window. As if on cue, masked figures burst in, shouting for them to be captured. One of the figures emphasizes that they should kill the man if they want, but not harm the woman. Ready to defend, Kim Gongja prepares for battle. He clashes with one of the masked figures, blue energy erupting from the point of impact. Another masked figure shouts, demanding they act now. Taking the brunt of the attack, Kim Gongja cries out in pain. Staggering, he groans as another blow lands. The young lady, witnessing the scene, pleads for the Death Sovereign not to kill all of them, as they need to find out who's behind this and keep at least one alive. Meanwhile, one of the masked figures is sent flying, crying out in agony. One of the masked figures wonders, wasn't she supposed to be a frail noble? Turning to face them, the young lady stands tall. Her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, she declares that all of them have 3 choices. The first option is death if they ask for it. The young lady continues, her voice cold. They can undergo her interrogation and spill out important information one after another. The third option, they can spill out the information of their own will without dying or getting interrogated. One of the masked figures replies, okay, understood. Her face stained with dirt and blood, the young lady smiles. Her smile widening, she awaits their decision. One of the masked figures begs, please spare my life. We were simply doing as we were tasked. Please tell us why you ambushed us then. Her blue eyes gleaming, the young lady stares intently. Another masked figure cries out, have you still not decided? All right, I'll help you hasten your decision. PP, please spare my life. One of the masked figures begs for mercy. Desperate to avoid further pain, He pleads with the interrogator, insisting there's no need for such brutality. Her expression unwavering, the young lady calmly states that she intends to ask them everything. Considering their earlier actions, it seems they were able to cut through the windows with surprising ease. Under duress, one of the figures admits they heard a girl would be brought to the storage cellar. Another figure chimes in, cursing the fact that they were told she was just a normal lady. The young lady notes, they knew they'd be here beforehand. Pressing further, she asks if they were planning to kidnap her. Hesitantly, one of the figures admits they were hired to kidnap the girl, but with strict instructions not to harm her. Listening to their testimony, the young lady believes she has a grasp on who the culprit is. Her eyes narrow, as she considers the implications of their confession. The guard confirms, yes. She realizes that the culprit must be someone powerful enough to hire 4 assassins to infiltrate the academy, someone who knows the academy's security system inside and out. The young lady thinks, and the villainess was shouting this just now while chasing us out. Her face contorted in anger, she wishes she didn't have to see those things and demands they be taken away. She muses that the villainess didn't specify where to move them to, but they brought them to the exact place where the assassins were prepared to attack. The young lady realizes, indeed, the villainess could be the one who hired these assassins. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she considers the possibility. She thinks that she might look like this, but she's the protagonist of this apocalypse world, the noble daughter who is seeing the apocalypse. She wonders if the villainess sends someone like her here and she gets ambushed, she'd get involved in too big of a scandal even if she's the daughter of a duke. She concludes that means the villainess isn't the culprit. She realizes that the person who wants her to look like the criminal is the true culprit, and it's also someone who finds her so important that a request for her to not be harmed would be included. In a moment of realization, she whispers, Sylvia. A flurry of motion surrounds the billowing skirt. Her eyes wide with determination, she vows to protect the one she cares for. Declaring himself the only heir, the crown prince makes his grand entrance. Amidst falling rose petals, a man in a suit watches intently. Last year, the emperor bestowed names upon 2 ladies, Sylvia Avani and Lavia Levantia. From now on, she would be known as Lady Golden Flower, a golden flower blooming in a yellow garden. Lady Golden Flower, the female protagonist of this world. Lavia Levantia. From now on, she would be known as Lady Silver Lily, a precious flower holding her head high with a silver brilliance. Lady Silver Lily, this apocalypse is villainous. These 2 were the most prestigious names that the emperor had given. Since the 2 ladies are studying in the same academy together, it's inevitable that a huge storm will occur within the academy. But even so, something else is brewing. The crown prince stands, his expression unreadable. A memory surfaces, a flash of blue eyes filled with malice. He recalls someone questioning his worthiness, wondering if he's too uncouth for a crown prince. The prince's gaze hardens. A voice echoes in his mind, dripping with sarcasm. You survived too, huh? He's getting on my nerves. The scene shifts to a moment of apparent safety, as the crown prince is told that he was able to remain safe and alive. He assures a young girl, you sure are lucky. He remembers someone attributing his survival to grace, but the prince scoffs, nobody. This can't be my own luck. The blond man's eyes narrow as he questions, this ambush is your doing, isn't it? He hears a dismissive response, you're being excessive with your words. How could everything in the world be due to my grace? The blond man smiles, saying that protecting his own life and being able to protect Sylvia from the assassin's vicious attack was all luck, and that he would like to express his gratitude. The crown prince clenches his fist, thinking of that darn curly-haired. He's underestimating my abilities, saying I got lucky? Although, I don't want to believe this is happening. Could he be trying to keep me in check? Lady Golden Flower is my master. And I belong to her. A sword protecting its own master has got nothing to do with luck. What am I doing? My mouth is saying things by itself. This is crazy. What good could ever come out of a mere butler fighting with the crown prince? It's just like a tool fulfilling its purpose. I don't deserve such great flattery from you, your highness. What the heck? I guess noble families at the level of a baron choose their servants based on how good they are at talking. His Majesty will be disappointed if he becomes aware of this current situation. Don't do it, curly hair. Don't provoke me any further. Please forgive me. Everything under His Majesty's rule is perfect. This stage. I will offer my life to protect you, my lady. Butler, please be careful. An ancient demon is invading the world, and they're doing that right now? Now's not the time to be loving and embracing one another. As the synchronization continues, Laviel wonders why the hell they're both doing that. The air crackles with energy, a visual representation of the connection forming. The system chimes in, revealing that their current synchronization is at 2%. An eye opens, a symbol of the truth he seeks, as the crown prince vows to uncover what happened tonight. He continues, stating that there's no one as trustworthy as Her Highness, and he earnestly pleads for her to find the culprit behind the ambush and punish them as a warning to others, promising to do just that. The crown prince notes, it seems Lady Sylvia is in great shock, and there could be other assassins around still, so he'll be protecting her today. Sylvia, looking up with wide eyes, apologizes for her insolence. Now that such a thing has happened, she needs to be put in a place where she can be most at ease so that she can rest properly. The crown prince grits his teeth, wishing his mouth would give him a break. hoping that his master will be able to stay in her own room as she usually does. The system chimes again, as the synchronization reaches 3%, and Laviel asks if he's saying that she'll be uncomfortable around him, apologizing and asking for a break. From an upside-down perspective, a voice asks what he's doing. A man with fiery red hair, seemingly in distress, exclaims, "Sword Emperor. I mean, Sir Sword Emperor." Hanging upside down in what appears to be a dungeon, the man asks if they've gone nuts, pleading for someone to do something about him, as he's really going to go nuts. From within the confines of his cell, a voice booms, demanding someone do something so he can break free. The red-haired man's words are met with a hushed response, as the crown prince listens intently to someone whispering in his ear, a voice filled with disdain, accusing him of the same disgusting behavior as the protagonist in Viper's Delusions. Suddenly, a commanding presence fills the air, declaring his return and ordering a halt to whatever is transpiring. The crown prince, now face to face with Sylvia, tilts his head, questioning what's wrong. Sylvia abruptly pushes him away, a look of shock and surprise on her face, as if something unexpected has just occurred. Her eyes widen, a subtle glow emanating from within, as she seems to register something new. Clutching her chest, Sylvia reflects, realizing she's just felt something new, something she's never felt before. Her heart races, a sense of mystery washing over her, as she tries to understand this unfamiliar sensation. The crown prince, the red-haired man, and another figure stand in the background, observing the unfolding events with varying degrees of concern and curiosity. A voice muses, observing that the owner of this body truly likes him. The crown prince reaches out, concern etched on his face, calling out Sylvia's name. His expression shifts, a mix of surprise and realization, as he utters that she's really. The crown prince addresses Sylvia with a gentle tone, calling her my lady. Extending a hand to her, he suggests they move on. Her reflection visible in her own eye, Sylvia thinks to herself that they mustn't forget their mission. A stark reminder, the text emphasizes that they are not just playing roles, but have a goal, to clear this stage. Agreeing with the crown prince, Sylvia thanks him for his concern, but insists on returning to her dormitory with her servant. As she turns to leave, the crown prince calls out to Sylvia, his voice laced with worry. The scene shifts to a distant view of the castle, emphasizing the distance between them. Watching her walk away, the crown prince is left alone with his thoughts. Things have become more complicated, he thinks, reflecting on the unexpected trap and admitting to a pang of jealousy when he saw her hug that curly hair. A soft chuckle escapes her, as Sylvia acknowledges that this is indeed something they never expected. Back in his own thoughts, the crown prince wonders how much the synchronization increased earlier. Realizing the extent of the increase, he exclaims in amazement, noting that it went up to 3% super quickly, and he barely stopped it, hitting 10% in an instant. Looking out the window, Sylvia's expression is unreadable. His voice laced with concern, the crown prince demands, "What did you just say?" He reflects, in that short time with the crown prince, his synchronization went up to 10. Clenching his fist, he realizes this is way worse than he thought. Turning to Sylvia, the crown prince's gaze is intense. He states, "This won't do. Let's prepare some safety measures." Suggesting a plan, he continues, "Let's decide on a keyword, one that can bring us back to our senses no matter the situation. For example, if I say peach, then you'll say carrot. Something like that." With a gentle smile, Sylvia agrees. "It'll be a secret code just between the two of us." Her eyes wide, Sylvia asks, "I agree. What kind of secret code shall we go with then?" As they walk down the corridor, the crown prince remains vigilant. A shift in perspective reveals a figure bathed in ethereal light, a silent observer. Her true allegiance revealed, Sylvia thinks, Death's sovereign. Her dress pooling around her, Sylvia thinks to herself that she hates that woman. Standing close to her, the crown prince admits he's really curious. Her fingers twitching, Sylvia wonders what kind of expression she's making right now. A sinister smile playing on her lips, she seems to be enjoying herself. His gaze intense, the crown prince watches her every move. From above, the group makes their way down the hall, their destination unknown. He wonders, what was with the cult interrogator's laughter? The cult interrogator reaches out, declaring that she needs to wake him up. "It's Lady Goldenflower." He remarks, "You seem to be just fine, huh?" She recalls, she called out that nickname before he could call out his nickname in the tower. Smirking, the cult interrogator states, "You're as tough as a weed. I guess a few assassins are nothing to you." Lady Goldenflower asks, "Did you come all the way here at this late hour in concern for my health? I'm so honored that so many people, including the crown prince, have shown someone as lowly as me so much concern." Looking down at the scene with a thoughtful expression, Kim Gongja considers the situation, remembering the words of the young lady and wondering why she came looking for him. Her voice laced with accusation, the young lady confronts Lady Goldenflower, questioning if she provoked someone and reminding her that slapping someone at a dance banquet isn't befitting of a noble's manners. Cutting her off with a surge of magical energy, the cult interrogator suggests that if it isn't too rude, he'd like to visit her reception room, adding that he'd like to learn a thing or two from her, since she seems to be quite the expert at hitting people. A voice cries out, pleading for everyone to stop, as another voice scolds Lady Goldenflower, saying she's crossed the line with her words and questioning how a mere daughter of a baron from the borders could say such things. The tension palpable, someone begs for forgiveness as the scene unfolds before Kim Gong-ja. With the drama unfolding, the focus shifts to the feet of the characters, highlighting the unease and anticipation in the room. Observing the scene, the cult interrogator remarks that his young miss is in great shock after experiencing a traumatic incident, suggesting that she needs to rest quickly and asking if they may take their leave since it's quite late now. Close up on Lady Golden Flower, her elegant dress a stark contrast to the turmoil surrounding her. His gaze intense, Kim Gong-ja thinks it won't be too late even if they resolve the misunderstanding tomorrow morning. His voice filled with anger, a butler exclaims, questioning how anyone dares stand in the way of their lady. The focus shifts to a new character, as someone mentions Lady Silver Lily, prompting a butler to question what they're talking about. With a commanding gesture, someone demands silence, further escalating the tension in the room. But before Sylvia can respond to Lady Goldenflower's outburst, a stern voice cuts through the tension. Lady Goldenflower's butler interjects, insisting that she not stop the conversation. The Crown Prince watches the exchange, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he thinks to himself that he can't allow any more character synchronizations. Sylvia, her expression unreadable, simply asks what is it. The butler reflects on the servants of a duke family, noting how dignified they are, unlike nobodies like him. A polite smile graces his lips, though his eyes betray a hint of something else. He bows slightly, stating that he has learned a lot tonight, and, despite his lowly status, would like to offer his respects. With a final, respectful bow, he prepares to escort Lady Goldenflower away, leaving Sylvia and the others behind. The butler announces that they will now be taking their leave. Lady Goldenflower is led away, her expression a mix of frustration and resignation. The butler maintains a firm grip, ensuring she doesn't linger. As they depart, the scene fades to a tranquil image of white flowers. Sunlight dapples the stone path, filtered through the canopy above. Huffing slightly, Lady Silver Lily picks up her pace. His brow furrowed with concern, the cult interrogator calls out, asking if she's back now. Her eyes wide, Sylvia wonders if he's just saying that to get back at her. Clutching her dress, she seems deeply troubled. The scene shifts to the Psalm Win Academy, specifically the female dormitory. Standing before a door, a bead of sweat trickles down his face as the cult interrogator seems to be struggling with a secret code. Her eyes widening, Lady Silver Lily repeats the words, questioning the existence of a secret code. The camera pans down to show the signs for the female and male dormitories, indicating their proximity. His expression grave, the cult interrogator admits he's been thinking about this all day, stating that they really can't carry on like this. Seated in a chair, her head bowed, Sylvia acknowledges that what he's saying is correct, though she seems reluctant to admit it. Her eyes darting to the side, Lady Silver Lily appears to be on edge. The cult interrogator's expression is serious as he speaks to Lady Silver Lily. A window is shown as he says that when spring comes, she is to answer with, magnolias wither, revealing that this is their secret code, one that asks them to come back. He continues, suggesting they give it a try, asking, when spring comes. Sylvia responds, repeating the code, magnolias wither. The cult interrogator nods in response, repeating, again, when spring comes. Lady Silver Lily exclaims, yeah. She composes herself, stating, yes, I've come back to my senses. Okay, great job. The cult interrogator acknowledges the intensity of the situation, saying, thank you. Today was so eventful, like a storm just passed by. He then asks Sylvia if she wants a cup of tea to calm her down, and she responds, yes, please. The cult interrogator opens a drawer, thinking to himself that they're not done yet, and that he can't believe there's a kitchen in a dormitory room, remarking on rich people and their antics, and that it's still too early to give up on this regression. He prepares the tea, thinking, all right so. A guide on how to make the tea that Lady Goldenflower likes is shown, stating to preheat the teacup and teapot. The cult interrogator pours the tea, following the guide that states the teapot that's used to make the tea and the one that's used to serve it must be separate ones, and that once you add milk and cassia cinnamon. As the cult interrogator prepares the tea, a narration box explains that adding a spoonful of honey will complete her favorite tea, and that precious honey was brought along for times like these, so the young miss can enjoy such luxuries. The cult interrogator thinks to himself that it's not okay, as a system message indicates he is syncing with her character. Flashing lights fill the void, as the cult interrogator curses. He thinks to himself how he hates this damn romance, and why anyone would be happy when thinking about putting honey into red tea. A system message indicates that Sparkly is worried about his current state of mind, as he wonders what the hell love is, and who the hell cares. He thinks to himself that he can't let it happen, as he's gone through so much to clear all the stages so far, and it feels like he's slowly losing himself. The cult interrogator presents the tea to Sylvia, saying, here's your tea. Sylvia thanks the Death Sovereign before taking a sip. Her eyes widen in shock as a rainbow of liquid spews from her mouth, exclaiming that the tea tastes strange. The cult interrogator asks, what's wrong? Explaining that if his taste buds aren't wrong, this is the taste of salt, and that's what the tea is like. A close-up of the tea shows it swirling with rainbow colors, as the cult interrogator explains that if he's talking about how salty it is, he'd say it tastes just like salt water. He tells her to just shut up and drink it. As she continues to drink the tea, thanking him for the drink and noting that it's really salty. A rainbow of energy pours from her mouth and into the teacup. Lady Silver Lily is finally back to her old self. The cult interrogator leans back in his chair, a calculating look in his eyes, asking what she intends to do from now on. A narration box appears, stating that the person who destroyed this world is the villainous Lady Silver Lily, the Crown Prince's fiancée. The narration continues, explaining that when the Crown Prince falls in love with Lady Goldenflower, her world would probably be crushed due to the betrayal and from having lost her loved one, and her grudge would eventually become what destroys this world. A vision of Lady Silver Lily in a red dress, surrounded by fiery energy, foreshadows her destructive potential. Back in the room, another narration box states that they need to bring the villainess and the Crown Prince together, or otherwise, they need to at least destroy the love that the two have completely, aiming for one of these two endings. Are they going for a breakup plan? The cult interrogator thinks to himself that since he's never dated, he doesn't know what it's like, but wouldn't it be way easier to break up a couple than to bring them back together? A sinister smile spreads across his face as he considers that in order to do that, they'll need Lady Silver Lily to fall out of love with the Crown Prince, asking if she has any good plans in mind. With a gloved hand, he confidently declares, "I do." Dark energy swirls around him as a narration box explains that the more she acts like a lady and the more he acts like a butler, the more synchronized they will be with their characters. The narration continues, questioning what if they don't act like a lady and a butler? The synchronization rate will either drop or at least stop increasing. He snaps his fingers, sealing the deal. With a determined glint in his eyes and dark energy swirling around him, the cult interrogator declares his intentions to become both a bad lady and a bad butler. And so, he appears before Lady Silver Lily, now dressed in a proper butler's uniform. The morning sun casting a warm glow on the courtyard, several figures gather, ready to start their day. As the group begins to stir, a question hangs in the air. Answering the unspoken inquiry, Sylvia confirms she slept well, before asking Lady Levantia if she did as well. As the conversation continues, Sylvia mentions wanting toast for breakfast and wonders what Lady Levantia dreamed about. Lady Levantia then suggests they have breakfast together, a suggestion Sylvia seems to like. The two ladies exchange a knowing glance, their morning chat filled with warmth and anticipation. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the courtyard, another figure laments that their sleep was anything but peaceful, though it is unclear who he is speaking to. With a sigh, he takes a seat, perhaps hoping for a moment of respite. The Crown Prince, sporting sunglasses, stands over someone, complaining about almost dying the previous night due to assassins and how he couldn't sleep. He continues, asserting that he's not the one who needs peace, but rather the other person's head. Lady Goldenflower retorts, questioning if the other person's head feels at peace and if their skull and brain are safe. The Crown Prince is seen standing over Lady Goldenflower, who is on the ground, seemingly having been struck. Lady Goldenflower is asked to breathe and if she can hear, as the Crown Prince questions why she's making such a fuss over a simple question. Lady Goldenflower is told that if her hair is red because her skull cracked and brain leaked out, she needs to pick up her brain quickly because she wasn't bright to begin with. Lady Goldenflower is on the ground, exclaiming, "Kaya? Lady Plum Blossom." The Crown Prince is seen again, noting that the synchronization rate didn't increase at all. A voice declares, "Let's become a bad lady and bad butler." Someone says, "Okay, I'll do my best to learn." The Death Sovereign is being stepped on, as the Crown Prince thanks him for the compliment, stating that he'll continue to trust him completely from now on because he's truly dependable. The Death Sovereign wonders if he's being stepped on so that the synchronization rate won't increase, realizing he has no choice but to do this if he wants to be a bad butler. The whispers spread like wildfire. Lady Goldenflower has apparently gone crazy. The rumors paint a disturbing picture. She's become a totally different person after being attacked yesterday, almost as if a demon possessed her. Adding to the unease, Young Shik and the two ladies who bravely went to confirm whether the rumors were true still haven't returned yet, and people also saw her butler putting salt into her red tea. A stern voice booms, "The honor of his master has been sullied." The man in sunglasses steps forward, requesting permission to fight with her servant. The request seems to be tiring. He declares that to live as an easy target, he also swears upon the honor of Count Bradley, understanding that they'll resolve this peacefully just as they all wanted. Someone's foot steps on something, causing them to say, "Ouch." The blonde-haired woman asks, "You're right. What do I need to do then?" The Crown Prince relents, allowing all of them to fight with her servant as they wish. He demands that they submit 5 gold coins for each round of the fight. The butler states that as butlers are property of the family, he can't let the family's property get damaged in a fight, thinking that he can't believe they're asking money for sacred duels, and questioning if their loyalty towards their families is worth less than 5 gold coins. With a smirk, he asks if they take small change, as he only has silver coins. It seems a servant takes after their master. He states it's time to show the results of his tuition lessons, claiming he's only asking for fun. With a hand on his head, the Crown Prince wonders if anyone here has ever starved for a week. A scream pierces the air as someone cries out in distress. The butler cries out for help, wondering what on earth is going on. He admits he heard bad rumors, but thought they were just the devil's whispers, but now he sees they're really fighting their schoolmates. The butler is questioned on what he thinks he's doing, and reminded that if his master is tired, he ought to do everything he can to stop them. He's asked how he can just swing his sword around rashly, and reminded that as a butler, he's third-rate, a servant, and a total failure, prompting an apology. The butler thinks to himself that if she thinks he's a failure, he will stand down, but if she doesn't, he will remain a loyal butler to her, as the Crown Prince scolds him for acting so shamelessly after causing such a ruckus. The Crown Prince tells Sylvia that he's repeatedly told her she mustn't have such a person as her butler, explaining there are multiple eunuchs that the imperial family has spent a lot of effort grooming, and he just needs to talk to the emperor, and he'll let her choose one of them as her butler. Sylvia assures him not to worry, as her father favors him a lot. Whispers fill the air as two ladies observe the scene, giggling at the unfolding drama. Rumors had been circulating that the emperor favored Lady Goldenflower, but could it truly be? The two ladies gasp, clearly enjoying the spectacle. The Crown Prince extends his hand, awaiting Sylvia's response, though this is nerve-wracking. He hopes that the love of Lady Goldenflower, the female protagonist, will grow even stronger. Or will his ego, who's acting as a bad lady, become stronger? The Crown Prince looks down at Sylvia, asking if she'll listen to his earnest plea. He wonders what she'll use. Sylvia looks up at the Crown Prince, apologizing for saying this, but it feels a little familiar. The Crown Prince asks if she found out who was behind the assassins that ambushed him yesterday. He admits that he's still investigating it, not yet having found the culprits. Sylvia looks up at the Crown Prince, reminding him that if he truly cherishes her, then she earnestly pleads with him to respect her butler, as he was with her last night, and she would have been in big trouble without him. Sylvia declares that she trusts her butler the most. Hearing this, the Crown Prince bursts into laughter. As the Crown Prince continues to laugh, joined by another young lady, Sylvia looks on. His laughter echoes, filling the air. The Crown Prince asks, "As Sylvia?" He notes that her laughter is different from usual, sounding like a baby bird, but he admits that he really likes this kind of laughter. Listening carefully, the Crown Prince finds it all right, discovering yet another charm of hers, but someone else wonders if he isn't mistaken about something. Sylvia responds, "I'm just like a kaleidoscope, shining beautifully in so many colors. No one's laughter is fixed upon their birth. I will also change my laughter." Someone clenches their fist, thinking that it would be easier to destroy love than to bring about love. Her laughter continues, as Sylvia says that it's different for every person. The Crown Prince strikes a pose, as Sylvia watches. Someone laughs maniacally, wondering what's so great about love. The person is told that they reek of a loner who's never dated, and that love comes in different forms for everyone, as they continue to laugh. Considering the Crown Prince's love, he thinks it's the kind that can't be cut, even if someone tried really hard. The whole bad lady plan was creative, though. The Sword Emperor wonders, why does he sound so grown up? He hopes he's not feeling an inferiority complex just because he's never dated. That hurts his pride too much. The Crown Prince declares to the young lady and the apothecary, Sylvia trusts him the most. The Crown Prince's butler thinks His Highness is a noble person, but he's always somewhere far away. While he might be lowly, he's always by his master's side. He wonders if Sylvia's love can withstand this as well. Nicole and the young lady react, calling him an idiot. Leofanta Ejim thinks he really does not know the formula for love. The butler thinks the Crown Prince is truly arrogant for loitering around Lady Goldenflower while using the excuse of being her butler. The Crown Prince declares, in that case, he too will tend to her needs, and the butler may retire. The butler is shocked. Nicole and the young lady react, gushing that His Highness is so passionate and wondering if it's really okay for him to act like this. They wonder what on earth is with all this noise. Sylvia stands tall. Who else would love you as I do? Who else would caress you with such love as I do? Have you seen anyone else with more desperate eyes than I do? Have you felt a touch gentler than mine? No one. None. I'll make it so that there's none. A figure stands silhouetted against a fiery sky, their gaze intense. As the figure's hand is gently held, their expression remains unreadable. Hearing that Lady Silver Lily took a sick leave this morning, a man wonders if she's gotten any better. While two girls stand nearby, one remarks that the lady's heart is such a troublemaker. Speaking softly, the figure assures them to please rest at ease, thanking them for their concern and stating that they had a really good rest last night. Reflecting on the situation, the man thinks that since she's sick for at least half of the year, a day like today is a precious one, adding that it's perfect timing since the spring weather is perfect, and she ought to enjoy a long, slow stroll. Something feels amiss. Even if he is royalty, it shouldn't be easy for him to mistreat the daughter of a duke so carelessly. If the spring wind picks up even a little, the magnolia leaves will begin to fall. Worried that the flowers would feel lonely, he thinks he might be the only one who appreciates them. Someone suggests that His Highness shouldn't dirty himself in such a rowdy place, proposing a spring stroll together instead. The blonde-haired figure scoffs, asking why he would ever do that. Lady Goldenflower is invited to join them. Turning to the blonde-haired figure, Kim Gongja asks if that will be all right. A voice warns that they are dangerous characters, adding that just being near the two of them together would increase the synchronization rates. He realizes that he's getting closer to becoming a butler, and the cult interrogator is getting closer to becoming Lady Goldenflower. Acknowledging that it will be dangerous, the blonde-haired figure is asked what their current synchronization rate is. Nothing would be resolved if they just did nothing, the blonde-haired figure thinks, noting a synchronization rate of 17%. As Lady Goldenflower stands nearby, Sylvia dismisses the need to agree to something, explaining that the synchronization rate went up by 1% when the Crown Prince spoke to her, and another 1% when she met Lady Silverlily's eyes. The Crown Prince observes that the rate of increase has definitely decreased compared to the crazy surge from the previous night, thinking it might be okay for them to take a risk here. He seems to be contemplating something. When spring comes, magnolias wither. The Crown Prince smirks. The Crown Prince exclaims that since Lady Silverlily has personally asked him for a stroll, he'll gladly accept her invitation. Sylvia looks surprised. Lady Goldenflower is seen from behind. As the group stands together, a disembodied voice instructs them to follow quietly. Sylvia wonders if this is where they want to take a stroll. As they continue their stroll, Sylvia is asked if this grand estate is her residence. The question hangs in the air, implying that she doesn't live in the dormitory and suggesting the influence of a powerful family. Appearing somewhat incredulous, the Crown Prince states that, of course, it isn't. He admits to himself that the stroll was merely an excuse he concocted. From above, Kim Gongja and Laviel are seen following behind, with Kim Gongja questioning the situation. Her red eyes gleaming, Sylvia remains composed. The Crown Prince looks up, mentioning a matter that requires secrecy. Silently, Sylvia confirms. The scene shifts to a close-up of a high-heeled shoe, emphasizing the need to suppress information and sow doubt among the people. Based on his assumptions, the Crown Prince believes the culprit who hired the assassins is himself. He asks if she has found out who the culprit is. He thinks he might be overthinking things, but Lady Silverlily is acting so calm, as if to tell him that she knows he was the one who did it. Finally, the Crown Prince asks how she managed to get good results on the investigation, results that even he couldn't achieve. The servant of Lady Goldenflower gave him a clue, but what could it mean? He admits to himself that he overreacted when he drove Lady Goldenflower and her servant out of the banquet hall yesterday. Images flash in his mind, a memory of ordering servants out of his sight. It's highly likely that one of his subordinates had ill intentions, he realizes. Turning to Sylvia, he asks if they should head down together. He notes that he doesn't see any servants here. How strange. Turning to the Crown Prince, Sylvia asks if he's that worried, suggesting she take the lead. The pair descend the stairs, deeper into the unknown. The Crown Prince pauses, his expression shifting to one of unease. A strange scent fills the air, and Kim Gongja notices it too. The Crown Prince apologizes for bringing someone to such a filthy place, as three bound figures are revealed. Sylvia stands tall, her silver hair cascading down her back, her red eyes fixed on the scene before her. The Crown Prince's voice echoes, laying bare the accusation. Those before him orchestrated the ambush on Lady Goldenflower. Even as the Crown Prince speaks of personal revenge, his own hand clenches, betraying a flicker of unease. Sylvia remains unmoved, her expression a mask of cold indifference, as if the horrifying sight before her is nothing more than a trivial matter. With a swift, brutal motion, Sylvia's hand clamps down on Young's face, her voice dripping with venom as she commands him to mind his manners. The Crown Prince continues, his words like a vice, demanding an explanation for the conspiracy against Lady Goldenflower. He leans in, a veiled threat hanging in the air, promising safety for Young's family, but only if he speaks the truth. The Crown Prince's words paint a picture of Lady Goldenflower, a mere baron's daughter who dared to seduce him, the rightful fiancé, now standing before them. Tears stream down Young's face as he confesses, his voice choked with remorse as he begs for forgiveness for his foolish actions. The Crown Prince presses, his gaze unwavering, demanding to know if anyone else conspired to hire the assassins. With a final, desperate plea, Young claims sole responsibility, stating that the act was committed by only 3 of them. But the truth remains obscured, a false testimony crafted to protect the Crown Prince, a desperate attempt to conceal his orchestration of the entire affair and maintain his heroic image. To protect someone, it seems the truth would greatly affect him if it came out. His Highness is urged to take action, with the words, "Please execute them." The Crown Prince's expression twists, the weight of the request evident as he repeats, "Execute." The rationale is laid bare. These individuals dared to target Lady Goldenflower and intruded upon the private space of a noble. Execution, they say, is the only fitting punishment. Her head bowed low, young lady is reminded that she is the foundation of the country and asked why she hesitates. A flicker of doubt crosses the Crown Prince's face, as he wonders if there might be a different truth to this incident than what he's uncovered. The Crown Prince is beseeched, not as a student of their academy, but as a loyal subject. He is asked to delay the punishment if he feels the investigation is lacking, but also to report this urgent matter to the special forces of His Majesty. Young lady is told that if the Crown Prince is satisfied with her investigation, there's no need to complicate things further. The camera focuses on young lady, her expression unreadable. A close-up reveals a man's face, his eyes wide with shock, a single red mark appearing on his forehead. The truth is revealed as young lady's eyes glow red, markings appearing on her wrists, a transformation taking hold. Despite the transformation she underwent, the young lady declares that she will always take responsibility for her wrongdoings. As if to prove her point, a character, their face obscured, raises a knife to their own throat, the cold steel glinting ominously. My beloved daughter, do not have any expectations. Each time you think to yourself, Maybe this time. The world will whisper back. To you, not this time. If you still want to put yourself out in the world, then keep this in mind. Give your life away without the intent to receive anything in return. Forgive the people for holding a carnival for your dead corpse. Let the people enjoy their gluttonous feast. And just like that, leave. Nothing in this world on your way out. Those last words to me before dying. A figure stands cloaked in darkness. The stark truth echoes. She was cremated. Deep within the confines of a stone prison, the crown prince pauses, taking in the grim surroundings. A disembodied voice speaks of punishment. The crown prince's face contorts in a mix of disgust and apprehension as he lets out a choked sound. Turning away, he seems to be trying to distance himself from the situation. A glimpse of golden hair suggests someone else is present, observing the scene. Her eyes now glowing with an ominous red light, Sylvia wonders if she should appeal their crimes to a higher court. Sylvia stands tall, her expression unreadable, as she questions whether they are taking the route of deposition. Her red eyes piercing, Sylvia asks if he's trying to test how much His Majesty is willing to tolerate. Sylvia is complimented on her skills, but her companion's tone drips with sarcasm as she notes how Sylvia managed to drag them both into this mess. The implications hang heavy in the air. Everyone involved will have to keep their mouths shut. Turning to Sylvia, Lady Goldenflower remarks that it's good for her, since her mistakes will be covered up and the princess will be punished. The blonde-haired woman's words cut deep. The problem is that the princess is the only one not benefiting from this situation. Her blue eyes gleaming, Sylvia's expression is unreadable. The silver-haired woman presses, wondering how Sylvia expects to reap any benefits from working like this, especially with the Duke family's loyal servants about to die. She continues, her red eyes narrowed, questioning why Sylvia would take the punishment in place of His Highness. Lady Goldenflower mocks her, commenting on how pretty she is, but not so good at discussions. The woman with silver hair continues to press, asking Sylvia to be honest about why she's offering to take the punishment in place of His Highness. Her voice dripping with suspicion, she wonders if it's perhaps Sylvia's love. Sylvia responds, stating that she's just fulfilling her duties, Lady Goldenflower, and that it's disloyal to consider benefits in payment. The blonde woman presses, so you don't want any rewards? Lady Silver Lily responds coolly, whatever you do or say won't affect how I act. The woman, revealed to be Lady Levantia, says, Sylvia. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the butler thinks to himself, the prince can't come to a decision on his own either. He resolves, in order to resolve this situation, I need to use the knowledge of a butler. A system message appears, stating, you are syncing with your character. The system message continues, showing a synchronization rate of 7%, prompting the young lady to wait a bit. The butler continues, it's still okay. He thinks, it's not right to leave it just to His Highness to decide on the punishment. Lady Silver Lily has also been betrayed by her subordinates, so I say that she has a right to give the punishment too. Back with Laviel and Sylvia. The butler concludes, if those servants are truly behind the assassination, then we have a right to exact revenge. Why don't we have one person punish one each? Considering the butler's suggestion, the man with golden hair is sure that Sylvia wants to make them accomplices anyway, but she thinks it's too much for Her Highness to decide on the punishment alone, suggesting that if the three of them equally take responsibility, it'll be a good compromise. Hearing this, the man realizes the butler is right. The princess was betrayed by her subordinates, and Sylvia needs to uphold the law. His expression hardening, he raises his hand. Sylvia counters, insisting that each person has their own reason, so each one should decide the punishment, adding that a king shouldn't share his responsibilities with others. The golden-haired man falls to his knees, his expression twisted in frustration. He shouts, claiming that all they ever tell him is to kill, punish, and get rid of them, exclaiming that this happens whenever something happens. Focus shifts to a sword lying on the ground, abandoned. Sylvia's red eyes narrow, declaring that it's the duty of a person who will lead the empire in the future. His face contorted in rage, the man denies being a murderer, calling Sylvia a snake. Kneeling, Sylvia reaches for the sword, telling him that if he wants to see blood spilled that badly, then he can kill them himself. Her gaze intense, Sylvia demands that he at least give her the order. The man's expression is a mix of shock and frustration, as he is asked to order her to execute them, or if he has forgotten how to do that, questioning if he wishes to give up his authority as a leader. A low growl rumbles from the man in the suit. His Highness commands, kill them. The words hang in the air as the cult interrogator exhales. A silent promise echoes, that someday, someone will dare to stand in Lady Goldenflower's way. If he doesn't kill her right now, his current synchronization rate is at a measly 8%. The cult interrogator finds this. Ahaha, you're getting more interesting. Raising his weapon high, he declares, all right, let's become accomplices. His target realizes, there, just one left now. A manic grin spreads across the cult interrogator's face as he prepares to strike. His Highness screams, Your Highness, get rid of him. But before he can react, Kim Gongja delivers a swift blow. Having just intervened, the cult interrogator is already on the defensive, claiming that none of this would have happened if it weren't for a pathetic assassination attempt. His voice rising in anger, he continues, suggesting that a kidnapping driven by insane love might have occurred, but that he's also going to ignore his responsibilities. Struck by an unseen force, the cult interrogator can only utter a confused what. His eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue, the cult interrogator demands that the blade be taken. The purple energy intensifies, casting a sinister shadow. A system message displays a synchronization rate of only 9%, as the cult interrogator expresses his disdain, stating that he doesn't care if his synchronization rate increases and that he feels exactly the same as the butler does right now anyway. The rage over the cowardly escape is palpable, as it's implied that someone left all of their dirty work for Lady Silver Lily to do. Looking down from a grand staircase, the cult interrogator questions if this is the time for someone to be running, reminding them that they're supposed to be the royal prince of the empire. Desperation fills the air as someone shouts, "Sylvia, bring down the blade. Please, stop your butler." A violent strike lands, leaving a trail of blood. Gasping in pain, Sylvia struggles to breathe. Weak and injured, Sylvia is told that she has upheld the laws of the empire. In the dimly lit chamber, the scene unfolds. Sylvia kneels, surrounded by figures whose intentions remain shrouded in shadow. The cult interrogator implores, "Please, harden your heart so that you may continue doing so. The fate of the people in this empire lies in your hands, Your Highness." The cult interrogator, now in a suit, stands with a fresh wound marring his face, uttering a single, hesitant word. Her face marred by blood, Sylvia whispers a desperate plea. Word has spread that Lady Silver Lily is absent from the academy, supposedly due to illness. The butler sighs, adding that the interrogations she conducted the previous night must have taken a great toll on her. He continues, noting that the crown prince is also absent, likely due to the shock of recent events, and may even request a leave of absence. As the butler pours tea, the cult interrogator interrupts, warning him that he should be careful not to call him butler, but rather Death Sovereign. The young lady giggles, admitting that it was a mistake. Now that her synchronization has passed 20%, it's harder to control what she does. The butler sighs again, as the young lady requests another cup of tea, and he reminds her that she just called him butler again, asking her to wait. As the tea is poured, a voice notes that tea making is a sophisticated process. The butler smiles, thinking that even the sight of the tea pouring from the teapot into the cup is such a beautiful culture that's befitting of their young miss. Suddenly, a system message appears, stating that the synchronization with the character is in progress, and the current synchronization is at 10%. A strange noise is heard, as the synchronization continues. Golden liquid splashes over the butler's head. Enraged, the young lady demands to know why he poured tea on her, complaining that her delicate hair suffered a huge shock from the heat. She questions why he's screaming so loudly, wondering if her heart has already become Lady Golden Flower and demanding he tell her when spring comes. The young lady shouts that magnolias wither, and so does his hair. The butler stands behind the young lady, who is sitting on a chair, as he thinks to himself that her hair has grown a little. He wonders if it's an effect of the holy techniques. The butler thinks that it could be because she's growing to be more and more like Lady Golden Flower. He recalls that she used to always smile, but it was like she wasn't smiling at all. It was more like she was just smiling, not because she was happy. She asks if she is different. He confirms. The butler says that now, when she smiles, he feels like he knows why she's smiling, whether she's smiling or just scoffing. Realizing the implications of the Death Sovereign's influence, the young lady acknowledges her own self-awareness. As she sits, the text reflects on her small stature, questioning just how many people this small body has killed, a cult interrogator born for the task. The scene shifts to an image of a body hanging upside down, originating from Europe, Bulgaria, its age unknown. The number of people killed remains a mystery, an unknown tally hanging over her head. Standing nearby, the butler agrees, affirming that the Death Sovereign is indeed a good influence. Tilting her head, the young lady seems genuinely curious, asking what he means by that. Tying a ribbon around her hair, the butler explains, it's because she's a crazy killer on top of being a psychopath. The scene shifts to a grimmer depiction of the young lady, but the butler couldn't just kill her out of nowhere. Raising her arms in a disturbing display, the young lady realizes this means there's a reason she mustn't be killed. The butler remarks, that's some really perceptive insight. Looking down at her, the butler questions, kill people? He continues, explaining that even the Black Dragon Guild master, who hates her, and the Sword Saint asked him to let her live, because while she's a psychopath, she's one who understands what people say, something he's wanted to ask her for a very long time. Turning his gaze to the young lady, the butler inquires why she bothers trying to understand others, only to kill them. With a serene expression, she begins by stating that she is a very competent individual. A playful glint in her eyes, she declares, stealth. Her hand outstretched, she explains, this is one of the holy techniques she can use, allowing her to make any object in the world disappear. Her hand raised towards the sky, she adds that she can also make any weapons used for killing. A shadow falls across her face as she muses, if those in power choose not to kill people, it's not because they don't want to. A sinister smile creeps across her face, but because hiding the bodies would be troublesome, they are afraid of being discovered. The butler listens intently, his expression unreadable as she declares that those worries don't apply to her at all. Her gaze intense, she reflects on the first generation, a time when the tower was truly chaotic. Vivid imagery flashes through her mind, The revival of the slave system, racial discrimination, uneasy sentiments, terror attacks, and forces within the shadows. Her finger pointing upwards, she warns that if this goes on, humanity will be destroyed. The scene shifts, revealing a sense of impending crisis. Small military cliques, and the current 5 big guilds felt that 5 people had gathered. A hand looms large over several figures, dwarfing them. As the Black Dragon Guild leader speaks up, "I won't beat around the bush. Let's make an eternal non-aggression pact." The Countess then suggests her conditions. "Promise me that my merchant troupe will have the rights to monopolize the goods in the outside world." Adding, "An area that they have a monopoly over. That'd be my condition for helping to cover up any incidents." Viper then grumbled, "I can't believe the craziest bastard here is the most trustworthy one." Someone wonders, "But why is this coffee so bitter? Who ordered this?" The Sword Saint then settles the conversation. "I won't say things like do what must be done. I'll say do what you want instead." Someone adds on, "I think it'd be good if all the guilds have kill people with our beliefs, judgments, and methods." On that night, 4,653 people died. On the next night, 10,171 people died. And again, the next night, 8,275 people died. Tonight, they'll die, and again, the night after that, 7,412 people died, and the next, 23,781 people died. And, finally, no one else died on the next night. The consequences of their actions echo into the future. A figure with dark hair, eyes filled with a deep sorrow, decides to take responsibility, resigning from their position. A knight stands tall, clad in shining armor, a silent sentinel in a desolate world. 2 figures stand beneath a sky heavy with rain, one declaring that the incident will never be spoken of again, a grim agreement sealed in the downpour. Darkness swirls, a promise of loathing hangs in the air, a sentiment that will consume everything. The knight, now a silhouette against a stormy sky, vows to loathe himself for the rest of his life, a burden he will carry alone. A purple helmet rests silently, a symbol of battles fought and decisions made. The Holy Knight was entrusted to the Vigilante Guild, but the weight of her actions still haunts her. She regretted it. A determined expression hardens her features. She insists that she didn't regret it. Those were necessary sacrifices, after all. But she wonders if her current state is due to the influence of becoming more synchronized with Lady Goldenflower. Bizarre thoughts now clouding her mind. A man with dark hair reflects, if the Death Sovereign had been there back then, things might have been different. A question hangs in the air. How do all of you constantly live with such emotions? Lingering on what could have been, she wonders how anyone can live with such thoughts. Something isn't right, young lady thinks to herself, realizing that this isn't good. She's starting to want to stay in this world. The text glows, indicating that she is synchronizing with her character. Someone reflects, concluding that they probably wouldn't be able to kill this person. Young lady stands in the garden, thinking that she can't kill someone who's able to regret their actions. She thinks to herself that when spring comes, spring is good, and asks Butler if they should go for a stroll. Someone looks on with a concerned expression. A voice echoes, mockingly stating that the Death Sovereign looks terrible. Young lady is seen smiling. Butler apologizes, explaining that now that he's gotten these emotions, he's become quite the prankster. He continues, stating that he's sure that he's progressing pretty quickly with the character synchronization. In just this short conversation, it's already gone up by 1%. His current synchronization is at 32%, and it might even surpass 50% by tomorrow. A voice declares that this is just how addicted they are. Young lady declares that she's the protagonist of this apocalypse. Inside the opulent room, a knock echoes, interrupting the quiet. Against a backdrop of endless blue sky, a man declares, "But, Death Sovereign, you're the protagonist of the ending." A desperate plea rises from the depths. "Please save me before my personality drowns and dies as I get sucked into emotions." Seated regally on her throne, the young lady receives news. Lady Goldenflower has sent her well wishes for your health. A promise is made in the darkness. "Yes, I promise you that." The butler stands in a grand hall, awaiting instructions. A disembodied voice declares that in the end, Lady Silver Lily is the culprit behind destroying this world. The voice continues, stating that the key to clearing this apocalypse will be Sylvia Avani herself. The butler is informed that Lady Goldenflower has sent her best regards to her. Another servant approaches, informing the lady that there's a letter from Lefenor. She instructs him to leave it on the left side of her desk. Sylvia sits at her desk, examining a document. It's a request from Lady Blueflower, one she deems arrogant and indicative of a need for monopolization. She instructs the butler to send it to the finance team for checking and to bring it back to her. Her red eyes gleaming, Sylvia thinks that they need to make use of all of that in order to bring an end to this apocalypse. An hourglass sits on a desk, and an announcement is made that they'll take a 15-minute break, and everyone should leave the room. The butler stands in the grand hall, awaiting further instructions. The butler overhears someone saying that he had heard that she'd collapsed because she'd fallen ill, but she looks healthy, and he's surprised. He thinks that he might not look like it, but he's still a student. Sylvia thinks that if she wants to stay out of classes in order to do actual work, she'll need an appropriate excuse, but despite saying that, she's nowhere near being healthy. The butler stands at attention as he is told that his actions have stood out in her eyes. He's discovered so quickly that spies have infiltrated the ranks of her subordinates. and she guesses that the actor that has been chosen this time is a clever one. What a blessing for the Empire. If he weren't so clever, she wouldn't have even granted him an audience. Confused by her statement, the man's eyes widen. Her crimson gaze pierces through him as Sylvia remarks that just when she thought he was clever, there were some parts of him that aren't that clever. Time seems to bend around her, the hourglass swirling with cosmic energy as she muses that even so, it's only been a repeat of 10 days of her life. The clock face looms large, the hands frozen in a perpetual cycle, and a voice echoes that meeting an actor like him makes it the 13th time for her. The man's face is superimposed over Sylvia's, her red eyes burning into his soul, as a disembodied voice declares that it's looking at him. Chains bind him, the question hanging in the air. How many rounds has it been for him? His face contorted in a mix of fear and confusion. The man's expression betrays that this is his first time. Seated on her throne, Sylvia wonders if the constellation that sent him here didn't give him any explanation. How rare. Leaning back, a cruel smile playing on her lips, Sylvia concludes that he really knows nothing. The camera pans down, focusing on her hand resting on the armrest of her throne, a silent promise of the torment to come. The man stands before her, a proxy perhaps, sent by some constellation or another, but which one could have led him here? Sylvia wonders if the librarian in a corner could truly be called Hamustra. The name echoes in her mind, a question hanging in the air. The man before her is a mystery, but is that really his name? He stands there, this person, but did Hamustra not explain anything to him at all? She knows the real name of the constellations, but the librarian is trying his best not to get involved in the apocalypse. The apocalypse, she muses. That's what the librarian calls worlds like that, a world whose barrier has fallen because they don't have a constellation. Who is he to name other people's worlds? An apocalypse, huh? It's true that this world will eventually be destroyed, but she can't hand over her soul so simply to another. Did you not possess the servant of Lady Goldenflower to come after my soul? The man shakes his head. The silence hangs heavy, as Sylvia considers her next move. The hourglasses sit undisturbed, their sands a silent testament to the passage of time. Addressing the man before her, Sylvia acknowledges the butler of Lady Goldenflower. A voice echoes in her mind, a plea to be called by his true name, Kim Ganja. Her tone laced with disdain, she declares that his current state is like a blank piece of paper, untouched by the clearing guidelines. The clatter of the teacup against the saucer punctuates her thoughts, as she wonders aloud what exactly a clearing guideline even is. A document lies open before her, detailing the preferences of Lady Silver Lily. The text reveals that these clearing guidelines were brought by the apostles, those who came during her 6th regression. The butler's expression betrays his shock, as he holds the document, realizing the way to clear this world. Her thoughts turn to the past, recalling the desperate cries of someone dying in her hands, someone who felt wronged despite her adherence to the guidelines. Clutching the teacup, Sylvia argues that she is the one who has been wronged, questioning how there could be any guidelines when it comes to a person's heart. The butler's words echo in the room, a reminder that they are looking down on what a heart is capable of. He insists that if she truly wishes to gain someone's heart, she must approach it in an honest and straightforward manner, not with these rotten clearing guidelines. Sylvia agrees. Her red eyes narrow slightly as she takes a sip of tea. Setting the cup down, it seems they've reached an understanding. The butler speaks, suggesting it's because she sees his world's people as humans. His words hang in the air, but Sylvia wonders if that's truly natural. He continues, explaining there are countless brutes who can't even meet the standard that should be natural, beasts that don't see humans as humans, yet they dare think of themselves as humans. What a mess they are. Sylvia simply hums in response. The butler presses, asking if this means anything to her. The scene shifts, a pink background with chains now framing her face, as she's asked if she's met a lot of such people. The chains tighten, the question echoing in her mind. It's happening again. Her red eyes gleam with a hint of madness, as she's asked if she's seen someone else in that manner as well. The chains seem to pierce her very being, as if she can see through her actual heart. Or maybe, someone who's important to you has said similar things. The woman is called Lady Silver Lily. Even though you say that, Labiel thinks lowly of herself for possessing a butler's body and not a noble's body. Determined to regain control of the conversation, Labiel won't let her be in control anymore. Her red eyes narrow. Sylvia asks if she is that upset that she refused to call her by her real name. Her expression hardening, she awaits the butler's response. I'm just saying that you ought to get off your high horse while saying those things, Labiel retorts, adjusting his bow tie. Sylvia smirks, finding his words amusing, observing that those are indeed words that sound like they'd come from a bad butler. However, I can agree with what you've said, Sylvia coughs, suggesting they go back to the real topic. Well? Labiel asks, standing over her. He understands that she is not after his soul. You to cross over to this world? This is a world that repeats 10 days eternally. Banished here because your constellation hates you. Sylvia states that she heard Hamustra is a moderate, but despite saying that, she doubts he's here for a break or enjoyment. Demanding answers, the Lady Goldenflower's butler is asked who is acting as the butler of Lady Silver Lily. Standing tall and silent, he awaits the next question. A declaration of intent. He doesn't reveal his heart to anyone who doesn't reveal theirs first. A question echoes, why did he come to this world? Turning the page of a book, Sylvia explains that the 25th floor is very developed in magic and alchemy, meaning it's rich with resources. She continues, stating that they'd be fine even if they chose another apocalypse, because a fragment of her holy sword is here, and there could be a really nice artifact too. She adds that although she does become stronger by looking for the Sisters of Sparkly since she's her owner, she only becomes a little stronger. A different scene shows Ganja, who still hasn't experienced enough of the happiness of the world, and it's funny because he's never dated anyone before. A confession, he still doesn't know what love is. Standing firm, he reflects on his ignorance about emotions of one that's in love. He wants to learn about the things that he lacks, unable to stand living life without knowing it. A final declaration, he won't feel like he's fully lived his life without it. Turning her head slightly, Labial wonders why he would want to learn about love from her, of all people. She admits she's not so sure about that. His hands clasped in front of him, the butler clarifies that he wants to learn about love from this world more accurately. He wants to know where he is lacking, he wants to experience it. Looking up towards the sky, he wonders why she came looking for him then. He asks if they always live in such emotions, wouldn't it be faster for her to learn it from Lady Goldenflower? He believes that won't work, she's even worse at this than him. If he wants to learn something, he ought to learn it from someone who knows it better. Taking a sip from her teacup, Labial thinks that Lady Goldenflower is in a position where she needs to be taught love in this round. Behind the teacup, the butler still doesn't see why she's come to look for him. Looking directly forward, he states that there's a reason. Gazing at the hourglass, he wishes to understand her. Looking down, Labial thinks that even though she doesn't know if she should be on the Crown Prince's side or the Empire's side, she has offered and sworn her life to them. Looking at her reflection, he wishes to understand how she's able to act like this. If that's because of love, then, his face obscured, he'd like to also experience that kind of emotion like she does. A single red eye stares out, filled with an unknown desire. It's a little embarrassing, he admits, but it's his honest answer. Sylvia, her red eyes wide, thinks to herself that she's never been in a situation like this before, and to want to learn about love only shows her how fearless he is. So, Labial asks if he wants to understand her. The butler, also known as the librarian, thinks that she mustn't speak of understanding easily. That's a word that could harm someone, because understanding and being responsible aren't necessarily different. He asks to please stop the broadcast for a while. He's got something that he'd like to tell just Lady Silver Lily. The butler's expression is serious as he's been given 10 minutes of scene skip. He reveals that he's also a regressor, but his regression is a little different from hers. Sylvia thinks to herself that if someone kills her, then she'll be able to view the trauma of that person, their trauma. The butler reflects on his unique ability to see the memories, the lives, and even the deepest wounds of others. It's a gift that allows him to understand others a little easier. Sylvia, meanwhile, considers the implications of such understanding, especially for someone in her situation. That kind of understanding won't really be understanding. The butler turns to her, a gentle smile on his face, but he still can't just leave people in the lurch. Sylvia looks away, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Even if it might seem like hypocrisy, she wants others to know she's here, protecting this place because of them. Turning back to Sylvia, the butler asks, to be able to live that kind of life is such a blessing, don't you agree? A beat of silence. Then, Sylvia agrees, understanding might take only an instant, but taking responsibility lasts for eternity. You volunteered to enter into hell, huh? Time continues to flow, the sands of the hourglass is ever shifting, a constant reminder of the fleeting nature of existence. Labial steps forward, all right, servant of Lady Goldenflower. Sylvia looks up, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, as the butler declares, I'll teach you about love. A flicker of uncertainty crosses her face, as Sylvia holds the small bottle, her red eyes reflecting the light. A voice echoes, I'll teach you about love. The terms are laid out. 1 week starting from today, until the time before the world comes to an end, you must become my exclusive servant and not Lady Goldenflower's. The man looks up, declaring, your exclusive servant. She thinks to herself, yes, I've only known how to love myself. I've never taught others about love before. The only way for me to teach you would be to show it to you directly. He continues, so, you'll have to stay by my side to watch and learn, won't you? She muses, come to think of it, this seems to be a losing deal for me. I'll be showing you all aspects of my embarrassing private life, after all. A voice declares, extend your thanks to the luck of your past, present, and future life. But, a voice thinks, what a haughty noble. The deal is struck. Clearing his throat, the exclusive servant continues his walk. Meanwhile, preparations are underway, as the haughty noble is attended to by her maids. With a final adjustment to her gown, one of the servants confirms, as you wish, my lady. The stage is set. Hearing the lesson title, the exclusive servant can't help but think, I thought about this last night. Leaning back, the haughty noble muses, what kind of methods should I use to teach you about love, since I don't have the be mean bitches? Her fan partially obscuring her face, she continues, time to only be paying attention to you. I won't be able to help you find your first love. Isn't that right? The haughty noble instructs, repeat after me. Love starts at the place where you experience a mean bitch. The exclusive servant, clearly taken aback, thinks, love starts at the place where you experience a mean bitch. The haughty noble confirms, yes. A mean bitch. It could also. Somewhere out there, the haughty noble begins. There exists a first love that would be perfect right from the first meet. A partner you can care for and compromise with right from the start, becoming a lifelong companion. Her expression hardens, but that's not your situation. She continues, her tone matter of fact. There's a 99% chance that the woman you'll meet is a mean person. Even if she's not a mean person right now, she'll become one soon. The scene shifts to a grand room, where the haughty noble is being attended to. Lesson 1. She declares, you're also a mean bastard. She elaborates, but don't be too offended by that. Humans are animals that learn from experience. The one who has suffered at the hands of a mean person and the one who's going to become the mean person can stop themselves from repeating the same mistakes. The exclusive servant looks taken aback. Can it just be all good from the start? The haughty noble's butler speaks, don't have any expectations for humans. The haughty noble continues, humans will forget what they've said before. They would resolve their hearts and then give up. She concludes, forgetting and giving up, these are the two basic iron rules of dating. And if you really want to love someone, then you must also learn how to remember and resolve yourself. The haughty noble is now being fanned by her butler as she relaxes. The exclusive servant is shocked by her words, you really are a child. The haughty noble, with a confident smirk, declares that she'll prove her point. Her elegant dress flows around her, accentuating her every move. The exclusive servant, surrounded by the staff, questions how she intends to demonstrate this. He thinks to himself that he is the one who loves the world's meanest person. Looking up at her, he is met with her gaze as she continues to teach him about love. The exclusive servant states that they should leave. A hand rests on another's shoulder as a conversation is about to be had. As he walks away, the exclusive servant is called after to wait. The sound of footsteps echoes through the hall as the haughty noble and her staff continue on. The group walks down the hall, their footsteps echoing. A butler wonders if Lady Silver Lily heard something. The butler overhears that someone did. The morning begins with a question, is His Highness awake? It's followed by a thinly veiled reprimand. A ruler ought to rise earlier than those they govern. Her crimson eyes betray nothing, but the silver-haired woman is clearly about to take action. Elsewhere, a servant receives orders from the crown prince. He knows he's been told not to let her in, no matter what. The servant wonders if he's a servant of the crown prince or the emperor, considering the emperor is worried about the crown prince and has ordered him to do this. Footsteps echo through the halls. Looking up, Sylvia stands before the door. She asks, Your Highness, are you awake? A voice from within replies, Don't come in. Ignoring the warning, Sylvia declares she's going to come in anyway, prompting the servant to question if she's even allowed to do this. From behind a corner, a man gasps, realizing it's okay for the crown prince to live such a nonchalant life, as the person who'll be succeeding the ruler of this country is still in bed. The butler cries out, Hey, is anyone out there? Someone help me. Back at the door, the silver-haired woman states she'll teach him the second lesson. The lesson begins with a glimpse of formal attire. The first lesson is presented. If you can't avoid meeting a mean person, learn to enjoy it. The exclusive servant listens as the lesson continues, stating that you'll probably love someone eventually, and you'll meet a mean person as your first love. Sylvia appears, as the lesson suggests that if something is going to happen, you might as well learn to deal with it. The lesson advances, stating that you must become a meaner person than the one you'll meet. A foot clad in formal wear is shown, as it unleashes a torrent of blue energy. The lesson declares that a mean person is basically war. The exclusive servant looks on, as Sylvia stands nearby, the lesson stating that peace would be the best situation, but if the person you meet turns out to be unavoidably mean, then bear this in mind. The lesson's slogan is revealed, Don't be nice to a mean person. The lesson continues, repeating the mantra, Don't be nice. The lesson concludes, stating that humans want to be seen as cool, smart, or nice to others, and that from what it sees, you belong to the last category, so refrain from being nice. Sylvia is shown doing just that. As the ornate doors swing open, an unseen voice begins a rather blunt lesson on love. The good-looking one will lose to the smart one, and the smart one will lose to the asshole. Surrounded by her servants, Sylvia listens intently. The voice continues, noting that the one who has reached the peak of love is a beautiful person who's smart, but also an asshole. The unseen instructor urges her to burn this formula of dating into her mind. The exclusive servant nods, reminding her to be gentle while cleaning up. He reflects that this is very different from the love he imagined, something more romantic perhaps. The voice then states that love is done with the heart and not the mind, a sentiment the exclusive servant agrees with. The voice greets her, revealing her name, Lady Silver Lily, and adds that it's not easy meeting someone who would cause your heart to race at first sight. The voice continues, stating that depending on the type of life you've lived, it'll also affect what kind of person will cause your heart to race. The exclusive servant explains that to fall in love at first sight means you're able to see how that person has lived their life so far. The voice concludes, affirming that it is. Since it's pretty complicated, the exclusive servant asks if she'd like to test something out. Seated regally, her red eyes gleaming with amusement, Sylvia challenges her exclusive servant to try and make her heart race. Her challenge hangs in the air, a silent dare. The servant wonders, How does one even begin to accomplish such a feat? He needs to do something praiseworthy. Sylvia's gaze remains fixed on him, waiting to see what he'll come up with. She muses, must she spell everything out? He might as well just ask her to find their lover right away instead. He needs to think about it and show her his answer. After all, she believes he's clever, so he might actually succeed. Contemplating Sylvia's challenge, the servant remains deep in thought. Sylvia watches him, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Suddenly, the servant holds out his hand, a faint glow emanating from his palm. 3 cards materialize, each bearing cryptic messages. He explains that these are the cards that the librarian in a corner gave him. Based on what she said, these are kind of guidelines. With a determined look, the servant prepares to use the cards, a swirl of magical energy surrounding him. Considering the cards he received from the librarian, the exclusive servant believes they might be helpful in clearing this stage. Deciding on a course of action, he thinks his shortcut to clearing this stage would be to show Sylvia his sincerity. The servant approaches Sylvia, who is seated in a lavish room, a bottle of perfume in his hand, ready to put his plan into action. Presenting the bottle, he thinks, that's it. Preparing himself, he thinks to himself that he'll tell her this in advance. He won't take responsibility for her, as the scent of white lily fills the air. Offering the scent to Sylvia, he asks if it smells good, and if she likes it. Leaning in close, Sylvia responds that she likes it too. As Sylvia inhales the fragrance, she declares that it's her favorite and most cherished scent. With a knowing look, Sylvia thinks that it doesn't feel bad for him to reveal who he is to her. Seizing the moment, the exclusive servant promises to tell her a secret tonight. The scent seems to be working. His system is syncing with something, or someone, and a strange feeling begins to bubble up within the exclusive servant. His gloved hand clenches, and he realizes, I'm in trouble. His heart pounds, the realization hitting him like a tidal wave. The truth crystallizes in his mind. He thinks, I think I've fallen in love with her. Lying on the grass, staring up at the sky, a sense of utter defeat washes over him. Looking down at him, the cult interrogator speaks. As a bird chirps in the distance, the cult interrogator calls out, Oi, Kim Zombie. His voice laced with concern, the cult interrogator asks, Hello, Mr. Scrub? Vice Lord. A woman's voice echoes in his mind. It is also to my liking. Can you not hear me? Gazing up at the sky, Kim wonders what he should do. Looking down with a sigh, the cult interrogator says, You think love is? This motherfucker's down bad. His expression softening, the cult interrogator seems to regret his words. Touching his face, the cult interrogator apologizes, Sorry, Zombie. This is all my fault. Because of me, you've fallen in love with someone out of your league. Hearing this, Kim mutters, Suicide. Huh. His eyes widening, Kim contemplates, If I commit suicide, I can experience that again, right? Staggering back from the blow, he can only gasp in pain. But what is he supposed to do? The Crown Prince can't stop thinking about Madame Silver Lily, calling her Madam now, which he knows is just cringe. He shouldn't even wash his face today, or if he does, he definitely shouldn't wash the back of his ear, still faintly smelling the lilies. Super fucking cringe. That noodle hair prince. How many times did he save the world in his past life that he's blessed with the lady's love? He needs internet, quick, so he can comment, I want to become like the Crown Prince on every single post. Love. What an irresistible, sweet poison. Oh, my heart. I already knew this guy would be the cringiest guy in the universe when he fell in love, the Crown Prince admits, knowing he's a terrible person for giving him advice. This isn't just him. Look, my immersion rate with the butler keeps going up, he thinks, realizing that means the butler was supposed to fall in love with Madame Silver Lily. Didn't the butler originally like Golden Cup, or whatever? The Crown Prince wonders. You really don't know anything, do you? Love isn't predetermined like that, he thinks, realizing he hasn't even been in love for half a day yet. How can I save Lady Silver Lily? He wonders. Save her? What am I even saying in my position? What do I need to do to make her happy? Since I unleashed your cringe onto the world, I'll take responsibility and give you some advice. Start by learning about the other person. When dating, it's important that you continuously stay in their sight. But this world is going to end soon. That is quite the problem. I will let you know my secret. Follow me. Twitch. Pardon? Think of this as a reward for having been a darling. Though it may be temporary, you are currently my personal servant. Questioning your master's query is nothing but insubordination. I asked a question, so it is only right that you answer. It's that the young lady's touch is having an effect. His thoughts betray him. He admits to himself that he was thinking about holding her hand. His heart pounds. He wonders if he's losing his mind. And then, she takes his hand. Her proximity intensifies his racing heart, as she asks if he's been thinking about her all day. Her touch lingers, and she wonders if he missed her scent and touch, if he fantasized about it. She presses him for an answer, warning that she'll let go if he doesn't speak honestly. Stammering, he admits that he did think about it, urging her to speak clearly. Her words echo in his mind, as she confesses that she thought about him all day. A system message appears, indicating that his immersion into his character is intensifying, with his immersion rate currently at 29%. Overwhelmed, he can't tell what's what anymore, admitting that he doesn't know anything. She leans in closer, and he pleads with her not to do this, wondering why she insists. The sound of a heartbeat echoes, as the exclusive servant's hand trembles. Her voice drips with a strange otherworldliness. The young lady explains that she's merely borrowing this butler's body, that she's from the outside world. So, she asks, did he not see her as a person? A silver-clad heart watches, as she wonders if he merely sees her as a native, like the other apostles, or if he's treating her like a character in the lingo of Hemasutra. He hesitates, unsure how to respond. He stammers, explaining that his original master is Lady Goldencup, and that he agreed to serve her for that mission, Lady Silver Lily. She finds it strange that he would say such a thing, reminding him that he said earlier that he only thought about her. Does that not imply that he did not think about Goldencup? Her expression hardens. That's the demand she's making. His eyes widen, a reflection of her face visible within, as he insists that he wasn't lying. Leaning in close, her breath ghosting across his cheek, she commands him to call her master. Her voice is soft, yet insistent. It's fine if it's only once, but he must say it with sincerity. If he does so, she promises him a sweet reward. His face is flushed, eyes wide with a strange mix of fear and anticipation, as she calls out to Gongja, the shiny shaking vigorously, trying to get the hero to. Her expression is a mixture of concern and something darker. She asks what's wrong, if he doesn't want a reward. Just once. It's only once. This might even be something I have to do in order to obtain information to clear this stage. So it might be fine if I say it just once. But you know that I'm the Flame Emperor. Isn't it okay if it's only, so I need you to die? My lord. My dear disciple. Am I someone that should submit with such ease? Was the weight on my shoulders that light? No. I am Preda's lord, and the vice-lord of the demonic cult. My apologies, my lady. I am unable to recognize you as my true master. Adjusting his tie, Preda's lord prepares himself for what must be done. A voice echoes, a desperate plea to not live like Yusuha. The woman in white desires to learn the joy of love, to be treated as normal. But she doesn't want to learn it at the cost of losing herself, and if one wishes to obtain her heart, they'll have to use a different method. Preda's lord thinks he will accept her as his master, so she should also accept him as hers. Holding her hand, he prepares to make his request. The woman thinks she will place his judgment above her own, treat his advice with more gravitas than her own principles, and not cherish herself the most, but in return, she asks that he please treat her the same way. Preda's lord wonders, if he gives her his heart, how can his blood continue to flow? He thinks he can only continue living if she gives him her heart in return. The woman thinks if he wants to see her go crazy, then he should please go crazy for her too. A single footstep, a promise made in the dark. A lamp clatters to the floor as Preda admits he thought she was just a brat. She responds, holding the lamp. Just because you are fresh at love does not mean you are fresh at life. I rushed it. He realizes his mistake. He underestimated her. Preda continues, holding the lamp. You told me that understanding and responsibility weren't far from each other. One-sided responsibility is no better than one-sided understanding. She replies, her red eyes gleaming. I didn't approach you because I wanted something like that. Taking a step, she asks what secret he wanted her to tell him. She continues walking away, explaining that in her clan, there is a family treasure passed down since a long time ago. However, there is a condition. The woman with white hair and red eyes stands opposite Preda, who is holding the lamp, as she reveals it's a sword with a silly legend. The red curtain billows. Preda watches as she speaks of something about how the sword can. The system detects the presence of her sister. The sword, a treasure passed down through generations, is said to grant wishes. But there's a catch. To make a wish, the sword must pierce the user's own heart. A gruesome image flashes, a stark reminder of the sword's deadly price. Detecting his sister's energy, the crown prince is visibly shaken. The sword, the third sister sword of the holy sword of the protector, prayer, was used before he became a regressor. The crown prince recalls a time when Lady Goldenflower got together with the crown prince, filling him with anger. Consumed by rage, he made a wish to the sword. Please make my love eternal. Even if he dies, he won't truly die, and his feelings towards the crown prince won't change either, his heart becoming eternal and the same. A memory of the crown prince reaching out, his hand almost touching hers. He can't believe it, utterly shocked by what he's done. But he doesn't have a heart to give to you. The heart, shrouded in silver, watches. A desperate plea echoes, help me. A chilling resolve settles in. It's time to finish what they're doing. As time ticks onward, the hands of fate move ever closer. A pool of blood spreads, a grim omen of what's to come. A voice whispers, Lady Silver Lily, this is a haunting realization, my nightmare. Her eyes, pools of crimson, reflect a world consumed by dread. The butler warns, don't let your guard down, as the world transforms into something else entirely. The heart covered in silver has manifested. The crown prince's name hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. A voice echoes from the depths, dripping with venomous spite. He wipes away her tears with his sleeve, but she remains a good person, he thinks, a delicate heart trapped in a web of hate. What meaning could there be to love someone who has been great since birth? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. While she is hateful, to be able to lead someone like her is true love, he muses, a complex emotion swirling within him. Declaring his nobility and his capacity for love, he professes his affection for her. He finds Lady Goldenflower's attempts to seduce him revolting, a feeling that stirs deep within. The existence of the heart covered by silver has become even clearer, resembling the demon king of autumn rain. This is the power of a constellation, Labial states, as their families arrange their engagement. But she doesn't care if this is an engagement that the adults decided by themselves, her indifference a stark contrast to the political machinations surrounding her. The scene opens with a declaration. I'm here today to officially ask for your hand. A figure responds, yes, my prince. The declaration continues, you'll be the only one I love. A sharp retort cuts through the saccharine. Love you as well, my prince. Asshole. The crown prince's face contorts with rage. Responsibilities be damned after saying something like that. It can't be helped since it was a promise made when we were young. The air crackles with intent. Humans are forgetful creatures, after all. A blinding flash of light, demonic heaven divine art. To shirk away from his eighth form of the demonic heaven divine art, sword of immolation. The blade descends, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. A figure is left battered and bleeding. Huh? Guess he's able to take out small fries like this in one hit now, huh? Kim Gongja observes the scene. He's grown so much. A question hangs in the air. Since when did you become a constellation? In the grand hall, bathed in an ethereal glow, Sylvia stands, her white hair cascading down her back as she grips the sword. Her red eyes reflecting a haunting truth. She recalls the moment she stabbed her own heart, the act that birthed a constellation where none existed before. The mirror, now shattered and stained with blood, serves as a stark reminder of the sacrifice made. Meanwhile, in another location, the crown prince observes the situation with a calculating gaze, acknowledging that the demons grow stronger with each passing day, not just in numbers, but in power. The sword, clutched tightly in her hand, is the key to this transformation, marking the 10th day in this world. She remembers that when the 10th day started repeating itself, she became the representative of this world, whether she wanted it or not. The Sword Emperor muses, this isn't the normal kind of becoming a god. In the Murim sense, she would have become a god in the ways of an unorthodox faction. He struggles to determine if the original constellation existed but was killed, or if it never existed at all. The text explains that even though the sword stuck into the mirror was just a fragment, it was still the goddess of protection, a holy relic, and if someone uses that to stab their own heart, they would become a constellation even if they didn't want to. The sword, now surrounded by chains, glows with an ominous red light, the text warning that it turned her body into one that could withstand the causality of time repeating constantly, something a human body cannot achieve. The Crown Prince notes that while she's not a full-fledged constellation, it's still the result of multiple situations that fell together nicely. To think one could become a constellation even if they didn't want to. Kim Gongja, seemingly unfazed, asks, how strange. Are you not disappointed? What he said was right. No matter what state her heart is in, those demons are her familiar spirits. All those things they're saying are things that she'd mumble even in her dreams. She swore to have an eternally unchanging love, and in order to maintain that love, she must remove any dirt or flaws from her love every single day. Sylvia stands before a shattered mirror, her reflection fragmented. Her thoughts echo in the silence, disappointment, frustration, a compensation mentality. Those demons she saw are a result of that. The reflection of Kim Gongja can be seen in the shattered mirror. Though she's taught him about love, she's going to have to take back her love now. He intentionally brought her here to break her out of her illusion. Kim Gongja stands behind Sylvia, his expression unreadable as she asks, disappointment? He asks if this was hideous. Lady Silver Lily, this isn't enough to make. She feels disappointed in him. This isn't enough? He tells her that she just told him her secret. A truly hideous person would never show their heart to others. Kim Gongja states that if she thought this would get rid of him, then she's wrong. He states bluntly that he didn't love her because she wasn't hideous. Her bare feet touch the cold stone floor. She retorts that he's only loved her for a day, and his words are full of cajolery. A slight smile plays on his lips. He asks if it would be okay if he loved her for a year or 1,000 years, then wondering if he can come back after that happens, becoming certain at this moment. Even while the butler is sharing his heart out right now, in his eyes, he can see what kind of human she loathes and despises, knowing what hurts her or causes her to be in pain, because she's probably the same as him, and he loves her because that's how she's lived her life, because he's also living the same kind of life. Those words coming out of his mouth are actually her own feelings. Expressing his affection, he hopes she'll love him as much as he loves her. He became certain at this moment. He'll definitely make her fall in love with him. Looking down at her, he doesn't care if her heart is being held captive in this world or not. That also applies to her memories with the Crown Prince when she was young. They're both regressors, the only two in this world. A confident smirk spreads across his face. The two of them have a ton of time that only they can enjoy, and he'll present to her so much time that she might feel suffocated, promising to try his best. Her expression unreadable. She asks if he's intending to keep repeating the last 10 days of this world infinitely, suggesting he'll get sick of it, but he retorts that there's no use trying to scare him. It's not his first time living through the exact same days repeatedly. Still in his arms, she asks, what if she gets sick of him and asks him to get lost? He responds, he'll get lost. He continues, pulling her closer. She never got sick of the Crown Prince, and he's an even better person than him. Her expression shifts, and she whispers, this isn't Footsteps echo in the hallway, suggesting a growing unease. A man approaches, apologizing to Sylvia, while another questions what's with all the commotion at such a late hour. Several men in suits walk down the hallway, their expressions unreadable. From the shadows, a voice says, "Forgive me, but..." The man reveals that Lady Goldenflower is causing a ruckus right now. Under the light of a pink moon, a desperate call echoes, searching for a butler. Amidst the grand architecture, the butler is summoned. From behind a gate, a voice warns, "Lady Goldenflower, you can't be acting like this here." Turning away from the scene, the butler seems to be ignoring the warning. He declares, "I'll be working as Lady Silverlily's exclusive butler for the time being, for the sake of getting information on her, and to clear this stage." From behind the gate, a soft "okay" is heard. The voice continues, "All right. It can't be helped since this is for the mission. I'm all right. Do what you need to do, Death Sovereign." A commanding voice booms, "Bring my butler here at once." Amidst the chaos, a woman is seized by two figures. Under the pink moon's glow, a chilling declaration is made, "Butler, I know you're in there. The uninvited guest whom I wish to see least." A voice rings out, filled with concern and urgency. A man in a suit looks on, his expression unreadable. Worried about his absence, Laviel calls out, "I was worried about you because you hadn't returned even though it's so late." Her dress flows behind her, a flurry of motion. Her voice softening, she continues, "You're my only butler and childhood friend." A cold voice interrupts, "Would asking you to recognize that be too unsightly of me?" Ignoring the interruption, Laviel presses on. Her tone firm, she declares, "In any case, you mustn't stay in such a place. I think the flowers in this garden are all poisonous. All right, butler, come back home with me now." A figure looms over her, their voice dripping with disdain. "Impudent brat." A hand reaches out, threatening to strike. The figure continues, "You're already committing a severe offense that warrants the death penalty just for causing a commotion here late at night. This isn't the type of place where you can cause a ruckus." Her eyes glowing with an eerie light, Laviel's expression hardens. "Kneel down and ask me for forgiveness immediately." Her eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in their depths. Laviel wonders if she's going to be flogged with whips. A disturbing acceptance colors her tone. She insists that if she's going to do it, she should do it properly. She muses on how the crown prince will react when he sees the marks left behind on her calves, imagining another memory together with him. The exclusive servant's face contorts in disgust, uttering how revolting this is. A figure emerges from the shadows, their eyes burning red, agreeing to do just that. The figure, their white hair flowing, remarks on how she's trying to make more memories in her school days, offering to help her achieve that as a noble of their empire. The exclusive servant, clearly agitated, stammers, reminding her not to call him young duchess in the academy, as he's already told her. A thought crosses his mind, wondering what would happen if the crown prince finds out about this. The figure with the red eye states that their left hand still has nothing in it. The exclusive servant is running, looking distressed. A haughty noble confronts someone, calling them my lady, questioning what they are doing here so late at night, and stating that she's here to take back what belongs to her, as if it isn't obvious. The person she's confronting replies that she's been waiting for her since this morning, but she never came back. At first, she had assumed Laviel had something urgent to tend to, but then she heard rumors that she was acting as Lady Silverlily's butler. He thinks to himself, she got a hold of your weakness and threatened you with it, didn't she? Cult interrogator. A voice asks, when spring comes, pardon? The haughty noble continues. What are you talking about? He thinks to himself, don't worry. I won't let her take anything away from me anymore. Here's what you asked for. You caused a commotion and infringed upon the territory of a duke for private matters, and you weren't apologetic at all. You behaved impertinently. I'll punish you by the orders of the emperor. I know better than anyone else what I. The haughty noble smirks. With a sinister smile, Laviel apologizes, but it's dripping with sarcasm. Sorry for being loved more than you. The words hang in the air, a challenge thrown down. Is that enough of an apology? A figure holding a torch calls out in the darkness. Is that you, Sylvia? The haughty noble strides forward, her entourage close behind. A voice booms. Are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? Laviel's expression hardens, her eyes narrowed. A voice filled with rage declares, vicious woman, how could you treat Sylvia so harshly? A figure responds, Your Highness, this is the law of our empire. The voice continues, laced with disbelief. How can the law be more important than a human? A figure retorts, Your lips speak of the empire all the time, but what have you actually done in your devotion to the empire? Another voice chimes in, accusingly. All you do is constantly bully Sylvia, don't you? That's why you're a vicious woman. You witch. A final question hangs in the air. Are you going to get rid of me? As she's escorted away, a voice calls out, Sylvia, let's go. You mustn't. Her eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A command rings out, Butler, come along as well. The butler, his expression unreadable, begins to follow. A familiar notification, status window. The window displays her name, Sylvia Ravani, along with a list of character preferences and plot points. Laviel Avancia, I won't let you have anything. A close-up shows Sylvia's determined expression and the butler's concerned gaze. Her eyes glowing with an eerie light, Sylvia asks, You're coming with me, right? A cheerful smile graces her face, her eyes still hidden from view. But now, those eyes snap open, glowing with an unnatural purple light. Her voice echoes across the landscape. "You're coming along, aren't you?" A gloved hand reaches out towards the butler. He reflects. "I'm thinking of staying by Lady Silver Lily's side for the time being." Her gaze intensifies, asking if he really doesn't understand the situation right now. The woman in pink explains that she doesn't enjoy showing off her wounds, but she's suffered humiliation just so she can release him from her grasp, receiving a simple acknowledgement in return. A system message appears, indicating synchronization with a character, followed by an apology. The man with dark hair thinks to himself that he still has unfinished business here, as another system message confirms the synchronization. A lone figure stands in the darkness, as a voice calls the situation a convenient sentence, questioning if he's been bewitched by her. Her laughter rings out, a chilling sound. Knowing the woman's schemes never truly end, Sylvia is quick to shut her down, declaring that she won't allow her to interfere with her relationship with the butler. She demands that she leave her sight. With a coy smile, Laviel asks if he's coming with her. Barely audible, Laviel confirms that she is. Escorted by guards, Lady Goldenflower is led away. Standing before the estate, the butler watches as Sylvia lingers in the background. Turning away, the butler heads back towards the estate. Stopping in his tracks, he tells someone that they've done enough and should go back inside. Turning to Sylvia, the butler asks what she intends to do. Turning away from him, Sylvia says that she'll spend some time admiring the flowers before going back in, wishing to be alone and for everyone to go away. Addressing someone off-panel, the butler tells them to go inside and rest as well. From outside, a voice booms, accusing someone of ignoring him. Turning to Sylvia, the butler responds to the unseen speaker, his expression unreadable. Her gaze distant, Sylvia admits to feeling tired. Lost in thought, she reflects on her 14th regression and the countless days spent trying to guide the crown prince. Even if her love for him is not fated, she resolves to set him on the right path for the nation's sake. Looking down at her feet, she is reminded that she is no longer alone. The butler smiles reassuringly, telling her that as long as humans have someone who sees and knows the love they have, they'll be able to withstand all situations. Back outside, the Sword Emperor remarks, finding the situation surprisingly agreeable. Her eyes now glowing red, Sylvia declares that someone is mistaken about something. A hand holding a wand-like object appears, as someone repeats the last 10 days of their life, going back to the moment right before they die. A voice declares that one of them will definitely regress earlier than the other, even if it might look like the same situation. The world blurs, as time itself seems to warp. The rules of this world are unforgiving. Whoever regresses first will forget what's happening now, leaving the other person trapped by time. Looking up at Sylvia, the exclusive servant thinks, we're two parallel lines that can never run into each other. Sylvia reflects, it is possible for me to understand who you are and what your situation is, but that's all there is to it. It's impossible for the two of them to have a life together. Sylvia remembers, the confession you gave me, saying you wanted to spend your time with me, was beautiful. However, maybe it only sounds beautiful because it's one that can never become reality. What ifs don't exist in this world? The exclusive servant promises, I'll definitely keep my word. Looking down at Sylvia, she thinks, I'm not saying all this just so I can win over your heart. I'm not the kind of person who'd lead people on with nonsense. He asks, what if I help you get out of this eternal 10-day cycle? Sylvia replies, how arrogant. I'm content with living my own life. The exclusive servant smiles sadly, saying, I know, it's the same for me as well, but still, I wish to help you. As the exclusive servant drapes a coat over her shoulders, Sylvia wonders if it's arrogance. He asks what she wants from him, pleading with her to stay with him until the world faces its end. A knowing smile plays on his lips as he realizes that the cult interrogator has already reached 100% synchronization. Sylvia reflects on the secret to clearing this stage, believing she must be so drunk in her love for him that she can't escape his grasp. She admits that it's quite a tricky method, but it'll probably work. He chuckles, asking if she's really asking him to help her with that, adding that it'll be fine, as he's pretty easy to win over. His heart is already racing just with her holding his hand. He finds it shameless, but since he said he'd teach her about love, he'll take responsibility for it. He wonders if this would be enough, as a heart-shaped graphic appears, indicating that she is syncing with her character. He confirms that it is. Sylvia acknowledges that she knows she's not in a place to say something like this, but questions if he isn't a little too naive, wondering how he survived in such an arduous world. He reveals that he's died a ton of times. He asks if her heart also races after seeing such a weak side of him, explaining that he heard that showing one's weak side can sometimes be effective in winning over someone's heart. A soft laugh escapes Sylvia as she looks at him. He understands now, having seen her quarrel with Lady Goldenflower. She's the kind of person who can't stay still when provoked, even if it means losing out in the process, but he wants to give it a try. He speaks as if he's an expert in love, but isn't being loved just as important as giving love? He's clueless about being loved, or at least, more clueless than Lady Goldenflower. Sylvia simply responds, so? A system message appears, indicating, you are syncing with your character. And so, she notes that his teeth are so white. She muses that it's no surprise Lady Goldenflower was able to steal the crown prince from him, adding that his tongue is red and looks pretty. She asks why he stopped talking again, stating that she can't admire his tongue if he doesn't talk, then asks if he surrenders. Sylvia responds, yes. She tells him that he really is someone who likes living life while saying dangerous things, adding that she doesn't know what great idea he's thought of that made him so confident, but he's so fearless. She continues, saying that, well, since she's gone through 14 regressions, she doesn't mind being freed of it, even if it's for just a moment. He declares, to another asshole, that's my principle. Reflecting on the events of the day, Sylvia decides that the Crown Prince has been too much of a jerk, and she won't let it continue. A beat passes, and then Labiel asks if she's finally going to give up on him. But her heart has already become a constellation, stuck in the night sky, and she's incapable of doing that. With a sudden shift in tone, Sylvia declares she's going to have an affair with him starting today, leaving Labiel momentarily speechless. He asks, so, she's his first love, do you love me? She replies, no, this doesn't feel right. Labiel points out that she's a servant that Lady Goldenflower cherishes, her only childhood friend and butler, questioning if this is just an affair. He wonders, what face will she make when she catches wind of them dating? So he's sure the Crown Prince will be taken aback as well. There ought to be something more romantic. Sylvia asks, you're going to act like you're dating me to get revenge on the two of them? Do you hate that idea? As she steps closer, the tension thickens. Her eyes lock with his, and she whispers, say my name, Labiel. Her gaze pierces him. Do you remember what I taught you when I first talked about love? With a knowing smile, she concludes that love starts from meeting an asshole. The agreement is sealed with a simple affirmation, the words echoing amidst swirling magenta energy. And with that, Labiel declares, I'll become that first asshole for you. A detached voice observes that, since they're both crazy, they're so compatible with each other. Well, I doubt it's possible for you to date an ordinary person. Birds of the same feather flock together, after all. Elsewhere, the Sword Emperor muses, his expression thoughtful, lost in contemplation. A voice congratulates them. Congrats on your first love, although it's an affair. Arranging the flowers, he can't help but think about Labiel. Adjusting his bow tie, he wonders what she's up to. Hearing his name, Labiel appears in his thoughts. Labiel Avanch's name echoes in his mind. He thinks to himself, all he did was say her name. The life of Kim Ganja is described so simply, including his jealousy, secrets, relationships, humor, willpower, and happiness. Looking at his status window, he's curious about how he looks. Relieved, he realizes he's still Kim Ganja. He reflects that he didn't get consumed by his character like the cult interrogator did, and his plan will proceed according to plan this time around. Appearing behind him, the Sword Emperor speaks. If he gets consumed by his role as a butler, Kim Ganja wants the other to do something for him. He explains that there's a high chance he won't be able to hear the other's voice when his synchronization reaches 100%. The cult interrogator listens intently, hearing that if the butler loses his skills, he'll probably forget to use them, so they must do everything they can to prevent him from reaching a synchronization rate of 100%. The synchronization rate is at 99%. Kim Ganja continues, stating that it's the last line of defense, and it can't be allowed to go any higher. The cult interrogator seems skeptical, wondering how worried he is about that, considering he has such a strong mind of his own. He doubts that situation will even happen. With a determined look, the butler says, yes, there is. He explains that he's going to intentionally raise his synchronization rate that high. The cult interrogator is shocked, and Kim Ganja continues, saying that if it looks like he's going above 99%, he wants the other to stop him regardless of what he's doing. He adds that it'll only work if he's the only one who knows the plan, and he's going to make use of the loophole within the tower system and clear this stage. He asks for help if he's in danger. With a serious expression, the butler says, on you then, Mr. Strongest in the world who wants to become my master. He concludes, I'll be leaving to help my lover now. The clock ticks, a constant reminder of the passage of time. Every night, she's battling demons and cleaning up after the Crown Prince or Lady Goldenflower, which is why she's taken a leave of absence from the academy today as well. She thinks to herself, not to worry, it has been this way ever since her first regression. More accurately, it has been like this since birth. She practically grew up in this mansion, and it only got worse after she stuck the sword into the mirror, which caused her heart to disappear. The reason that the Emperor gave orders to not just her, but to Lady Goldenflower as well, is one of the causes too, which is why even if she becomes the Empress, she'll die not long after, and it's hard for her to conceive children as well, making her unsuitable to become the Empress. Coughing, the butler offers, have some hot tea. She replies, thanks. He reminds her, you told me previously that the apostles before me brought a guideline with them. It's true, Lady Silver Lily has a poor sense of taste, so she enjoys extreme flavors. Reflecting on the situation, Sylvia acknowledges that she simply used what was written. Labiel responds, since she was the one who told her about it first, she isn't the same, clarifying that she simply used it as a reference and hopes Sylvia sees it that way, adding that she looks pretty cheeky too. With a cup of tea in hand, Labiel asks what plan Sylvia has come up with. Sylvia replies, the time she's spending with Labiel now is just a form of entertainment, adding that one of them will definitely forget their time spent together, so she doubts there's any way to resolve this. Looking away, Sylvia suggests that Labiel has probably never entrusted her life to anyone before. Looking intently at Sylvia, Labiel asks her to please have trust in her. He continues, Even if they're not dating for real, he's someone she's chosen and is anything but incompetent. A stark visual transition leads to the statement that there are times when they'll need help from others. A flashback shows a dire situation, emphasizing that this is Sylvia's situation right now, and she's taken too much upon herself. Sylvia recalls her past thoughts. Even if she dies, the Empire needs to be strong. She needs to set the Crown Prince straight, and she needs to defeat the demons of blood too, questioning if Labial thinks she's worn out. With a bouquet of lilies in the foreground, Labial simply says yes, asking her to please rest. He reflects that he thinks he's the kind who hates seeing the person he loves bear every burden herself, stating that he's certain that when he's tired, the person he loves would help him and vice versa. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark declaration of their arrangement. But Labial remains unfazed, his expression calm as he counters that his feelings are genuine. A soft scoff escapes Sylvia, implying that he doesn't truly understand her. He smiles, revealing that he sees this as an opportunity, not a deterrent. Sylvia's eyes narrow, a hint of curiosity flickering within them as she wonders where his confidence stems from. Labial's voice is soft, but resolute, promising to never give up on her, no matter what may come. His gaze is unwavering, a silent vow to become her pillar of support. Time ticks onward, the clock's hands a constant reminder of the relentless march forward. Sylvia's expression hardens, acknowledging that the time for talk is over. Labial insists that she needs to rest, concerned about her well-being. He assures her that he is more than capable of handling whatever challenges lie ahead, asking her to leave it to him. Elsewhere, a figure with burning red eyes prepares for battle, their sword gleaming with ominous intent. The red-eyed figure, surrounded by a crimson aura, prepares to strike. Meanwhile, time seems to tick away as the hands of a clock move forward. Labial, carrying a stack of documents, tells Sylvia not to bother herself with such tasks. She asks what he's doing. He explains that there are only a few days left until this world ends, and if the Empire falls because of paperwork, then so be it. Labial suggests that Sylvia should think of this as a holiday, her very own holiday. The clock continues to tick, as Labial reflects that this is the first time he's led a life like this. He wonders if it's really okay not to do anything, recalling that it's been 3 days since he last went for lessons, and someone might see him like this. Sylvia, lying down in a field of flowers, says that it's okay. Smiling, Labial assures her that he'll make it all okay. Sylvia, with a concerned expression, tells him that she doesn't want to rely on him. Labial responds, asking who said he'll be helping her for eternity, and that if she needs help, he wants her to help him, too. Standing together in a garden, Labial concludes that they just need to help each other out. With her crimson eyes gleaming in the soft light, Sylvia's gaze pierces through the tranquil facade. Beneath the blossoming trees, Labial wonders if she should recite some poetry. The clock ticks, a silent reminder of time slipping away as Sylvia simply responds, okay. As they drift along the water, the distant castle shimmers in the fading light. The season of spring, a time when everything seems to glow with a pristine, almost blinding, white. The Empire calls this time of year White Spring, a period where the spring blossoms bloom before the magnolia flowers wither. The scene shifts, the sky now a canvas of fiery hues, as a voice muses on the beauty of the season. A sense of foreboding intensifies, the words, even stronger, echoing ominously. The imagery becomes more abstract, a figure cloaked in white stands amidst a sea of darkness. The heart that's covered by silver, a chilling premonition begins to manifest. The presence of the heart that's covered by silver, now fully manifested, casts a long shadow over the serene landscape. The skies, a voice cries out in horror, questioning if what they see is blood. A backdrop of stars and dripping blood sets a grim stage. As a meteor-like object hurtles through the void, the scene evokes a sense of impending doom. Aboard the boat, Sylvia confesses, "Butler, I feel at peace when I'm with you." Yet, a seed of doubt lingers as she wonders, can I really trust you? Sylvia recalls a past conversation. You told me this before. The implications of their bond become clear, parallel lines destined to never meet for eternity, especially if one dies before the other. Labial's hand gently touches Sylvia's, promising, starting from now, I'll cover you with my aura. Labial's protection extends beyond the physical, encompassing Sylvia's mind as well, and similarly, she will do the same for herself. The stakes are high, as Sylvia contemplates, exploring both of their heads at the same exact time, knowing that the person who dies first will regress first, but there's no guarantee. The one who's unable to regress would keep their memories, so in that case, there's only one way they can remain together, they need to die at the same time. With a determined gaze, Labial Avancia is shown. The butler's hand reaches out, as Labial pleads, please, die together with me. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, the exclusive servant clasps his gloved hands together, his gaze intense. Just as people manage their daily lives, he managed his own death. He was always able to think of an easier way to die. He could just explode his brain with aura, ending his life painlessly in an instant. It would have been a simple and easy method. That's why he didn't die that way, knowing that if he got used to these things, he'd let his guard down. This is also why the Flame Emperor was killed by him. That's why he chose not to die that way. He chose a more painful death, in order to keep his senses and ability to make judgments as vivid and clear as possible. However, today's a whole different matter. It's okay, it'll end in an instant. It's so warm. It's as if warm water is flowing into his body through his blood vessels, if this is what your body. The woman with white hair and red eyes states that if this is what your body temperature is like, then you have a slightly warmer one than she does. A close-up of her face reveals she feels so uneasy. She thinks to herself, she's never felt like this before, even through all those past regressions, because it would be fine as long as she didn't lose herself, but she continues, she doesn't wish to lose you today, and if she regresses first and forgets all about you. The red liquid swirls around her, as she says not to worry. 3 figures stand behind her in the red liquid, as one of them says they'll be by her side. Suddenly, a man shouts, "Demons!" Another man confirms that demons have appeared. A woman screams, "Ah!" The woman in the boat declares that if either of them dies 0.1 seconds earlier than the other, she will blame them for eternity, and they're only allowed one chance to engrave her words onto their heart. A man with red eyes replies, "All right." The text says that the heart that's covered by silver is looking at you. Continuing her train of thought, Sylvia declares that someone will take responsibility for causing her to start trusting other people again. Suddenly, a message appears, announcing the arrival of the low that harvests destruction. Following that, another message proclaims the arrival of the apostle of the undying evangelist of happiness. The man with slicked back hair remarks that they are creatures who just can't read the atmosphere. Looking at Sylvia, he states that they'll have to teach them. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. Turning her head, Sylvia acknowledges his statement. As the scene shifts, the words demonic heaven divine art appear. The words ninth form of the demonic heaven divine art, sword of suicide, are displayed. In a flash, a stylized scene depicts a couple. Suddenly, a message appears, "You have died." The screen displays a message indicating a return to 24 hours prior. Stirring from his slumber, the butler's eyes flutter open. A voice echoes, demanding to know if he's awake. The cherry blossoms swaying gently as Sylvia expresses her disbelief at his tardiness, calling him a pathetic butler. Reclining in the grass, he seems to be taking it easy. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The question lingers, wondering if they succeeded in retaining their memories while regressing. A confession escapes him, admitting that he might have lied a little. Her red eyes gleaming with intensity, Sylvia's expression hardens. A nervous smile plays on his lips as he hears her words. Her voice laced with disappointment, she reminds him of his promise and questions how he could wake up so late. Her tone turning severe, Sylvia declares that he'll need to make up for his wrongdoings this time around. Cherry blossoms frame the scene. Laviel offers a heartfelt apology. Offering a gentle smile, Laviel assures her that it's all right now, confessing that watching over her while being unable to spend time together had become unbearable. A playful smirk graces Sylvia's lips, calling it a lie, but admitting it was fine since she's good at waiting. Bathed in a soft, pink glow, Sylvia offers her forgiveness. Looking down at her, Laviel asks for a favor, apologizing and requesting that she wait just a little longer. The days dwindle, each one crossed off with a delicate touch. Until they can be together, starting from the first day. Leaning in close, Sylvia teases her, calling her cheeky as she asks if it hurt for her. Her eyes locking with Sylvia's, Laviel retorts that she's bad for wanting to take her life multiple times, even after taking it once. Drawing closer, their faces inches apart, Laviel whispers, asking if she can kiss her. The world fades away as they embrace, lost in each other's arms. Pulling her close, Laviel asks if Sylvia brushed her teeth before coming. Sylvia responds that she'll exercise her right to remain silent, but Laviel protests that it's not fair. Wrapping his arms around her, Laviel asks if she hasn't made him wait for a total of 39 days, adding that with that little selfishness of his, it'll help her to feel less guilty. Sylvia retorts that he ought to thank her, as that means they've kissed for 39 days, but Laviel tells her to stop talking because it sounds embarrassing. Meanwhile, a child wonders aloud why Lady Silver Lily is here so late, and another replies that she heard Sylvia is staying in another place and not in the dormitories. The first child asks where she is right now, and the other exclaims that she said she was going to wait in the garden in front of the dormitories. A lone figure walks away from a blinding light, a question echoing in the air, "Sovereign?" But then, a shift, a memory surfaces, a tender embrace under the soft glow of a distant lamp. A face emerges from the past, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Across from him, a woman with silver hair and piercing red eyes gazes back, a vision of ethereal beauty. Their feet move in unison, a dance of destiny unfolding. The grand hall shimmers around them, a backdrop to their intimate moment. He holds her close, the world fading away as they lose themselves in each other's arms. Whispering softly, he asks if this is still their first day. Her voice, a silken caress, confirms that it's their first day now, their eternal first day. As long as they both want it, their embrace deepens, sealing their fate in the timeless dance. Her expression a mix of confusion and concern, Sylvia wonders aloud if she missed something. A hushed tension fills the air as 2 figures stand in stunned silence, trying to make sense of what just transpired. The man's brow furrows in disbelief, asking what on earth just happened, while the woman beside him wonders if what she witnessed was even real. Elsewhere, a figure writhes in agony, screaming about their eyes and lamenting their fate. A cacophony of thoughts erupts, with one voice questioning what's happening, another noting that it's about time people realize the truth, and a third claiming that a certain butler belongs to Lady Goldenflower. A figure with glowing pink eyes considers the implications, thinking that if the emperor hears of this, and that Lady Silver Lily is the crown princess. With a cold stare, Sylvia questions what the other person is doing. The other figure apologizes for causing such a commotion, adding that they've done something that shouldn't have been done in public. A man's face contorts in horror, uttering a single, breathy ah. Understanding that her crimes are severe, Sylvia states that she'll gladly accept her punishment. Stunned, the crown prince can only stare at the document, unable to believe what he's reading. Her red eyes piercing through the silence, Sylvia declares her request to withdraw from the academy. Knowing he would struggle to choose a punishment for her, she has prepared her own, a self-imposed exile from the academy, until her withdrawal is complete. Calling out to Laviel, the crown prince is interrupted as Laviel offers herself as a punishment instead. The crown prince can only watch as Sylvia stands firm, her decision unwavering. The two figures walk away, leaving the crown prince to ponder the implications of her choice. Sylvia's resolve is clear, but one question lingers. Is this truly okay? The narrator reflects on the situation, wondering if her love for the crown prince still burns, despite offering her heart to the mirror. The crown prince is left to contemplate what he has done this whole time. More importantly, Laviel seems to be happy, and that's good enough for now. A mysterious figure declares, "Death's sovereign." The crown prince wonders about the meaning behind that kiss, admitting he has no idea why she would do such a thing. Also, when she sees the two of them together, her heart beats abnormally, and Sylvia wonders what that could possibly mean. Also, Sylvia decides she'll clear the stage by herself. Taking a break for himself and resting, the crown prince understands, deciding he'll act independently and do as he wants. Considering the implications, Sylvia realizes she can't torture them, nor can she kidnap people to get information or imprison others, but that would mean she has. Instructing her, the crown prince tells Sylvia she'll have things to do later on, and to just read a fairy tale book in the corner of the room until that time comes. Suddenly, Sylvia hears something telling her that her synchronization has gone up, and she wonders what it is. Observing her, the crown prince notes that's the heart attack again. As the carriage rumbles along, the journey continues. Looking ahead, the crown prince declares that from tomorrow onwards, the whole empire will be in an uproar. As their hands meet, a silent understanding passes between them. Reflecting on the future, the crown prince anticipates getting about 200 letters from the capital's high society, and about 20 letters from his hometown's high society. Among them, 10 would be from his father. Surprised, the crown prince hears someone say that they will be sending an envoy to him, and that Ganja should suggest a solution for this situation, making him ask pardon, as he just got called Ganja. Seated together in the carriage, Sylvia remarks on how small their current world feels. She continues, expressing that she's been stuck in that place for far too long. Meanwhile, the Sammain Academy looms in the distance, a facility established to strengthen the emperor's power, filled with children from powerful families. It's a place where those from all over the empire are forced to attend, receiving the same education, language, and activities. Also, they'll inherit the nature of the United Empire. The silver-haired beauty muses that the empire they'll rule over in the future can't be found in that academy, wondering if the crown prince knows that. The crown prince, seated beside her, tells her to worry about the empire later, saying she's trying to take on too much right now. He leans in closer, telling her to just think about him for now. That should be more than enough to keep her busy. As the carriage wheels turn, the crown prince is surprised to hear someone call him Ganja. Her red eyes gleaming, Sylvia warns that if he dares leave a scar on her heart, she will kill him. The crown prince, his hand glowing with blue energy, asks if she understands that, to which she simply replies, yes. He presses her, demanding she tell him what she understands. The carriage continues its journey, Sylvia vowing that no matter what happens, she will never let his soul get hurt at all, and if she does indeed harm it unwittingly, then she'll apologize to him directly. As she clasps her hands together, she believes Laviel needs to understand things a bit better. Her red eyes gleaming, Sylvia warns that if Laviel ever betrays her, she should use those hands of hers to strangle her. The threat hangs heavy in the air as she continues, demanding that Laviel not even use her aura, but to kill her with her own hands, over and over, until the fact that they even met is completely erased. A dark gaze settles on the scene, unconcerned if it takes a few hundred or a few thousand days. Her hands still clasped, she declares that she shall sentence Laviel to inflict her death. Sylvia wants Laviel to live eternally, remembering the fact that she does not have her forgiveness. Her expression unwavering, she continues to hold Laviel's hands. The dark figure muses that she could probably live for eternity if she wished to. That's right. Sylvia warns that the moment Laviel betrays her, she'll be banished to an eternal hell. Looking up at her, Laviel says she understands. If she has any secrets to confess, Sylvia urges her to do it now. A hand glows with power, known as 100 Souls Reincarnation. Her red eyes piercing, Sylvia reveals that anyone she kills, she can summon them after they die. If she wishes to, she could allow the summon to inherit the appearance and memories of its past life. The text on the golden tablet reads of a power, the 100 Souls Reincarnation, a skill of SSS rank that allows the user to summon those they've killed. Holding a glowing orb in his gloved hand, the butler states that Sylvia could summon 9 of them, but she doesn't intend to do so at all. Her crimson eyes piercing, Sylvia adds another condition. If Laviel betrays her, she must destroy that skill completely. Placing her hand on Sylvia's, Laviel agrees. Looking down, the butler says he'll forgive her if she promises him one thing, asking what it is. The condition is simple: do not commit suicide without his permission. Against a backdrop of red and black, Sylvia tells her not to die, even if it becomes easy, declaring, "You are my lover." Sylvia continues, saying that Laviel isn't someone who'd throw away life easily, and even if she can't avoid death, she wants her to struggle until the very end. Touching the butler's face, Laviel agrees. Her red eyes gleaming, Sylvia asks her to tell her what she wants from her. Holding Laviel close, the butler asks her to trust him when he tells her to do so. Laviel promises that she shall always trust him. Looking out at the scenery, Laviel suggests they take an exactly 10-day-long vacation, free from any worries. She wonders if there's anyone who has lived and worked as hard as he has, both in public and in private, suggesting that for the next 10 days, they put down all serious matters and use their regression skill to their heart's content, wanting to enjoy something not privy to ordinary people. Kim Gongja responds, agreeing with her suggestion. She continues, saying that, since no matter how big of a mess they cause, no one will remember if they go back a day, as expected of her, she got it without him having to spell it all out. Walking together, Laviel and Kim Gongja stroll through the city. She reveals that she's ended up with a real scoundrel as her partner, asking him which seat he would like. She suggests letting them hire a theater troupe for a day. She explains that there are a total of 6 troops. In fact, she tells Kim Gongja that there is something she has always wanted to do, leaving him to wonder what it might be. She elaborates, revealing that it is making 6 troops perform simultaneously on a large stage. An announcer explains that 3 will perform tragedies and 2 will perform comedies. As the exclusive servant stands by, the woman in green remarks, only 1 opera remains to be staged. He smiles, agreeing, it seems like it'll just be a mess. From the audience, a voice calls out, wanting to watch a mess, as the play begins. The actors recite their lines, declaring Romeo to be as wise as he is beautiful. Back in the gambling hall, the exclusive servant watches as Lady Silver Lily smiles. Outside, the gambling establishment stands tall under the night sky. At the gambling table, a man nervously says, "Now call." His hand trembles as he says, "F-fold." The sound of money fills the air as someone declares, "Raise the pot." The stakes rise higher as Lady Silver Lily increases the bet. A man at the table explodes in anger. This is an act of tyranny. The exclusive servant looks on as Lady Silver Lily is told that even she can't do this at his place of business. Facing down those who dare question her authority, Lady Silver Lily's crimson eyes narrow, her voice a silken thread as she demands to know just who they think they're standing before. Hearing her words, the man's face contorts in confusion, struggling to understand what she means by such a statement. A servant pulls out a chair for the man, the sound of wood scraping against the floor echoing in the tense atmosphere. Returning to the present, Sylvia's expression hardens, her red eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity as she declares that she'll let it slide for today if they play even games with her. Later, the scene shifts to a grand estate under the night sky, its many windows glowing with warm light. Inside, the butler lies in bed, a question hanging in the air, as a voice asks if he's happy. Turning to face him, Lady Silver Lily's expression is unreadable, her white hair cascading around her as she states that this is. A snicker escapes him, as he replies that he's also happy, perhaps for the first time, thinking he might be okay to live a little longer. An on-screen display shows a number rising, as Sylvia notes that her immersion rate went up again, prompting the butler to question what that means. She explains that it's a mechanic prepared by the constellation that sent her to this world, a numerical representation of how in sync she is with her role as Sylvia. He is told that when he calls her by her name and touches her cheek, or stays within her grasp like now, that number increases, meaning that immersion rate must be increasing. A sinister smile spreads across his face, as he wonders what will happen to her once that number reaches 100. Relaxing in bed, the butler's words still echoing in her mind, Sylvia is told not to concern herself with such things. A sly thought crosses her mind, recalling her promise that she would only think about him. As the days pass, a noble makes it clear that, for the day, the street belongs to Duchess Ivantia. After another day, a royal is told to take better care of their son, as there is no greater bastard than him. The gears of time turn, and a figure wobbles. Time is used as a vacation venue. The scene shifts to a more light-hearted moment, as Sylvia and Kim Gongja share a dance, while a man celebrates his earnings. Cherry blossoms fall as the pair are seen together in various settings. Sitting by a fountain, Sylvia and Kim Gongja share a quiet moment. Their hands meet, as they acknowledge that they've been quite bad, true scum even. Kim Gongja reflects that they are the only ones who know that, partners in crime, with their connection at 81%. He asks if she remembers what he told her in the carriage. Submerged in a ritualistic bath, Sylvia confirms that she remembers everything he has told her. Looking up towards the sky, Kim Gongja requests that she fulfill that promise now. Back in his formal attire, he awaits her response. Her red eyes piercing, Sylvia accuses him of plotting a suspicious scheme, demanding that he confess to her now. Reflecting on the situation, Kim Gongja realizes he might need to completely become the butler, that it's essential he becomes someone who was born in this world. As a white dove flies past, he wonders why that is, lamenting that he cannot tell her the reason. Sylvia explains that the fact that he cannot tell her must mean that for this plan to succeed, he must be the only one who can know, adding that the reason he is bringing it up now is because he wishes to request something of her, to which Kim Gongja confirms that is correct. Sighing, Sylvia reflects that from the very beginning, he made her promise to trust him for this very moment, lamenting that she should have been more vigilant while listening to him. From behind, Kim Gongja is seen in his butler attire. Looking down, Sylvia awaits his request. He asks what it is that she must do. Returning to the starting point, Raviel finds herself once again at the beginning of this twisted game. With a click, she locks the door. Her crimson eyes reflecting a chilling resolve, she wonders what she must do now. A rustle of fabric accompanying her grim determination, she declares that first, she must tie up her hands and arms on the chair. As she secures the ropes, the butler watches, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he thinks it might be too soon for them to cross into the afterlife. He assures her that he's content with his current life, promising to trust her judgment, though he admits this makes him uneasy. With each tightening knot, the ropes cinch tighter. Observing her handiwork, the butler notes that she seems to have tied it tight. The ropes now fully secured, she is completely bound to the chair. His expression a mix of worry and disbelief, Shiny wonders what in the world Kim Gongja is doing, admitting that he's making him uneasy. Reflecting on the situation, it's revealed that the butler, the owner of this body, had a secret crush on both ladies. As both were impossible loves, the butler buried his feelings. But the crown prince had a thing for both as well, and Lady Goldencup had a thing for both the prince and the butler. And now, Raviel is two-timing the prince with Kim Gongja. This whole situation is a mess, but it's allowed. Thinking over the situation, Raviel requests that a mirror be brought before her. The butler, ever attentive, remains seated, observing her every move. The butler's presence is a constant, and she acknowledges that she is being listened to. He wonders if being tied up is her fetish, and if so, why she didn't ask sooner, before she asks him to start kissing her nonstop, to make her like him even more. She thinks to herself, when you reach a certain point, I will no longer be meat. There was something off about watching the Inquisitor, who had become fully immersed as Lady Goldencup. Her hair continues to grow, as she thinks that this is the secret plan for. It's her secret plan, to crush this stage in her own way, when her immersion rate passes 90% and starts approaching 100%. A chilling request hangs in the air, a desperate plea to end it all, but only by another's hand. Someone is bound to a chair, their fate hanging in the balance. A voice echoes, after all, you're a regressor just like me. Her expression grave, Laviel warns, Gongja, this is dangerous. This is no different from a gamble. A confident smirk plays on his lips, he replies, from the point of it being a gamble, we've already won. Because this is the tower's error. Simply pointing out this error puts us in a favorable position. Her gaze softens, but concern still lingers, she whispers, there's one more problem. I won't be able to remember you. He gently embraces her, offering silent comfort. His eyes filled with determination, Kim Gongja assures her, that's okay. I'll figure it out somehow. Her red eyes pleading, Laviel says, but I only ask one favor of you. If I'm unable to leave this world on my own, please make it so I can be. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, a silent promise passing between them. The butler simply acknowledges the situation. A promise hangs in the air, that he was her first dog, and he'll be her last. Embracing the cult interrogator, Laviel's red eyes pierce through the moment. A wry observation, that she really ended up with such a bad guy as a lover. Locked in a tender embrace, the transformation continues. The synchronization rate climbs to 84% with her character, but something is clearly amiss. One last time, the synchronization pushes to 85%. The cult interrogator transforming into Lady Goldenflower was somehow strange, the text explains. The synchronization reaches 86%, but the transformation remains incomplete. A question lingers in the air, why is the transformation still as it is? The text explains that the cult interrogator can freely change his appearance using the holy technique, a skill possessed only by him. The text reveals that Lady Goldenflower didn't have it, as the other characters look on with concern. Even with the transformation underway, her hair continues to grow. The system message clarifies that syncing doesn't make one's skills disappear. The synchronization rate climbs, now registering at 88%. The system confirms that he is syncing with his character. The synchronization continues. A memory surfaces, a voice calling out to Gongja. The memory continues, a figure urging someone to come on. The crown prince is asked if he is okay, followed by Gongja's exclamation of surprise and concern. He is told that he is okay for now. The crown prince asks, you mean you want me to kiss you more? How naughty of you, my lover. Closing the distance, they share a kiss. The interrogator's face is filled with a desperate love, confessing to Laviel, I love you. His words echo with a haunting promise, that even if he were to be reborn, he'd still love her, begging her to never forget. Even as he speaks, Labial, her eyes closed, simply acknowledges, I know. Amidst the chaos of their intertwined fates, a digital collage flickers, hinting at martial arts and romance. The word existence hangs in the air, followed by a series of hashtags: master, noble heroes, people who sacrifice, and those who are generous to others. As their reality seems to fragment, a puzzle piece is being chipped away, symbolizing a loss or sacrifice. In the fading light, Gongja's name appears, a haunting reminder of what was. Her red eyes piercing through the silence, Labial stands tall, her expression unreadable. Nearby, the butler is shocked by what he sees, exclaiming, "What on earth?" His eyes widen in disbelief, uttering, "My goodness, young Duke." Labial's voice cuts through the tension, stating that the Avansha Duke family's power may reach the heavens and beyond, but even so, this is too much, questioning if she is hated so much that they'd threaten a lowly servant like her. Her elegant dress a stark contrast to the danger she faces, Labial's resolve remains unbroken. Labial's red eyes narrow, a realization dawning on her face as she murmurs, "I see. So this is how it is." Below, the cult interrogator's voice echoes, "I thought I no longer had a heart that could be hurt, but this certainly pains me. Rejoice, your sword undoubtedly pierced my heart." Her expression hardening, Labial questions, "What do you mean?" "Gongja." The question hangs in the air. "Who? Are you calling?" Her gaze unwavering, Labial acknowledges, "So this is how it is, lover." The cult interrogator's eyes glow with an intense devotion, his voice resonating with unwavering loyalty. "The man who gave me his heart, and whom I will give." A chilling threat underscores his words. "If you scar my heart, I will kill you." A surge of energy pulses, a raw, visceral reaction to the unspoken tension. A close-up reveals a face stained with blood, a stark reminder of the potential for violence. A disembodied voice promises, "I'll be waiting for you." Clutching a dark orb, Labial stands poised, a storm brewing within her. The world around her dissolves into abstract chaos, reflecting the turmoil in her heart. Amidst the swirling chaos of colors and fractured realities, the name Lady Silver Lily echoes, a whisper in the digital void. A question hangs in the air, amidst the pink and purple hues. Does she intend to pursue the scheme targeting Lady Goldenflower on a full scale? The thought must be conveyed, "Lady Goldenflower." A silent plea, "I want to." A command echoes through the void. "Wipe her tears, you have died." The system initiates a reset, returning to 24 hours prior. A stark warning flashes, "Error discovered." The system reports a critical anomaly. The owner of the skill and the target of the skill are not the same. Assessing whether to return to 24 hours prior per the owner's or target's perspective, the system is unable to assess. The system struggles to comprehend. The given matter is beyond the tower's authority. The tower has checked the authority of the Death Sovereign, and it is clear the Death Sovereign is temporarily qualified to be an apostle, granted by Hamastra. The tower considers the Death Sovereign's raising of the issue as an official agenda item. The gears of power grind. The tower calls for a majority voting meeting of the 6 pillars of life. As golden butterflies flutter, the stage is set for a confrontation of cosmic proportions. Bathed in the ethereal glow of countless butterflies, Labial finds herself in a surreal space. The scene shifts, focusing on her feet, reflecting on a dark, polished surface. A looming figure materializes, wreathed in ominous red energy. A voice echoes, "Sato Maimao." The figure's voice booms, "That little shit is playing with us." The voice continues, laced with fury, "Why the fuck did he send him as an apostle?" A calmer voice interjects, "According to the procedures, there's nothing wrong with it." A system message flashes, confirming the reset of the Death Sovereign's synchronization rate. A voice calls out, "Call Hamastra here right now." The looming figure towers over Labial, casting a long shadow. A voice whispers, "So that you could return 24 hours prior as per the character's perspective, and not yours." Standing tall, the butler adjusts his tie, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Her expression hardening, Labial's resolve becomes absolute. Acknowledging the truth, she makes her demand clear. Surrounded by a bizarre landscape and spectral figures, Labial's voice echoes with unwavering conviction. A desperate plea echoes from the depths of the abyss. A chorus of monstrous voices rising in unison, branding someone a shameless bastard. A voice, distorted by rage and despair, vows, "I'll kill you." The memory burns with the heat of anger and jealousy, emotions that serve no purpose in negotiations. The scene erupts in a cacophony of screams, a visceral representation of the chaos. The Sword Emperor considers the implications of their situation, recalling a past conversation. "You said you were the Death Sovereign, right? It's been a while since we've had to hold a meeting twice for the same person." He continues, the weight of the past heavy on his mind. Moreover, the link between these two is getting stronger. I wonder if it's a coincidence. His expression hardens, a flicker of concern in his eyes, as he contemplates the potential consequences. A single word hangs in the air, bothersome. The Sword Emperor reflects on the mechanics of their predicament, the possibility of regression hinging on synchronization rates. If the synchronization rate was 100%, we could have regressed you to a day before from the butler's point of view. If it were 90%, then it would be from the Death Sovereign's point of view. The man in the suit stands with his back turned, a glowing text box hovering above him. A disembodied face smiles knowingly, another text box floating in front of it. The camera focuses on the butler, his expression thoughtful. He considers the situation, thinking he should be regressed from the butler's point of view. Looking up, the butler sees another glowing text box, as if waiting for him to be convinced. The camera pans down the butler's body, stopping at his waist. He explains that a 99% rate means there's only 1% left, and since he takes up the most percentage, it's only right to think that he is the one in charge of the body. Another text box appears, stating that the returner's clockwork watch is his skill. The Sword Emperor stands in a distance, his silhouette barely visible. The butler looks up, another text box appearing, asking if he needs to regress. He is told not to be nervous, that the question was asked out of curiosity. The Sword Emperor stands in a dark, abstract space, seemingly deep in thought. The Sword Emperor's expression is troubled, as he considers the implications of the butler's words. Reflecting on their history, he recalls, both me and the butler have always quarreled about who should be in control of the body during the stage. There were times when the butler won and times when I did. Descending into the depths of his memories, he realizes, that means. The Sword Emperor acknowledges, the butler fought me fair and square and won. He then gained my skill as a result of winning. Lost in thought, he is reminded, please think of it from the perspective of the butler. Considering the butler's capabilities, he admits, that makes sense. Sure then, it's just like what you did. He recalls another instance, just like how you copied the Flame Emperor's skills and obtained it. The Sword Emperor continues his internal monologue. The returner's clockwork watch is also the butler's skill. He wonders, I wondered who would win if a regressor fought against another regressor to think we'd have to return the butler to the moment before he gets the skill. A voice echoes, you could have chosen to run away and avoid drawing the attention of the Flame Emperor, but you didn't. Why is that so? The answer comes, the moon that takes care of the blind curses you. The reason is revealed. It's because he's someone who has a great sense of justice. The princess that walks across miracles. A blessing echoes, a sentiment that seems almost mocking given the circumstances. Reflecting on the past, the Sword Emperor acknowledges the butler's complex history, a tapestry woven with threads of revenge and justice. Despite all that, he remains singularly impressed by one particular aspect. The legislator of the beginning quietly observes, noting that the butler's path was the only one that guaranteed victory against the Flame Emperor. Shiny, ever the pragmatist, simply agrees. The Sword Emperor muses, acknowledging the butler's raw and passionate heart, yet also recognizing the slyness of his mind. It's a constant search, a relentless pursuit of the perfect victory. The butler stands firm, asserting that he has been waiting for the logic that will completely convince them. His conviction unwavering, he reiterates his agreement. The butler continues, insisting that they've done nothing wrong. A stark declaration. This mistake lies squarely with the tower, a fundamental error in its design. The problem, it seems, is that a judgment call must be made regarding who should lead upon regression, a decision that wouldn't be necessary if the tower were perfect in the first place. A disembodied voice echoes, dripping with condescension. Yes, I admit that. So, a hand reaches out, bathed in ethereal light, as the voice continues, since we're victims of the error, please compensate us for it. The camera focuses on the butler, his expression a mix of concern and determination, sweat beading on his brow as he listens to the tower's demands. The disembodied hand reappears, demanding, additionally, please reward us for discovering the error as well. The tower's voice drips with malice. How impudent. Watch your words. Do you want your existence erased? The scene shifts to a distorted image of the tower, its presence looming and threatening, as the voice declares, the moon that takes care of the blind is trying to kill you. A blinding light emanates from the tower, accompanied by a simple, stark command, stop. The camera focuses on the butler's back as he faces the tower, the voice filled with a chilling curiosity, interesting. The tower's voice continues, laced with arrogance. The interesting part is that you're so confident that will definitely compensate and reward you. The butler is shown floating in a purple void, as the tower questions, why should we do that when we could just simply clear this mess and... The butler's expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in his eyes, as the tower commands, look away. The camera zooms in on the butler's face, his lips pursed in determination, because... A message appears, wishing luck to someone. Speaking from within the tower's core, it acknowledges that it is one of the absolute beings, and that it has not despised them. The tower continues, asserting that it never forced anyone to head in a certain direction, offering hunters the choice to stay on the first floor forever, and wishing luck to those who climb, requesting they be careful. Amidst scenes of despair, the tower adds, that's not all. As the tragic imagery persists, the tower is told, you are kind. The tower explains, those whom it allowed to have a floor were all lonely and miserable people. The tower elaborates, it gathered all the people who have experienced tragedies and operated the tower with them. The tower is told that it doesn't get involved when they are fighting and trying to kill each other. The tower is told, it is because it respects their freedom. With unwavering resolve, the tower is informed that it will definitely compensate them for the loss they've experienced due to the tower's error, because the responsibility is on the tower and not them. Looking up with a gentle smile, the butler thanks the tower for creating it. With a respectful bow, he admits he's always wanted to tell it that, but he's never been in a situation where he could do so, and that he's always wanted to thank it. Without the tower, I would have lived a trashy life in the outside world. Actually, even after coming to the tower, I still lived a trashy life. I lived my life wrong. I lived my life wrong, but if it weren't for you, I was able to get a second chance. I wouldn't have been able to go back more than 4,000 days by myself. I was only able to do that because there was someone watching over me. That's the only thing that kept me going. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. You're truly to my liking. The princess that walks across mirages looks upon you with favor. It's my first time seeing a human giving thanks in this place. The staff of ancient times looks upon you with favor. It's normal for kids these days to point fingers and blame others first. The god who dances in the void looks upon you with favor. That was pretty cute. I'm just a mirror. If you see me as a kind being, then that's only because you're kind as well. Considering the options presented to him, the entity asks what kind of compensation he would like, a chance to return to 24 hours prior from his perspective as the butler. A slight blush crosses his face as he thinks of Lady Silver Lily. The entity then asks what about his reward. A plea echoes from the void, asking to allow his lover to keep her memories. A simple response, I see. The entity continues, suggesting he could request a really powerful skill, considering he discovered an error in the tower. The entity then asks if they should strengthen the returner's clockwork watch. Another option is presented. They could make it so that he can regress to any time he wants instead of just 24 hours. And how about strengthening the 100 Souls reincarnation? The entity continues to explain that the summons could be able to inherit not just the memories but the abilities of the original person as well. Standing in a desolate landscape, he declares he doesn't need them. He'd like to just be with the one he loves. Kneeling, he remains steadfast in his desire. His head bowed, he awaits the entity's response. A close-up of Lady Silver Lily's face, her eyes closed. May you be blessed with luck. May luck be on your side. The meeting has come to an end. 24 hours prior. The butler's eyes flutter open. A voice asks if his afternoon nap was a little too long, confirming that he is indeed her one and only. She wonders what's happening. Explaining that she just came back from having dinner with the crown prince, she found him sleeping so soundly on the chair. She asks if it isn't improper for him to sleep ahead of his master, but admits she decided to let him off because his face looked so cute when he was sleeping. Tilting her head, she looks like she's about to cry. He asks if she had a nightmare, wondering what this is. She confirms her dinner with the crown prince and urges him to guess what happened. Beaming, she reveals that His Highness gave her a blue coral ring earlier. She can't help but gush, recounting how the crown prince made her happy in front of the whole school. Meanwhile, the butler wonders what kind of expression Lady Avancia will make when she hears the news. Startled, Laviel calls out for the butler. He responds, finding it inappropriate to speak of her name so casually, even if it's just the two of them. He reminds her to mind her manners. The butler asks, pardon? Confused, Laviel admits she doesn't know what's happening, but it feels like someone is shouting directly into her ears and asks if he is sick. She decides she'll go out to catch a breather quickly. He tells her to come back when she's done. The scene shifts to a view of the building's exterior. Elsewhere, a man reflects on a time when he was still not a regressor. The crown prince got together with Lady Goldenflower. A wish made upon the sword passed down within the family, born of anger. When that wish was granted, life became eternal. The butler stands before the grand estate, wondering what he's doing here. A need to return. But the body is moving by itself. I will wait for you. I've been waiting for you. The butler observes, you look like you're in a predicament. The voice continues, you're very obvious with what you feel. I can see it clearly even during the night. Just from reading your face, I can understand that this is your first. My first? I don't know what I should tell you, so I'll just keep quiet. A voice echoes, Lady Avancia, is this a dream? Why are you in my dream? A question that sparks interest. Standing in the grand hall, beneath the shattered remains of a once pristine mirror, the exchange of dream and life is about to be called into question. Her gaze piercing, Laviel wonders if he's asking that question with romantic intent. Continuing, she explains that if he's curious as to why there aren't any servants around, it's because she asked them to leave. A flicker of something unreadable crosses his face as he asks, but why? And let me warn you. Her red eyes blazing, Laviel snaps, don't call me Lady Avancia with that mouth of yours. Her voice dripping with menace, she threatens to dig his heart out and kill him. The sound of something shattering echoes through the hall. Her gaze unwavering, Laviel demands, what do you see? Pressing him further, she asks, and? A surge of pink energy erupts, distorting reality, revealing a fractured vision. Gasping, the butler is clearly affected by the vision. Struggling against the overwhelming force, he manages to choke out, ugh. As the vision takes hold, the air crackles with unseen energy. Her voice cutting through the haze, Laviel demands to know what he sees. Struggling to focus, the butler admits he sees words, hears voices, strange and unsettling. The words themselves are fragmented, incomplete, only pieces of something larger, #SDR and #LOV. He recognizes the root of those words, master and lover, a combination that leaves him deeply uneasy. So much of this is beyond his understanding, and though she insists this isn't a dream, he can't help but ask what she wants from him. A voice echoes through the vision, cold and possessive. I want you. The dream, what was it? He strains to remember, the images fading at the edges. There were scenes, a few glimpses into something he can't quite grasp. One of those scenes replays in his mind, Laviel, looking at him with tears in her eyes. Instant, he thinks. And then, his heart aches with a sudden, sharp pain. The butler's expression is one of twisted satisfaction, as he tells her that he doesn't think it was just because she was pierced by the blade he stabbed into her, adding that he's glad she remembered to be sorry still. He asks if she knows why she had such a dream, but admits he has no idea at all. He corrects himself, stating that it's because that's the trauma that he has. He recalls his mother's suicide, remembering the words she whispered into his ears on her last night, and the memory of how everyone was hush-hush about death and quietly watched her get cremated by fire. But those memories weren't even his trauma, nor the memories of the crown prince giving Lady Goldenflower the coral ring as a marriage proposal. He continues, the memories of the 10 days that are repeated eternally, or the memories of all the things that used to hurt his heart terribly. Because now only one person has the power to hurt his heart. Those memories. He states that he already warned her clearly, that he'd kill her if she dared to scar him, adding that he's been scarred, and now she must die. He demands that she die and love him again, as the text indicates that she is reenacting the trauma of the foe who killed her, with a penalty level of intermediate, on this hungry Eamon's journey, and that she has died. As the tension hangs heavy in the air, a single, vibrant flower blooms, its petals unfurling in a silent spectacle. Below, shrouded in shadow, the butler remains seated, an enigmatic figure amidst the gloom. His posture is still, his expression unreadable, as he sits in the chair. His lady should consider this carefully. They should both be thinking along the same lines, especially since they're both regressors. The man is a dangerous man. A smile plays on his lips, as he considers the situation. He quickly realized what he was scheming, a scheme to exploit the tower's flaw and turn the whole game around. He looks so innocent, but how did he even come up with something like the Mikik with the sword? However, Gongja, that's dangerous. She says that she didn't just want to be alive, and that she won't be able to remember him. She wanted to live a life with him. All the memories they shared have become her very existence. Even if the plan works, and he pushes her away as he tries to stab, and by doing so, ending the eternal cycle of 10 days. The sword gleams. It would all mean nothing if he can't remember her. She says, it's all right, she'll deal with it. No matter what, he asks her to trust him, but she wonders how he could ask her to trust him without anything to back it up. She thinks to herself that she regrets promising to trust him, but since she already did, she has no choice but to follow through with her promise. She resolves that she'll trust in the man she loves, trusting in his competency. Because he's someone that she chose, she hopes he can convince the tower and succeed in regressing to a day prior. She realizes that the problem will be what comes after that. A voice echoes, I love you. A question lingers in the air. How will he revert the synchronization rate when it goes beyond 90%? Laviel's name is spoken. She thinks to herself, she's certain he will forget about her. Even if he does remember her, it won't be a clear memory. Kim Gongja reflects that he's able to understand other people more easily than others. Clutching at her chest, a pained gasp escapes Laviel's lips. Her gaze hardening, she thinks to herself that she just needs to kill him. A memory surfaces, a vision of Kim Gongja, the first person who brought her complete happiness. That memory is quickly followed by another thought, that he is a naive, yet mean person, and she doesn't want to kill him. But, if she does that, what happens now will definitely become her trauma. She thinks that her lover will be able to see everything that happened today. When that happens, she'll be able to show him all these memories. Kim Gongja, his eyes wide with shock, urges her to listen to this, muttering the word goodness. Lady Laviel points to a wound, accusing someone of leaving it on her, and asks if they just kidnapped her. A disembodied hand grips a sword, as a voice warns, don't forget this, even in your death. A ghostly image of the two figures appears, as a voice whispers, you are here. A final message echoes, in my heart. See you later, are you listening to this? Clutched in a tight embrace, Laviel whispers that she'll be waiting, confessing her love. As they hold each other close, a system message appears, confirming the target's intact consciousness. More system messages materialize, declaring that the penalty is over and the current synchronization rate is at 98%. A close-up reveals a pair of eyes, filled with an unknown emotion. Tears welling in his eyes, the butler is asked what's wrong. The haughty noble demands to know why he suddenly started tearing up while she was speaking, adding that she needs to go somewhere for a short while, and won't be able to have dinner with the crown prince. As the butler turns to leave, the noble asks if it isn't his duty to listen to all her boasts. Her eyes wide, she recalls that the crown prince will give her a blue coral ring tomorrow. Standing alone in a room, the butler is asked what he said, and ordered to answer before he leaves. A glimpse of a dress reveals Laviel's presence. Facing a mirror, the butler is asked if he has been waiting for her, to which he replies that it's the second time today. Bathed in a strange light, Laviel asks the butler what he sees. Amidst a flurry of system messages, fragments of words float to the surface, master, lover. Her crimson eyes intense, Laviel demands that he call her by her name. not Lady Avansha with that mouth of his. Lowering his gaze, the butler remained silent. Her expression softening, Labial wonders what kind of dream he had. Looking down at the man, she notices he was crying. A memory surfaces of a man tied up beside her, a vision of pain as she stabbed him with a sword. Gently, Labial strokes his head, telling him he did great. Her voice soft, she assures him that this is the evidence of the effort he put in for her. Her hands cradling a radiant orb, Labial's expression is unreadable. Looking up at the butler, Labial wonders if this is how she'll receive a proposal. Clutching him tightly, Labial whispers that she loves his voice. Her grip tightens as she demands he come back quickly. Her voice rising with intensity, she vows to kill him however many times it takes until he returns. Her obsession reaching a fever pitch, Labial promises to show him her wounds if he only comes back, repeating the offer over and over. A dark pronouncement echoes. Her wounds and agonies are intertwined with the declaration, "You have died." Standing over the fallen man, Labial's voice drips with a twisted affection as she tells him to look at the scar she gave him. Gazing down at him, she murmurs that his traces are found in this place. The chilling words resonate. "You have died. You're the only person in this world that can kill me." The scene repeats, a macabre tableau of death and longing. The words, "You have died," hanging heavy in the air. Her voice laced with possessiveness, Labial declares that she is the only one who can kill him. The cycle continues, the word, again, flashing, accompanied by a synchronization rate. A final, haunting declaration. Once again, she has gone to where he is. Born as the legitimate daughter of the Duke family, she walks with purpose towards the grand estate. It was a life marked by sacrifice, leaving her mother to a sorrowful existence, all because the person she was destined to marry had already been chosen before her birth. Though that isn't the name countless people call her by, she is here. Labial. Ganja, she's been waiting for you. The reunion is bittersweet. A long-awaited embrace. His voice, soft and full of love, calls out a name. Thousands of words racing through his mind, he wants to say. Apologizing for all the wounds he's given her, and thanking her. For trusting him, waiting for him, and loving him, he thinks. But the only thing he can tell her right now, at this moment, is something that will only be said once in his life. He asks her to marry him. Her eyes flutter shut, a soft smile gracing her lips. He tells Labial that she's a genius. He continues, marveling at her ability to see someone's trauma, and to use that to show him memories. She responds softly, telling him that he's the one. Caressing his cheek, Labial seems lost in thought. Turning to her, the unnamed man tells her she's incredible, wondering how she managed to persuade the tower. A stylized image of the tower appears, with a voice stating, "The tower is like an administrator that is holy and inviolable to numerous constellations." The tower's voice continues, admitting, "I knew you had a way with sweet words, but to think it'd be good enough to persuade even the tower." The image of the tower fades, returning to the couple in bed. The tower's voice echoes, "I think our memories would be veiled in this way if we met with the higher-ups of the tower." Nuzzling against him, Labial says that doesn't change the fact that he succeeded, declaring him a genius and competent lover. Kissing her forehead, the unnamed man asks when they should get married, his eyes full of affection. A playful smirk graces her lips as Labial asks if he's rushing her. Chuckling, he tells her that what she just said sounded a little cowardly. She retorts that the correct procedure would be to break off her engagement with the crown prince. He smiles, explaining that, bound by their engagement, they'd get in trouble with the law if he married her now. But the truth is, he doesn't really care about whether their marriage is legal or not, and having just a small wedding would be good enough for him. Lying in bed, Labial states that this matters to her. He acknowledges that this is the world he lives in, an empire he has sworn loyalty to and looked after. His world and his country have to acknowledge their marriage. He wonders if it wouldn't be hard for people to give her the reaction she's looking for, though. Labial assures Ganja that it's all right, and any denizens that don't give them their blessings will die by her hands. He thinks to himself, what should he do? She's so cool, he says. As he gets out of bed, all right, there's a condition. She warns him not to allow the crown prince to suggest it, because it's obvious that he'll want to break it off. Those who don't know better will gossip about them, and she can't forgive that. Labial asks him if he's asking her to disrespect the crown prince. He replies, yes. He states that that's easy. She asks if he has something in mind. The text reveals that every time the crown prince met with Lady Goldenflower secretly, she'd get a report in her study room's drawer, and she has hundreds of them. He thinks to himself, what should he do? She's really so cool. The text reveals that she has those reports and plenty of witnesses as well. As they discuss the upcoming nuptials, Labial explains that there's no need to go to the courts for this, as the imperial family will want to keep things quiet. She only needs to request an audience with the emperor. Turning to him, she tells Ganja that after they get married, he'll become a man of the Avansha family. Continuing, Labial adds that the imperial family will probably bestow a title upon him, and he'll become her husband. Looking at him expectantly, she asks if it's all right to address him formally in official meetings. He replies that she's the master of the Avansha family, and he's still an outsider, but Labial assures him that he doesn't need to be concerned about things like that. Smiling softly, Labial says she knew he'd be all right. Leaning in closer, she suggests they take it as an experiment and address each other as husband and wife, wondering what's wrong. Looking away, Ganja seems a bit embarrassed. Smiling in her bed, Labial says she knew he'd be, and that she'll do it first then. Looking at her, Gongja thinks my. Getting closer to him, Labial whispers my wife. Looking at her, Gongja is still a bit unsure. Is she really being shy right now? My man. My husband, he thinks, huh? This is the sound of her heart. This is thanks to time being turned back to before she got her heart stabbed by the holy sword. This is what her heart used to be like, so warm. There is only one objective for this stage. To stop this world from being destroyed. The top reason for its destruction was the fragment of the holy sword going berserk due to Labial's wish. And that has been resolved since the prayer sword was not stabbed into her heart, however. Due to this, the constellation would have protected this world has disappeared as well, the otherworldly beings that tear up the skies of this world on the last day and descend upon this world. This stage isn't cleared yet. We'll have our wedding ceremony 1 month from now. That'll be exactly 10 days after I possess this body. Yes, I intentionally arranged it to be the same day. The stamp descends, sealing a document that marks far more than just a change in paperwork. It was supposed to be the day this world would face its destruction, but now, their wedding day will reject that fate, becoming the starting point of their life. Watching her, the butler thinks she's so dashing, though he knows she'll have to go through quite a bit of trouble to make it all happen. Holding the sealed letter, Labial knows that first, she needs to break off her engagement with the crown prince, and then, she needs to take over her father as the duchess. The butler realizes it'd be hard to marry her as just a lady of his house. The law procedures would be pretty complicated and it'd cause unnecessary commotions if she were to marry a commoner, so it'd be better if she took him in as her husband after she became the duchess. Based on the memories of the butler that she has, Labial wonders if it isn't quite hard to become a duchess. Turning to him, Labial states that it'd have been hard for anyone that wasn't her. Remembering her words, the butler thinks that was so cool, as Labial continues, knowing the vassals of her household have already sworn their loyalty to her, and she also has the authority of the troops, but if her father insists on keeping his title, She also has the option of asking the emperor for help, but she has more than enough evidence of the crown prince's adultery. The butler thinks His Majesty is very competent since this is a special stage that she got involved in personally. He is someone who had to protect the dignity of the imperial family while staying loyal to her father, who had no real power, so he sounds like a loyal person, but she's saying she'll make use of his weakness to threaten him, isn't she? Looking directly at the butler, Labial simply states, husband. Responding to her, the butler says, yes, my wife. Knowing what she's doing goes beyond. Standing over the documents, Labial finishes, stating that this world involves the tower, and she'd have understood his decision if he chose to leave her world, this empire. The butler sits, his expression serious as he explains that he knows she'll understand he can't give up his title. But, he continues, there will come a time when she needs him to accompany her to events, things like the end of year and New Year parties. He understands. She's saying that it's possible to be loyal to the emperor, yet threaten him, all for her sake. She replies, becoming the duchess doesn't mean the empire will suffer any losses. On the contrary, the country will be lucky to have such a competent noble, one who understands situations so quickly. He leans in close, whispering, I'm your man. Labial responds in kind, I love you. As tea is poured into a delicate cup, Lady Goldenflower makes an announcement. Standing behind her, the exclusive servant declares he's getting married soon. The announcement hits like a physical blow, Sylvia's eyes widen in disbelief. The exclusive servant's expression remains unchanged, but the question hangs heavy in the air. Married? He continues, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The wedding date is set for a month from now. Sylvia scoffs, suggesting he's bad at jokes, and asking if he's asking for a beating. Her hands tremble slightly. She demands to know who he's marrying. A forced smile graces her lips. Lady Silver Lily insists she knew he was lying all along. A document is presented. The exclusive servant requests her signature. He explains the document's purpose. It's an agreement to his marriage with Miss Labial Avancia, should it occur. He adds that he will be freed from her shadows and become the husband of Lady Avancia. Her shock intensifies. Sylvia can barely believe what she's hearing. She exclaims that it would be more believable if she were becoming the empress of their empire. As she holds the pen, ready to sign, Sylvia can't help but think this is actually going to happen. The exclusive servant asks, will she please sign the document? He continues, stating that with this, it'll become another embarrassing experience for her, thanking her, and adding that tomorrow, he'll be calling Labial his wife. A woman with white hair and red eyes declares, he's brought her here. Eyes wide with shock, Sylvia believes she already knows her, but the white-haired woman will introduce herself anyway. The woman announces she is the daughter of Duke Avancia and his successor. The woman's name is revealed to be Labial Avancia. Sylvia is shocked, thinking, this is her butler. The butler is a servant of hers, and she thanks him for agreeing to their marriage. Labial continues, stating that Sylvia ought to be happy, as she's the first to receive their wedding invitation, adding that it's a little gift from them to her for looking after him this whole time. The exclusive servant asks Labial if they should go, but she reminds him that she told him to call her his wife in front of others. He apologizes, saying he's still not used to being so formal, but Labial responds that he's so clumsy, but that's what she likes about him. A disembodied hand reaches out, declaring, this marriage is not valid. Echoing through the halls of the grand estate, A declaration of love reverberates. A voice declares, "I've confined my father in the annex building." Another voice adds, "Greetings, the second moon of our empire." A man muses, "It's okay if I want it to be." The narrator reflects, "This feels pressuring in a different way from what a popular star feels." Amidst the flashing lights, the past unfolds. A voice declares, revealing a past identity. "At first, I was Kim Gongja." A man explains, "After that, you'll be acknowledged as an adopted son of the Grand Chamberlain." A voice expresses gratitude. "You've done so much for me in areas that I don't even know about." Another voice adds, "Gongja, you've helped me a lot as well." A woman firmly states, "No, I'm going to spend my life with you forever." A voice reflects, "I don't want to obsess over what I've done for you." He hopes that meeting him will be the most fortunate thing that's happened in her life, that being together will be the happiest thing, and that he'll become the most meaningful thing in her life. "This isn't anything like mere fortune or happiness," he whispers, declaring that she is his one and only miracle. But then, a voice cries out, insisting that this is not valid. "Didn't she sign the document already? She signed it only because she thought it was a joke." Something is strange. This didn't happen before, she thinks, wondering if it was a butterfly effect because of her, and what on earth is happening with this cow that harvests ruins. He declares that it's nothing. Whatever, she thinks. Lady Silver Lily is the one behind all this, soon to be Duchess Silver Lily, so everyone should mind their manners. She says that he's so annoying. Pointing a finger, she declares that she won't forgive him. Death Sovereign, she thinks. She's become the female protagonist of this apocalypse. Eyes wide, the cult interrogator affirms that, yes, she is Death Sovereign. 10 days from now, constellations from other worlds will be invading this world. Please prepare for a psychopath who suppressed the chaos of the early days of the Tower with blood. Divinity is basically a law. For example, a law that exists in our world, Earth, is the law of physics. The laws of physics are like a Windows operating system. It's not special in any of the worlds. But there are nuclear weapons and guns on Earth, right? Meaning that those two things can appear in any world. The fact that the laws of physics are applied to the whole universe. If we use those two weapons, we can fend off most apostles of the constellations. I see. Since the laws of physics apply to everyone, physical force would also work on them. You've understood it accurately. The only concern now would be whether the physical attack would have a normal effect or a reduced effect. Yes, the constellation killer cracked Sparkly into pieces with aura. I can also hold my ground if I'm able to hold a sword. Physical force, it's a really powerful law. Sparkly, he nods sadly. Settling back into his chair, the cult interrogator explains that the laws of physics will determine how tough the constellations are. He taps the orb in his hand, adding that the reduced effects of physical force are really important because they might not be fully restrained by them. Continuing his explanation, he says that since each of the constellations has their own law, they might be able to resist the laws of physics through that. In a flashback, a woman is praised, being told she's truly brilliant and that she understood perfectly, as expected of the Death Sovereign's wife. The interrogator elaborates, stating that the essence of their fight with the constellations would be that each constellation has their own law, and the apostles that follow them would also follow that law. He wonders if they have a constellation known as Varvit, for example. The woman from the flashback continues, explaining that as the god of love, this constellation interprets everything in the world with love. She adds that in the world that Varvit rules over, neither power nor money is strong. Love power determines how strong a person is. Confused, Kim Gongja asks about love power. With a flourish, the interrogator declares that it's coming in. With a gasp, Gongja finds himself being held. He hears his name. Sylvia admits that it's a little embarrassing to do this in front of others. Labial is told to wait, as the cult interrogator stammers that he wasn't planning to do anything, having just fallen down. He wonders what this is, as the text declares that in Varvit's sanctuary, all actions lead to love. The text continues, stating that even if you fall down, someone near you will be pulled along, and if you drink water, it'll spill onto a white shirt, making it translucent. It concludes that the sanctuary is a mechanism that reinterprets the world and brainwashes others. The text explains that just like how they were forced to become characters of a story within the great library of all creation, because that world is the collection of stories, that's how they use their own laws to fend off their laws, calling this battle a holy war as well as a constellation war. The cult interrogator asks what they should do about the constellation war that's happening in 10 days. Labial responds that they need to first find out who the constellations they'll be up against are, asking if he knows them. The text asks if it's okay to use nicknames for the search term, listing Cow that harvests destruction, the warhorse of the eternal plains, and the undying evangelist of happiness. The cult interrogator hums in thought. He says that if they tell him their names, he'll use his skill, Encyclopedia of Gods, to search for their information. The text reveals that the constellation with the nickname Cow that harvests destruction is Musha, handling mainly destruction and reinvention. Labial explains that it's able to use all sorts of physical force to its will, things like destroying a huge area or disassembling a certain being's physical constitution and piecing it back again, adding that while it's very rare, there have been cases where that power can be used on time too. The man in the suit remarks that he is on time, because time is also A constellation with the nickname Warhorse of the Eternal Plains is Mahos, handling jealousy and war. It's said that Mahos either sends people into a battle frenzy or obtains wisdom from strategies and tactics, and can also use the power in reverse and force peace by using war prohibition. The silver-haired woman states that it's no surprise, since peace is a state where war is stopped. In a flashback, Ganja thinks to himself that he doesn't know the name of the undying evangelist of happiness, and that it looks like that's not a very famous constellation. Back in the present, the man in the suit thinks that not being famous means it's a weak constellation, wondering what advantages it has. The silver-haired woman, reclining on a chaise lounge, says that there are 3 different types of enemies, adding that it's troubling, as the amount of power that an apostle has will depend on how much authority they can borrow from the divinity, making it even more complicated. Even so, they now have a rough understanding of what to expect, and she thanks them for sharing that information. A woman with blonde hair states that it's part of their duty to help save this world, after all. The man in the suit says that he also has another skill in the holy technique that allows him to borrow almost all of the divinity's power if he knows their name, adding on to everyone's strengths. He's certain there'll be a way out of this. The man in the suit smiles at the silver-haired woman, confident in their plan. So love. Death's sovereign. Something feels strange, his heart just felt a tingle, and he also heard about the synchronization rate. Myocardial infarction, what symptom is this? He is asked to pay more attention to the synchronization rates. The love they just spoke of has other meanings than the usual ones. Something is happening, and she wonders what it is. Apologizing, he says he can't tell them. Whatever it is, it's their secret weapon. As the authority of this world, she explains that she can't simply send away the security troops of the wedding venue as she pleases, but they could try to borrow the special forces from the emperor. She wonders just how big these special forces are. The adopted father is the chamberlain and the special forces captain as well, so the number of troops he can gather would be. The man asks the sword emperor what he thinks. Looking at the 2 female protagonists understanding each other, the red-haired man comments that it looks hopeful, adding that he feels like this operation will definitely be a success. But the woman tells him to pull himself together. Dealing with 3 apostles is no easy feat. The group wonders how dangerous they are. They are about 1.5 times the size of the hungry demon on the 12th floor, but the hungry demon is a constellation, though, and the ones they're up against are just their apostles, so they're probably weaker than a constellation, right? The Sword Emperor explains that the hungry demon was the lowest-ranked constellation, based on their tower rankings, so it's about D rank, confirming that that's the rank of the 12th floor's hungry demon, and he agrees. The noblewoman states that she's not worried, though, since they are the ones fighting. The red-haired man reminds them that they want to clear the tower with 0 casualties, so if that's the case, they'll need to think hard to come up with good plans, and they need to improve their own fighting abilities, too. The Sword Emperor asks if he doesn't intend to stay at D rank forever. Not. He's told that he looks especially handsome today. The wedding venue is beautifully decorated. Surrounded by admirers, who gush over his elegance, Kim Ganja expresses his gratitude for their compliments. He asks if they could calm down a little, but they insist that they are not at all bothered. They tell him that today is the day he should become the most handsome person in the empire, a sentiment that fills them with a sense of joy. He's congratulated on his marriage, and offers a polite smile in return. A man steps forward, declaring that he is his adopted father. The man explains that he holds a small title within the imperial family, and works for them. He says he's heard a lot of good things about him, and expresses how nice it is to finally meet him. He asks that Kim Ganja address him as father. Bowing his head respectfully, Kim Ganja is met with a somber declaration. The man before him knows he won't be called father with genuine affection, but he vows to act in a way that upholds the dignity of the Avansha family. Continuing his thought, the adopted father reveals his intentions. He plans to retire after the wedding ceremony, trusting that Duchess Avansha has made preparations to look after him, so Ganja need not worry. Turning his head slightly, the man wonders just how much Laviel did to prepare for this day. A knowing look crosses his face. Even though they're just father and son for today, he seems to be steeling himself for what's to come. Considering the situation, the adopted father notes the request for more security troops and a favor of his other title. He assumes today's wedding won't be a smooth one. His red eyes gleaming, a voice commands someone named Zombie to get ready. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, signaling that they've arrived. His face contorted in a mix of shock and anticipation, a guest looks up in alarm. The sound of a heel striking the ground echoes, confirming their arrival. From above, a commanding voice orders everyone to follow their orders from this instant forth. The call goes out. All troops from the Divine Dragon Squad are to gather in one spot, and vassals are to guide and evacuate the guests. The order is given. The Blue Lion Knights are to get into formation. Amidst the growing tension, the sounds of preparation echo through the halls. A stern order rings out. The special forces are to gather and protect the guests. As the forces mobilize, an analyst seeks answers, inquiring if they have information on what their enemy's abilities are. Confirmation comes swiftly, the analysis is complete, and the lady with the huge hammer is identified. The revelation hangs in the air, a name is about to be spoken. But before the name can be fully uttered, a surge of power erupts. The energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in a blinding flash of red and white. Caught in the blast, Labial Avancia cries out in defiance, refusing to yield. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, a man exclaims, "Lady Goldenflower? Let you have anything." A voice muses, "That's probably the original body of Lady Goldenflower." The man beside her questions, "Original body?" A grim realization dawns. It seems her soul has been captured by a demon. In exchange for borrowing the power of a constellation, she's given up her ability, appearance, and memories. She probably wished for that to happen, even if she had to sacrifice everything. The guards shout, "Protect the guests." Someone yells, "Stop them." The power surges, engulfing everything. A pained scream echoes as Labial's transformation intensifies. Surrounded by a blinding light, Labial reaches out. A voice declares that she now has the body that can't be injured, one of Musha's blessings, and that everyone will be following her instructions anyway, as she'd rather destroy everything than give her anything. The text says she can't be hurt, literally, and the actual effect is to reduce physical damage by 99.9%. The voice continues, "Oh, cow that harvests destruction." She cries out, "Bestow your blessing upon me." Someone shouts, "Labial." Bathed in golden light, Labial Avancia stands defiant, seemingly untouchable. It would take a strike that could crush her head in one go to even make a dent. Someone wonders if anyone is capable of doing something that ridiculous. It's a truly challenging task, but if no one can do it, they'll all die. Eyes glowing red. Another observes that Lady Goldenflower alone is already monstrous enough as it is. The golden aura intensifies, but there's more coming. A voice echoes, lamenting the poor unfortunate souls. In the shadows, a figure stands clad in dark armor, preparing for what's to come. A voice rings out, placing blame. Blame her for possessing that body, and blame that young man. The armored figure declares that because of them, they're here to flatten this place. It's only right for you to feel sad. A banner unfurls, revealing the warriors that follow the warhorse. The armored figure commands, "Wake up." Mounted on a dark steed, the figure prepares to ride into battle. Energy crackles around the figure, signaling the start of the war. The battlefield is a chaotic swirl of clashing steel and spectral energy, where the spirits of fallen warriors engage in a brutal dance of death. Amidst the fray, soldiers brace themselves for the onslaught, their faces etched with grim determination. With a unified battle cry, the spirits surge forward, their forms blurring with ethereal speed as they charge into the heart of the conflict. Panic sets in as the soldiers realize the overwhelming power of their spectral adversaries. Activating one of the blessings of the warhorse, the battlefield sanctuary, Labial Avancia unleashes a surge of radiant energy. The blessing's effects are far-reaching, reverting all summoned spirits' strength to their prime days when they were still alive. All of those spirits are elites of the elites, the souls of warriors. The difference in fighting strength is immense. Our numbers are way too lacking. Empowered by the blessing, the spirits radiate with golden light, their forms solidifying with renewed vigor. The enhanced spirits continue their assault, their attacks now carrying the weight of legends. The battlefield is now dominated by the spirits' overwhelming power. Amidst the chaos, figures lay scattered, the scene a whirlwind of disarray. A woman finds herself bathed in an intense light, her expression betraying a growing unease. This really isn't good. The explanation hangs in the air, revealing the song's insidious nature. Anyone exposed will be forced to relive their happiest moments, a mental attack that's difficult to escape. Ominous shapes begin to coalesce, their presence a looming threat. They're all. The woman is now surrounded by the dark figures, their forms menacing as she acknowledges their devastating abilities. Yeah, 3 types of enemies to defeat. Huh? That's a Herculean task. A man's gaze hardens, his words carrying the weight of grim determination. Death Sovereign. Bathed in the radiant glow, the woman's voice trembles with uncertainty. Can I trust that you'll win this? His eyes, reflecting a steely resolve. Another man looks on, his expression unreadable. A hand rests on a shoulder clad in white, as a voice confesses, "I should have told you this earlier." A woman's crimson eyes gleam, her words laced with admiration. "But that tuxedo looks exquisite on you." The scene shifts to a close-up of intricate lace, the text revealing the culprits, the apostles of the constellations that wrecked the wedding hall. The air hangs thick with the agony of the fallen, a stark contrast to the blessings that should have filled this hall. Despite the devastation, a resolve hardens. They will not surrender their wedding. Taking her hand, a man's voice whispers, "Labial, you're the most beautiful person in the universe." Her voice, laced with sorrow, echoes his sentiment. She had promised him, hadn't she? She wouldn't commit suicide without his permission. Even when the moment comes, she'll do her best to delay it for as long as possible. A single word, a solemn agreement, escapes her lips. Yes. The scene shifts, bathed in a fiery glow, a visual representation of their intertwined fate. His expression pained. He pleads, "Please, allow me to die right now." A single word, heavy with finality, is uttered. All right. In a final embrace, they hold each other close. Rose petals fall, stained with the crimson of their sacrifice. The stark declaration, "You have died." The same death as usual. He awakens, the familiar words echoing in his mind, returning to 24 hours prior. Hearing his name called, Gongja reflects on this new beginning, a regression that promises to be different from all the others. A vision of someone with stark white hair and piercing red eyes, a figure of immense power and unknown intentions, flashes before him. The words echo in his mind. We're invincible together. Let's establish our plan. The Crown Prince considers the wedding arrangements, deciding that they need to be changed. Realizing the scale of the upcoming conflict, Sylvia explains that now that they know where the apostles will appear, they can gather the special forces and other fighters in that area. Detailing the preparations, the Crown Prince outlines the plan to dispatch the royal guards and his family's soldiers to the west side, adding that they are able to move any of the guests as they please, and those nobles who can fight will be gathered toward the rear. As the preparations continue, a man thinks about how much easier things would be if he could steal the blessings of the apostles with his skill, as a zombie whispers that the tower is utterly heartless when it comes to the strange parts of it. Reflecting on past battles, the Crown Prince notes that the current version of himself even has various blessings, like when he fought with the hungry demon, and even now, he has the blessings of the beauty god and snake god, though he insists that's not related to his skill. Continuing the explanation, the red-haired man clarifies that the blessings belong to the category of buff effects given by constellations using their skills, suggesting that if the Crown Prince is unhappy, he should look for the constellations that buff them up and die by their hands or something. The Crown Prince, looking stern, silences the other person. Sylvia considers the implications, acknowledging that an apostle skilled in mental attacks would require a significant reduction in the number of guests, especially one who manifests the happiest moments of one's life. She notes that there aren't many who can resist the poison of happiness spread by the undying evangelist of happiness. The Crown Prince considers the other side of the equation, observing that reducing the number of guests would make it difficult to deal with the warhorse of the eternal plains. The image shows a mass of troops, and the Crown Prince states, "Please leave that to me." Sylvia responds, adding that the apostle can summon 10,000 troops. The Crown Prince asks if it's true that a law in the Empire states that only those who will inherit the family after marriage must wear black clothes. Sylvia confirms that black clothes are indeed required. The Crown Prince assures her that he isn't trying to become the master of the dukedom or anything like that. Sylvia responds, knowing that he isn't that kind of person, but the traditions of the Empire bothered her, though no tradition is more important than him looking good, so she will begin the preparations. Sylvia thanks him. With that, the Crown Prince completes all preparations. The wedding hall is set, the stage is ready, but beneath the surface, unease lingers. Observing the scene, one of the men remarks, "The arrangements in the wedding hall are certainly peculiar." His companion agrees, adding, "It feels like this arrangement is designed for combat." Looking out the window, the Crown Prince assures him, his wife surely has her reasons for doing so. Elsewhere, a figure notes, he sees that he's carrying a sword on his waist. He confirms, explaining, it's because he enjoys training in swords. The Crown Prince states, he too will hurry and prepare for any commotion that might happen. With this, the special forces will be combat ready at any time. The more people that are able to stay calm when unexpected situations occur, the better it is. Whispers spread among the guests. Laviel has also probably prepared the nobles. One guest confides, they heard that there are people who are unhappy and against Duchess Silver Lily marrying a commoner. Another guest whispers, they heard as well, they brought along bodyguards because they were feeling so uneasy, but then, suddenly a catastrophic event unfolds. What was that? As the wedding festivities continue, an ominous sign appears, heralding the arrival of the cow that harvests destruction and the warhorse of the eternal plains. Adding to the growing unease, another apostle makes their presence known, the undying evangelist of happiness. A wedding guest shouts, "Here they come, everyone, to your places." Another guest, eyes wide with terror, exclaims, "What on earth is happening?" Seeing the danger, the cult interrogator shouts, "Climb onto my back." All right. Preparing for what's to come, he declares, "Holy technique." Channeling his power, the cult interrogator initiates a godly transmission. A blonde-haired woman looks on, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. Energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in a blinding light. The cult interrogator continues, his focus unwavering. Pushing himself to the limit, he cries out, "One more time. Okay, holy technique, godly transmission." But before he can complete his technique, a powerful force strikes, sending a shockwave through the room. A blinding light erupts, and the cult interrogator cries out in pain as an unseen force slams into him. The force of the blow sends him spiraling backwards, a trail of red energy marking his violent trajectory. Engulfed in a cataclysmic burst, he is helpless against the assault. He spits, "I don't know what petty trick you're trying to pull, but it's futile." His face contorted in rage, he spits out a question. "Did you offer your soul to an apostle because you didn't want to get injured?" His eye burns with fury as he snarls, "That's none of your business." Sylvia stands with the butler, as a voice echoes, filled with resentment. She acts like she's better than everyone else, as if she understands all the sadness in the world. All she ever did was be born into a good family. His rage building, the cult interrogator vows, "I'll kill her." His fist clenches, the voice continues, "I'll take everything that she has. I want to become the Flame Emperor too." An indecent and unsightly desire. His face twisted in fury, he screams, "Lady Goldenflower, You ought to know that there are plenty of others that do much worse than you. People understand the pain that they've experienced, which is why, when others scream because of people, we ought to have compassion because of the loneliness they're experiencing. To everyone who is screaming because they're stuck in pain, a voice rings out, questioning who'd want to live such a life. A voice declares that Sparkly has responded to the hero's call, changing into the sword of compassion from the sword of idol. It's declared that she has the body that can't be injured, one of Musha's blessings. Her body can't be hurt, literally. A voice filled with rage screams, Sylvia Avani, I'll kill you from this moment forth. Just try if you can. A surge of dark energy crackles through the air, the very atmosphere charged with an ominous presence. Her body radiating a desperate golden light, Sylvia struggles against an unseen force, each breath a painful, ragged gasp. His voice echoing with divine authority, the heretic interrogator's presence is felt even from afar. A surge of power courses through him, the godly transmission amplifying his reach. Her strength failing, Sylvia cries out in agony as the unseen force tightens its grip. Reaching out with a trembling hand, she desperately pleads for help. Her voice laced with panic, Sylvia reminds someone of a broken agreement, a violated contract. Her eyes wide with terror, she cries out that Musha won't let her escape this fate if she's left alone. From the shadows, a voice muses, pondering how she managed to obtain a fragment of a constellation. His tone hardening, he declares that he must eliminate anyone who stands in his way. The battlefield sanctuary is a wide area skill, capable of influencing a vast expanse, reverting summoned spirits to their prime. With a chilling command, the figure orders the warriors who follow the warhorse to awaken. The heretic interrogator turns to Sylvia, a slight smile playing on his lips as he compliments her cape. A close-up reveals the intricate details of Sylvia's dress and the heretic interrogator's cape. He thanks Sylvia for granting his request, explaining that he wanted to keep the promise he made to her. Sylvia responds that she understands, telling him to go put an end to this as he's wished. The heretic interrogator raises his sword, preparing to cast 100 Souls Reincarnation. Looking down upon the carnage, the heretic interrogator stands amidst the bodies of his fallen foes. A closer look reveals the grim reality of the scene. The constellation Mahos's power is a sacred battlefield. Its effect is to summon the dead at their prime. We greet the vice lord of the demonic cult. A group of people stand together, awaiting orders. A man raises his arm, requesting a fight. The crowd responds, declaring they hear the vice lord's command. The vice lord's power emanates outwards. Someone remarks that the vice lord seems particularly handsome today. They continue, noting that he's even chalked up his face like he's about to get married or something. The vice lord declares that he is getting married. The news hits the members of the demonic cult like a tidal wave. Their leader is getting married. The shock is palpable. It's not just an engagement, but an actual marriage. Whispers spread through the ranks, all wondering who could have captured the vice lord's heart. The woman in question is revealed, and she's breathtakingly beautiful. It's no wonder the vice lord has such high standards. One member voices his confusion, wondering what realm his esteemed wife has been able to reach. Another chimes in, questioning if someone who doesn't know any martial arts is taking things a bit too far, as a person's prestige stems from their martial arts prowess. The vice lord clarifies, his wife holds the second highest noble title in this country, second only to the emperor. The revelation changes everything, as prestige does stem from power, and congratulations are offered on the marriage. The Blood Ghost troops are less than thrilled, declaring that they cannot accept this marriage. The sentiment is echoed, a member of the Blood Ghost troops questioning if he's really getting married. He continues, wondering how someone as psychotic as the vice lord somehow ended up this way, before excusing himself. The vice lord seems taken aback, wondering if that's really how they think of him, but quickly refocuses, reminding everyone to focus on the battle. The situation becomes clear, they're not just random troublemakers, but apostles from another world, invaders set on conquering everything. Watching the unfolding events, the vice lord's men realize these are the ones trying to ruin the wedding ceremony. The vice lord scoffs, dismissing the threat. He believes they must have lost their minds to challenge him. From the shadows, a figure emerges, a skeletal warrior cloaked in darkness. The cloaked figure reflects, initially believing their recovered strength was due to reaching a new level of power, but now realizing it's the blessings of their constellation. With chilling certainty, the figure confirms their purpose. One of the vice lord's men asks, wondering which constellation this child serves. The answer comes, identifying the figure as Manos, the warhorse of the eternal plains. Manos observes that his followers are fools who only know how to fight. With cold resolve, Manos issues a simple command. The order is given, kill them. As Manos's declaration hangs in the air, a surge of crimson energy erupts, signaling the apostles' merciless assault. Surveying the scene, one of the armored figures wonders if they are facing a constellation, struggling to comprehend the situation. The question echoes, how could someone who isn't a constellation command one as a subordinate? Chaos descends as the apostles unleash their fury, cutting down the vice lord's men without hesitation. The order rings out, fuck them up. An apostle scoffs, declaring that the vice lord's men are weaklings, not even worthy to hear their creed. Another apostle shouts, berating the Vice Lord's men for causing a commotion at the wedding ceremony. Swords flash as the apostles continue their relentless assault. A chilling command is given. The heads they cut off shall be a wedding gift to the Vice Lord, and if any of them bring back less than 5 heads, they'll be killed themselves. The apostle sneers, explaining that this is why you should not deal with the uneducated rabble. The order continues. Warriors are told to follow the commands of their squad leaders. A sinister grin spreads across his face as Kim Gongja utters a single word, Haya. With a sinister grin, he mocks his opponent, asking if he's the prick getting in the way of their Vice Lord's marriage. Meanwhile, a heavily armored figure stands ready, a massive blade held high. With a furious yell, the armored warrior swings his blade down at Gongja. The blade descends, leaving a trail of golden light in its wake. But elsewhere, the apostle of the warhorse of the eternal plains is sent flying, defeated. The force of the blow sends him crashing down, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The apostle's hands flail uselessly as he falls. With a booming voice, the armored figure introduces himself as the Sword Demon, the captain of the demonic cult's extermination troop. Landing with a thud, Gongja hears that the extermination troop has given their Vice Lord the best wedding present. Watching the scene unfold, 2 figures wonder why it had to be that idiot. The Sword Demon prepares to strike again, his blade glowing with golden energy. As the effect of Sacred Battlefield ends, Gongja wonders where his key is. A circle of figures glows with an eerie light, their purpose unclear in this strange, fiery realm. Focusing on the details, the camera hones in on the back of a character's head, the hair cascading down like a waterfall. Surrounded by dark energy, Laviel apologizes, lamenting that even though he's supposed to be an ally, he's of no help at all. Struggling against unseen forces, the Sword Demon realizes that mental attacks like these are especially effective when he's not at his prime. With determination in his eyes, Kim Gongja asks for a moment, promising to create a safe area immediately, urging everyone to hold on. Amidst the chaos, a figure walks, their destination unknown. With a grim expression, Gongsi thinks that if his assumptions are correct, they'll be fine, even if the others won't be. Realizing something, Laviel exclaims, questioning what spell the King of Death cast this time. Looking surprised, Laviel stares at Gongsi. A voice echoes, calling Kim Gongja a strange human. With a sad smile, Kim Gongja denies having any happy memories. Reflecting on his past, he thinks there are countless reasons for why he should be unhappy, having lost his life countless times, lost his comrades, and even been abandoned. Kneeling in what feels like an endless loop of time, he also had to let go of the person who saw the beauty in him. Even though no one would blame him, he wonders if calling his life a series of misfortunes would be accurate. It's because he is the happiest right now, or so he thinks, even as he grips a knife, today of all days, his wedding ceremony. Rather than the hundreds of reasons of why he should be unhappy, the single reason why he should be happy is much more precious to him. It may be just for today, but it would be hard to find someone happier than him. The heretic inquisitor, well, maybe he just doesn't feel happiness or is happy all the time. He doesn't know either, but it is true that he is always happy. He guesses he had no chance against the King of Death's discerning eye. Holy technique. A blinding light erupts. What a strange human. The apostle of the immortal missionary of happiness has perished. A figure lies still. The sky burns red. He stands silhouetted against the crimson sky, a dark figure overlooking the radiant glow emanating from below. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a fiery, desolate landscape. Golden light emanates from an unknown source, bathing the scene in a warm glow. The sound of footsteps echoes, a figure approaches, their destination unknown. A woman, bathed in golden light, grits her teeth in pain, knowing that harvests. The footsteps continue, as a voice pleads for blessings, amidst the promise of destruction. Falling to her knees, she offers her very existence in exchange. A desperate promise is made, to turn everything into a hot mess, just as desired, destroying everything. The woman's expression hardens, declaring this a breach of their contract. Her voice rises in fury, reminding someone of their promise to grant her the power to create fates. The golden light intensifies, as she cries out in anguish, questioning why. The man watches as Laviel declares that the current situation isn't accurate, demanding her body be returned to her. Correcting the previous statement, Laviel clarifies that her body's gender is male, advising the speaker to use healthier words. Her voice echoing with newfound resolve, she insists that this isn't right, that everything is wrong, and that she is definitely qualified to become the queen. A surge of power erupts around her. Laviel vows to climb to even further heights than Laviel Avancia, declaring that this is her fate, the fate she has created. Gasping, she seems to be struggling with the transformation. Golden hair cascades around her, a sign of the power coursing through her. Grasping a weapon, she is ready to strike, labeling someone a monster. Her eyes burning with determination, she wields a sword, prepared for battle. Dark energy crackles around her, a stark contrast to the golden aura that previously surrounded her. The dark energy intensifies, engulfing her in its ominous embrace. A golden object descends, a symbol of the choice she must make. A voice declares that she has lost her place in this world, and even if she runs away now, she will no longer be Lady Golden Flower, but only the apostle of a constellation. As lightning crackles around her form, Labial is told she will become an apostle of a constellation. A deep voice echoes, offering her a chance. The figure holding the sword declares, he'll let her off if she chooses to remain a constellation's servant. But, if she still holds lingering desires for this world and wishes to stay, she must give up the blessing that her constellation gave her. The figure's sword gleams as he speaks. He explains that she probably saw the battle that just took place, so she should know that he's able to summon those who die by his hands, in a state where they can remember their memories of when they were alive. The voice continues, promising that if she surrenders, he'll summon her into this world so that she can continue to live as Lady Golden Flower. The scene shifts to a more serene setting, showing Labial in a stylized landscape. The voice warns that obviously, her life won't be the same as before, and she'll be prohibited from showing any animosity towards his lover, but that'd be all. She'd be able to do whatever else she'd want, like marry the crown prince, or whatever. The figure looks on, wondering why. The scene shifts again, showing a grand building as the voice states, because life is about getting second chances. Labial, now adorned in golden armor, wonders why she should trust him, questioning if he'll just use her as his slave after summoning her, as he tells her to think about it. The entity's voice echoes, posing a question that cuts to the core of Labial's being. It continues, revealing the price she paid for her ambition, giving everything to her constellation, body and memories alike, all for a wish. With that sacrifice made, the place she once held in this world was left empty, a void waiting to be filled. The question lingers, why was her butler's position also left vacant? A mystery wrapped in her own ambition? A glimpse into the past, the butler speaks, admitting he doesn't know the full story, but he transformed into her butler once. He recalls his feelings, describing them as noble and true. A sharp intake of breath, the haughty noble is taken aback by the revelation. The entity explains, it's because she wasn't trying to become queen out of love for the crown prince, but because she wanted to be better than Labial. A life obtained in such a manner, would it truly function properly? Even if she did become queen, people would still compare her with Labial endlessly and belittle her. The haughty noble walks up the stairs, contemplating her life. This was what a certain butler thought. If Lady Golden Flower didn't become the queen, she'd have been happy. The man she transformed had seen her at her lowest, observing the misery that had defined her entire life. And he was willing to give up everything, all so that he could rescue her. My butler also regressed, she wonders. No, though she had made her wish for her own sake, her butler hadn't. He made his wish for her, hoping that she would be able to regress. Only her. What? Do you remember your butler's name? Huh? Of course. His name is, she thinks, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. What? Wait, there's no way. A looming figure appears, shrouded in shadow, hands outstretched. Yes. Hey, butler of the Baron, she recalls. I was worried since you weren't back, even though I waited until the morning. But, the butler's name has never once been mentioned in this world, she realizes. Did my butler disappear completely? He probably regressed about 3 times in this world. At first, his wish to the constellation was for Sylvia Avani to regress. The constellation who fulfilled that wish was the cow that harvests destruction. Thus, Sylvia was able to get rid of Labial and become queen with the life she obtained in her second run. The butler made another wish to another constellation regarding the regression. The constellation who granted his wish was immortal, so the butler had to offer it his entire existence. And then the world regressed back to before Lady Golden Flower became queen. Lastly, he wished for Labial's regression. So, we will never know the name of the butler. We'll never know how he felt when he looked after you, and what thoughts he had while wishing for the regressions, since his existence itself has disappeared. But Butler had hoped that you'd live a different kind of life, so my wish is to fulfill that wish of his. Name you had forgotten had sacrificed everything for your sake. He loved you and wanted to be by your side more than anyone else, but he gave up everything. Live again, in the way he had hoped you would. With a final strike, the stage is cleared, the echoes of battle slowly fading into the distance. Raising his sword high, a figure stands silhouetted against the light, a beacon of victory. The system announces, the stage has been cleared. As the petals fall, the system declares the 25th floor has been cleared today. Bathed in the ethereal glow of victory, Sylvia and Labial stand side by side, their elegant dresses a stark contrast to the battlefield they've just conquered. The system repeats, a constant reminder of the endless cycle. The announcement echoes, the 25th floor has been cleared today. A man groans, his whole body aching as he wonders what on earth just happened. The clear contribution rankings list Death Sovereign and Cult Interrogator, with a third entry marked as null. A voice muses, the librarian in a corner only sent in 2 hunters. A revelation dawns, so the nameless third raider was... The scene fades, leaving only the lingering question of the third raider's identity. As the dust settles, the mystery deepens, leaving more questions than answers. Under a sky dusted with stars, a tender embrace. Standing before the grand estate, she declares, he is now my husband, the Avansha family's second in command. The wedding guests stand by, their presence a silent testament to the union. A man looks on, his face etched with surprise. A voice echoes, good. The Avansha family estate stands tall, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The ceremony concludes, the words hanging in the air. I will now pronounce that my wedding with this man has successfully concluded. The news of the Death Sovereign's wedding sends shockwaves through the tower. The announcement is met with disbelief, as the woman with white hair stares at the man beside her. A voice cries out in disbelief. How could you get married without discussing it with us, Kim Gongja? The news spreads like wildfire, reaching every corner of the tower. Another voice expresses their shock, eyes wide with surprise. The representative hunter's wedding must be held on the tower's first floor, Babylon City. It must also be broadcasted live across the world. This wedding ceremony is completely void. Ahem, first of all, I offer my sincere congratulations on clearing the tower. Your romance happened really quickly, and I know saying things like that is usually considered rude, but if I had one piece of advice for you, it would be to not get married. The man pauses, contemplating the situation. While you were clearing the tower, things went crazy here. Everyone questioned how the two of you fell in love with each other. However, I stood firmly on your side. Because only those who have experienced falling in love at first sight would understand each other. Looking at the man before him, he doesn't quite understand what expression he's supposed to be making and admits he doesn't get it. With piercing red eyes, Sylvia stares intently. She notes that there seem to be a lot of people that he'll need to introduce her to. Sylvia mentions that they're doing the Meet the Family session after their wedding in the Empire, to which Kim Gongja responds that isn't that to be expected. It's explained that among her family members, there are many that live in faraway places, and the wedding ceremony is the one that gathered them all. The man with the mustache observes that marriage also means the union of two families. It's further explained that their marriage is an international one, or rather, an interworldly one. He thinks to himself that attending a meeting such as this one, he has no idea just how. With the wedding preparations underway, Sylvia realizes she has a lot to update the Emperor on, including how many pigeon messengers she'll have to send. Leaning her head on her hand, she admits that this situation is something they weren't expecting either. Despite the unexpected nature of the event, Sylvia believes this incident isn't tragic, but fortunate. She thinks their first meeting with the country being a wedding ceremony is an event worth celebrating. The man with the mustache acknowledges her point, but reminds her that they are otherworlders who crossed into their world. He notes that it's bizarre and hard for them to explain to the Emperor, and announcing this to their citizens will prove difficult too. He continues, agreeing that he perfectly understands the position of their country. Sylvia adds that they've also witnessed beings from other worlds invade their country, and if humanity denies what exists, one day, existence will also deny humanity. The man with the mustache expresses his concern, stating that he's worried about such a future, but concedes that she's correct. He thanks her, saying that it seems they have a mutual understanding on what needs to be done moving forward, even if it takes years. He admits he thought this could become a difficult conversation to have. In a more private setting, Kim Gongja sits beside Laviel. As he clasps her hand, he notes that things are starting off well. In a hushed tone, Kim Gongja whispers Laviel's name, and she responds with a simple yes. He reveals his intentions, stating that he would like to introduce her to a few people that aren't present in this room. The night stretches on, and Laviel turns to Kim Gongja, suggesting they take their time to get to know each other, adding that she'd like to meet his people for a short while. Under the light of the full moon, someone exclaims how unique this booze is. As they stroll together, the same sentiment is echoed. This world is so unique. A voice booms, announcing that the young leader's honeymoon starts now. A voice cuts through the air, asking everyone to spare the formalities and enjoy themselves. Raising a glass, someone shouts, "Yeah? This booze at yourselves." The crowd erupts in cheers, congratulating the happy couple on their wedding. The celebration continues with a toast, proclaiming, "Long live the demonic faction," and noting that the two of them look good together. Back with Kim Gongja and Laviel, wine is poured as the festivities continue. A voice calls out, "Sword Demon, come here." Someone laughs, remarking that he always forgets to speak to him formally, calling him an idiot, before revealing that Laviel is known as the Sword Demon. The man continues, explaining he's the subordinate of his master, who is the leader of the demonic cult. As the story unfolds, the man known as Kim Gongja remains a silent observer. Laviel's voice echoes, revealing that she chose the 4 most exceptional people within the demonic cult, naming them the 4 demonic generals, and that Gongja is one of them. The narrative shifts to a flashback, where a figure reflects on Gongja's simple nature, his rough speech, and cold attitude, concluding that he must be very important and precious to Laviel. With a serene smile, Laviel Avantia introduces herself as the Duchess of the Empire and the wife of the young leader, expressing her hope for a good relationship. The scene shifts back to the present, where Laviel calls upon the Lunar Shadow Demon, Blood Demon, and Spirit Flame Demon. The young lady acknowledges that these 3 are the remaining demonic generals, as she pays her respects to the wife of their young leader. In a flashback, Laviel explains that she took them in after her master passed away, noting that they are the elites who didn't forget their martial arts, even when they were cursed. A blonde woman looks on, simply stating, "Yes, my lord." The narrative reveals that another of the demonic generals is named Hungry Demon, originally born as a nameless monster with the ability to imitate things she devours, eventually gaining strength by consuming people. The story continues, explaining that after Hungry Demon lost her people to the Empire's army, she became the Demon King and destroyed the Empire, ultimately fighting the hero and losing her life, leading to Laviel taking her in. Back in the present, Ganja realizes there's someone else, someone sparkly. Laviel responds, affirming that she sparkles a lot. Reflecting on the past, Laviel recalls that her original name was far more imposing, before she was deceived by a villain and sealed away. She admits she didn't want to use the name Goddess of Protection back then, so she gave herself the nickname Sparkly. Sparkly retorts, if it were up to him, he would have named her Brilliance. With a flourish, Sparkly pledges allegiance to the wife of the hero. Ganja remarks that he can't see him, but Laviel has a friend. The voice continues, stating that he will probably never be able to meet him, as his situation is a little unique. He's unable to appear in front of others. Marcus stands, listening intently. Laviel explains that his speech is about 30 times filthier than the sword demon, but he's really strong. She learned how to use the sword, along with how to use aura, from him. Marcus thinks to himself, he must be an important person, then. Ganja reflects that without him, Laviel probably would never have been able to withstand the flow of time. Ganja states that in that case, he ought to express his thanks to him. Marcus thinks to himself, he's become happier after meeting Ganja. Laviel thinks, if it weren't for him, her happiness might have never come to pass. She thanks him for everything he's done so that they can be together now. The muscular man crosses his arms, declaring that this brat is a crazy one, and he'll leave him in someone's care. Surrounded by others, one of them states that this is everything he has. A close-up reveals hands holding a weapon, a symbol of everything he treasures. The red-haired man gazes into the distance, his thoughts turning to his family. A man in a suit looks down, his expression unreadable. The woman with white hair and piercing red eyes smiles softly, suggesting, let's dance. He admits he's never really danced before, to which she replies that he can use the butler's memories as a reference. As they begin to dance, one of them worries about making a mistake and stepping on the other's feet, fearing the consequences. The woman's elegant dress flows as she moves. Dancing under the starlit sky, one of them can only manage a quiet, wow. She repeats her invitation, now, let's dance. Their feet move across the grass, beginning their dance. Beneath the watchful gaze of a moonlit castle, a dance begins, not of steps, but of souls. A voice echoes, see? I'm a mess. I've already stepped on your feet thrice. A playful retort, I'll just step on your feet the same number of times. A question hangs in the air, we're even now, right? It's not about avoiding missteps, but about holding on, even when they occur. It's about never letting go, even if we step on each other. Through every trial, they'll smile and gaze at each other's faces. A declaration, I belong to Laviel only. A promise, and she only belongs to me. Their next story will start in stages higher than what they've been in. 15 days have passed since the two sides met. Meanwhile, the remaining hunters in the library continue to raid the higher floors. Elsewhere, the high rankers have gathered to meet with the Empire's emperor. It seems that the Tower and the Empire have established several secret treaties. Deciding to deal with the rapid changes of history later, Kim Ganja moves on. He knows he must do what he needs to do first. Presenting a sword to Laviel, he says, this is the sword that tore your heart apart. She replies, it's also the sword that trapped this world in an unending cycle of 10 days. Sparkly, he says, yes, hero. The sword shines. He commands with an icy edge, the words cutting through the air as he orders the blade to devour it. The air cracks, a sound like shattering glass echoing as the command takes hold. The sword surges forward, a blinding light erupting as it obeys. In the aftermath, the goddess of protection absorbs one of her own fragments. A wave of energy pulses outward, the air shimmering with raw power. The prayer sword recoils, frightened and utterly shocked by the unfolding events. But the idol sword steps in, attempting to reason with the prayer sword to calm her fears. A desperate plea, a silent conversation between blades. The compassion sword joins the effort, adding its voice to the idol swords, trying to sway the prayer sword. A silent battle of wills, a desperate attempt to bridge the divide. But the prayer sword remains unyielding, horrified by what she perceives as betrayal from her fellow blades. A surge of defiance, a final, desperate act of resistance. An angel descends, wings spread wide. But the prayer sword declares, she will not serve. The heretic interrogator muses, he's beginning to understand why Lafanta Ejim killed the constellations. At first, he couldn't understand his reasoning, but now, he's realized something about this world. Constellations would invade other worlds, trying to rule over them as they please, ignoring the natives. While their appearances are different, the librarian in a corner is the same, throwing living people into stories to interfere with them. The young lady smirks, her eyes gleaming with dark amusement, judging worlds as she pleases. Different from the other constellations, in a single word, a nuisance. The heretic interrogator's expression hardens, it's violence. Lafanta Ejim is someone who would even harm the emperor. He must have had a lot of thoughts in the presence of the constellation's power, starting his planning then. Instead of using the constellations and coveting their power, he'll kill them all. This world most likely had a constellation too, but Lafanta Ejim probably killed them. Still, your original owner was wrong. If a world no longer has a constellation, another will simply be born to replace them. In the continent that the goddess of protection was sealed in, the demon king of autumn rain appeared. In this world, the heart that's covered by silver appeared. To keep things short, your owner didn't resolve the problem. He just went around and created bigger ones. If you disagree, then tell it to my face. Maybe your owner did go through great trials, difficulties, and a lot of thinking before he decided to take on the role of constellation killer. But one thing I can say for sure is this. If he started something, then he should be responsible to see it through to the end. In another world where your owner killed a constellation, an everlasting winter took place. The warriors of that world were disrespected as they became moving corpses. Even if Lafanta Ejim's ideals are noble, what he did can't be forgiven. Take responsibility for it. A stark contrast, wings of black and white intertwine. As crimson energy swirls, the air crackles with unseen power. Standing side by side, a figure with platinum hair declares, "My name is prayer." The words echo with a sense of purpose, a role to fulfill the prayers of the people. A figure shrouded in red, a silent testament to a fervent wish. The weight of history hangs heavy, Lafanta Ejim's prayer, a plea for something more. A desperate measure, to kill all the constellations, so no one will ever be toyed by them again. A noble sentiment, a prayer heavy with the weight of the world, grand in its ambition. That's why he entrusted himself to him. The heretic interrogator's gaze pierces through the silence, his voice rings out. "Human, what is your prayer?" A distant figure stands resolute, a vow to not run away from anything. A commitment to responsibility, to not simply go along with what the world thinks is right if it is wrong. A solemn promise, as long as I live and have my sword. The path to hell, it's said to always look like it's paved with good intentions. A pained cry echoes, a testament to the sacrifices made. The air itself seems to weep, stained crimson with regret. The path to hell, it's always made to look like one with good intentions. What he can do now is to bless those good intentions. However, to be in this hell of yours together with you is a separate matter. When he pierces through the heart of someone, the wish they have will be tested, whether that indeed is their true wish, whether that is a wish they want fulfilled, no matter the sacrifice. His cursed ability is to get them to give up their own wish by themselves. In the end, new owner, he hopes you flourish in this hell for a long time. The red tendrils writhe, a silent promise of pain. The goddess of protection's existence has become even more evident. A sigh of relief escapes as the immediate threat subsides. Is it over? Prayer asks, and he confirms that there are no more constellations or fragments that'll bring chaos to this world, at least for the time being. The goddess smiles, a hint of amusement in her red eyes, as she acknowledges the world's failure to capture her, adding that they aren't fools enough to try again after witnessing her power. Appearing before the young lady, she is addressed as Duchess. The young lady wonders if she's overthinking what the goddess said. Prayer tells her to say it so she'd hear it, and to keep reflecting on her own foolishness. The goddess continues, stating that she's sure the young lady knows who to thank, referring to the pitiful noble whose body was stolen by a demon, and that she should be thankful her punishment is only. The Duchess is told that her only punishment ends with bowing her head to serve, and that once she has repented enough, the goddess will work with her connections in the temple to restore her honor, but until then, she must keep her mouth shut while serving her and her husband, and be extra thankful to her husband, who has allowed her to live. The exclusive servant states that this is the ending he's created. Labial says that she'll head towards the next stage, and the exclusive servant responds, okay. Prayer states that she wants to follow him and see other worlds, but she continues that both of them have things that they must tend to. The exclusive servant says, separately. As they hold hands, he is told to go wild out there, Ganja. He stands, a comforting smile gracing his lips, offering solace to whomever needs it, promising to always be there. Speaking of building a future together, Labial expresses her desire to create a home that belongs solely to them, revealing her plans to build it on the 20th floor of the tower. Her red eyes gleaming with affection, she muses that it will become their main house next time. In that shared space, Labial wishes to shed her title as Duchess of Ansha, desiring only to be his partner. He holds up a familiar object, recognizing it as the hand towel he always carries. A memory surfaces, revealing that Labial used magic to ensure the perfume's scent lingered on it, the scent of white lilies, the flowers he smelled as he fell in love with her. She recalls his habit, always fiddling with his short sword's handle when trying to calm himself, and urges him to replace it. The memory fades, and he is reminded to smell the hand towel instead when his heart is agitated. Looking out the window, Labial's thoughts drift to Ganja, wishing that his ability to remain as he is isn't due to misery or suffering. Her gaze intense, she hopes that his memories and love for her, along with the happiness he feels when he's with her, will help him remain as he is. Then she asks if he can fulfill her wish. Smiling softly, he agrees, promising to do just that, Labial. Their feelings mutual, they express their love for each other. In a tender moment, Ganja embraces Labial, their love palpable in the air. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, transmitting a cryptic message. The message booms, welcoming someone back as the Death Sovereign. Elsewhere, a woman sits amidst towering structures, and she says, "Take a seat. We need to talk." The exclusive servant wonders if he should be speaking to the Dragon Guild leader. Considering the matter, Labial of Ansha asks what's going on. Prayer sits atop a pile of books. She wonders where all the other hunters have gone. Because what she's about to say is confidential, Levancia asks the exclusive servant to keep others away. Even though their conversation is being broadcasted to the tower, the exclusive servant asks what's so important. Prayer thinks about putting the problem into simple words. Hearing this, the exclusive servant is shocked that Death's sovereign has become too successful. In the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, the love between a master and their disciple, the respect and love shown towards martial arts, and the way the protagonist consoled the cult members had caused numerous people to get excited. The broadcast is being watched by many. After he cleared the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, thousands of martial artists from the outside world came into the tower in just a single day. The broadcast from the tower's first floor is reaching the outside world, spreading far and wide. Hearing this, he is shocked to learn that the effects of advertising the Death Sovereign's successes have been tremendous, so much so that there was no need to stop them. She believes they underestimated the situation. She continues, stating that the influence the protagonist has as an icon is significant, as evidenced by the 113,654 people. That's the number of people that entered the tower yesterday. Just from yesterday, the tower is displayed on a phone screen. She explains that that number usually only appears when there's a war going on outside or a country has been destroyed, but excluding small border wars that have happened recently, no other fights have occurred. The number of people entered the tower despite it being a peaceful time outside. This is a flyer that they got from the outside world. Make the King of Death our king. Let us head towards utopia. Labial explains that the flyers are obviously referring to the Death Sovereign, and they've heard that such flyers are being distributed throughout numerous regions outside. The exclusive servant clarifies that this wasn't their doing. The people in the outside world are doing this all by themselves. An unknown character remarks that he can't believe flyers are still being used in this day and age, wondering what this means. Another unknown character states that people are turning their backs on their nations and lives they've lived in order to come to the Babel Tower. Someone comments that they heard those people wore black clothes when they entered the tower. A phone screen shows a social media post, stating they said they're going to join the demonic cult, and to put it simply, they're entering the tower because of you. Prayer observes that normal people or refugees, even brilliant academics, are entering the tower, saying they want to help in creating a new society within it. A voice declares that Ganja didn't just clear a stage. People all over the world want a hero. The image shows a figure walking up a staircase towards a bright light, with text stating the courage to face trials, the respect for humanity, and the devotion to love. Nothing excites people more than a hero who has the willpower to be kind and above board. Prayer is shown holding a phone with the text, "You've become our flag." The phone screen displays rank 2 in the hunter ranking. The exclusive servant looks at his phone, thinking this is the new rank that the tower has given to me. Amidst the tower's inhabitants, a question hangs in the air. Are they truly prepared to accept him as their king? From the back of the crowd, a man looks forward, his expression unreadable. He asks, "It's a joke, right?" Laviel responds, explaining that they've put a lot of effort into the tower's current system, and that they actually stand for idealistic principles. A voice declares, "There's no need to make this so complicated." Another voice chimes in, stating, "Ganja already possesses that certain power." The voice continues, explaining that more than 100,000 people have entered the tower because of him, a feat not even the Black Dragon Guild leader could accomplish. The speaker emphasizes that no hunter of the tower has ever achieved such a feat before. Another voice reflects on the past, noting that they couldn't accommodate so many people due to insufficient rations. The speaker continues, explaining that they now have enough land and trade routes to feed everyone, though it won't be easy. The exclusive servant speaks, not trying to boast, but pointing out that all the guild leaders have lived through chaos, and most importantly, they've gained experience. Laviel concludes, stating that only they are capable of navigating such chaotic times, a feat impossible for any country in the outside world, but possible for them. With a determined look, Levancia declares that they can do it. Reaching out a hand, the exclusive servant expresses his belief that they can create a slightly better world. Standing before the cityscape, a figure states their intention to show the world what they can do. Gathered together, the group seems united in their purpose. A unified declaration rings out. In a reflective moment, a dream is spoken of. That dream? An ideal. A figure stands tall, identified as the Holy Knight who fled a country in South America. Another figure emerges, introduced as the Black Dragon Guild leader, a survivor of the Black Seas Wars. Two more individuals are brought to light, the cult interrogator, raised in an Eastern European mafia, and Viper, hailing from the triad of the Central Plains. A new voice speaks, belonging to the Countess, born in the slums of India. A shared vision takes hold, to show the world a better path. A historical context is given, mentioning the Flame Emperor's reign and the tower's grim past. In the shadows, the Black Dragon Guild leader stands among others, her eyes betraying a chilling resolve. A figure reflects on seeing the world that Master dreamed of. With a determined look, Kim Gongja declares he can change the world, pleading for guidance. He's told that the most important thing is to be himself, and that they'll gradually teach him about politics. A woman with dark hair stands with a blonde child, warning that if he strays, they'll take back his authority, so he only needs to be the face of it all. Kim Gongja admits he wouldn't deny handing over his position immediately if he could, questioning if he should tell them how many violent crimes are being committed daily. The question hangs in the air, as the scene shows him standing before a library. A figure in white calls out to Kim Gongja, asking him to come over for a moment. The figure in white wonders if it's okay for a mere being like him to be in their presence, insisting he's a nobody and should be treated as dust floating around the library. The figure in white dismisses the self-deprecation, telling him not to talk nonsense and just come over. The figure in white asks Kim Gongja to take out the book that'll be their next stage, inquiring what kind of apocalypse he wants. A fairy tale. Holding out a book with a smile, the cult interrogator asks Gongja to hand it over. Looking at the book, the woman with dark purple hair thinks to herself what a strange fate it is. The cult interrogator grabs the book as it flies through the air, saying all right. The book is titled, The Sacrificial Lambs and Me, and it's the apocalypse that he requested. The cover of the book shows 3 figures inside glass tubes. He states that it's an apocalypse that caught his heart from the moment he laid his eyes on it, and that he'd like to choose this apocalypse for their next stage. Holding the book, the cult interrogator stands before Gongja. Tilting her head, the woman with dark purple hair apologizes, saying that there probably aren't any resources or useful land in that fairy tale book. Looking at the woman, Gongja asks if they really need to clear it. He responds that they do, and that up until now, they've been choosing apocalypses based on how useful they'll be to the tower. The cult interrogator says that resources and technology aren't the only valuable assets, reminding Gongja that he himself said that hundreds of thousands of people enter the tower every day, and then agrees with him. Looking down, Gongja thinks that what they need right now is something that will keep them centered. Holding the book, The Sacrificial Lambs and Me, he seems to be contemplating the weight of the decision. The blonde-haired individual agrees, stating, I agree, but isn't that why we're making you the king? You'll become that center. We'll prepare a fitting title for you as quickly as possible. The woman with dark purple hair adds, because it's not just me. Everyone else here needs the support of the people too. The blonde-haired individual responds, that makes sense, but how do you know all this? She continues, explaining, there's an original sin we all committed. We did horrible things in the name of trying to bring an end to the chaos within the tower. The woman with dark purple hair adds, he's right. We've committed too many atrocities to become flags. Kim Gongja, holding the book, states, you just need to do good from now on. No, please do a good job. The blonde-haired individual responds, we're a team. I can't resolve religious problems as quickly as the cult interrogator does. The woman with dark brown hair retorts, I can't respond to hoodlums like Viper can. Politics, economy, public safety. I can't do your jobs as well as you. A pause hangs in the air, but looking up at the group, Kim Gongja declares, I will never betray any of you. You can trust me. He continues, his expression earnest. If a problem occurs between any of you, I'll become your mediator. If a conversation is needed, he'll bring it up, asking them to trust him and become a team. Like they said, there aren't any incredible resources in this apocalypse, nor are there fertile lands either. But there's a sacrifice that no one can allow, a sacrifice that mustn't be allowed. He'll show the world what kind of people they are by clearing this stage, explaining that this is where they make their stand. This is how they'll tell the people the way they'll run the tower, believing that if they do that, they can gain the people's trust and ask the residents of the tower to trust in them. Their trust toward the administration, huh? They mustn't look away from sacrifices, explaining that the requirement for the participants happen to be 2 and above for this. Even if there are difficulties awaiting them in this apocalypse, they'll break through head-on. The most trustworthy hunters in the tower, his comrades, he'll show them the kind of people they are, asking them to please fight alongside him. You're asking them to walk such an arduous path, she thinks. People can become more competent through hard work, just as one can become morally upright and gain authority through effort. But it's almost impossible to be both competent and morally upright as someone in power. It's way too hard. Someone once told him that, though who exactly escapes his memory. The path to heaven, she muses, probably has numerous bad intentions present as well. But that's not enough reason for them to give up. To the people who gave up on the outside world to enter the tower, a voice booms, they must show them a better world. That's all right with her. A morally justified authority strongly appeals to her. And Death's sovereign, she thinks, he's the only person who can uphold them to morals. It'd be too much of a pity to lose this opportunity. Ahem, the successor of an orthodox sect now too. He thinks, the old man always nags at him to possess the heart of an orthodox sect. Well, he'll treat this as showing filial piety to his master and join them. He's already activated the lie detection skill from the moment they started talking, but he didn't detect anyone lying. He trusts their attitude of speaking the truth, the love that they have, and most importantly, their personality. All revolutions will face some sort of failure. In that case, he offers his life and soul to make their revolution the most beautiful failure. She can't agree on talks regarding refugees, but it's all right. She's someone who follows the majority. She's hoping that the stock she invested heavily in won't go bankrupt, urging everyone to please fight a good fight. As the group prepares for the challenges ahead, the Black Dragon Guild leader admits she can't promise a lot of things. Despite the uncertainty, they can't guarantee all of their successes, nor can they discard the methods they've used so far, but if they fail, someone among them must die. With determination, the heretic interrogator promises that he'll be the first to do so. A resolute expression crosses his face. Kim Gongja promises this as well, vowing not to let any of them die in any place or at any time. Holding up a book titled The Sacrificial Lambs in Me, Kim Gongja declares, "Great." Listing the names of those involved, Death Sovereign, Black Witch, Holy Knight, Cult Interrogator, Countess, and Viper, he'll designate the 6 of them as characters in The Sacrificial Lambs in Me. The young lady and the Black Dragon Guild leader are shown together, as someone shouts to be careful. Looking up, the Holy Knight knows this will be different from the apocalypses that they've all faced. With a determined look, Kim Gongja acknowledges that the difficulty is this time, and unlike the previous time, he won't be able to bestow many blessings upon them. A dire warning echoes, in this apocalypse, the constellation will be alive and will rule the place, and they would be like invaders, the constellation will be hostile toward them. The warning continues, Death Sovereign, the constellation will be especially hostile toward them. A surge of energy pulses,